Aye, but he's following too fast, grumbled Daedalus to himself. He's treading on my heels. Ungrateful wretches, he cried. I will leave this city. He had not told them about his invention. Nothing could be proven against this. He was the target of the darkest suspicions. Aye, but he's following too fast, grumbled Daedalus to himself. He's treading on my heels. Aye, but he's following too fast. He's treading on my heels.
What's happening? I'll be back in a minute here with you. One more on this album. Yeah, it does sound good. Yeah, it's these freaking filters on StreamYard that make the music sound like poo-poo. It is better to shut it off. It depends. It depends on what type of music, too. Just, it's a copyright thing. Change put out an article today. Luke Radowski, or whatever his name is. They're requesting, or there's going to be something with influencers, and know how you got a check mark behind your verified account? They're talking about maybe a different colored check mark if you're an influencer. So maybe a different color of check mark if you're getting funds from outside of the country, you're a corporate influencer. If you're like a MAGA influencer, you need like a different color check mark, which is some sellout shit. Because, I mean, you shouldn't really be getting money to be, well, like a MAGA or, a left-winger influencer or something. Kind of interesting. Well, per the title, second part of the title anyways, Telly, Mr. Christopher, is a Nonce supporter by his own definition and terms and logic. I mean, shit, why are these redcoats so interested in our business but can't take care of their own business? Got a pretty bad Nonce problem there where you're at there, Telly, but you ain't doing anything about that. That would make you a Nonce supporter by your own definition, right? Even if you don't know who they are, like Shifty, I don't know who the guy is, but oh my god, because I'm not busting them out, I'm a Nonce supporter, right? Is that your logic? That's pretty bad, dude. Anyways, yeah, to leave my panel and your last words, you're a PED supporter. That's some shit right there, huh? Telly? By your own definition, you're a Nonce supporter, dude. It's too bad. We're having so much higher hopes for Telly. Here, listen to this.
About getting, the police were misbehaving all that stuff. Like Dave Acton and George Webb back then. I remember all that. Yeah, they were awful. They're all on the radar. The FBI actually came to my house to question me about Dave Acton. And the Port Authority questioned me about Aaron Cox.
See, that's some peddling some bullshit there, Tooth Fairy. You called the Port Authority and they came by to talk to you about the name given, which was my name. Oh, they just picked Tooth Fairy right out of the hat and came to talk to her about this guy named Aaron Cox. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty sick, dude. She called into the Port Authority. They came, she gave them my name, and they came and talked to her, and they laughed at her. And then, I mean, no one's talked to me about that Port Nietzsche's explosion. Probably because they can do their due diligence and go, man, that guy had nothing to do with it. What's this crazy lady? Then all of a sudden, see what she missed with Glazin's scar there. Which she missed. I know, tune out. Truth hurts, don't it? Tune out. Actually, the mayor of that town had to go on the news and say, everybody from YouTube, stay out of the investigation. He even kind of said, you're all Looney Tunes.
That's why Aaron's the one that brings it up all the time. Yeah, because he's paranoid, and he has every right to be paranoid because, you know...
He's got every right to be paranoid? No, I'm laughing at you shills. You need little purple check marks behind your name as influencers.
He is 1 foot and 4 toes in the Who Scout. Oh. Aaron believes that Dave Acton, all of his survival stuff, and he believes him.
Okay, so first of all, Fake News Becky hasn't read Dave Acton's books. Isn't that amazing? Because it's not so much about survival. You read his books, it's about the dirty bomb hoax of Port Charleston with Jason Goodman and his crew, and how they got busted out. Then the other book was about how to catch an arsonist lighting forest fires. Oh, fellow man, you gotta read the books.
I'm just like, look, my cousin died serving his country. The name Acton is a total fraud. Acton said my cousin was un-American.
So, see, that's a reply. Who the hell is Becky Dean? Rebecca Lynn Dean? Who the hell is she for Dave Acton just to know that her cousin would die during war and just start attacking her? No, she went at him first. Just like your boy Tams there, huh, Glazin Dean? Just like your boy Tams. Why would Dave Acton even know that your cousin died at war there, Rebecca? Oh, you wanted to get up in the Lepo stuff like you were assigned by the Muffin Man. Huh? To start attacking veterans for some reason. Veterans!
Just because I didn't like what Acton was putting out. Well, Acton's a mess. Yeah, both he and his brother George, the two of them rely heavily on the fact that they're trust fund babies. Their family has connections back in NASA, and I mean they don't know my background. They don't.
No.
Because I know a little bit about that kind of thing because of my brother being in atomic energy.
You know what's interesting is all these blowhards, because they got a friend down the street like Scotty Cuckarati. I can make beats. I can make raps and stuff because my buddy down the street has a studio, and I can go down there and make tracks. It's because somebody else can doesn't mean you can. That's what these blowhards do. No, you're going off of other people's credentials because you don't have credentials. Your cousin dying at war. Huh? Shit, Becky, all you've got for your credentials is on TV crying. It's just like Tacos. Your friend Tacos there? Just because she's a granddaughter of a Civil War soldier or something like that. Oh, she fought it too. Oh my gosh.
Other being in space program, going back years, when you have friendships in those circles, if you pull the right strings, and NASA is one of those political agencies where once they get up to that level, they've got people with security clearances. And I've talked about that. I
forgot to tell you guys. I have a neighbor that works for NASA. I got the same credentials because he worked there. I got NASA credentials, everybody, because I got a neighbor that worked at NASA.
A few videos. Yeah. That's all. These law enforcement don't care what a bunch of YouTubers are saying. They look at the paper trails. They look at the credentials. They look at who is this person? Is this person really related to that person? And they don't care if 1,000 YouTubers are saying something else. That's what they're looking at. And like the whole thing with Cox and Acton, they were looking at the video that Acton had made that was clearly threatening damage here. At the same time, they had that idiot in England.
That was a great video.
Make that phone call. So they knew even if it was a prank, it was a prank aimed at a military base.
Whoa.
Well, see, that's that's why he called my cousin un-American, because I said what you're doing is un-American. Like, I kind of looked at it as like... Oh,
so I wonder what was un-American about Dave Acton using his freedom of speech and writing a couple books. I don't think she could really define what un-American would be there, just like Jilly and all these other blowhards trying to peddle fake stolen valor and shit like that. Right? I wonder if she has the ovaries, the brass ovaries, to panel up and tell us all about what was un-American that Dave Acton was doing. I mean, his brother didn't serve. George didn't serve. Fuck George, man. I had to troll him like about a month ago now. That was fun. I want to know the definition of this. Un-American there, Glazin. Oh, and then he trolled you back. Oh. Put her on the news. Actually, I want to pull up a clip real quick. Let's see if I can find this clip. I should have clipped it earlier. Yeah, right here. Okay, let me see where I'm at. Let's go.
To attack me. I just couldn't take it. I started closing up more and more. I started back into my bedroom, laying in my room, not leaving anymore. And February, it got really bad. Come March, I ended up in the hospital. I just had a total meltdown over the stress and fear of what I'm going through. Well, let's
wow. Oh, wait a minute.
Put it this way. Should I say, oh, Terry Joyce Randolph, you are mentally disturbing me.
Oh, wow.
I'm sick because of it. I need to go to mental health because of it. I'm fearing for my life because of you. You won't stop harassing me. I've asked.
Oh, yeah. Fuck that failed comedian, Scary Terry, too.
Numerous times. You're cyberbullying. You're cyber stalking me. I'm afraid to leave my home because I'm afraid Terry Joyce Randolph is sending Gabe Hoffman to kill me. I am. Gabe Hoffman, are you going to come kill me for Terry Joyce Randolph? Do you even know my name, Gabe Hoffman? Gabe Hoffman, do you know that Terry Joyce Randolph is trying to get you to attack me so she can gain financial from you? And you
financial?
You as her attack dog. Gabe Hoffman.
Yeah.
Calling Gabe Hoffman.
It sounds like you're just promoting for him there, Rebecca. One more time from the beginning. I just couldn't take it. I started closing up more and more. I started back into my bedroom, laying in my room, not leaving anymore. And February, it got really bad. Come March, I ended up in the hospital. I just had a total meltdown over the stress and fear of what I'm going through. Oh, WHIO. Wow. It seems more like a really good LARP there. That's a really good LARP you got going there, Rebecca Eldine. I kind of looked at it as like a terroristic type. When I looked at it, I was like, wow, this is like a blueprint. It is. You know, and it's silent terrorism. I didn't say like spell all that out, but I just said this is un-American. I didn't agree with it. Yeah, a lot of feedback. And Telly wants me to tell you he's back in Alaska. Oh. Well, a couple of she just loves Telly, the redcoat. Rebecca L. Benedict. LLLL. Rebecca L. Benedict Arnold. Hanging out with the redcoats. Telly. The Nonce supporter. Why you guys gotta be so up with the redcoats? Huh? You always gotta side with the redcoats. You're almost you're almost assigned together. He's not hiding out, and where was he supposed to be? I forget. He was supposed to be in Sweden, I think, at one point. Or Australia. I don't know where he is. I don't care. Tell Telly I hope he has fun with the Grizzlies. Yeah, well, I'm just kind of sitting back waiting for Terry Joyce likes to run her mouth and think she's all that. And you know what? I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to have fun with it. If I want to have fun, to hell with her. I don't know who she is, but Rhode Island. She is a sad case. I mean, she really, it's an embarrassment to older women that, people like her can't figure out that there are stages in life that were appropriate to some things and not others. And if she keeps flirting siblings, no one's ever picked on her. She hasn't learned how to cope. She has no life skills on how to cope. A year ago, not even that. Oh man, did you see Shizzle stream? Oh, woo. What's up with these internet buzzwords that these influencers all of a sudden got to pick up on and use? Cope, they're coping! FCC, when he says cope, he sounds like the biggest pussy.
and deal with things in life. She runs over her mom, who's elderly, so why would she stress her mom out over YouTube drama? It's pathetic. Well, look at what she did to Max Spears' mother.
Why are they so amped up? Are they losing at something to be so amped up? But I thought they're all winning, right? Like Rebecca Dean, don't you like to laugh at me in chat rooms like I'm impervious to your lies? I mean, if you're winning, you'd just be all kick back and chill. But no, you guys sound all amped up, like you're losing at something, like you're trying to catch up.
She actually got her involved in her stupid feud with Dave Schroeder.
Whoa.
She actually had 3 or 4 different streams where she actually got the mother of Max Spears involved in this stupid, childish feud that she's having with a sadly damaged schizophrenic, who thinks people are trying to feed his dogs peanut butter. Yeah, like why can't she just turn that off? Like I heard one of Jesse's streams and he said something about me being obsessed with Thomas, and I said, why would you say something like that?
Yeah, well, you've been for a long time. Like, shit, I think we got another short we can play. Let me find this. You really sound pressed, you two. Why are you two so dang pressed?
Cox over there telling me that I'm with Thomas Schoenberger and I need to get my Thomas muffin. Cox over there baiting me about Dave Acton. It's never ending.
I'll tell you the date this is uploaded. July 27th, 2021. That was uploaded. Huh. All I had to say is, sounds like you need a Thomas muffin, and all of a sudden you sound pressed. One more time. Sound a little pressed there, too.
Cox over there telling me that I'm with Thomas Schoenberger, and I need to get my Thomas muffin. Cox over there baiting me about Dave Acton.
Huh. Sound a little paranoid there. Oh, here's one from 3 years ago. The Urban to Simples has a moment of clarity.
Yeah, but remember, I'm the dummy. I'm the nigger. I'm the coon. I'm the pedo. I'm the woman abuser. I'm all that shit. I can't have some confidence in myself.
Wow. Huh. Huh.
I kind of looked at it as like a terroristic type. When I looked at it, I was like, wow, this is like a blueprint. It is. And it's when terrorism. I didn't say spell all that out, but I just kind of said this is un-American. I didn't agree with it. Yeah. A lot of feedback. And Telly wants me to tell you he's back in Alaska. Oh. He's not hiding out, and where was he supposed to be? I forget.
Sorry, ladies, but if anything really did come down to even a LARP court, the judge would take a look at my evidence and go, damn, he got a good case on you, shitbags. You need a purple check mark behind your name as an influencer on the internet.
He was supposed to be in Sweden, I think, at one point. Or Australia. I don't know where he is. I don't care. Tell Telly I hope he has fun with the Grizzlies. Yeah, well, I'm just kind of sitting back waiting for Terry Joyce likes to run her mouth and think she's all that. And you know what? I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to have fun with it. If I want to have fun. To hell with her. Like, I don't know who she is, but Rhode Island. She is a sad, sad case. I mean, she really, it's an embarrassment to older women that, you know, people like her can't figure out that there are stages in life that are appropriate to some things and not others. And if she keeps flirting with siblings, no one's ever picked on her. She hasn't learned how to cope. She has no life skills on how to cope and deal with things.
There's that cope word again.
She runs over her mom, who's elderly. So why would she stress her mom out over YouTube drama? It's pathetic. Well, look at what she did to Max Spears' mother. She actually got her involved in her stupid feud with Dave Schurter. She actually had 3 or 4 different streams where she actually got the mother of Max Spears involved in the stupid, childish feud that she's having with a sadly damaged schizophrenic, you know, who thinks people are trying to feed his dogs peanut butter. Yeah, like why can't she just like turn that off? Like I heard one of Jesse's streams and he said something about me being obsessed with Thomas, and I said, why would you say something like that? And Jesse said, nice try. Schurter said that. And I'd like, well, I'd have no clue. I went over and typed in Schurter. You hardly ever talk about Thomas except occasional remarks like this one. I've never seen you focus a stream on Thomas. Maybe I missed something there. Oh, Thomas, I called Thomas out. When I agreed with Jesse at the get-go.
Oh, okay. She called Thomas out, but he gives her shout-outs, and I think wrenched in her chat. Did you wrench Thomas in your chat? I mean, I'm not really too worried about it. I'm just doing social media drama news. You guys are the one on a spur, like you're running some type of a race and going Mach 10, like you're trying to catch up or you're losing at something.
Remember all that? And then yeah, but I mean, I've never seen you get involved in anything other than passing remarks about Thomas. I mean, no. Jesse does that to everybody who refuses. He's the same thing as Terry Joyce. If you refuse to jump on his bandwagon for his cause, then he's gonna keep coming at that because he's obsessed. And that's my whole point. She can't make me what I'm not. I know what I have and haven't done. She can paint me however she wants to paint me, but it's simply not true. Thomas is allowed. He never did anything to me, and he's allowed in my chat room. He's, you know, I have no issues with Thomas. So, yeah. Sorry that you do, but I don't. Don't make your argument my argument. And just because I'm okay, she freaks out when Thomas comes in my chat room. And I'm just like, or comment. Well, they're always freaking out about him.
It sounds like projection because I think you ladies are the ones that got a problem with people going in other people's chat rooms. You seem like the hallway monitor police.
He's one of these people. The people they fear most are the people who were at one point part of the game and then walked away from it. And that's exactly what happened with Thomas, because they actually had him convinced to come after me. And he did the research because he does have background, some pretty serious background. And he did do the research into what happens to my daughter. And he did sincerely apologize. And he made a video saying, he really didn't know me that well, but he was.
Oh, that's interesting. She wanted people to look into her daughter's mysterious death. But anybody that really did, she would attack, except for Thomas.
Really? He believed that what I was saying was true, and he went on to say other things. And at that point, it was just like, I said to him, you didn't even have to do that. And then the attacks on him got very, very serious. He was actually, at that point, he was having seizures. He had to go through surgery. The surgery was successful. but she had about a year of fussing over whether to go ahead with the surgery or not, because there was a chance that if it didn't work, it would make things worse. And I knew him through that year.
Cackle, cackle, scratch, scratch.
You know, hey, you know, it's. I don't know. I guess I'm just
cluck, cluck, scratch, scratch.
What I saw is Terry was okay, and then she said she figured him out and got away from him. But it's like then she started her attack on him. Yeah, but she lies about everything. And whatever she advertised.
Wait a minute.
Whatever he comments on.
Projection alert, projection alert. I would say y'all lie equally as much.
On whatever situations of his that he comments on, she pulls that post and tags him and has something to say about it. Whether it's the MSU stuff, whatever it is, she sticks her nose in it. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, and that's her own mental illness right there. As far as I think it's got to be, because she's not gaining anything by it.
Wait a minute.
She's not doing herself any favors. She says.
Wait a minute. Huh. They're talking about mental illness. But wouldn't this be...
I just couldn't.
What about
take it.
this
I
mental
started closing up more and more. I started back into my bedroom, laying in my room, not leaving anymore. And February it got really bad. Come March, I ended up in the hospital. I just had a total meltdown over the stress and fear of what I'm going through.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I haven't done a body language analysis on this clip yet. Oh man, I think I just caught a tell here.
I just couldn't.
Okay. Okay. Remember back in the old days, like What's Truth? Not the old days, but you know, not that long ago, where I'd flash the eye chart of bullshit, right? Up to the left. And then when it's the truth, it's dead center. To the right, looking right, would be telling the truth. The upper left is a total lie. Down to the left is another type of lie. So here we go.
I just couldn't.
I up to the left.
Take it. I started closing up more and more. I started back into my bedroom, laying in my room, not leaving anymore.
Whoa, wait a minute. She was straight on that, and then all of a sudden, and she goes up left.
February, it got really bad. Come March.
Something about February being real, but about what exactly happened there. She's changing the story, Becky. Becky, why are you lying on TV? WHIO. God, they choose the fucking most idiotic people for these parts, man.
March, I ended up in the hospital. I just had a total meltdown.
And she's looking straight forward on that, so that did happen. But the events of February, exactly what happened, she didn't want to talk about. She had to figure out how to either lie or get past that point. Sorry that I have skills and credentials to spot who's full of shit.
Over the stress and fear of what I'm going through.
It's interesting, too. She almost goes to the deer in headlights, too. Man, that's some bad acting. Oh, wait a minute. They know all about acting, though.
Well, let's put it this way. Should I say, oh, Terry Joyce Randolph, you are mentally disturbing me.
Wow. Whoo! All right, where were we at here?
She's not doing herself any favors. She says she's reporting mental illness right there. It's whatever it is, she sticks her nose in it. Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, and that's her own mental illness right there. As far as I think it's got to be because she's not gaining anything by it. She's not doing herself any favors. She says she's reporting on it, but again, she's not because, well, like she did with the Urban Disciples video and everything, she'll pull it up, and then she'll not even know about the. You know, she had no clue about the Jethro picture situation in the toddler. And she claims it's mine, like claims it's mine. She has no clue what she's talking on. Yet she's reporting it and then spreading it to numerous platforms with these downright just malicious lies. She does no research and then she puts malicious lies out and spreads it on numerous platforms. Oh yeah, she's been trying to involve me with some kind of white supremacy thing with this website. And when I had never heard of it. I mean, it was like one of those things that people talked about, but I had never really known anything about it. So when she started saying that I was part of it, of course I went and looked at why is my name even being connected there? And the reason is this, that somebody in that Kiwi Farm website, which I went to just once to see what was going on, and this is what I saw. Somebody over there is having a fight with Gabe Hoffman, who has genuinely sued a lot of people all over the place, not just in the trailer park. And somebody over there published the paperwork from his lawsuit against Thomas Schoenberger, which included a letter that he had his attorney send me. And the attorney was fired because I went to the law firm about it.
I'm sure that's all bullshit.
Because it was a demand that I publicly humiliate myself.
You sure do.
Because I was connected to Kiwi Farms. Well, she claims that I'm part of it because my name is there. And it's like, my name is in a letter that has to do with somebody else that their Kiwi Farms is talking about Gabe Hoffman, because Gabe Hoffman is, you know, he's involved in a lot of the stuff all over the place. And he's actually a big shot in many ways. She's tried that with me too, by putting Gabe Hoffman and my name in the title, and tagging Gabe Hoffman and anti-Semitism. So she wants Gabe Hoffman because she knows he has money. Well, yeah, and he plays the anti-Semitism card too. And she doesn't seem to understand. Now, she tried to get my video where I had the phrase ghetto girls in the title because I was talking about the food stamp stuff that happened last month.
You know, if I could sue Gabe Hoffman for anything, it'd be for suppressing the open secret or whatever that movie production he funded, and then book burned it and sued the producer. The flip, what happened there, man? See, that's what I should have asked Babyfist the other day. Would you think Babyfist would answer that, though? Probably not. Probably not. Jeez. All right, here we go.
And first of all, anyone who watches that video. Wait a minute, she did the same thing to my hoodie thing with Urban. She said that related to the Trayvon Martin, and I'm like, what the fuck? It has to do with him never taking off his hoodie, wearing the same one. I think even Urban
all right. See, I figured Babyfist was right there. What's truth? You're definitely over the target. King Troll, over the target. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Good timing there, Babyfist. Come on, dude. Hit the join link. I got more questions. You don't even have Shay here for backup. Really hit me with some hard questions. I wanted, you know what? I even had some other questions for you there, Babyfist, to see if you'd answer. You'll come up. Maybe he can review. Oh, see, the Muffin Crew always has great excuses. Great excuses. I'm being all nice. I'm trying to be nice to Babyfist. We try to use honey over here to get questions answered. All right. Not gonna freaking start waterboarding him if he can't freaking answer any questions. Might be able to talk to the higher ups and see if I could put you in an Anunnaki cage in Mount Shasta. What do you think about that there, Babyfist? You tough enough to take on an Anunnaki over a bucket of chicken? Depends on how hungry he is, if he wants a big meal or a little meal, you know? And see if you can fight that thing off. What do you think about all of that? Now, I want to know. And don't let me forget. Okay? I want to know what happened with that Open Secret movie. Why did the producer get sued? Why are these freaking clucking chickens screaming about Gabe Hoffman? Now, Community Remix. Oh, you know what? Community Remix, that is one question that even Urban Disciple cannot answer. And look who he's with. Wart Blob. See, I mean, Babyface can answer some questions. He's think he's coming around, right? You've been coming around lately. I want to know what happened to that movie. Don't let me forget to ask you. And there was something else I had this morning. No joking. Another question. I don't know why you're willing to participate at this point. Is it because all else has failed? God, I mean, what about Vinny failing? Babyfist? Damn, right? He threw everything he had. And then all of a sudden, Glastronaut's gone. And Mr. Vinny takes a hiatus like the garbage woman just took a hiatus. You've been paying attention to all that, right, Babyfist? So, see, Community Remix, the reason why this stuff is important if you haven't caught on, and seems as though there's always a few real smart ones from the community that just got infiltrated. They go, holy shit. And they'll notice the pattern of people like Predward and his crew showing up, play fighting with the LARPites, and Nick Cuck with the retirement home band. The LARPites on backup vocals with fellow mine. He's on production, tries to stay in the background, but those guys always want in front of the lead singer. Oh, man. Right? All of a sudden, you see the production guy on stage, and he's like, I'm more important than lead singer, bitches. No, sorry. It's those are the guys who just can't sing or play guitar, but right? Yeah, and the Squidettes, right? Got the B-52s, big band.
What you did with
I want to know if Babyfist gave the Tooth Fairy the download on my so-called acting career.
With Ghetto Girls,
failed.
If anyone watches,
I have to tell lots of people that family, loved ones, girlfriend, that I'm a failed comedian. I'm totally failed out of Hollywood. Thank God I mean, I could have gone in and taken over. I chose a different route. Stayed more underground on purpose. But hey, you know. Here I am. Right? Good luck with my creation. It definitely worked, that last channel on the Gomez channel. Locking in all them subversive accounts to the AI. Look what happened there. I was able, and I don't give just myself credit. I mean, just because I got my own creation doesn't mean other people got their own creations. But yeah, I mean, we wiped out like a little over half of your force, almost 3/4 of your force there, of stock account armies and shit like that. Docs accounts, right? Simps for Predward when he dropped my live link in his live, and he sat back like an overlord. Could you imagine? I'm just going to say BF. Predward's sitting there, he drops my live link in his live. Go get him! That's Eric Cox, go get him! And Pat Conn and the LARPites come in, and I should just call them the LARPettes. Oh my gosh. No wonder I know J-Man said he wanted to keep me around. I'm right where he wants me to be. Because you guys couldn't write it yourself. When you start as a plagiarist, because you got no creativity yourself, but you got to LARP like it because it's worth the money. Oh, man. Right? I would definitely give Thomas Schoenberger, the musician, a purple check mark behind his name as an influencer. Just saying. They need to be marked. I've been thinking about that for a long time. Huh. Should influencers, if you're taking money to be an influencer on the internet, should you, I mean, what did Hitler do to the Jews? Gave them a nice burned brand or something right between the two eyes? I mean, I don't advocate for that, but I mean, I guess it starts somewhere, right, BF? Oh, jeez. Right? Philemon. Hunt the Jews! Hunt the Jews!
The video, they see that I'm promoting some black channel owners who are angry about this Get a Girl stuff and who were talking about how to manage your food budget and everything. And so anyone can see that that's not, and she's lying about what the term really means anyway, because black people use it all the time, and it differentiates a reasonable person from a street thug. And she lied about that, but she doesn't seem to understand that people do watch video to see if what she's saying is true, and they make up their own mind. What kind of mean white trash?
Community remix, I got to loop back around. And I wanted to make this point. Do you remember when Denise Mad Cow ended up on NV Cap Ryan's panel, like right after that first set of paperwork dropped on Predward? Her and Clovis ended up on NV Cap Ryan's all of a sudden, and then, as much as I like Alex, I get to throw it out there. Still get to throw it out there. Not trying to stop pred catching, just throwing it out there. Maybe help even deepen Alex's some type of weird cover to help bust out Predward while he's picking his ass. Is that maybe code? I don't know. I'm just doing social media drama news. It's what I saw. I'm reporting on it. What do you got to say? Oh, no. See, the thing is But you got Felomon going around saying that people are trying to change history. So isn't a documentarian like a historian? Right? This just happened in the recent past that I'm talking about, but is it change the past to change the future? Dictate the past to change the future. Ding, 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 ding. Why did the Tooth Fairy end up on MV Cap Ryan's? And it was just interesting how they just needed to show up like they were being platformed. Like, interesting timing all of a sudden. Where is that at? Isn't that on the panel channel or panel drama news something that Predward had to cover up? I would have liked to seen, not you just heating Denise and Blazing Tongues that made me thinking about it. Just, what are you talking about there? Yeah, shoots here, okay.
Just saying, around my area, it would mean white trash. Yeah, but you could talk about white trash, and that wouldn't mean you're talking about all white people. You're differentiating from somebody else. Exactly. And that's exactly.
Your hairdo on WHIO News was definitely white trash orange. And when somebody cares about you and wants to help you out with it and has suggestions, like the Shungi, remember that? No, you're just talking about it recently with you and some other shill bag, like you guys just discovered it for humanity. The Shungite. The Shungite. Yeah, only a few people will know about that. That's why most don't comprehend, like the garbage woman and Warbot. They can't. I said I was going to code back in like 2016 as soon as I figured some things out. And I just said, wow, yeah, you and your crew made the news for being Benedict Arnold's with the red coats. You guys made the news. And since that day, back then, oh man, they threw everything they had at me. I was like, oh, is that supposed to hurt? Oh, exposed, destroyed. Oh, Oh, I did that on purpose. Oh, I did this on purpose. Oh, they got me. They exposed me, babyfish. They got me. Who fucking made them hall monitors? Oh, wait a minute. Government contracts. Silicon Valley. Hey, you know what? Community Remix. Why hasn't there been like a mass catch in Silicon Valley? Just like everybody meet up. Wouldn't that been a great Sam Clinton production? Instead of the Florida. Why Florida? Are they trying to change the laws there? Oh, gathering without a permit. Send in a ankle monitored felon. How did he get that ankle monitor past TSA? Huh? God. Old Predward. Did you imagine now Predward all pushing his cart down the street in Livingston, Texas, got this ankle biter, riding shotgun in front, something, whatever it is, shopping cart, and he's all just beat down, giving out free crosses he got from Nevermore. We're all saved. We're all saved. Oof. Glad that Jesus has to do that, not me. Right? But look, Team Good Side got us. Still not a peep about that ped protecting judge in Fort Collins. Damn. Not a peep about that $70K Predward was getting a year for 4 years. Damn. You guys are winning, right? Winning. Babyface, I'm trying to get to the part where they're talking about this Hollywood actor that went to Oregon. No year back reference, kind of like Becky D trying to peddle. I went to Colorado to visit an RSO, hook up with his landlord or something. Just these stories. It's as bad as a Vic Gaylord, a straight man shaming Gaylord.
This is what Ghetto Girl needs. So anyway, where was I going with this? I was going somewhere, but it's the point is that like the Kiwi Farm thing. I don't know. Someone told me that it was really a lot of different topics.
Hey, that's a great quote, but what you got to do is add in your year. Wasn't that like 22 or something like that? 2000, you go 2022-ish in Florida. Right. He slept with his boots on. No shit, he slept with some boots on. I wonder how he got that from Patrick T. On a plane with the ankle monitor action, wearing boots. Fucking sitting there spurging out because he had meth in 4 hours. Jeez, right? And then hour 14. I can't wait for a chance to turn pain. Holy shit.
But they have a loose community standard so that they've had a lot of the stuff that gets taken off of YouTube because YouTube is slightly more political.
Don't forget your product placement, ladies.
Correct. Doesn't get caught at taken down over there. But that's all it is. It's another public platform. I mean, that's ridiculous.
She's using Rumble and Spotify or something like that. And
yeah. Now talk about using a nasty platform.
And then she puts up her dono link.
You know what? Remix, wouldn't it be a good idea, actually? A baby fist. Let's put in the request to Muffin Man Jr., Uncle Sam Clinton, with his communications company, since he wants to do traveling mass catches, Silicon Valley needs to be worked. Do you agree? Can I get an amen? Can I get I second that motion? Can I get a concur? Mass catch, and I've been promoting it. I mean, interesting how NV Cap Ryan was flying there personally, but just didn't quite make it. That was a good promotion, right? Great promotion, and then YouTube comes through. Wow, deep in Ryan's cover. They're all kind of shitbaggery. Like, there's a lot of them that have taken plea deals. I like Predward, some others there that have taken plea deals. Be inserted into the Matrix. They take the black pill and become a NWO soldier. Ugh, sick. Sick fucks.
Kristen, in my opinion. If you want to buy me a coffee.
At the same time as she does that, she goes after anybody. Like, she was trying to claim I had to GoFundMe because I said...
All right, it's another one. Once Baby Fist BF comes up here, there'll be another question. We'll see if he can put in the request for us. Over to Uncle Sam Clinton.
My savings account is almost to the point of paying that retainer, you know. And
the way I look at it,
it's panhandling.
She is truly like an Aaron level. Like,
hey, none of you motherfuckers are award winning. At least Scary Terry's got something made up from some phony college.
I don't know how Aaron.
I got international acclaim, motherfuckers. You don't.
Lives the LARP. Like, he can't differentiate.
Hey, don't be pissed because you can get out LARPed there on WHIO. Talking about crazy people. You're the most fucking craziest.
Reality from the internet.
Yeah.
I think Terry Joyce is a lot in the same way. And
Wow.
Basically a retard. Both actors. You know Aaron Cox has an acting gig, right?
An acting gig? What year was that, Baby Fist? Are you... Shizzle! New evidence! New news! Who's... I want to know more!
You know about that?
Wait.
No, Harry Joyce is...
I don't know if I want to go like line by line on this or let it play, capture the whole thing, and then tear it apart. I mean, come on. When you got somebody like, and this is entertaining to me, I get, these chew toys. Hey, thank you, Uncle Sam, again for these chew toys. I love it. I mean, when you're trying to just be cool, and you got shitbags that are trying to blame you for a huge explosion in Port Nietzsche's, and going like, that's kind of funny, but I think they're trying to get me set up to get me arrested and felonies and shit like that. What the fuck? Like they're trying to taint a record that ain't there. Wait a minute, is that maybe an agenda or something? I don't know. They're really running a race though, like they're good squeak chew toys.
The same way, and basically a retard. Both actors. You know
Both actors. They're actors.
An acting gig, right? Did you know about that? No.
Did you know about that?
Both in the same line of work. And the same thing with Dave Acton. He actually travels. Aaron Cox had traveled up to Oregon to be an extra in a gig, an acting gig.
Wow. I wonder what year that was. Oh, wait a minute. That's kind of the same type of script of what Becky Dean's doing with me going to Colorado. She can't come up with a year on that one either.
And Dave Acton. He actually travels. Aaron Cox had traveled up to Oregon to be an extra in a gig, an acting gig. And the reality TV stuff is going in.
See, Becky Dean ain't about the truth, or she'd be like, really? When was that? What year? Oh, wait a minute, I'm just supposed to go along with it.
Into some of this fake, like some of these protest things and stuff that they've done. I mean, that's part of what's going on in Washington is that...
See, she always turns, and just like Scotty Cuccarati, use my name to carry your show. It's because I'm internationally acclaimed. Oh my God, that's nothing. It was a volunteer gig. But it was good credentials to use for like shitbags like Telly. Just crying and wailing over this. 25,000 views. He wants the evidence. Well, it happened. Babyface been long enough. Yeah, you guys weren't paying attention to me when I was on my first channel when all of a sudden I'm getting 25,000. I was one of those that slipped in between your algorithm set marks, toggle switches. So it's kind of it was easier to slip around their toggle switches back in 2016 than it is now. It's like not even worth it. It's like half my comments, even with a wrench, are still censored. Oh, hey, yeah, of course you're in here. Hey. Don't tell me what to do like a pred there, no-sack little dick.
Trump has lawyers that are digging through some of this stuff where there's been fake protests and paid actors. Aaron Cox was actually in a chat with somebody in the pill catcher community where he was talking about a gig that, he had to do something, but then he had to be there. And he was using acting terms to refer to what he was doing. And it was being in the scene, being in character. And it was not a chat where he was...
It was great.
trying to
whatever it was. I'm sure I was having a great time.
When he was talking with somebody else about the business. And I said, aha, that proves it. That's why he's in, because Dave Acton was set up to be a reality actor by Alex Jones on Info.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good. Whatever the outcome was for that, it still didn't end well, it seemed like.
Dave Acton used to show up in uniform and be presented to the public as a genuine first responder. Yep. And that was all fraudulent. That's one of the reasons. See, I was talking to the Texas Attorney General about it. This was back during the Sutherland thing. And they were looking into stuff because that's what Alex Jones got took down for. It wasn't because he had opinions, but he had two things going on. He had fraudulent reality actors being presented as real people, and he also had something going on where he was selling an app that was, I don't know, it was getting into people's private business or something, and he had to take the app down. But he got deplatformed because he was basically, and I was...
You know what? Norsack, is the truth just kind of flows. All your BS that you've tried to come up with throughout the years, it just doesn't flow. It's like Felomons, you gotta stay on loop, the same bullshit. Doesn't flow. I mean, if it worked, you wouldn't need to be on loop about it. All these years, right? How come the rodent hasn't threatened to sue you there, Norsack? Huh?
Talking to the Attorney General about the extortion aspect of it, because and the reason I was talking to the Attorney General was that was with Colleen Kokar, because that was when she posted a video with the Texas Attorney General, a quotation.
Well, no matter who you are, we know you're all liars because you're on the same damn loop and you're really desperate, else you wouldn't be here.
One of his brochures, and
or you need to defend. You don't want Norsack Maniac to get tore up or anything, do you? Well, you're all huddled up together with Felomon too. He goes up in your discords and helps you guys out. You all peddle the same bullshit.
Posted all of the phone numbers of all of the departments in my county courthouse, and she posted a request that people share it out and get everybody to call because our county was not enforcing against violent women. And she posted something about domestic violence, and it's like that Colleen is hard. People need to be, I mean, they think they can mess with her, but she'll stay. Well, she left Texas. After they started looking at stuff, she suddenly decided to go live in Oklahoma. Well, because she did the same thing to YouTubers about January 6th. And she put out their full names and then put the FBI number out, said that they were at January 6th, and these YouTubers were not present January 6th. Oh, I know. I mean, and that was, but what she was doing, what I'm talking about, she was doing in 2016 and 17. That's when I met her. And that's when I was talking to the Attorney General about it, when she did that to the courthouse. And then Jesse Davis did a similar thing where he...
Wow. She's talking to the Attorney General about it. You hear that, JD? She's talking about Ken Paxton. Wonder if there's some type of connection there with Predward and his group. And the way Denise Mad Cow jumps up all of a sudden with Envy Cap Ryan on his panel. Like Envy Cap was supposed to help platform it all. Didn't really have much influence on helping bust out Predward, right? Right, Ryan? We know you're listening. Paying attention. I know you guys don't want people to know about all the background work it took to get to this point and stage in the production, right? a state actor, what do you think about that ped protecting judge that got fired up in Fort Collins? Huh? Want to talk about ped protectors, but not about that judge really ped protecting him. They got canned. Huh? Bird wins. Can you put a bird wins in the chat if you're friendly? Right? If you're about taking out ped protecting judges and getting them canned, what judge? Okay, there you go. All right. Well, obviously you want to weaponize sickos, but without even knowing what victim, what case with what victim type thing with Warbot, right? Is that who you are? Just weaponize any pred that you can? Oh, there's plenty of moves like helping get that RSO ped that state actor likes to weaponize has recently called, not recently, let's say 6 months ago, so with me pressing him, right, and then him pred stalking, and then helping label pred catching vigilantism, right? It's state actor. You couldn't get to the point of you yourself asking that ped, oh, everybody's saying you're a ped. He's like, no, I'm not a ped. I'm not a ped. Oh, well, you're being falsely accused or something? Oh, yeah, right? Oh, well, what would you do to help take off since you're not, right? I mean, you're getting framed with all this. What would you do to help take peds off the streets that want to meet up with kids in the parks then? I mean, you should have. I mean, any good court case with an appeal is going to have a solution. That way there's no more that are falsely accused, right? But NV Cap Ryan's going to come up on my panel and try to tell me that I don't know anything about the law system, the judicial system. Same with Spamgula G, right? But they're the ones that aren't doing jack shit about vigilantism being applied to pred catching. You've got an RSO that's for your civil rights, right? Right, state actor, right? And now he's screaming vigilantism, pred catchers and vigilantes, and then Predward's first round of charges drop, go public. Thank you again, Hoax Wars, the panel channel. And then all of a sudden he's on a panel with his handlers, and they're all, yep, pred catching vigilantes. Now you got MV Cap Ryan in court. They're letting his pred that he caught go from a felony down to a misdemeanor unchecked. I would have probably, if I would have heard that myself, I would have been put in the back for contempt, at least for the night. Not MV Cap Ryan. Tell you, Shay would have done it. She probably did. They've had to shut her up in court a few times, I'm sure, right? That's my speculation, but hey, Shay wins. Wow. Absolved of all the shit that was shot at her. Another tyrant bird type case, but oh my God, these people that, I mean, I try to warn you what you're really up against, but you're willing to go through it, and that's some backbone. That's some hardcore, I'm gonna say it, some hardcore American backbone. So I mean, you got to know who your local and this era heroes are, and it's like when you're gonna protest. I mean, you're not gonna get any changes unless somebody goes to fucking jail, I guess, right? But that's why you got good lawyers out there. Oh, jeez. on the world stage, smart. Well, okay, so this last part. Well, I'll go A, B. Okay. I'll go first and second. Well, there's something with Predward there. Hey, what's up, F your feelings? There's something with Predward there to maybe collect as many decoy pictures as possible to maybe plant on political adversaries, even of the Attorney General. Not just in this little bullshit arena, sphere of things, but on a bigger scale too. Political adversaries that could out the Attorney General on some serious shit. That's why they got Tooth Fairy there monitoring. All of a sudden on MVCap, Ryan's panel with Clovis, all just going to bat for Predward. But you always got to have the other side, same side, like Tooth Fairy there to. It gives somebody like Clovis a reason to go in. Oh, I wouldn't have come up here unless Denise Mantel wasn't up here first, and now I'm here. And it's a good little, good cop, bad cop little LARP type thing. But it could be Predward was supposed to get as many decoy pictures as possible, not only to plant on political adversaries, but to pass around the dark web. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why Warbot likes to go on the dark web. And a part C is to maybe sell those to help inform the network, the underground shit. Especially happens in Denver back in the day. Oh, goodness, right? When the church nightclub popped up, 1996. Wow, right around the same time the JBR murder. I bet you that's where they all met to be recruited into the big network that will, well, it's the big world stage that you're talking about there. Right? Yeah, some serious sick shit, man. I wonder if that was like what do you think, Community Remix? Do you think that was a little world stage type shit? Predward gets outed, and then all of a sudden, and not that I'm trying to out Alex or anything. It's just those are my questions, and I'm more than likely wrong. But you do it anyway. You still ask the question anyway. But yeah, Alex sitting there picking his butt, busting out Predward, giving him more clout deep in the cover of. And again, let's say both Alex and Tommy are, maybe, adversaries on purpose because of a great grand tax-paying sweep of the country that needs to be done. Bravo. Fuck yeah. But to have to use the drawing line is not only the shocking to the conscience, but to have to use taxpayer dollars to maybe help fund a catch to Florida with, Predward wearing his boots all the time, trying to hide an ankle monitor. Because he needs to work off that plea deal. You help us, we help you type thing. Maybe with the rodent too, huh? Taking his plea deal takes a little time. We'll be able to use you down the road. Got to keep you on the lifetime registry, though, but you still have the right to appeal in federal court, and he has to make his case. Oh, I wanted to say, the reason why Philemon is so upset that I called the American Disabilities Association, no shit, to ask them a few more questions. Got a lot of questions for a long time. Since like 2000, well, 10. Okay. 2009. But anyways, really all started in year 2000. Anyways, now called the ADA, asked them, do you realize there's some mentally challenged people that are being used as like cannon fodder to attack journalists online? And there's handlers of these people. They were actively recruit them online. Do you realize it's an epidemic? And I go, before you answer that, are you recording? Is this line recording? Oh, yes, it is. I go, great. So, again, do you realize that there's half-wits and idiots online being utilized? Do there need to be handicap ramps installed on the internet for some of these blowhards like Warbot? You know, I mean, Warbot, time to change your piss purse. Hurry. You're going to miss the show. Anyways, the clerk was like, the thing is, calling the ADA back then, that was like 2018, something like that. We just after we found Philemon and OJam, others, many like them, droids and bots, right? Had to call them. Didn't give them any names, but that apparently asking them a question, because I mean I didn't have any names to give. It was just like there's some anonymous accounts. Seem like they're a lot of half-wits and boneheads that trying to attack, citizen investigative journalists, so forth. Civilian oversight investigators type thing. But yeah, you audit the ADA, and that's just as good as auditing the DOJ. And that needed to happen back then. And it was a lot of fun doing that type of stuff. Right. I gotta make a call next week. I'll probably record. Got an important question for a certain state park. They're, got an endangered species that they might be, they better be feeding it at least some fish once a day. Gotta make a call and audit them once let's see. The poaching and the poaching type thing kind of goes hand in hand. Anyways. I thought I had something else that I wanted to play for you guys. Make sure you hit the Dunning-Kruger effect channel if you guys want like the front line on where that rodent's at. I sure hope he did get indicted, because somebody like that, they're... Oh, hey, Becky with the threes. Uh-oh, here we go. We're going to change over. Becky with the threes tearing into him. We'll do some backup for her. Here we go. She's going to lay into you guys, and then here comes the flip, flail, flop effect.
They had cameras in the house because the little girl was acting out. And not sexually. I mean, she was violent. She had siblings.
It's incredible that, okay, like the Predvidians come up at the worst, sickest, twisted. They catch something, becomes real sick and twisted, and it's just not good. And then all of a sudden you got to swing back at it. Like, I didn't really ever want to have to go below the belt, maybe with my comedy, but it was the last name thing. They were going to use it anyway, so I'm like, I might as well use it to my advantage type thing, so... Yeah.
I mean, it was a whole pile of things. It wasn't all about sexual in content, right? It was a lot. And it was ongoing.
Yeah, sick shit.
All these things that they're saying That is not how I recall. And I've talked to PHI since that, and I've asked her how she recalled it, and she recalled it the same way I did. And she said when Ryan asked her, and she basically said, well, I don't know exactly what happened, but yeah, she was trying to jack him off, like she was trying to touch him, and he immediately hit the brakes, hit the red button, and took care of it straight up and got her serious help. I believe Shifty still has contact with the little girl. I think that she needed more help than the family could give her, according to the authorities. Again, not the police. I'm not saying that, but I don't want to say caregiver because it's not a caregiver either. But it's we call ours Rainbow Ridge here, which is pretty much a caseworker, but it's not with CPS. It's not with the Child Protective Services, but it's it's for Cholo kids. So let me read some chat. I'm not going to talk about Ryan's situation. I don't like that conversation at all. I get why it was discussed because, if you can talk about other people's trauma, then, people feel like, why not? Why can't I talk about your trauma? I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. But I'm not going to argue with you, Ryan. I think you've already said all how you feel about me, and that's fine. I've not done or said anything to you. Any conversation that I'll repeat about you and I is what you and I had, not what somebody told me. Yeah. But I really feel like, Ryan remembers so very, very little of it. And then these people that never even heard it have added to it. And Ryan's like, yeah, maybe that. Right. That, yeah, that kind of sounds like maybe what it was. Yeah, that. I think that's terrible. I think it's terrible. And they can call me pedo protector all they want. All they want. And they know, Ryan knows what happened in my family. And I'm not going to protect a pedophile. I can promise you that. I'm not. But I'm telling you, based on a story that was told to us for no real good reason other than he was just totally upset and I needed people to talk to, right? So, it wasn't like he was caught in a compromising conversation or a topic and he kind of let it slip. And then people started saying, well, what? What's this mean? What did you mean by that? Didn't happen. Like he came and said, I don't want to be judged, but I'm going through some shit. But don't worry, we all had our listening. Like we were listening hard. I'm sure everybody was, because I was. I mean, I was just waiting for him to say the wrong thing, to say something that didn't feel right, something that didn't smell right. It just didn't happen. It just didn't happen. And so that's why Ryan didn't hit the red button, because there was no red button to hit. I mean, literally, when Kat said she didn't want Shifty in Zoom anymore, Ryan asked to make a room or channel, whatever you call it, but in the same Zoom, but its own little space that you decide who goes in there. And because he didn't want to lose contact with Shifty, like he enjoyed being on Zoom with Shifty. He didn't do that to go in there and clown him and try to Alex him. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. And so I guess when PHI mentioned about, pretty much the icing on the cake, like the final straw was when, the little girl woke him up out of his sleep and was attempting to touch him, and he addressed it immediately. So Ryan's going live saying that I'm being ridiculous. Really, Ryan? Well, I don't think that I am. I'm telling the story how I remember it. So you tell it the way you remember it, and I'll tell it the way I am. And when it all boils down, maybe we're both wrong. I don't know. But I'm telling you, that's why I didn't hit the red button. Because I could feel his pain. It was terrible. It's not what he wanted. He tried everything that any professional could tell him to do, how to handle it. And this was prior to him being on panels and all of that. Like this shit was already resolved by the time he was in Zoom talking about it. It was then in his past. It wasn't in his current. Right? I just don't. I just don't believe Ryan has his thoughts straight, his details straight, and rightfully so. Like I don't remember a whole lot of things a lot of times, especially in the community of like who exactly said what to who and where and when. But when it's a private conversation like that, I think I'm pretty good at remembering most of the details or what matters, right? And what I've said here is kind of like what matters. I don't have all the answers to everybody's questions, and I'm not going to pretend that I do or make it up. But I can tell you the words that they're using to describe what's happened is not what happened. I would say that when Midwest was on the one panel and he called it, he said it was something, he corrected them. He was the closest to being right. Um, you know, he didn't hit any red buttons. He didn't have any qualms about it. Everybody was still completely fine and sympathetic to what him and his family were going through. The poor girl. I mean, that's where we were at. Nobody was at poor Shifty. Everybody was the poor little girl. How horrible. I mean, what must have happened to her to allow her brain to think like this and her actions to be this? It was horrible. So how do we listen to Ryan's? Because, I mean, I would like to know what he's saying that I'm so ridiculous about. Brian said he couldn't ask anyone to step up with him because he didn't want to lose friends. I was never approached, and the few people that I still talk to, they said they were never approached, that Ryan never said, like, hey guys, this doesn't smell right. Let's talk about it some more. Or let's discuss it in the background. Or let's expose anything. That never happened with me. It didn't happen with the few people that I still talk to. So, I don't know. But I just, I mean, I remember what I remember about the tax thing. I mean, I remember saying to him, like, don't jump to conclusions. Like, don't do all that. And no, it wasn't to, stop making money, but it was, he was concerned that, was Alex going to take his content out of the channel? He didn't know what that meant. If it meant he was going to leave it and Brian would still make money on the content that was put there by Alex. And we discussed it as a group. No, we didn't think that Alex would do that. I didn't think Alex, I mean, it was this content, but nobody really thought Alex would do that. And same with paying the taxes. When Ryan was scared that he didn't think, he would be stuck with this big tax bill. The conversations I had about it were, No, I don't think Alex isn't going to do that. I mean, obviously Alex knows. He's not going to put that burden on you. He wouldn't do it. And it didn't happen. And nobody said that it did. But I was in that conversation, and I know what was said. Like, so you can call me a liar, and it makes no difference. Like, it doesn't change anything between him and I. Whether he says I'm lying or whether I say he's lying, I'm not even sure he's lying. I just think he forgets, really. But, regardless, I don't know what he's doing now about his taxes, but I know what he was doing then.
Are you reading chat?
No, but I will. Bring up the stream and make yourself big. How do I do that?
So you'll bring up the stream?
What stream?
And then, are you on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay, so down on the bottom, do you see the second Sabby?
Down on the bottom, do I see the second Sabby? Ooh. Yeah.
Okay, click on that one.
Add stage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then click on yourself and make yourself big.
How do I do that?
What phone do you have?
Uh,
Android, right?
No, 15 Pro.
You should be able to click on the 3 dots next to you.
Yeah.
To make yourself big.
Layout?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Sammy's such a
And so
trooper, always helping people out like
go
that.
for like a half hour, but we're gonna listen to some ridiculous stuff from Becky with 3.
I guess when PHI mentioned she didn't, and he addressed it immediately.
Here we go, we're double layering.
So Ryan's going live saying that I'm being ridiculous? Really, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I don't think that I am. I'm telling the story how I remember it.
So yeah,
Yeah.
So yeah, major thing is
I've been noticing that with little Rai. Another Rai. Yeah, talking tough. Yeah, I would have taken care of Anthony Cruz. Yeah.
I did say to me exactly.
I would have been doing 25 to 30 if I really wanted to do with Anthony Cruz. Yeah.
Said it. PHI did say that she heard from Shifty that her daughter jerked him off.
Interesting how these thug asses
to my face.
Okay,
now,
well,
obviously,
that's not what she's told us, and that's
kind of
not
like
what he
credibility
said.
now.
Yeah, there's that street's credibility. Oh, you know nothing about the judicial system, Cox.
And when it all blows down,
Thank you for taking 2888. Clown bathing a modded. Yeah, I guess Clown must have been essayed by that 6-year-old he raped in the bathroom, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe we're both wrong. I don't know.
No, maybe you're lying.
But I'm telling you, that's why I didn't do it. But
sick, Ryan.
It was terrible.
Oh, so terrible.
It's not what he wanted. He tried everything that any professional could tell him to do and how to handle it.
Yeah, and all according to Shifty.
Yeah.
Like, is there any verification outside of Shifty to determine that? So there was more than just Ryan heard this. So can they say all the other names who were there? I mean, I can say the names who I remember. I remember Wog being there. I remember, I believe I remember PHI being there. Possibly Tiny was there.
Yeah. He thinks he's badass.
You can talk over him.
Press the red button. All help. Failed to press the red button on Jason Foes. Yeah, another thing is
yeah. See, all of a sudden somebody fed his ego. I've noticed that. See, that's the reason why somebody weaponized this freaking space cadet.
I mean, like, if we're like,
That's why I called the ADA.
I can't tell if you can hear me.
Now we got names of who's, and that's when I called the ADA, they're like, "Can you give us any names of who's trying to handle these halfwits?" And I'm like, "No, I can't actually. It's all kind of being looked into. Is there anything you can do about it?" Right? Is this being recorded? Yes. Okay, that's a good start. Send this recording to your higher ups.
I made it to where we can hear you over him.
Like if we're talking about like hindsight's 2020, like I wouldn't necessarily make the argument, but like he didn't believe his own kid. Tommy, CPP. Yeah, I don't know. There's just so much to say. About this. Yeah, you told me when we were talking about the stream, but it seemed they were only saying you knew when there were multiple people there. No, so
I don't know who was there.
So there
sure
were other people in the Zoom,
there were that many
and
people.
pretty much everyone, and including Becky now, also confirmed everything.
Oh, I don't know that I was in the same one with Ryan. I don't recall, because Ryan didn't ask any questions. I don't remember Ryan being vocal about it.
So much.
Maybe it was a different
so
time. I don't know that.
And here's the thing. Like, here's kind of my rule I'm gonna have. Something I'm not gonna do, and I'm saying I'm not gonna do it. Like, unless the only thing I have talked about as far as like private conversations, where if they pertain to some kind of probably a heinous crime or something just like really wrong. So if something is like like a personal detail or whatever, I am not gonna repeat those conversations.
That is true. I do remember the emergency Zoom because he ran out of gas. And he was scared to death that they were going to repossess his car or he was going to get arrested.
Yeah, and there was a Zoom meeting follow up about this. There was. So saying that didn't happen, that's not true. There was another Zoom that I made, and then we made sure that Shifty wasn't getting in because we were trying to figure out what to do. And if anything, like it's not really a matter of me like recording it. I think the better judgment should have been all of you guys are pedo protectors and don't give a fuck. And
Telly's a Nonce protector because he's not doing anything about his own country.
Should have left then.
I'm sorry, I don't feel that way. I don't feel like Shifty is a predator in that situation. I don't know about any other situation.
Well, it's amazing how I don't even know who Shifty is, and Philomon's coming in my channel, my chat. You're with Shifty. We know you're with Shifty. Oh, fuck. I think even Shifty wanted to take a few swings at me. Like, maybe you guys are on the same team there, and you gotta swing hard like that deflection Becky Dean talks about. Deflect, project.
His life. But I know what I heard for that topic. Regardless, I don't know what he's doing now about his taxes. And he did nothing. But I know what he was doing then.
Are you reading chat?
No, but I will.
Oh, we're back on the taxes. Oh, wow. All right. There's like so much ridiculous stuff said in so little time. That was like quite a few people knew. I'm saying pretty much everyone knew. Pretty much everyone knew. If anything, I actually and I actually did clarify this. I did clarify this. I wasn't positive Nonce was in the Zoom, and I said that.
I don't recall talking about it with Nonce.
I just said who was absolutely confident was there, but I would kind of think, because look how much people knew and heard about it, that I would imagine that Nonce knew, but I can't confirm it. I was completely honest about that.
Okay, well now he's saying that I was there, and all along he's not said that I was there because I wasn't in the same conversation with him.
So it sounds like, yeah. Sorry, we'll just play it.
And yeah. God.
It was painful to listen to. It was painful for the little girl. It was painful for her dad and the rest.
was painful for the little girl, and it was painful for the dad. Again, all this based on what Shifty is saying, and it was all reported to the proper authorities and the police and all that.
They were actively involved in her life when she got there. But they've definitely trying to put it in a different light that it's not. It was not, to my understanding anyway. Of course, I don't have any documentation. I don't have any proof.
Exactly. She doesn't have any proof. It's like, I mean, usually
but my memory remembers a lot more because we were talking about child mental illness.
Make a point
against how the topic came up with me.
But like, it takes, like, it's all of it in this case. You're right, but I want to get again so it's clear. I seen that there was a narrative forming. Oh, don't go by that, but forming about who knew and when, just so you want to clear it up. You know, I'm saying I don't know if I can confirm none you knew, but which I also said. But I would imagine none you knew. Just based on the fact that
my conversation started because we were talking about children and mental illness.
This was
That's how I got into the conversation with him.
Because it was really mentioned pretty much once with me. And they're even in chat saying that Shifty never told me. Again, going by what Shifty says.
No, he's saying PHI told him that
like
part.
They had it stricken off. PHI said that. PHI told me that. This was something that
PHI says that's not what she said.
PHI told me in real life.
Sorry, he's playing a game in the background. I have no proof. I just have what my memory tells me. And I don't remember anyone talking about it behind his back, questioning whether what he was saying was valid, whether he was a predator. You know, from what I understood was the little girl had come back or came to him. I don't know that he ever had her, but she had come into his life or him into hers, troubled, very troubled in a lot of different ways. Help had already been sought.
Yeah, you're right.
In that transition, so that wasn't like it wasn't like he was a stay-at-home dad and had his daughter quarantined inside and didn't have access to the outside world and professionals. That's not how I understood it. I understood it that she came to him with these issues, or with a lot of issues, a lot of ongoing issues, a diversity of issues, and you know, things started to escalate. There were a lot of things going on. A lot of violence coming out of her, a lot of verbal, physical anger. How she was violated prior to that, I don't remember that part. I don't know that we were told, but I don't know that we weren't. But it escalated. And every time it escalated, again, I won't say authority because I don't know the cops, right?
Yeah, because you're going by Shifty's word.
My God, I am so cool, guys. Oof. I've been laying under this blanket for but Ryan went by his word too, and that's why Ryan didn't hit the red button until he became an ex, right? But anyway, I mean, he's only upset about it because he's no longer here. From what I understood, there were already caseworkers and different entities, and I don't remember the name of them to give them, but it was definitely all being addressed. And things had started to happen and being said, and notes were being found that were not normal for this little girl.
Yeah, and I'll just say this, though. The only moral redemption they can possibly get is this one thing that circumstances led me to bring it up a year later, and that's what it is, and I can answer for that. But they have to take a backseat to that because they were on track to never coming out with it. There's nothing to come out with. It was a private, interesting. The same people conversation are talking about like me, coming out with it in a year. You gotta take a back. You going in the back. You never came out with it. There's nothing to come out with. It's a little bit of a stretch to say that. Sounds like a lot of people in the Slack knew about this conversation and it's explained in a lot more explicit detail than the one time I heard it. To not know about it at all. And I think that's probably even worse. I guess because I think really from if you kind of have like a pulse on kind of the tone, well, complete lack of urgency. To say, yeah, this is a private conversation. We're not going to repeat that. We're not going to repeat your story. You can't compare being in air quotes, and I'm not cammed up, so I can't show the air quotes, but they're definitely there. I promise. Being essayed by a 12-year-old, which probably is not how it went down, according to his word, to an actual crime. False equivalence. And yeah, and all the people in Zoom, yeah, it was pretty much this thing of it's one thing to kind of go on a limb, and figure what you're gonna do. It probably would have been messy, but we probably could have coordinated a plan and probably found out what actually happened and got it out. But
I believe Ryan not saying anything proves that it was nothing to be alarmed about in that way.
So it's either
that's what I think.
You didn't even see you need to even,
to me, that's proof. Him not saying anything at the time, or anybody being upset.
Something had happened. And, when things would happen, it would immediately get escalated to, I'll just say the authorities, for better lack of not knowing if it was CPS or,
Oh yeah, and WoW confirms what I just said. If you notice, every time I say something, it's weirdly confirmed. It's kind of like painted with a bad light, but they're confirming every single thing I said. So WoW says this, pussy ass WoW. Ryan was best friends with Shifty even after he was kicked out of Zoom. He was the only one that spoke to him out of Zoom. Why do you think that is? That goes completely in line with what I said I was planning on doing.
That's not true, though. No.
To get into...
Shifty said that they never discussed it after that. He didn't question him. All he had to do was ask for paperwork, and he would have showed him paperwork.
And here's the thing. I mean, it's one thing to say, like...
He has his number, right?
Say, how would he not stop that situation or whatever? But again, that is also according to Shifty. The same dude is saying Alex is money laundering and through me or whatever he's saying. That's also according to Shifty. I think Shifty's credibility is kind of shifty.
Kind of crazy how we always defended that. Don't call him lying Ryan.
Child ongoing help.
I don't even think he's lying. I just don't think he remembers.
From the door that she needed, and she came knowing they knew that she needed this type of help. Something was wrong. And to say, and I'm only going to say it once, that it was said that the little girl jacked him off. When I hear that, I'm thinking of hard penis coming. That's not at all what I was told. What I was told was, it was bedtime. Everybody was in bed. He woke up, and the little girl was over top of him, attempting to put her hands down his pants, and he immediately addressed it. Immediately. Called, quote-unquote, the authorities. And I'm not saying the police, but whoever those people were. Immediately called those people. Immediately called his wife. And they had cameras in the house because the little girl was acting out. And not sexually. I mean, she was violent. She had siblings. It was a whole pile of things. It wasn't all about...
At least Tommy's asking the right question. So answering your question, Tommy, so is there any other info other than Shifty's word? No.
But what is your word? Your word in your memory is no.
It's all based on just good faith and Shifty. That's it.
And that's why you didn't hit the red button, because there was nothing to be alarmed about.
So to all these things that they're saying, that is not how I recall. And I've talked to PHI since that, and I've asked her how she recalled it.
Oh, this is good.
And she recalled it the same way I did. And she said when Ryan asked her, and she basically said, well, I don't know exactly what happened. But yeah, she was trying to jack him off, like she was trying to touch him. And he immediately hit the brakes, hit the red button,
and took care of it.
That is not what PHI said to me. PHI didn't say that like something was gonna happen, then Shifty just did the right thing, was proactive about it, and no, that's not what PHI told me. PHI said in a like an upset way that Shifty was sus because her daughter was jerking him off, and that story doesn't make any sense. That's what PHI was saying to me.
Okay. At that point, you did have somebody to cooperate with, so why didn't you go live with it?
Did she like not understand?
Why did you still hold it then? If you said you were sus from minute one and was supposedly went into the one-on-one to question what didn't happen, then when Sammy told you that, you still didn't hit the red button? You still let it sit? When you did have somebody then?
I think it was after the Nunya thing. Because as far as like her owing people, if I remember correctly, we're talking about her owing people, you know, a bunch of money, and I'm like, you know, at that time it's just like her owing people a bunch of money. I don't know if I necessarily want to get involved in that, but you know, I did bring up something that I would get involved in. I mentioned kind of what I heard, you know, and then she told me that story, and if I remember correctly, I said, "How about back you up on that?"
Right. So why aren't they questioning Ryan at that point? His excuse is he didn't have anybody to corroborate it. Got her serious help. But at that point, if he had PHI, why didn't he was on live panel while he was in the hotel after seeing PHI live? So why didn't he address it then? According to he had another person that he says the only reason he didn't do it is because he didn't have anybody else. But then he had her supposedly. Either, but it's a we call ours Rainbow Ridge here, which is pretty much a caseworker, but it's not with CPS. It's not with Child Protective Services, but it's a it's for troubled kids. So let me read some chat. And has his thoughts straight, his details straight, and rightfully so. Like I don't remember a whole lot of things a lot of times, especially in a community of like who exactly said what to who and where and when. But when it's a private conversation like that, I think I'm pretty good at remembering most of the details or what matters, right? And what I've said.
Oh shit, Tommy. Damn bro, trying to save his ass. Have a great night, yo. Ryan lost all credibility. I lost credibility. I don't know how, dude. I don't know, dude, but all sounds fucked. But Ryan
again, all this time
so
he's back Tommy. Now all of a sudden Tommy did so wrong. I mean, to me that shows you what his goals are. If he backed Tommy, so who made him back Tommy all that time?
And one thing that wasn't
and now all of a sudden he doesn't.
They'll just like they'll try to put like some incoherent twist on it, thinking that you know they're being slick, but they'll confirm what I said happened exactly. They confirm every single detail. So name one lie. Name one thing that wasn't confirmed by the people I'm speaking against.
Because you're painting a picture that it wasn't. It's kind of like what matters. I don't have all the answers to everybody's questions. I'm not going to pretend that I do or make it up. But I can tell you the words that they're using to describe what's happened is not what happened. I will say that when Midwest was on the one panel and he called it, he said it was something, he corrected them. He was the closest to being right. You know, he didn't hit any red buttons. He didn't have any qualms about it. Everybody was still completely fine and sympathetic to what him and his family were going through. The poor girl. I mean, that's where we were at. Nobody was at poor Shifty. Everybody was the poor little girl. How horrible. I mean, what must have happened to her to allow her brain to think like this and her actions to be this? It's horrible. So how do we listen to Ryan? Because, I mean, I would like to know what he's saying that I'm so ridiculous about. Ryan said he couldn't ask anyone to step up with him because he didn't want his friend. I was never...
No, because there would have been no cooperation or proof or anything, and it would have been me at my own words. So again, like...
Okay, but the minute that PHI said that, you then had somebody to corroborate it, supposedly. So why did it happen right then and there? You were on panel at your hotel room right after you seen her. There was no reason that you did.
Told me.
That excuse won't cut it.
I heard what I heard from PHI. she called that changing the story. So it's kind of like saying, you know, you had omelets on Sunday and then pancakes on Monday. Which is it? Well, it doesn't contradict each other. There's no contradiction.
Approached, and the few people that I still talk to, they said they were never approached. That Ryan never said, like, hey guys, this doesn't smell right. Let's talk about it some more. Or let's discuss it in the background. Or
yeah, PHI was in that background Zoom. And PHI, with their infinite credibility, I guess, isn't confirming that.
let's expose anything. That never happened with me. It didn't happen with the few people that I still talk to. So, I don't know. But I just,
Yo, and I think Tommy's like talking about like facts and stuff, bro. Didn't you catch the wrong guy twice? Like, if you do that once, that's like really fucked up. You caught the wrong guy at least twice. Like, oh, that's a predator. It's not even the guy. Like, what credibility?
I mean, I remember what I remember about the tax thing. I mean, I remember saying to him, like, don't jump to conclusions. Like, don't do all that. And no, it wasn't to, stop making money, but it was, he was concerned that was Alex going to take his content out of his channel? He didn't know what that meant. If it meant he was going to leave it and Ryan would still make money on the content that was put there by Alex. And we discussed it as a group. No, we didn't think that Alex would do that. I think Alex, it was his content, but nobody really thought Alex would do that.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess they're saying, like, Alex wanted to take down, I don't even know, like, Alex wanted to take down his videos on MVCamp? I never remember that.
No, Ryan was scared that he would.
Actually, you know what, though? I'm not even going to get into that, because that's actually, I kind of talked to someone about that, and I realized that was kind of, that's not something I should talk about. Even though I'd like to talk about it, I'm just hearing a bunch of ridiculous stuff. I'm going to stay on the topic, the right topic.
Yeah. You already know it's coming out.
I mean, Ryan just blamed Tommy for his son's situation, but Ryan at 22 allowed what happened to him and let a prey go. That's the kind of people we're dealing with.
I don't even want that discussed on my panel. He'd be stuck with this big tax bill. The conversations I had about it were, no, I don't think Alex isn't going to do that. Obviously Alex knows he's not going to put that burden on you. He wouldn't do it. And it didn't happen. And nobody said that it did. But I was in that conversation, and I know what was said. So you can call me a liar, and it makes no difference. It doesn't change anything between him and I. Whether he says, I don't know what he's doing now about his taxes, but I know what he was doing then.
Are you reading chat? Yeah. Okay. Then click on yourself and make yourself big. Here's Pat.
I guess.
Oh, then it's just playing me, I guess.
Content out of his channel, he didn't know what that meant. It meant he was going to leave it, and Ryan would still make money on the content.
Oh, so now they're just playing. Oh, this is weird, bro. So now they're just playing. I think this probably should be kind of near the end of the stream, because they're playing me, playing back them, and if I play them live while they're playing me.
Well, obviously, I want to hear what's so ridiculous that I'm saying. By Alex.
Actually, you know what, though? I'm not even going to get into that, because that's actually, I kind of talked to someone about that, and I realized that was kind of, that's not something I should talk about. Even though I like to talk about a bunch of ridiculous stuff, I'm going to stay on the topic, the right topic. Yo, I think in chat, they said no one's playing me. That guy sounds a lot like me. I don't know. Yeah, there's kind of just, I kind of just heard a couple stuff. I was actually just gonna go on the panel. But when I hear like a lot of ridiculous stuff, I just have to pop off.
Look at those people were. Immediately called those people. Immediately called his wife. I was told it in private, and now when I do that, when I have a one-on-one conversation with someone in private, I'd like to keep it that way, or would like to think people would keep it that way. I'm kind of wishy-washy with myself if it's a good idea or it's not my battle to fight. But I know that shit has been added to the Shifty story it's just appalling to me. Like, I'm sorry, but I was there. And trust me, everybody had their ears wide open. I mean, they were listening and asking questions, and I mean, he was forthcoming. You know, it was nothing that they're portraying it to be. And, you know, for Ryan to say, well, you know, basically he was a lone horse, nobody would back him up. He never once acted like he wanted to address it or that it even needed addressed. He really didn't. He didn't hit the red button. He didn't question him in a way of, are you lying? Are you sure?
Well, I remember from what it was described that I asked like a lot of questions after he said the word sexual assault. He didn't really go into much more detail. And I remember he kind of just stopped there. But he sure as hell felt a lot more comfortable around other people in Zoom and other people in Slack that he went into way more detail. Where should be? Who is Becky telling his story? Who in the holy hell would want this country bumpkin telling any part of your story? I'm just reading chat. But yeah, I think the rest are probably just gonna like talk about you know, the secret money laundering, you know, the meth empire that I funneled through MBCat. Remember when I tried to confront Aussie John? Yeah, I'll have the link. Links available. Remember when I tried to confront Aussie John last year?
He said his cash app was taken down because it was too much money flowing through, and it was us, and they took it down for possible fraud.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of other stuff. I don't really know about that. Yeah, something like he said it public, and I'll call it his hypocrisy all day when he's trying to call others out and cause hurt. Bro, like she's saying like little stuff like I stood on my facts, I stand on my facts. She has no credibility at all to stand on anything. You can stand on the moon; it doesn't matter.
I stand on what I remember, and I really don't care who believes me or not. I have nothing to lose.
Like, even if you want to, like, you can't make the argument against someone that came out with something, you know, in a delayed fashion, if you were never going to come out with it.
There's nothing to come out with.
And given all of the verified stuff that's coming out, all the things they're confirming, there's no way that that's something that shouldn't have come out.
Ryan, why would you come up on my panel when you sat over there and said what you had to say? We heard you. We heard you. Loud and fucking clear. We heard you.
You can't make the argument against someone.
Again, my question to you, Ryan, is if nobody would corroborate it with you, if the gay PHI told you that, why didn't you do it then? Because at that point you said you had somebody that would stand with you. Right? So why didn't you then? You went back to your hotel room and got on panels all night long and didn't do those catches. Ryan, why would you come up on my panel when you sat over there and said what you had to say? We heard you. We heard you. Loud and fucking clear. We heard you. Again, my question to you, Ryan, is if nobody would corroborate it with you, if the gay PHI told you that, why didn't you do it then? Because at that point you said you had somebody that would stand with you. Right? So why didn't you then? You went back to your hotel room and got those panels all night long and didn't do those catches. Ryan, why would you come up on my panel when you sat over there and said what you had to say? We heard you. We heard you. Loud and fucking clear.
Feeling you up? I don't know.
Again, my question to you, Ryan, is if nobody would corroborate it with you.
Okay. Jacob's gonna get bad. Alright, Jacob's gonna get bad. I think that's pretty much it. That's kind of all I gotta go as far as I mean, because then if I even play it, it's just gonna be an echo, and pretty much everything past like her talking is just her playing this. So you guys have already heard what I said. So there's no real ground to cover. Yeah, unless anyone wants to come up, I'll share the link.
He literally just came up, or attempted to come up again. For what? For what? We heard what he said. Like, there's absolutely no point.
Did you let him up?
No, I'm not letting him up. For what? We just heard him, but that's what he wants to say. What he just said is what he wanted to say, right? He tried to come up and I didn't, so he went on his own panel. He said what he wanted to say, which is the same thing. He said, well, I didn't do anything because nobody would back me up. Well, the day that PHI supposedly said that, at that point, he had somebody to back him up. Why didn't he go live at that moment? When he got back to his hotel room, why didn't he push the red button then? Because he can't use the excuse that nobody would stand behind him, that he was a lone horse in it. When he never approached me about it, it was never spoken in any Zoom with me that he had any stuff about it. And so, why didn't he at that moment? So he can get off of why he didn't for almost a year or ever how long it had been, but he can't really get off of it when PHI supposedly said that in those words, in that context to him, as he says it, not how she says it, but his context of it. At that point, he had somebody. He wasn't a lone horse anymore. So then why did he go back and get on panel and fuck around, but he didn't get on panel and do that? Because then that alibi of, well, I didn't because that wasn't the case after that face-to-face conversation, right? He could have called it out right then and there, but he didn't. He didn't. He waited until he wanted to play revenge, and then he remembered one piece, misconstrued what PHI said to make it sound like it was something that it wasn't, and now everybody else is running with what Ryan has said. He said, my credibility? I was always the one, boy, do I feel blindsided. I was like, why are they calling Ryan? Like, I don't really, I wouldn't call him that. I guess they knew more than I did because, yeah, I mean, what he is saying is not the details that I remember. And if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. But I do know that at one point, Shifty had said, they said in chat here, whoever must still be talking to Shifty, I've never had a private conversation with him outside of Zoom, and I've not talked to him anywhere or anyway since he left Zoom. But they said that there is paperwork, and all he had to do was ask for the paperwork one-on-one, and Shifty would have shared that information with him. So, I mean, I don't understand Ryan's point. But I can tell you, I don't want to talk about Ryan's situation on my panel. I get where people are coming from. You know, he can talk about somebody else's trauma, and so people feel comfortable to talk about his. I'm not going to do that because I don't agree with it. I don't like it. It's ugly. But I get it. I get the tit for tat thing, right? But it still isn't right for me.
Read Vanessa's comment. She has a point.
Whose?
Vanessa.
Hold on. How's what Ryan did any different from what he got extremely mad with Papa Duke for doing? Same scenario. Papa kept quiet, still falling out with Jeff, just like Ryan kept quiet, still falling out with Nunya. That's right. And so, like, I just keep going back to, I keep hearing him say, corroborate, that nobody would corroborate, so that's why he didn't do it. So again, it's our word against his word, whether he approached us to corroborate and we wouldn't, which didn't happen to my knowledge. But that day in person, he did have, according to his words right now, is that PHI did stand with him. So then why didn't he do it right then and there? How did it take however many weeks to now come out with it? Now that he's really mad, now that he's digging deep, now he was going to do it all along, but he didn't have anybody. But that day, face to face, if the story was exactly what Ryan says that it was, then he didn't. He wasn't the lone horse. So he could have done it right then and there. But why didn't he? Legit, Ryan didn't even know what to do with a... yeah, right? I mean, and I go back to what I said when this all first started. first of all, he's put people in categories that don't belong in those categories, right? I've done nothing to him. I've said nothing about him. And because he was mad at Nunya, I automatically got into that category, right? Okay, I'll take it. But what was my point about putting him in the category? Oh, but even if Nunya does me wrong tomorrow, you're not going to see me confiding in those people. You're not going to see me aligning myself with anybody that said and did what they said and did about his deceased girlfriend and her children. I mean, at one point they were saying that he molested the kids when he was in California. He's sitting with those people. He's willingly sitting with those people under the guise of, I don't want to fight. No, I don't want to fight either. But even if I want to fight Nunya, my fight isn't going to be to go to those people and try to get them to rally to be my friend. It's not happening. Hey, clown.
Hey, boy, we are dealing with a baby bird brain.
I mean, I just don't.
Can you hear this guy?
Him to say that my credibility. They call him Lion Ryan. I mean, my credibility.
Look, you guys don't understand. Ryan is a math. Am I roboting?
A little. Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit.
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry, I can't keep listening to people say calibrate. That shit drives me nuts.
Yeah, I don't know anything that happened over in that other community. I have no idea. Somebody did drop a link of messages that were between him and that girl, but I didn't hear anything that was, or see anything that looked important. I don't know. I mean, it sounds like he did tell that woman his traumatic story, his child's story. But I don't know. Corroborate. There's a W in there. Corroborate.
No, there's not.
And Missy just kept saying it to him, like, and just digging and digging and digging. She said it at least 20 times. And he acted like that's the way it was said. You know what I mean? That's the way it was pronounced. That was funny. Like, she was chopping him up and he didn't even know it. But, I mean, what really caught my attention was the Vlad and Lala. Oh, my. Because somebody said, fuck yourself or fuck you or something. But you sit in cardio and shit and listen to that and you want to act traumatized because somebody said that, but yet it's been said from people that have been in some of those private, or a person that's been in those privates occasionally, where Vlad and Lala are, they come back out and say, and they got plenty to say whenever it's private. They say a lot more in chat than what they do when they're in public. And, I mean, they're acting like she was just totally violated and blindsided and so sheltered, and it was unbelievable that somebody in this community would say that to her. What? Like I said, isn't it just part of the game? If you sit in somebody's chat, you're a target? No, not them. Just me.
After all the vile shit.
I mean, and the only reason on our behalf the only reason the whole money laundering thing ever came up, I'm not talking about what Shifty said about Alex, because I didn't say that, was that at one point, I believe when Tommy Boy was doing that live about Nunya, it was said about the money laundering. And I mean, what? Because she only has Apple Pay and other people can only get it and they don't have Apple Pay and they can only get it through Cash App. And so, person one would send the $50 to the person with Cash App, and the person with Cash App would send it to the end goal that had Apple Pay. That ain't money laundering. It's not. It's just a source of transferring the money that nobody's laundering it. It's not dirty in any way doing it that way. So I don't know, but that's the only reason I thought the laundering thing was funny on this side, not the Shifty thing. But they usually actually use that same verbiage to try to say that Nunya was money laundering. I can clean your money for you. Just send it to my Cash App. I'll only keep 50% and send the rest to Nunya.
Well, see, this is what we used to do like 3-4 years ago. We used to beat the dead horse until something else happened. That's all Ryan's doing.
Oh.
Do you want me to play it?
You can, yeah.
Waiting for Clown to come back up, little pussy boy.
Yeah, unless anyone wants to come up, I'll share the link. Peace.
You're back, Clown. You got it figured out?
No. Am I here?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I don't know.
I can hear you.
Yeah, pretty much. Don't they always say, like,
Sure.
now, like for anything?
Yeah, I can hear Todd in the background.
They say that, so it never comes out. So it's only, would you rather something come out in a year, or would you rather something to never come out? And never coming out is always worse. What if I had your old mother? I would never agree to do what Becky's doing under Nunya's orders. Yeah.
What am I doing under Nunya's orders?
This is really anything more to say. I'm not really sure.
Crazy. Again, you'll never hear me say I did that because a bunch of grown people warped my mind to think that I couldn't think for myself. I'm sorry. Notice, all exes use some version of that excuse.
Total lies, total cowardice, total scumbags, and they have absolutely no place in a predator catcher community. They've done nothing but show themselves to be pedo sympathizers.
As he sits over there with Angela G. Okay. All right.
After he sat over there for over a year and not saying anything.
I don't know. I want to hear Kelly and FCC and all them ask him whenever his alibi was I was a lone horse. But that day he was no longer the lone horse. No longer. Never had a private conversation with him outside of Zoom, and I've not talked to him anywhere or any way since he left Zoom. But they said that there is paperwork, and all he had to do was ask for the paperwork. One-on-one.
Oh my god, all I have to do is ask. Yeah. Yo, and then legal expert Nunya saying something. Exactly, Tommy. When someone legally gets Brian's ass, it's gonna be a real bad look on catchers. Well, let me explain you something about defamation. How is a user account named Shifty an identifiable individual to defame? And how can you prove that I caused a financial loss. So yeah, that's how it works.
It's emotional or financial.
I mean, they can take what I said for what I said, you know? I mean, they can take it
If Ryan had
and
any brain cells, he would have
change it
had
any way they
phone
want
number.
to, but that's
did.
how I remember it.
And I can probably get it.
And I've never spoke to Nunya about the topic.
PHI was
I
trying
don't
to
know
give
if she
Ryan a
knew or
photo
she
of what the
didn't
girl
know.
was trying to do, not what happened. No. PHI was on an anti-Nunya rant about how she was owing over $20,000. She was very mad about it. She was taking advantage of the predator catching community. This is PHI. Hate to break it to you, Nunya, but she wasn't talking good about you. And then the next thing we discussed was how messed up the shifty thing was, and there was no I don't even know how they're trying to frame it. But yeah, that's not how it went.
Why, when you went back to your hotel room, did you not hit the red button? Because your lone horse story doesn't stick anymore. At that moment, not after everybody fell out, not after Nunya was exposed, but at that moment, you were no longer a
30
lone
years old.
horse.
I'm 31. I'm 31, by the way. 30 years old and thinks water cooled PCs are not real or a thing like that. And you know what? I think I did put a comment saying something like not my finest moment or whatever. You know, they talk about like running out of gas, but like my scandals will always be shit like that, like running out of gas. You know, stupid shit like that. But their shit will be lying about cancer to extort money. You know, using GoFundMe's for not its intended purposes. Like, how can you sleep at night begging a widow and shaking her down for 8 G's after she lost her husband in a tragic accident? How do you sleep at night, Nunya?
Now, whenever I heard that about
Did I ever do anything
the
anywhere
GoFundMe
near like that, Nunya?
What Nunya was saying was it didn't come yet. Basically,
I couldn't sleep like that.
will
And you
you
take a
front the
picture of
money
your, like, goofy
that's
pimple or
supposed to be
whatever,
coming, and I'll
and
give
say
it
it's
back to
giving you
you.
headaches. And it might be
She
brain
wasn't
cancer.
doing anything
Not really
wrong.
sure
She was just saying to her friend,
Total joke.
"Can I borrow that money
Total joke
and
shit.
give it back to you?" I mean, I don't.
But yeah, just in my chat, you know, the MVCap community, you know, with a little bit more integrity. Could you sleep at night shaking a widow down for $8,000 and then making up some crazy story about cancer? Because like right in the same text, she's asking for about like $250. Any one of you, step forward. Could you guys sleep at night? Could you guys sleep at night? Would you guys be like, damn, bro, like I put this after this person had this terrible thing happen, I made her life worse.
This is roasting me.
Taken advantage of.
Okay.
That's why she came out with it. And then she said something about like that was a gift. Bro, total piece of shit. She said that her kids are having like one meal a day, and she talked about like other people taking care of herself. You know, while saying like something about like a $70,000 dog that I didn't even want. You know, that I'm implying I might not take care of it in the event sent a surprise dog or something like that. And even if your lies are true, you're not even feeding your kids. Maybe you should instead of putting money on weed, you know, maybe you should feed your kids. Even that's according to what she's saying is true. So yeah, the fact is, like, no one in my my chat could sleep at night doing the shit that Nunya did, or people are doing the things that they have done.
I'm not feeling any heat any towards me yet. I'm waiting. You roasting me. Come on, cook. I'll
I was
wait.
doing this because me and he's going to do Tech's dirty work also because Tech was kicked out of the locale and Shifty wasn't. I don't even know what that's about. I bet Target would have refunded the full 312. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, I think they were talking about I don't know, like I think they were trying to even talk about like before they talk about like my finances, you know, like also got evicted 3 times. So your kids aren't eating, kids don't have stable roof on your head. How do you worry about that before you want to talk about like other people? Yeah, definitely. Not like us. That's the worst thing. I mean, because my mom did die of cancer. I think lying about cancer, and the only reason that I or anyone is talking about you is because you're in the same category as Boogie 2988, that are so despicable they're worth talking about just because they're shitty human beings. That's it. Yeah, I kind of said too much. I mean, I shouldn't really talk about like financial stuff. That's not a good idea. I was kind of just trying to like, it's only like a curiosity thing though, because like the crazy things they were saying.
How many
It's kind of amusing to me.
urgent emergency Zooms have we had over Ryan's finances?
Like and then somehow that's to do with taxes, and then
over and under, guys, over and under.
I don't even know what the next one is. One of the grifts was that Walmart retained
6
on the whole purchase amount. LGH had to cover the difference.
At least.
Yeah, I think Lady Ghost Hunter had bigger problems. I don't know. I don't think I want to go in a circle. I think I'm kind of going in a circle here. I think that's about it, actually. I just kind of can't think of anything more to say.
When he's done, I got more to say, but I'm tired of waiting and hearing myself again.
I don't know.
He's done. There's like a minute and a half left.
Yeah, I can hear Caught in the background.
They say that, so it never comes out. So it's only, would you rather something come out in a year, or would you rather something could never come out? Yeah, so there's kind of playing me. But clear up about Shifty being kicked out of the LCU. Was that locale something? He was kicked out of their Discord by Keem. Well, I don't know anything about that. I know very little about the locale stuff. Well, I think I have enough material to cover for the night. Have a good rest of your night. Hopefully I've given you something to cringe at. Some cringe content.
Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to myself back anymore. I'm good.
And yeah, I guess it's kind of like the same thing as the locale community, like cringe content. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit this red button here. This is end stream, and to all good night.
Toodles.
What, now he wants to hit the red button?
Right. Normalize that word too. It meant something, right? I mean, here's this is my, and anybody in Zoom Slack, correct me if I'm wrong, for real. Here's how my picture remembers how it kind of went down, right? So there was a mole in Slack. Ryan got called out by Missy on panel. Weeks prior to that, Ryan was telling us basically like, look, I need to take a new direction. I need to prove myself. Alex is going to put me on his books if I prove myself, and I need to, I just need to be a better person. I need to get out of the drama. I need to, just do better and nothing bad. Like we all agree, go for it. Yep. We were all go Ryan. Anything. I've not seen anybody in Zoom or Slack. If they really didn't agree with something that was said or done, they stood up to it, whether it was stand up to PHI, stand up to Nunya, whatever. They stood up for it, whether it was Nunya to PHI or PHI to Nunya, Cat to, however combination. Like, but I must be in Slack like 3033 because I don't see what all these X's say. I don't see that. But then again, I don't ever see myself being able to come up with the excuse of my actions being because another group of adults made me feel that way or misconstrued my priorities and my morals, right? Like I don't believe I could ever use that excuse. But I hear that in different verbiage, right? But the same basic thought. But here's what I remember. So when we found out about the mole, supposedly, there was very little to no Zooms happening, right? Not as a group. We kind of, I want to talk to this person. I'm only going to talk to that person. At least that's what it was for me. Didn't really go in much. But because I didn't pay for it, I didn't have any say of when one started or one stopped. But Ryan would be in Slack often, more than 2 or 3 times a week, saying things like, "Where's everybody at? Ain't nobody gonna pop a Zoom? What's going on?" Just not in an angry way, but just as like, I'm waiting for a Zoom. When's it gonna happen? We're kind of out of our norm. And so each week for a week or two kind of escalated into, I don't know what's going on here. We're not doing this anymore. And you could hear the mood change, right? You could feel the mood change. And then the Misty thing happened. And of course, immediately he wanted out, right? He was a victim. He didn't mean it. He didn't participate. He didn't mean to participate. Adults made him do things that he didn't want to do, and he wanted out. So he got out. There was a couple more panels. Nobody had talked to Ryan. One day, logged into Instagram, and Ryan made a group chat with all the same people in Slack in Instagram. He said what he had to say. Some people said, "Sorry, Ryan, don't want nothing to do with it." Other people, small talk every now and again, but very, very little. And then it pretty much died down to no conversation at all, right? So then you ask yourself, when the Missy thing happened, and he said all that he said on panel, why did he make another private group conversation with the same people? That makes no sense. Doxing could happen anywhere. Talking bad about somebody can happen anywhere, right? Just like they were trying to, break it down, him and Missy, of where, Damone showed his penis. And it was some other platform I've never heard of. But, whether he swung it out, slapped it out, plopped it out, I mean, that's not the point, right? I mean, the point was what he said on panel when the Missy thing happened was what he said. But his actions told you something different when how victimized or how done was he when he literally 3 days later, when he realized nobody was chasing him, nobody was at him, nobody threatened him, nobody said anything to him. But 3 days later, he makes an Instagram private conversation with the same people. So you could see at that point, he was feeling the fact that nobody was real receptive to him at that point. Nobody was mad at him. Nobody was attacking him. But nobody was trusting him either, right? Obviously, he felt it. It was obvious. And so I've seen that evolve. Am I right? Anybody else here that's in Zoom, that was in Zoom? That's how I seen this evolve into Ryan being angry towards us, right? Which again, I did nothing to Ryan. Never, never, never. And the only reason I say anything about Shifty is because I'm tired of hearing how I don't recall it. And so I figure there's nothing wrong with me saying my recollection. Again, FCC and Telly and all of those people, they can decide for themselves. They're going to anyway, right? I mean, they're going to put their spin on it. They're going to say what I said that I shouldn't have said. But at this point, I can't think of anything that I recant. If I'm totally wrong, I'll own that I'm wrong. And that's it. But, you know, again, I'm going to keep going back until I hear them question him, just like they did before. They questioned him on why it took you a year. And his reason was, I was a lone horse. And again, it's our voice against his, whether he even asked for anybody to join him, which to my knowledge, I know he didn't me. And to my knowledge, he didn't anybody else. But, you know, that would be between, you know, he said, she said, right? But here's what we all know is fact. And Ryan told us so. He says, face to face, when they were still going to do catches, when everything was fine between him and Manya, that PHI told him that about Shifty, and he went back to his room and got on multiple lives for the next day or two or three, and did not hit the red button and cannot use the excuse that he was the lone horse, because at that point he wasn't. So why did it take him additional weeks to months, whatever it was, to say anything and pull that out of his pocket, have little to no details, little to no? He's let other people fill in blanks that he's like, oh, yeah, that sounds about right. That's it. That's it. To people that weren't even there, that never even heard it. I was not in a Zoom with Ryan in that conversation. But I did have a conversation, and that conversation started because we were talking about our children with mental illness due to being traumatized. And so that's how the conversation happened. And Shifty didn't have to say any of that. Shifty didn't have to say a word. He didn't have to come clean about anything. He wasn't coming clean about anything. He was simply sharing his story. I believed him. I believed him then. And I believe everybody that heard this story believed him by their actions, by their reactions. And I think anybody with a level head is going to look at Ryan's point of view and say the same thing. Ryan, if you really felt that way, you'd have done what you're trying to do now. But even if you didn't then, you sure as the hell would when PHI was behind you. But you didn't. And so that's where I leave it. When will that happen? How will he explain that away? Because he's adamant. He's adamant that that's what PHI told him. And he's adamant that what he's adamant is he's going to cause a disrupt between people that are long-term friends, right? That's his goal. His goal isn't to expose anybody. His goal is to make upset between people. That's what he wants. The people that he's getting taught on me in the background. He just wants disrupt in people that he depended on, that he enjoyed being with, that he looked forward being with. And again, I'll go back to and depended on in a lot of ways. And I believe that progression of upset, you know, why nobody was in Zoom and, you know, all of that just kind of makes that picture for me say, he was just getting shittier and shittier as time went on, because nobody was, and it wasn't, I don't think that it was really directed at Ryan at all. Maybe he was taking it personal, but it wasn't. I mean, there was no discussion like that. I was just pissed off and felt violated, and there was nothing I needed to say in a group chat. There was nobody there that I needed to trust. Because again, I don't trust nobody. But here's what I do trust. I trust myself as an adult to not ever use an excuse that I acted some way on the internet because another adult or another group of adults have misconstrued how my mind thinks or my own morals. That's crazy. That's crazy talk to me. Find another excuse. All right, let's read chat. You're going to bed, Savvy? You left me, bitch. Alright, that's fine. Go to bed. It's not even midnight over there. What are you talking about? No, but you can, bitch. Bye. Looks like Ryan's 20 people came over. Hi, guys. I mean, if anybody wants to have a reasonable conversation, I can. But I'm not going to cuss and yell and call names and talk about Nunya, right? Or Tommy. Like, none of that. I don't care. I don't give a fuck how much money she got or she ain't got. I don't care. I mean, Dr. Jeff, I don't know about that, but I mean, I do believe that the way he acted on panel with Missy and was so remorseful and so like, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. I got to take myself out of this. I mean, I believe a little bit of that performance was based on the fact that weeks prior to that, ongoing, you know, he sounded very dedicated that, you know, he was basically going to, I don't want to say rebrand, but you know, change his direction on YouTube and where his stance was. That he didn't want to, you know, be this drama, because he wanted to be in the payroll with Alex, right? He wanted to prove himself, and again, everybody was attaboy. Everybody was for it. Everybody wanted that for him. You know, wanted to protect him in any way we could so that he could reach that goal. Like, we were all willing to do that. Like, we didn't want anything more than for him to succeed with that. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know where Alex stands on anything because I don't know Alex, but I can't imagine if he knows anything that, you know, this was a turn for the better. I wouldn't think, but I mean, I don't know. I still wish him the best. I still have respect for the catches that he's done. But, you know, I mean, I clearly remember a day that, and we don't conversate through the telephone very often, none of us. And one day the phone rang, and it was Nunya, and I was like, dang, she never calls. I mean, at that point, I don't talk to her maybe once, twice, I don't know. And she said, listen, I'm at work, and Ryan really needs some help. Can you call him? Can you call him direct? I said, I don't have his number. She's like, yeah. He knows you're going to call. I'll give you his number. And I said, yeah, I'd had it before. I talked to him on the phone one time, but I didn't have it saved. And if anybody remembers, it was when he was leaving late at night, and people were concerned because he was going to sleep in his car. And I think he was going to Pennsylvania, but I don't know if he was going to Philly or Pittsburgh, but one of those cities. And he had 2 or 3 catches lined up, and he was trying to do more. He was trying to get more on his plate, which is good. But then he didn't go. Like, they all had fallen through, and he couldn't get any more set up, and he was very upset. Like, he used words like I don't know, like, what my purpose is. I don't know, what I'm doing wrong. He was so upset about it, and rightfully so. And so him and I were talking, and about what apps he used, and kind of walk through what I know, and what my thoughts were. And I said, well, Ryan, you can't age drop like right away on Grinder. I mean, you just can't, because you're going to get kicked off. It's going to shut you down. And I said, you need to give them the text now number. Say something like, well, I'll tell you, text me and I'll tell you, and then make that your very first or second, your chat, to drop your age. And because he couldn't, he, felt like he had people lined up, but then no sooner than he had something started to run, like, he was banned. And so he did that. And again, I don't know if anybody remembers it, but that night he did what I suggested to do. He did that. And that night in his area, he had a catch. And so, I didn't think a whole lot of it. I mean, I was glad that I could help with little tiny bit, and I mean little tiny bit of knowledge that I have of it. And I only learned that because the catcher has taught me. I guess the other thing we'll address is, they say, which I totally agree now, so don't get me wrong. I totally agree that nobody under 21 needs to be a decoy. Nobody. Even 25, preferably. Especially if they're a victim. Because it's hard. It's horrible. It's brutal. But some of those same people that I've heard say on panel about how horrible an 18-year-old is, I would never. That's funny, because we had a conversation about using an 18-year-old or an 18-year-old's pictures, right? But I totally agree. Like, it only took us 2 or 3 weeks, and I put the brakes on that. I was like, absolutely not. My daughter isn't doing this. And she said the same thing. Mom, I can't do this. This is way too deep for me. And I agreed. And so, like, it's not that I disagree. I totally agree. My idea behind it now is it's an adult job. It's not even a young adult's job, unless they really know what they're getting into. So, but she was 18. She wanted to do it. She felt like she was putting something back into the cause. 2 different catchers offered to pay, and the response was, no, it's all one donation. No payment is expected or required. It's not accepted. It's donating time and effort to the cause. And Ryan, I think you can confirm that, sir. But the sad thing is, you know, she would still like to use her pictures, but it's, you know, in this community, it's not safe. It's just not safe, and it's sad. I mean, now that her picture's been on the internet, people harassed her in her private messages. Horrible. And they sitting over there crying because somebody said, go fuck yourself, or fuck you, or fuck off, or whatever it was. But you can sit in chats with people that are harassing victims. I'm not even going to say it's a survivor, right? Because to me, a survivor means that they've got it pretty well worked out in their brain. They're pretty stable, clear-minded, come to grips with it. Doesn't affect them. Not that they forgot it, right? But it doesn't affect them on a day-to-day basis. That's a survivor for me. A victim is a victim. Always going to be a victim if it hurts their day-to-day mentality. And that's my opinion. And to me, she's still a victim. And she just turned 21, and these fools, funny how they let up and then go back at it again. And that's fine. She's an adult. She can take care of herself. But I don't hear anybody sitting on panel for 2 hours debating the semantics behind that. But they're going to debate whether saying fuck you or fuck yourself, or did he whip his dick out, or did he slap his dick out, did he swing his dick out, did he pop his dick out? Which was it? I don't know, Laura. Did you ever get a dick pic from somebody that wasn't per request? I wonder when that comes out, if Ryan will hit his Damone's red button on that, or will he sit beside him strong? Gotta wonder. Not my story to tell, but I'm sure it'll be told. All right, let's look at chat. Sabby, it stopped after, was it Bill's? Yeah, I was at the Billie Eilish concert, and Bill had a piano. I think I went up on that one and addressed it, and it did pretty much stop. But her 21st birthday, she got some pretty painful messages, but it's fine. I mean, it just, it just sparked conversation that I didn't want to have with my child, but, I forget that these kids have been grown on the internet, so, like, it's, I don't know. That's right, Live For. That's right. And so when that comes out, when those dudes get exposed for sending unsolicited dick pics, when will they sit beside that person then? Or will Ryan go on the same 2-hour defense? And Missy too, maybe. Who was up on the panel? I forget now. It was Ryan's panel with Missy and Ben, or Bick, Ben, Bick, whichever one. Yeah, Bick. Who else was up there that had Tommy Boy in the chat telling Missy to stop? I told you not to go there. But when Vlad went up, I mean, that it was, like I said, nice enough people. I got nothing bad to say about them. But I still just had to think in the back of my mind, like, You literally sit in Cardio's chat and he says the most vile things, right or wrong, rightful or what's it called, warranted or not, right? You're still there. You're still listening to it. Your mind can't be that pure. Your ears are not that pure. You're listening to it for hours, and you come back to it. So, like, do I think Damone should have said that to her? Absolutely not. I don't know what was said that warranted him to say it. Missy claims it was all in fun and joke. It was all funzy, right? That's her out. All funzy. No matter how bad they hurt somebody or she hurt somebody, it's all in fun. We could talk about that again too. It's been a while because I think Boobgate just seems like, I don't know, a lighter topic. I still go back to two things that stand out in my mind. Two things. She allowed people in this community to repeat over and over and over how Chillin' Eric was going to revenge porn her. Over and over. We heard it so many times, right? And everybody kicked into defense for Missy. No, no, no. Don't let Eric, revenge porn her. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. We don't stand for that. Absolutely not. Missy's a victim. Come to find out, there was no porn sent to revenge porn. So why did she need that type of attention? Why couldn't she just come out and say, there's no pornographic pictures of me, so nobody's revenge porn me, I'm not worried about it. Don't care what anybody says. Never sent any. Didn't happen. I didn't hear that. So now I'm supposed to say, oh, well, maybe, now it was just a little, what word did she use? Part of scandal. I don't know. I don't know what the word is. But anyway, let's just say sexy, right? But not pornography. But then you said, oh yeah, that was the other thing that stuck out in my mind. So didn't she tell me that she had not talked to Midwest for a very long time or quite some time, something like that, when that conversation was happening? That she didn't have any conversation with him. But according to them, that was 10 months ago, February, I think they said 10 months ago, that they were in the private live that Damone disrespected Lala, and Midwest was there. So now which one is it? You said you didn't have any conversation with him for quite a while, quite some time. I mean, it was, it made your mind think that it was a fairly long stretch of time, months, many months, if not longer. But they were in that just 10 months ago. And I don't remember how long ago it was that, Boobgate happened, but that's been quite a few months ago. But that kind of stood out to me to be like, that's not quite what we heard before, is it? Not that it's really important, just, just a small detail. But my God, she white knights for him, doesn't she? Holy shit. She got a reason. I mean, you talk about dry mouth. You usually say blue in the face, but I'm talking about she was a Sahara Desert till she was done arguing with Vlad and from chat. I mean, God damn. I mean, the semantics were just unreal, and the one where they were going back and forth about, what platform Damone was on, and if he popped it out, flopped it out, swung it out. What does it matter? The point is, you showed your penis with nobody, unsolicited, on the internet, in a group of people, but I hear her say, oh, it was private. No, it was a group of people, unsolicited. Mm. I don't even know. Freak offs. Mm. But I will share what I did this evening. It's got my heart all warm and fuzzy. So my youngest daughter turned 18, and my parents and her dad's parents are deceased. I have one older sister that has a child, an adult child, and my niece and nephews that I talk about. So I have a very, very small family. And so we don't really do like birthday parties. We just kind of go out to eat and cake and ice cream and a gift, and that's pretty much it. Well, this year she won a Billie Eilish ticket, so her dad and I bought her 2 Billie Eilish tickets so that she could take her friend. And I guess she went to that a month or so ago when I was on Bill's panel that time. And so she didn't really have any big expectations. Um, and I thought, she's doing color guard. It's her senior year. I'd really like to have her a birthday party. But I didn't want to cook, and I didn't want to clean, and I didn't, have to put the dogs away and do all that. Like, I didn't want to do all that. I didn't want to put a big expense into it because we bought her these tickets. And I think there's 16 of them in color guard, and most of them have part-time jobs. And so, a couple of them said, hey, you want to go out to eat this week since it's your birthday? I have off on this day, but you have off that day and we don't have practice. So they were trying to make plans, small groups of them to go out different times. And so I reached out to all of them and said, hey, if you want to go for Mexican, um, I'll get the guac and the cheese dip and the tip, and if everybody wants to go, um, what's it called? When you pay your own bill, basically. But, um, and I said that if anybody that can't do it, we'll work it out. And I said, in lieu of gifts, like, because they were contacting me, like, what can I get her for her birthday? And I'm like, oh, no, you don't got to do any of that. And so I've never had her birthday party like that. She's never had a birthday party where she actually got gifts, other than from us. Um, I've never pulled off a surprise, not a surprise gift, not a surprise party for her. So, but I pulled it off. So I went and got her cake, and I made her cake to look like her first birthday cake, but bigger. And I guess there was 15 of them there. And then her girlfriend, and that doesn't go to color guard. And then her very first friend that she met when she was 3 was a military family, and they had moved away for a while. And so they'd only see each other on the holidays when they would come to visit their family. But since then her dad had retired and they moved more local. And so she was able to make it. And so, like, everybody that she loved was there. And she just cried and cried and cried out of happiness. It was amazing. She's like, Mom, I've never had a party like this. I've never even had gifts like this. Because she would have gotten something small from us today, and that would have been it. That's what her expectations were, to go out to eat, have a cake, get a small gift, and she already had her ticket. So it was very warm and fuzzy. So I can't believe I don't have any babies anymore. Shut up, Nanya. I'm not talking about food. Talk about cooking yet. I'm glad to see you all pulled up. I appreciate you supporting me like that. Much appreciated. Because you're trying to feed that family, clean that fucking U-Haul. I know. I got you. I know. You'll be around someday. I know. You owe it to me. You'll make it up to me. I know. I've heard it. And then you're always trying to scam me. And she'll come up on my next panel.
I just missed out.
Yeah, there she is. Finally making good on her word. All right, got it.
You call me out like that? That's fucked up.
Well, how long have I been going live? And I don't think you've ever showed up.
It's because I like to. This is my chill place. Like I like to come here and just hang out and not be harassed. It feels good. I just chopped up and
shit. Not be harassed. Just get rid of them. Shit, don't.
I know, but that's what I do, and I just
Did
let
you
you do
turn
your
on
thing.
that they had to sub?
Yeah, hell yeah, fuck them.
Okay, I was like, damn, I could have got a couple subs. I lost like 2
Oh, I did.
3.
Yeah, it's because Cruz lost his account. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I just like to listen to you. Maybe I was about to fall asleep. Okay,
that's all right. Go ahead. I'll give you the pass.
Okay. Did you hear Bick say that the boys, every time they would go on their break and come back, they came back worse and worse and worse, and that's why he left the boys server, and he's gonna do a tell-all soon. Oops, sorry, my bad.
Say that last part.
And he's gonna do a tell-all soon. I don't know with who, but yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, I got the hiccups. You know what, Melissa? Harass me.
I mean, I never minded that guy, to be honest. Like, I mean, he was rough around the edges, but I mean, to me, you could just tell he was fucking off. Like, he was just funny. I don't find anything Missy, but I didn't like Missy when y'all did. So, you know, you can't call me a flip flopper. Jilly, Missy, like when y'all were trying to like him, I didn't.
Yeah, so it's not even about that. I mean, like Bick said, and he wasn't wrong. Every time they would leave, they would come back and be worse and worse than the time before, and they want to talk about this place is shit. Well, I wonder why, stupid. But no, that guy, I mean, I feel like I'm not even gonna speak on it. But oh Laura, okay. Clown twisted your wrist. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, Clown. She's in Canada, guys. Calm down. Ryan's gonna hit the guys. Calm down. Ryan's gonna hit the red button. Save Laura.
But yeah. Oh, Laura's here. Hi, Laura. We were talking about you weren't here. I wanted to talk about not tonight on your time, on your terms, but you know, Ryan's really upset because of those unsolicited dicks that are going around. Just wanted to make sure that everybody that he sits beside on panel, I wonder if he'll do the same. I wonder. We'll have to watch and see. I'll have to wonder how Ryan will react to that. Because, you know,
well,
we had to go 2 hours of whether it was flopped out, flipped out, torn out. Jesus Christ.
Fucking ridiculous. And let's not forget, you guys, that guy would have left all of them, but they hold stuff over his head and make him stay there. We all know that's what it is. You know what I mean? Probably the same as Spokes and like Nate and the other few that are alright. You know what I mean? So I'm sure they're holding stuff over his head and they just don't want that stuff to come out. So we can't be mad at that guy or a few others, you know? Remember, we don't have to have proof of anything anymore. So everything goes.
Right. Yeah. And my credibility is shit.
Do what?
I said in my credibility is shit.
Your credibility is shit.
If they call Ryan, lying Ryan or whatever.
Right. We're all so wrong about everything. We don't know shit, but literally, Lala has been assaulted because she was told to fuck off. Because they were having a freak off in NTF's private lives. Like, bro, we don't have freak offs in our private lives, do we, guys? I feel like we don't have freak offs.
I thought their private lives were because they wanted happy and joy and giggles and laughs and you know, all this fun stuff and all this, you know, what they can't get in the open. Like they do that. I mean, that's what NTF said that's why they do it.
Yeah, and Ryan's so smart and got everything figured out. That's why he was thinking I was saying. He said something about defamation earlier. Ryan, you got it all figured out, buddy. They talk about how shit this community is on. So they're the problem, though, Jersey. That's the problem. It's like these people are like, oh, these people are disgusting. They're so sick. They ruined this place. No, motherfucker. We've been screaming this for how long, y'all? Y'all are the ones that ruined it. You know, they can't even stand each other. They ate each other like what 3 times on that panel yesterday. Within the last, Telly went off on Bat Mom for no fucking reason.
He
Fucking,
sounded like he was drinking though.
he was drunk as fuck. He's got problems. So I'm saying these people just lie. All they do. Ryan, we don't need you to get up on panel, bro. We've heard you for the last 2 weeks. Has Ryan reported this shit with Shifty since he's so concerned yet, or is he just hopping panel to panel? Because that's what I really would like to know. Has he reported it yet? Still, I mean, he keeps saying how wrong it is and how bad it was. Why hasn't he reported it yet? Has he? Let's ask that. Ask Ryan if he's reported it yet, and if not, why? You just run around panel to fucking panel.
Well, I want to hear when they ask him tomorrow, and I'm going to repeat it again because you're going to hear it again.
Mhm.
So that's my question to Ryan. Is I've heard them ask him over and over and over, multiple people, why didn't you say something then?
Mm-hmm.
His reason was because I had no proof and I was a lone force.
He never asked me.
Never asked me.
And he never asked Wiggy. He never asked Tiny. I don't believe he asked Sammy. He didn't ask Liv4. He didn't ask James. Ryan. So are you sure about that, buddy? You sure? But they'll ignore this question though, Becky, because that's an important question you're asking.
Okay, but that's all, he said, she said. Nobody can prove if he's right or we're wrong. If we're lying, he's lying, right? Nobody can prove it. So let's skip that, right? But his words were, he was a lone horse. So even say he asked us all and we all denied. We all declined, right? Let's go with Ryan's story.
Mm-hmm.
Not true, but let's go with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. He was a lone horse and he had no proof, so he didn't say anything a year ago. Right. But here's what he also has told us. He's told us his version of what PHI told him, face to face, when everybody was still good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was fine. Ryan was fine with you. PHI was fine with you in public anyway, according to Ryan. She wasn't, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
To everybody's knowledge, everybody was fine. There was no upset. The day that supposedly PHI told him that face to face. So at that point, that very moment, he can no longer say from that minute his lone horse excuse is not valid because supposedly at that moment, Sammy Joe was on his side, according to his story. They had catches planned because none of that had fallen out yet. None of it.
Oh, he didn't ask Frogger either. Sorry.
He went back to his hotel and he paneled up 2, 3. What was it? 2, 3 nights, 2 or 3 days that he didn't do those catches, that he kept putting those catches off. He paneled up. He never once said anything then. So then let's not ask him anymore, why didn't you a year ago? Let's ask him, why didn't you when you were no longer the lone horse? When you had PHI, according to you, willing to stand right beside you and call that shit out, why didn't you? Why did it take a complete fallout, an attempt to fall out between you and PHI? Why did
if you ask me, it just
sounded
like Ryan was scheming the whole time, just trying to figure out who he could expose about what.
Right.
To get clout.
Right. So, I mean, that's what I'm trying to say, is I'm saying, like, let's just give him the pass on the year. Why didn't the year? Okay, he talked that out. We'll buy it. Everybody buy it. We know it's not true, but they can buy it. But you can't deny that he still had almost a month. It was weeks. It wasn't days. It was weeks from the time him and PHI had that face-to-face supposed conversation, the way in the context he claims that it was. I've talked to PHI, and I've heard her version of that story, which is exactly the version that I heard when it was originally told.
And I don't see Sammy Joe saying what he's saying that she did.
But,
well, Fortune, it's because they don't leave us the fuck alone. Like, they just, no matter what we do, we're here or we're not here, we're talking about like we're here, and sometimes we do get sick of it, so we're fixing to clap back. Sorry, go ahead, Becky.
So that's all. That's the only thing I'm anxious for. FCC and Telly and Missy and all the people that have asked him that question, and that was his alibi out. You know, go ahead and stop asking that. We know what he's going to say. What we don't know what he's going to say is, but you did have somebody, according to you, you had somebody willing to stand right beside you with this loud voice.
And you sat on it, Ryan.
But you sat on it for weeks.
Yep.
Not months, but weeks.
Weeks, yeah. And honestly, I got a lot to say, but
you like how he shut that. We're not going to talk about finances shit down.
yeah, why not, Ryan? Because we was right, Becky.
Huh. Only when we showed the proof.
Well, me and James are going to do a panel about it. That's for damn sure. So, you know, he gets to do what he wants to do and try to hurt me and try to hurt you. I mean, he's sitting here going after Tommy, and Tommy's done nothing to him. He's sitting here talking about Tommy's kid story. Like, I don't give a fuck, right? This bitch is going to sit out here and talk about other people's stories, not knowing shit.
Okay, and that just showed himself. Like he keeps saying,
exactly.
"Oh, they're showing us who they are." No, he's showing us who he is. Because he had no problem. He would have never allowed that on his panel or in his chat. He would have never allowed people to say that about Tommy and his child. Never.
Ever.
But if he felt it, he would. If he felt it at the time, he would have allowed it. If he felt it was red button worthy, he would have allowed it. But that just shows you what he's doing. That he's turning on Tommy about his child's sexual assault when you had no problem with it up until now. When Tommy still ain't done shit to him. But because he's sitting in our chat, sitting in your chat, well, now you know.
Well, he has no problem using us when it's going to benefit him to this community, as far as like you getting a message from me asking you to hurry up and call him. You dropped everything you had going on and hit him up and try to help him with the catching stuff. He uses us, right? He uses us to his benefit until what? He can't use us anymore. Tech, no, you don't get to talk to nobody. Nobody needs to talk to you. I mean, you can talk to Becky. I'll jump down. I ain't got shit to say to you. You're a lying little bitch. But I do have a question. I do have a question for Tech, though, right quick. Hold on. Tech, why did you say you were dating Courtney Elizabeth, weirdo?
Do we need to show proof? Seen it. Yeah, I ain't got nothing to say to that boy. He's just saying repeat again.
And what I was going to say, oh, sorry, Becky. And what I was going to say to the end of that right there is like he uses us to his benefit for this community, right? And then hold on a second. And then now all of a sudden, I shouldn't even be near this community. We shouldn't be near this place. What? Make up your mind, Ryan. Forging, I never said I had cancer. He's a fucking idiot. Dude can't even tie his shoes. He has to wear Velcro shoes at 30 is wild.
Wait, so who was it that supposedly, did you send pictures of a brain scan that you said you had cancer?
That's what I'm saying. I had no idea what that's about. That was not me. Missy keeps saying that shit. I think she's talking about somebody else, but I don't want to put their business out there. But I think she's got shit confused with somebody else. You know what I mean? But that's okay. I mean, if they had brain scans of mine, bro, why wouldn't they show them? I don't even have brain scans of mine. What are you talking about? I know exactly who I think they're talking about, but they can't stay on one topic. They're deranged, Becky. They really are. I mean, when Ryan had a seizure, he should have went to CVS and got some fucking ointment or something, and maybe it would have healed it up, and he wouldn't have had leukemia. You know what I mean? Because that's what he said.
He did.
He said he had leukemia.
His blood count was off or something.
Right. But I have nothing to worry about. My white blood count's been so high for how many fucking years? I mean, do I need to show my thyroid test again? Laura, are you here? Like, this is crazy. Shut the... Where did you say that you were dating Courtney Elizabeth? I got you. Hold up. Becky, pull this up from the basement right quick, if you will.
Got it.
Hold my beer, Tech. Let me go.
Again, it was hilarious watching TBS tell Missy to shut that shit down. He told her at least 5 different ways. Like, I told you not to do this. I'm telling you this wasn't a good idea.
Shit's so crazy. Actually, let me just send something in right quick. Hold on. It's crazy. He's acting like he didn't say it. Bro, you told me you and that Courtney Elizabeth were fucking dating. Don't try to backtrack out of that shit now. Do not. We know better. Well, now I know better. At the time, I thought it was real, but I didn't know any better. That's okay.
And just because Ryan's okay with you after what you said about me
Yeah,
and
go
her
fuck
children,
yourself.
I don't forgive you on Ryan's behalf. Like I don't want nothing to do with you on Ryan's behalf, as you should.
Mm-mm.
But when that syndrome kicks in, that shit is real, boy. They just, I'm telling you, Nanya, you do me dirty, I call you out. But from whatever you did me dirty, probably. But I'm sure the fuck not gonna go over there and suck nobody's dick for clout or for my voice. None of it. Like none of it. You say that shit about my kids and my deceased girlfriend. There ain't no way I'm sitting.
Nah, he's a little bitch. I'm just gonna put this part out here for now. Just leave this piece here. Hold on. Let me get it pulled up here. Text a little bitch. I've already proven this how many fucking times already? It's crazy.
Any money that I've sent Nanya
Don't worry about my money.
Right. Is because, I mean, I watch 2 or 3 other content creators, and you know what? They put a lot of time, they put a lot of effort, and she doesn't, I'm not going to give my money to YouTube. I'm not giving them 30%, and I don't need to be recognized. So the $20 that I would top her that I would normally send in a super chat, guess what? I don't send Turtle Boys in a super chat either. I send his to his fucking Cash App because I want him to get all of it. I don't want him to get 70% of it.
Calm down, Tech. Put that purple Punisher back in your asshole, bro. It's in the basement. Relax.
I don't need no girl. I don't need nobody to see what I've done. Like, sorry.
Becky's gave me millions. Duh. So I live for.
And she paid back $1 every payday. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Becky.
She's right on fucking schedule.
It was a donation. I pay back $1 every payday. Becky, put that up out of the basement for me. Put that up there for a second for Tech.
I got it.
A little bitch boy. Keep this 100% a secret. It's Courtney. Do you want me to get the other one? Let me grab the other one for you too. Ready? Oh, you even sent me a picture of her. Interesting, Tech. Bet that way, and you was it. Go get fuck boy. Oh, faggot. Sorry, Becky. I probably should leave. Okay, Tech. Relax, buddy. Relax. Don't you have like some stove to clean? I seen your stove the other day. That shit was gross, bruh. Fucking nasty. Don't ever talk shit about NTF. You and Bobby Joe both. Okay, I'm gonna get you but just like you're not Big Moose, right, Tech? Just like, you weren't over at the locale community and got.
What was the story on? I heard them say something over there about fake money or.
Okay, so Tech is telling everybody that the deal is that I sent Shifty over to the locale community to scam and launder money from the locale community back to. Nigga, are you retarded? Yes, you are, clearly. It Tech's like, I don't know.
Yeah, but no, he got kicked out at one point.
He got kicked out.
He did about money.
Yeah, so he got kicked out because he used this fake thing that made it look like you donated like $500 American or whatever to people, but it was like 12 cents. So he got kicked out of the lookout community. He got mad that Shifty made it over there and had how many streams about him and talked to Keemstar directly, and Tech was just a loser like always. And Tech had Ryan do his dirty work because Ryan is a useful idiot, and here you are. But Cruz is a piece of shit, right? But Tech's the one that gave Cruz Moon's information to Docs because Tech's a dumbass. So, and we invited Tech to Slack and Zoom, and then when he declined it, we talked shit about him. You're a fucking retard, Tech. Nobody believes you, bro. Shut up, Patty.
That. They can't possibly believe that he would.
If people believe that, Becky, if somebody believes that, I want them to believe it and just leave me the fuck alone. You know what I mean? Like, just stay away from me. If you believe what you're told by these people, that's crazy. And then why did Tech just ask me for proof of something when Ryan just made the rule the other day with him on panel that we don't need proof anymore? That's wild. I'm just saying. I'm going to jump down off your panel and let you drop I'll drop your StreamYard link for you, but let you have whoever you want up and talk other than me.
All right.
Because we can talk in private.
All right.
And I'm going to drop your Cash App for you, okay?
Oh, I appreciate it.
But whatever you get, you have to send Clown 5%.
I got to clean it first. Goddamn.
Okay. I don't know how to do that, but thank you. And thank you for wrenching PatCon because he's safe. Thank you, PatCon. All right, bye. Becky, and I'm glad that you didn't leave me, because they all told me that you left me, and I was worried.
We're good.
Okay. Pinky promise? I typed something to you in the back chat that's important. I'm just kidding, Becky. Don't look at it. I'm just fucking with you. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, I just can't believe that. I mean, that's what I can't believe in at all. Ryan can hate me. He can hate Nunya. I'll give him that. Like he's able to unfriend anybody he once was a friend with. That's fine. But to go back to people that literally made you say in Zoom, like, I mean, to have conversation that you're worthy and you're worth and life is worth living, no matter how hard or horrible you might feel that it is for the moment. But you ran back to those people, just could never be me. I'm not telling you there won't be a day that, I decide I don't want to be Nunya's friend or she doesn't want to be my friend. It can happen. I could unfriend people if I need to, if I want to. And so I grant that to Ryan. But I question how in the hell can he sit over there under the guise of I don't want to fight, I don't want to argue, and just be okay with people that hurt him to the core. Like, not just like told me to go fuck myself and it hurt my feelings, right? Or called me fat, called me ugly, said I'm spatting at my screen. I mean, things that might dig you. But I'm talking about things that hurt you to the core. To the core, to the point that you reached out to Ed.
What?
And that type of core, right? I mean, because that was your reasoning, is you were hurt so harshly, so internally, that you justified, and we backed you up, that if you were hurt that bad, that it was worthy. I mean, I didn't know you did it until after the fact, after it came out in public, but nonetheless, I still stood behind him and said, got to do what he's got to do. He was hurt to the core, worthy enough to do that. But yet you'll sit on a fucking panel and talk shit. Ryan, reflect. And I'm not dragging you. I'm not trying to cook you or whatever you said you were doing to me today. I'm not trying to do any of that. I mean, that's real fucking talk, Ryan. These people hurt you to the core. And because you're so mad at Nunya at this point, that's what we call the Nunya derangement syndrome right there. You don't have to like her. You can hate her. You can drag her. But when you start chumming it up with the people that hurt you, your inner core, at some point, Ryan, you have to think about that. Like, you have to think about, this isn't the same as not fighting. This isn't the same as just letting shit go. This isn't the same as I don't want to be in the drama. I get all of that. All of that is valid. The part that to me isn't valid is, one, from day one, you put everybody in one category, which I don't do, which I wouldn't do, which I did feel offended by. But I see who you really are. Like, I see you. I'm watching. I see you. Becky with 3 is watching. Right? But you really have to at least hear what I'm saying. Again, these people hurt you, your inner soul. And for the hate of Nunya, you sit there like that shit didn't happen. That's crazy to me. I mean, there's never a panel that doesn't have Nonce and Tommy in it every single fucking time. Every time. Like, it's crazy. Okay, we got cake here for days. It's a yellow cake with strawberry jelly in the middle. Um, and the lady makes nice cakes. Like, she's not real, like, what do I want to say? Like, if you're looking for really high quality cake decorating and like fondue and all that, really pretty, like, you're not going to get that. But if you want icing that is to die for and just a, what I would say, like a high quality decoration, this woman makes amazing cake. And it's 18 inches. So, and it's double layered. So this thing is huge. We'd be eating cake for days. You know? No. And I mean, I'm hurt by the fact that, but I felt like he was genuine at the time. You know? I do. Like, I was glad that I took a stand with the whole Anthony Cruz thing. Like, he was adamant that he was going to fight that man. Like, he was not joking. Like, he really was. He had no fear about it. He did not give a shit. He didn't care if he came out alive or dead. Like, he was going to do it. And I said, Ryan, I know I'm going to sound like a mother figure, and it might not go over real well, but you're making a bad choice. Like, bad look. And you don't got to listen to me. But why would you do that? Like, who fights with somebody on the internet and then really takes it to real life? That shit ain't real. Like, you're living in a fucking fantasy that is not supposed to happen. Like, you know how unsafe that is? So, oh, Krusty, there's nothing you say that's new either, and I have no way to know that it's you, so you're good. Ryan will pop another one. Go there. Be fine. I'm not gonna call names and yell and talk about Nanya. So we got Tech and Krusty in the back. Guys, I'm not that panel. I'm just here to speak my truth, and I'm not dragging anybody. Everything I said is exactly what's happened that I recall it as I recall it. Like, I'm not making shit up to hurt people. So what's there to defend? What's real shit, Tech? You can type it out. When I defended Ryan, I've defended Ryan. And the only thing I can say is I can't think of anything that I defended him on that I recant other than I thought he was a real one. Like, I thought he was not that type of person, right? Like, it's okay to fall out with Nanya is one thing, but to put me in that category, no. He chose that. That's what he wanted. That's how he handled it. And so, that's the only thing that I can really say that, and him lining up with people that have hurt him. That's my opinion. Maybe nobody else feels that way, and that's fine. But that is really my opinion. Your cam? The fuck's that mean? Oh, Tech had the boys watching via his cam when his ex kicked him out. For real though? That really happened, Tech? I mean, I don't know anything about that. I mean, was the camera, did you see her put the purple Punisher in the box that wasn't yours? Well, it's not that I don't care what he has to say. It's that he's already been on 3 panels a day for the last week. That could be a little overkill, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, him and Ryan have been on everybody's panel. We've heard what they had to say. There's absolutely nothing new to say. I mean, there can't be. And then Ryan tried to come up, and I didn't let him up, so he popped alive, and he said that I was whatever. And I said, well, what am I saying that is out of pocket? And so we went and listened, and guess what? It was the same damn thing. I said what I said. I meant what I said. And he's still saying the same thing. So there's nothing new to say. Ooh, Barbie. I mean, I'm not. Nunya says she could let me up and is trying to. I mean, I'm not playing a game. And I absolutely hate your voice. Again, not a flip flopper. I didn't like you when they did. So, like, your voice is beyond fucking annoying. Like, you try to be super smart and peaceful and kind in your voice. Like, I see right through it. But I'll give you a swing, but I'm putting up with you about 2 seconds. I promise you that. Go ahead.
How are you doing tonight?
I just told you how I was doing. I have a great night. Thanks.
Okay, well, fair enough. Then, are you going to kick me, or can I ask you another question?
I'm not playing games, so go ahead.
Well, no, I'm not up here to play
if
games.
I've already answered it, don't ask it again. How about that?
Well, you kind of answered the question that I wanted to ask in chat, and then you double answered it because I had to ask it again.
So you need to come up and ask a triple? Okay, go ahead. Give me a try.
No, just like 2 months ago, whenever you were on Ryan's side, and then you cried for him and said that he was speaking real shit, yo.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where did that energy go?
Yep. Oh, no, it didn't go anywhere. Whenever he turned on me again, so that was the time that
did Ryan...
Let me finish.
Okay, Jeff? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Answering your question. So
no, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Right. The conversation that you're talking about happened directly after he was called out by Missy about a dox in Slack, right? And he took the high ground, supposedly, because, we know why he did it, but he, was trying to better himself, and he was put in a situation he didn't want to be in anymore. And, so he left, right? He removed himself. Yep. Now, 3 days later, with the same people, he made an Instagram private conversation. But anyway, at that point...
hold on. I've never heard about him making an Instagram private conversation. So maybe that's more further information I didn't know, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you're right. When he categorized us all together, I spent very little time in Slack or Zoom. I had not seen the Missy docs. I mean, obviously it was there. It happened. Can't deny that it happened. Yeah, I was very hurt. And yeah, I'm not recanting that. Absolutely, I would. But again, he categorized us all together when I didn't do a damn thing to him.
Maybe that's how you took it. Maybe that's how he insinuated it. But
Oh,
from
it's not how
what?
he insinuated it. I addressed it.
Okay. Well, from what I heard, he. Can I just finish? I only have one sentence to make.
Mm-hmm.
From what I heard, he was in that Slack, and then there was some stuff going down there, and he said, "I'm going to just eliminate myself from this situation because I don't want any part of that."
Okay. No, what really happened was he was very involved. He was engaged. He was fine. He never once said, "Oh, guys, this is ugly. Let's not do this. Oh, I'm not comfortable with this." Never that. Never happened. Until Missy called him out publicly on a panel. That's when he backed out and acted victimish, right? But he was there and he knew better and he shouldn't have been and he doesn't want to be tied to that and he didn't like what it looked like and, all of that, right? So that's how he got out of Slack. He didn't leave Slack because he was leaving Slack. He left Slack because he was called out on panel by Missy.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. That makes a lot more sense now.
Right? And then he categorized everybody together. And then that upset me again. And I was live on my own panel and said, basically, like, why are you doing this, Ryan? Like, what did I ever do to you? And basically, he's like, well, I don't want to fight and I don't want to this and I don't want to that. And I'm like, I'm with you. I get it. But you're hanging out with people that have hurt you to the core. What are you doing, Ryan? And then that's it.
I hear what you're saying there, and I get what you're asking him, but like, what if at some point it just became too evil for him and too much for him, and then he wanted to back out? Like,
But see, that's not what happened. He didn't.
Well, hold on, real quick. What if there was never a doc share, and then he wanted to leave? Would this same energy be held against him?
He never. There was no bad energy when he made the private Instagram. Nobody spoke on his name for a very long time. Nobody said anything bad about him until he started talking shit. Did other people start firing back? So get it right. When he 3 or 4 days later made the Instagram, we spoke our mind to how we felt.
He was talking shit about people?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm sorry. That's what I thought you just said. I'm sorry.
No, everybody stated how they felt about the situation that happened on panel with Missy. Some he agreed with and some that he didn't, but we all agreed to just drop it. Nobody was angry at anybody. Everybody still was going to be friends, and we weren't going to drag each other, and everything was just even keel with that group message. Nobody really participated in it. There was no real conversation in it because I'm sure everybody, I don't know because I didn't talk to anybody else, but how I felt about it was everything that you just sat up there on panel and said, well, I'm sure as the hell not going to bring it just to another platform, right? I mean, because mostly what Slack was sharing links or, clips of like shit that people might have missed that is kind of like that 111, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but like, this is all like different integrated stories, and I hear what you're saying, but...
I mean, I personally don't believe... I mean, Ryan never verbally or his amount of time wanting to be there up until that point had not changed at all. Like, he never once said, okay, I'm not comfortable with this, or why is this in here, or I don't like this, or can we not do this here? He never showed any concern until he was called out on the panel.
Actually, I hear exactly what you're saying. So he was very cool with all of it until it may have implicated him.
It did implicate him. I think what did he do? He didn't like it or something that could prove that he seen it, something like that.
Would you let him up? I will totally mute. I will not interrupt. But he's
already said. I mean, he just had a lie. He said what he said. Like,
well, he could probably go live again. But like, I'll mute up. I'll let you and him talk. I just got a DM from him. So I mean, however, it's your panel. I can't tell you how to run it.
Okay. Well, we're not going to repeat and more repeat.
Well, then I'll mute up, and then I will not repeat. But you can either let him up. Okay, I'm gonna mute.
I'll be good. I'll be good because I know I'll be kicked. So what are you saying? Well, what's going on? What's this about?
I guess you'll have to rewind. I'm not going to repeat it.
I
said you were already there for it. It's nothing.
Yeah, Ryan, it was basically you being in Slack, and then there was some docs sent, and then whenever it basically implicated you or got you involved, then you were offended. No, I'm not gonna say like offended like directly, but you just said I don't want any part of this shit anymore. And I think that's the basic gist of what we.
Right, but going towards, prior to that, leading up to that, there was, Ryan basically trying to change his projection of himself on the internet, which everybody agreed with. Everybody supported whatever we could do to make that happen. We were all down for it. There was no negativity coming back from that. But there was also never a time that I seen or I heard Ryan say, "Why are we doing this? This is ugly. I don't agree with this. Please don't do this in a space that I'm in." You had no issue with it until Missy called you out live on panel.
Well, was I doing this though? Was I really like an active role in the doxing?
I mean, you must have seen it. Somehow, you've seen it.
Seen it, possibly.
Okay, I didn't say you did it, but you were complacent to it, right? I never heard you once say, "This isn't okay. I don't like this. This is uncomfortable. This shouldn't be happening."
So then, at a certain point, I came to a realization that
when you got called out by Missy
publicly, things that
when you got publicly called out,
I'm not agreeing with, that I can't really be tied to. But it's not even like
when Missy called you out.
Well, I mean, called me out. I mean, I'm just in the server.
Okay. She came up on panel and publicly called you out and proved to you that you did see it. Remember, you said, "Oh, I don't know, I didn't see it."
Well,
I don't
at
know what you're
first,
talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, at first, I didn't recognize actually what you was talking about. But yeah, I mean, like the word. Yeah, like the word though, key word though, is seen, been there, non-active role.
Okay.
After a while was.
We're not saying anything different, Ryan. I didn't say you did it. I didn't say that you did any of that. I said you were complacent, just like I was.
Can I interrupt real quick? Because I have a question for Ryan. Yeah. Because this has been something that's been said. So, Ryan, apparently you didn't just hear this information a month ago or whatever, the shifty stuff. And apparently you heard it a long time ago. How would you care to respond on that one?
We've already heard his reason. He said he was a lone horse and he had no proof.
No, I'm not. I mean, I've already said what I said on that. Like a year, I think it was about like a year ago. When Shifty first talked about it, he just told me up to the extent of the word sexual assault. And that was kind of like, I think it was once I heard that, and that must have been repeated in much more explicit detail.
Okay, but the actual word was whatever Midwest said on panel. He corrected you from sexual assault to something else.
No, because that would be another occasion. I don't think he was in the Zoom when I was in the Zoom. I don't think we're in the same Zoom.
Okay, so here's the real question for you then, Ryan. Everybody's given you a pass as your alibi to why you didn't say something a year ago, right? Which equals I didn't have proof and I was a lone horse, right? Now, everybody that is in this chat that was in Zoom or Slack that wanted to address it has said, Ryan never once came to me and said, "Look, this is not sounding good to me, guys. We should probably expose this. What is going on here?" So you weren't a lone horse because you've never asked for anybody to address it with you. No. That's number one.
No,
but let's give you a pass. But okay, all right. We've already talked about that for a week. We've all given you that pass. My word against your word.
I have to object to that. That's not true.
Okay. That's not true. That's what I'm saying. That's my word against your word and their word against your word. So let's scratch it, right? Let's give you that.
So like PHI fed you a pack of lies and said that we didn't have some kind of Zoom meeting about this, is what I heard.
No, I said I never seen an emergency Zoom come to talk about Shifty. No, I was not involved with that.
There was, and PHI was in it. And PHI told you, that like Shifty didn't say he got jerked off by his daughter?
what she said was everybody was asleep and he woke up and the little girl was, and this was after other things. There were letters being found about other people and other situations, including family members, not family members. There were all kinds of things going on, not just this.
So in
and
other
he
words,
woke up to her
so in other
attempting
words,
to touch him.
yeah, sure.
Right?
So in other words, PHI like described this nuanced view of what happened, which said it was basically like all taken care of and Shifty did the right thing. That's what she told you. That she said to me.
I didn't talk to her about that.
You said you talked to her about that. You
I
said
did not. I said we talked about jacking off.
No,
That's
you
it.
said no. You said
Okay.
after that we met that what PHI told me was not what I said PHI told me, and she's now saying something that along the lines of what you guys are saying.
That's not what I said. What I said was
you can replay your own words.
She did not say, or even have the visual. I mean, you're letting these people have the visual that this man had a hard on and came with this little girl touching him. And that is not what happened, and you know that.
That's what PHI told me.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean,
I'm not going to argue because that's between he said, she said, right? I don't know that. You say, he said, she said. I don't know that. So there's no reason for you and I to argue it, right?
Well, I'm just saying,
I'm telling you what I know.
PHI gave you
That's
a pack of lies.
What I know is the little girl was attempting to touch him, and he got up and called his wife, and then he called the people that were helping, the caseworkers and such.
That's what. So that's what. Whoa. So that's what PHI said.
I'm telling you, that's what I know. That's what I heard. That's what he told me.
That's what you're saying. PHI told me. Because you
said she never told you that it was jacked off with a hard on and cum and all that you all are fantasizing about.
Well, okay. First of all, I object to the fantasizing thing. That is a
you've repeated it enough, and you've enjoyed listening to him say it enough.
Beyond that, I think it's just disgusting enough that it doesn't necessarily need to lead to ejaculation.
Okay, so let's go back to my original. Listen, I'm done with he said, she said. Here's my question for you, and this is the only one I got, and then I need you to leave me alone. Is this? So I will buy that your answer to why didn't you say something a year ago is two reasons. One, you didn't have proof. Two, you were a lone horse. Nobody would stand behind you, right? Stand beside you, right? That's what you said over and over and over. So I'll give you that.
Yes.
Just drop it. No argument. Given. Bought it. Got it. Here's my question to you, though. The day that you met PHI face to face.
Yeah.
And let's go with the story that you're telling. Let's say you're right. That you are not lying. You're not forgetting. You're not exaggerating. You're telling the truth of what PHI said to you face to face, right? Let's go with it. Let me ask you a question, Ryan. At that point, you were no longer a lone horse. Why didn't you say something that night when you went back to your room and you got on panel for a day or two or three from your room? Never once said anything. At that point, you can't use I'm a lone horse as your excuse. Why did it take you a month or weeks to now say something again?
I think it took him like a year.
I have an answer, and I have answered this before. But at that very point, then I would have had one more person corroborating the story, and then, she decided to go back on everything she told me. She's Nunya's buddy, even though she said that she's
besides you to tell the story, right?
Community. So then I lost that.
Why didn't you say something right then and there? Why did you wait for Cat Reed to fall out with so and so, and the attempt of PHI to fall out with Nonya, and Nonya to be
back at square one?
Blah 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 blah. Why did you wait for all of that?
Because I'm back at square one.
Okay, we bought your reasoning.
Actually, in a reverse question, Becky, I have a question for you, real quick. Didn't Shifty leave?
Ryan give me a good answer yet.
Well, Ryan's never going to give you a good answer, but I have a question for you, and it's just one. Didn't Shifty leave about a year ago, and where did he go, and why?
Well, I mean, I've just recently found out he went over there because somebody had dropped chats or something with some other lady. But I didn't. He left because to my knowledge, Kat didn't want him there. Kat was paying for it, and Kat didn't like him. Period. And Kat said, "Don't let him in here. I don't want him in my ship. I'm not paying for it if he's in here."
So
and at that point, but wait a minute, at that point, he was still friends with Ryan, and to the point that Ryan wanted a private way to get a hold of him and have conversation with him, not in the group setting.
So the reasoning was that him and Kat had a falling out, and then she was the group owner of whatever, and he was just removed, and he was never allowed back.
Well, Shifty had told, so Kat got mad at Shifty. Kat got mad at Shifty because Shifty was loyal to Nunya and went back to Nunya and was said that Kat was talking shit about her, right? And so that pissed Kat off because Nunya addressed it, and Kat knew that it had come from Shifty. So then Kat got pissed off and said, "I'm not paying for this shit if he's going to be in here. Like, get him out of here." But he still had a path to have a conversation with Ryan at Ryan's request.
Wait,
and at
what?
that
What
point,
was the last thing you said? Pass
you
to talk to me at my request? What?
just rewind. Like, if you're not listening, like, I really hate fucking people that you're just trying to read chat and do too many things at one time. Just listen or don't.
Well, I'm trying to follow this new
Did you not have a
story
personal?
that you're feeding people that has nothing to do with what anyone said.
No, what she said is, Ryan, after Shifty was kicked, you wanted to have some type of contact with him, and then you directly messaged him to, I guess, maintain contact with him.
Like, you still had Zoom with him.
Yeah,
not
because
in a
I'm trying to gather
forum.
information on him, and
You
I
weren't,
explained
though,
that I was
Ryan.
going to go to
Ryan.
Rhode Island in a one-party state and try to get
No.
something, and it didn't work out.
That's a lie.
No, it's
That's
not.
a lie.
It's not a lie. Like,
Because Shifty has been in chat. Shifty has been in chat and said, if Ryan asked me for the information at that time, I would have showed him paperwork. Like, we were that close. I would have showed him paperwork if he questioned that.
I mean, based on the conversation we were having, okay, I mean, maybe we were like cordial, or whatever, but like he wasn't like. Once I started like pressing about like the sexual assault thing, he got I remember him getting like sketched out by the questioning. So
it was months and months later. Just understand that the time frame is nowhere close.
It wasn't that I needed to. It didn't sound as simple as like I would just be able to get the paperwork.
In my opinion, if there was a minor daughter that did this to me, the story would remain the same all the time. There would be no months and months later.
His story has not changed. Only Ryan's version of the story is what's different.
My story literally never changed.
Shifty has not changed his story with me.
My story has not changed once.
Shifty's story has not changed with me once.
As far as Shifty told me that he would send me the papers.
He said that when you guys were cordial, when everything was fine, if you questioned him in that manner as a friend, he would have shown you the paperwork.
So he said
you didn't. So you didn't question him.
So he said explicitly to me that
he just said it in chat. He said it in chat
Becky,
in the last day or two.
Did you not hear me mention last night about Shifty mentioning like Ryan money laundering or whatever?
That's got nothing to do with this. I don't care.
I want
to know nothing about
that. Non sequiturs.
Okay.
So I'll just say that Shifty never said that he would send me.
Because the conversation never came up. No, he didn't say he told you that. He's saying, as a friend, when you guys were cordial, if you were questioning it in that fashion, like you say you are, he would have chosen them. You didn't question him, Ryan.
To eventually get information out of him?
Ryan, you were not doing that.
How do you know I'm not doing that? What's your evidence for that?
You weren't doing it in public at all.
Not doing it in public at all.
You never once came to Zoom or Slack and said, guys, this don't smell right. Guys, I'm uncomfortable with this. Guys, this ain't right.
There was a Zoom meeting about this. Yes, there was.
But you weren't acting this type of way. The people that I was not there, but the people that were there were like, Ryan did not act like it was red button worthy. It was not a concern of yours.
Hey, Becky, can I ask you a question? Who was there? Because obviously there was you, and then Ryan, and then probably some other people.
I was not in a conversation with Ryan. I was not there when Ryan heard it.
Yeah, I mean, when I was there, I heard a much more censored version of it. I remember Wild was there, PHI was there, Shifty was obviously there.
I mean, why didn't you at least tell Nonce?
Well, Becky, if you weren't there, why are you trying to say what you did hear in your own ear if you weren't there?
I had a personal conversation with Shifty and one other person that was there that was also in that he's named there, that was in the conversation, and we were talking about mental illness with children, about how horrible it was. And Shifty shared the story with me at that time. I asked questions, and I'm telling you what the answers were.
And then
that he said, he woke up.
I agree with you a little bit, but I also don't agree with one thing about the Shifty story.
I mean, it's all ridiculous. Like, so, yeah, and I mean, Shifty did say this to me. So it was like, is it now being said that Shifty didn't say this to me? But also, like, PHI did tell me that it doesn't matter if it's like, I didn't get into detail. Like, we're gonna, off enough. Like, PHI said in an outraged way that, yeah, like, Shifty was being jerked out by his daughter or whatever, and that's outrageous or whatever. And I'd be like, I would back her up on that, you know.
Okay, so right. Let's stop there. Let's stop right there. So let's start our conversation from that moment. That face-to-face conversation with PHI, right then and there. Whether PHI wanted to or didn't want to at that moment, right? Put that on her. At that moment, you then had someone that would corroborate your story, right? Because you keep saying that you didn't do it because nobody was backing you up and you didn't have proof, right? Yes. So we're going to start from, let's forget about that. Let's forget about what Shifty said, who he said it to, who was there, any of that. Skip it. We buy it. All right. I'm telling you, we buy it. We'll go with that. Let's go with it. You didn't have anybody to back you and you didn't have proof. So you couldn't do anything. You felt your hands were tied. However, you told us that you had a face-to-face conversation with PHI.
Yeah.
And you're telling us what PHI, her context and her words. You've said that just right here, right now. At that point, what would be your reasoning that you didn't go public with it immediately? You went back to your room and you got on panels for a couple of days before doing those catches or whatever. You didn't do anything because
it was a small time window between I had that collaboration and then lost that collaboration, and that was something I could see us planning out after we did catches. Weeks. No, it wasn't weeks.
It was weeks. It was weeks until
it was days.
Okay, well we'll go find it out. We'll figure it out.
No, you can just do.
Well, let's figure out what day you seen. Let's figure it out. What day you seen?
Even PHI stretched it out to like some 5-day figure or whatever it is. Which I mean, I think it was even less than that. Couple of days. This was like when I was in Indiana.
Okay. And I'm asking you, what is the day that you seen PHI versus the first time it was said on panel out of your mouth? What's the time frame? The time frame is not days.
It was days. It was absolutely days because I was in Indiana, and then a certain period of time, and then I did that Illinois catch.
Yeah, Becky, I believe that he's telling the truth right now because he was supposed to collab with her, and then it just got canceled for no undue reason.
Yeah,
no, it wasn't for undue reason. That's not a true statement.
And one, that's not an expected thing to happen too. Like you think I expected that, and then two, if you're gonna like make
Ryan,
an like
my question is this. Let me go back again. Now at this point I don't even care if it shouldn't have been days. It shouldn't have been weeks. It should have been immediately. You're telling us, you've told us day after day, the reason you didn't say anything a year ago, was because nobody would back you up. And you had no proof, right?
Well, however,
the day
a year ago.
And you didn't do anything about it
And no, I mean, neither did anyone. I mean, no one would.
I still wouldn't have.
And then beyond that, like, I mean, it's very clear the tone of everyone in Slack that they don't give a shit, including you.
Okay, I'm
like,
telling you,
you actually
it isn't what you're
on
presenting
this
it, Ryan.
panel. No, and
It's
you
not
on
what
this
you're presenting
panel.
it, Ryan.
Yes,
It's
because
not.
you on this panel said like are going with the narrative like Shifty is a victim. This is after everything.
No, the child is a victim. The child has been drastically hurt somewhere.
Is Shifty a victim?
That family is a victim.
Is Shifty
the child is a victim.
Is Shifty a victim?
Why did it take you so long to come out, Ryan? Why didn't you come out with the day one? Why didn't you? Even if you had no
Anthony,
evidence,
could you please wait your time?
Shut the fuck up, Tech. Yes, sir.
No, Becky was just cooking, dude.
Shut the fuck up, Tech.
Bro, didn't your channel just get deleted?
Up on my panel, I was respectful. I let him talk. Everybody tried cutting him off, and I was being respectful.
Becky was just cooking.
And I tried coming up on his panel, and he kicks me out because Missy says, "Oh, he's scumbag. Don't let him up." And Ryan is a fucking follower. He's not a leader. You're a follower, Ryan. You're nothing but a puppet. You knew about something that bio for a year, and you didn't speak on it because you didn't.
They weren't ever gonna speak on it, and that's even.
Anthony, could you please let Becky cook? She was just cooking.
Piece of shit, regardless, Ryan. I would have came out with that shit day one. I don't care if I didn't have evidence. I'd rather look like a retard making false statements than fucking not ever putting it out there. If you morally, you know you did it wrong. Even if you say, "Oh, I did it a year later," that still counts. No, it doesn't. You fucking idiot.
Okay, but wait.
They would have never come out with it. It wouldn't even been a year.
There was nothing to come out with. Let me say it just one more time.
And everyone in
I'm just saying, he says that there was something to come out with. Why wait a year? Why not the moment that you found out? Why not the red button, Ryan? What happened to your big red button? What happened to the big NV cap red button?
I'm answering your question. It would be no proof.
It doesn't matter because
it doesn't matter.
It would raise the suspicion and it would cause a dilemma.
I can't even hear you guys, and I'm starting to get pissed off.
And a report.
So you know what you did, Ryan.
There's no positive ID.
Have you reported it to the authorities yet? Have you did the right thing and reported it to the police?
How would I do that?
Or have you just been on panel tours crying about it? Have you reported it to the police?
How would I do that?
You go to the police station and report a crime.
That a dude named Shifty in a Slack.
You know his information. Don't act like you don't know that nigga's information.
That's literally what you're.
Don't act like you don't know that nigga's information. Shut the fuck up. Why haven't you gone and reported it? Why haven't you gone and reported it? How coward? Because you're a coward. You're a coward. You're a follower. You'd never be a leader.
And luckily, my plan worked, and we did get
what plan? What plan worked? What plan worked? We're finding out a year later that a child fucking did that to Shifty, supposedly.
And
can we make a pause right here? There is no way.
And even if those other people were hiding it, why didn't you, as a catcher, Ryan,
Anthony,
morally report it and tell everybody? Why didn't you tell Alex?
Okay, I'm going to ask you guys.
Why did you not tell the person that knows best? Alex, why didn't you tell him?
If I can't talk on my own channel, we're just not going to do this, okay?
Goodbye, Becky. Have a good night.
No, I don't mind you here, Anthony, but I got something. I just have a question. Oh, you're not wrong. I'm not saying that.
I mean,
but my question.
That's the big thing, though. Like, if anything, right now, even after everything, you're still coping for it. So it's like there's like no argument for you. There's no argument for anyone else. Like, if anything, there is something. Say, like maybe I could have, like got that evidence somehow. Like as far as like planning, but you guys never came with it. You guys are coping with it right now. You guys saying there's paperwork that would acquit that after hearing that. After hearing a much more detailed version of events.
Well, Ryan, I think Becky was just asking you if she could just talk on her own panel. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Alright, so, yeah. What's your question? Oh.
She'll be right back. No, it's not the first time. But, no, I think she wants to ask you a question. But it was just very hostile right now. But when she comes back, give her the floor.
All right. Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear you.
So I'm going to go back to my original question. Okay. I'm not going to scream and we're not going to yell like I'm not down for it. Okay. So we bought your story, Ryan, of why you waited a year. I bought it, right? Let's go with it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, stop talking about that. My question is, when you met PHI face to face, at that point, according to your story, right? Not saying it's true or not, because I wasn't there. But according to your story, you're telling us that you had someone, another catcher, standing with you, beside you, backing you up. But it still took you days to weeks until a total fallout happened 2 times over for you to say something. So if we buy the fact why it happened a year, I'm still trying to buy how it waited from that face-to-face conversation with PHI that you said you knew she backed you up, because you're telling us she was on board with you, right? She was just as disgusted by it as you are, supposedly. Why did you, right? But you went back to your hotel, and I know for a fact you had 2 or 3 times or days, nights, that you stayed in the hotel and you were on panel, so you weren't busy decoying and you weren't busy catching, but you were on panel and you never said anything. You never spoke a word of it. Only till shit fell out 2 times over have you now come out with this story in a different light than, 3, 4, 5 other people recall it. I mean, you're trying to make 3, 4, 5 of us look like we just made
maybe
up the story.
better question would be like, why didn't I do the catch? A day before I did the catch. Like, how could you let the catch go on another day? How dare you?
But you did, right? But you were the only one that had it.
I mean, it's a ridiculous question. Like, so it's like, let's say like the day I did the catch, like, why didn't you do that catch yesterday, whatever? Because we're literally talking.
Ryan, you're deflecting right now.
No,
Ryan, that has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
Wait, hold on. Can you let him make his point? Because I'm listening, but you just asked him a series of questions, and then I guess
I'm not asking a question. It's one question. If it
okay, well, then let him respond before you cut him off, and then maybe kick him. I mean, kick me if you want to.
He's already repeated the same thing. Now he's saying, well, if you do a catch the day before, the day after, 2 days later, whatever. Okay. No, Ryan. My question is, if you were on such high alert for a year, right? For a year this bothered you, but you had nobody to stand beside you. Nobody. You said nobody.
Well, I didn't even have the version of events that would definitively prove that. All I heard was some weird story about the daughter sexually assaulting him. So I didn't even get to the point that it got to that something like that happened.
Okay. All right, but you have said on multiple times, when they ask you, why didn't you say something then? You say, because I didn't have proof and because I had nobody to back me up. Nobody would back me up. So you're making it look like you asked people to back you up and they wouldn't do it, which I believe is false. I know for myself, there was no speak up, right? Okay, that's fine. I'm going with it. I told you, I buy you. I'm asking you, the minute you walked away from PHI, you then no longer is it that you didn't have somebody to corroborate your story, right? It's no longer at that moment. Yet you went back to your room and got on drama panels for at least 2 days, maybe 3. Got on drama panels day and night, right? And never spoke a word of it. But if you were on high alert for the whole year that you said you were, but you had nobody to back you up, and you had no proof, but you were still on high alert, you still felt it. You said that.
Yeah, we could have came out with it. We could have came out with it right after the catch. That I did.
You should have come out with it as soon as you went back to your room and got on the panel.
Why?
I think I have a general question. Like, Ryan, I think you were standing under an umbrella And then at some point you stepped out of under that umbrella, and then you got rained upon. And then you started to ask questions why you were being rained upon, because you stepped out from that umbrella.
I don't know what you're trying to talk about.
So, why did you talk about this after you left Nunya? When you were with Nunya, you were under an umbrella. And then whenever you left her group or started to ask questions, you were kicked out. And then you were kicked out, and then you were standing under the rain. And you were like, why am I getting rained on? These are all the bad people that are the reason why I was kicked out.
Well, no, I mean, none of that's true. So, yeah, I mean, I left the Slack because of the doxing. So, that's not what happened.
Right. And none of that matters to me. I'm just going to continue to say it until you understand my question. My question is, you had at that point when, according to your words right now, PHI said what she said to you. We're not going to repeat it because it's just ugly. Okay? She said what she said to you. That conversation happened according to you, the way you say the context was, right? Okay, we're going to buy that. Let's say you're right and you're absolutely completely right on how you're recanting in that conversation. But at that point, I don't understand how this bothered you for a whole year. And finally, someone had your back. Somebody was willing to.
Well, not a year.
Okay.
Not
right.
a year.
No. When you and PHI had a face-to-face conversation,
and we would have done that after the catch.
I don't care when you would have done it. There's no reason that you wouldn't have done it immediately.
Becky, I don't want to be rude, Becky, but I only have like 2 minutes because I'm working. Can I say something, please? I don't mean to be rude at all to you at all.
That's okay.
Ryan, so if you knew this and you were scared about it, why didn't you ask Alex to help you?
Honestly, what would that even benefit? How would you do that?
Okay, and what's these screenshots that Tech posted about? What screenshots are those that you?
What screenshots?
I'm not reading all that bullshit, but what is that stuff say?
No, these were. Are you asking me, Anthony?
Yeah, your post that you made with like Shifty's conversations.
What does it say? This is exactly what I just read off on Jeff's panel last night.
I didn't watch none of that, so can you please let me know what?
Well, just how
those DMs consist of?
1 second, okay? I'll go to my channel.
So you don't even know what you posted about. I mean, you're posting DMs and you don't even... I even see Shifty say Alex Frozen. So he even knew, like, even a nigga like Alex could get his ass. So my question is, Ryan, why did your pussy ass not tell Alex? Why didn't you go collaborate with Alex to try to get Shifty? I mean, y'all could have interviewed him. You know how Alex interviews people.
How would how would we interview him? No, me and PHI probably would have exposed him after the catches.
Nah, Ryan, you're a pussy. Yeah. You didn't. You're a pussy. You're a pussy faggot. You never done it. You protected it for a year because you're a fucking faggot loser, coward, scary ass bitch who's never had a fucking ounce of fucking testosterone in his life. You fucking faggot. You don't have testosterone. You don't.
Oh, sure. All right.
Well, Anthony, I have these screenshots pulled up. Would you like to hear them?
So yeah, I mean, the better question is, all of the people, including Becky, see Shifty as a victim in all this.
No, I see his family. The daughter was a victim that made the whole entire family.
Well, I played your words on my panel, and you said the father. That would be Shifty.
Okay.
Right?
What I said was
the father, the daughter.
Yeah, the daughter is a true victim. The family is a residual victim of the child's abuse that happened in another household.
Could I give a little bit of perspective?
Yo, Becky, you're a scumbag. You have no position to question me on anything. You're a scumbag. You're not answering that question. You're saying Shifty's a victim. You are
The
trash.
family is a victim. That entire family is a victim.
So is everyone
Absolutely.
there in chat or whatever. Don't talk to me about like calling the police. You're all scum.
Okay.
Anyone
Bye,
in that
Ryan.
Slack. You would have never came out with it.
Bye,
You saw
Ryan.
Shifty as a victim. You're not answering that question because you.
No, I'm not playing that game. Like, that's fine. But again, he can't answer the question. I mean, am I wrong? Am I asking? Is there another way to ask it? There's only
I
one
don't
way.
know if you're wrong. I don't know if you're asking it incorrectly, but Anthony was just up here asking me a couple questions, and I'm just gonna give like a brief rundown, okay? So these are Shifty's DMs with Glammy. Oh, okay, that's from her.
Yeah, I'm not
She
hearing
might
that
change.
again. I'm not hearing that again about the money laundering. I don't care. That's got nothing to do with
Okay,
it.
well, that was literally why Anthony jumped up here, I think.
Okay, I got nothing to do with that shit. That's got
Okay,
nothing
well,
to do with what Shifty told me. That's a whole nother community, a whole nother fucking topic. That's got nothing to do
I'm not
with what
I'm
the
not accusing you.
My question to Ryan will continue to be just that. I'm going to be Ryan to Ryan. I'm going to ask the same question over and over and over. And I hope that other people will too. My question to Ryan, I'm going to do to him exactly what he did to Ed, because that's how I feel about it right now. If he fretted about this for a year, but his only reason for not saying anything was he had nobody to cooperate it, and he had no proof. When he walked away from that conversation that he claims he had with Sammy Joe, at that point, he had somebody to back him up. He had somebody to stand beside him at that moment, because according to him, she said it face to face. So there's no reason, in my book, no reason, if he truly felt the way he did for that year, as he's claiming that he did, at that point, it was a gift handed to him on a silver platter by PHI, saying what she said to him according to him. I'm not saying she said it because I wasn't there, but according to him and his context, if what he is saying is true, at that point, the very next time he pushed go live, that's what it should have been about, because it'd been working on him for a year, according to him. According to him, he wanted a live or a Zoom privately because he didn't want to lose contact with Shifty. He claims that it was to get more information, but he didn't get any more information. Okay, we'll buy it. But I still go back to, you had someone, you were standing in front of them, and you had plans to see them the next day to have a catch. There is no reason that you fretted for a year over this, and you were handed someone to stand right beside you, that you didn't hit the red button. That's my question.
Well,
and because Ryan
is he
just
here?
repeats himself over and over, so am I. I'm going to do Ryan to Ryan.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. But I think there's like way more intricacies of this than makes any sense.
Well, makes a whole lot of sense to me, but that's fine. All right, what else do you need, Tech? Anything? You good?
No, I'm good. Yeah, have a great night. Take care of yourself.
Sure, bye-bye.
Thanks for letting me. Bye.
Well, he follows. He just don't want to look any type of way to Ryan, right? He don't want to say to Ryan, Becky's got a point here, Ryan. No, he don't want to do that. See, he's feeling pretty lucky that Ryan hates Nunya so much that his syndrome is kicked in so high that Ryan will forgive that man for what he has said about his deceased grandchildren, or his deceased girlfriend and her children. Literally, these people have said that Ryan sexually assaulted those children. What? That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. Yep. And I'm going to repeat it another 15 every time Ryan addresses me. Yep. Every time anybody addresses me, that's exactly what I'm going to say. Isn't that how Ryan does it? He just jumps up on every panel and asks the same question over and over and over until he gets what answer he's looking for. Gonna do a Ryan to a Ryan. He can call me all the names he wants to call me. I don't have to call him any names. I don't have to do any of that. To me, we're going exactly with what Ryan has said himself. Like, nobody made that up. That's his story, ongoing, on repeat. We heard him over and over and over. I appreciate you, Cruz, but I just can't keep screaming over top of you guys. Right. And he's right by saying none of us would help expose Shifty because, for one, he never asked me. He never once sounded concerned. And two, I wouldn't have been an exposure because I don't feel how he's presenting it as what I've understood it to be. And, like, they're crazy to think that whatever Ryan has said, 4, 5, 6 people heard this story according to Ryan. And you're really telling me that all 5 or 6 people heard that story and just wanted to cover Shifty's ass? When the truth is nobody could stand him a whole lot at the end? I mean, right? Like, there was no love lost between him and I. Like, we weren't friends like that. I definitely would have called him out. If I felt that's what it was, I would have. And I wouldn't have waited for somebody to cooperate it. I wouldn't have waited for proof. I would have just done it. But for sure, when somebody was standing beside me willing to tag team it, I would have done it immediately. I would have felt so much relief that I'd been bottled this up for a year, and I finally had a way to get this out and not just be a he said, she said situation. There were 2 of us standing side by side, him and PHI. But for some reason, it took him days to weeks. And that's what we need to figure out. So we need to find out when was the first time Ryan mentioned this on panel and what day he had this conversation with PHI. Because I don't know. But it was many days. It definitely was not a day. Yeah, and I don't know all that about tech. All I know is what Big Moose said. And what's crazy is Big Moose is the only person that I have ever blocked on YouTube. Ever. Like, that's how upset for Ryan I was when Big Moose said that. And I remember saying that on panel a couple of times. The only person I have blocked is Big Moose. Because I was so offended by what he said about Moon and her children. So there's nothing. I'm not going to hate anyone enough to go sit beside that. I'm sorry, Ryan. Can't be. Nope, there's Ryan Live. So I guess I'll hang it up, guys, and we can go over there. And I mean, unless somebody wants to come up and share it, that's fine. But I don't know how to do it. So I'll give somebody a couple minutes to hop up and do that if that's what they want to do. Can you do that right quick, Tanya? Yeah, okay. I'll wait for it to come up. Why does it say authenticated with YouTube, edit name, kick from studio, ban from studio? It doesn't give me a choice to put you up. Hold on, it's not giving me a choice for that. It's just saying edit name, kick from studio, ban from studio. It's not telling me that I can put you on stage. Can you hear me, Nanya? Okay, that's fine.
And she would have like hit the red button on live. You're not going. You're not even taking that stance right now. This is after everything. Now this is after everyone confirmed everything. This is after even Shifty's in chat. This is so idiot that she would come up with anything is it's horseshit.
He wants it to be that so bad.
And after that conversation with PHI about the explicit details, I don't know if you know, but we were planning on doing a couple catches, and then to do something about Shifty.
Oh, well, that's a new story. We've not heard that.
So,
we're hearing that for the first time, guys.
But like
now
I
him
think
and
they were like
PHI
trying to
planned
press
on
me
doing
on
it.
saying like, well, why didn't you just go live like that night? You know, like.
Am I right? Isn't this the first time he's saying that him and PHI had plans to expose Shifty? He's not said that.
While we're planning catches, and we already, like at that point, there would have been no reason to think that there would be any falling out or anything. So there would have been corroboration to the story on that.
Ryan, that's the first time you're saying that. You've not said that in
after the
days.
catches. Like that's
Never
like
said
literally
that.
saying, like let's say I don't know, someone goes live with a catch. You know, they've been planning for like a week or something or 2 weeks. Like, fuck you for not doing that catch that you went live on yesterday, or the day before. You know, I kind of tried to say that, but I was being yelled at by a Neanderthal. So yeah, bro. They're total scumbags.
Yeah, that's the first time he has said that. He has
like,
never said him and PHI had plans to expose it.
You know,
never.
I don't know who Shifty is. Hold on, someone send me a video. I just want to play it. Oh, something. Letter Becky's on a tick pick to clear yourself from drama. This is the type of people you're dealing with. And yeah, it's just kind of crazy that like it's like a massive contradiction. Becky said that if she was in my shoes, she would have went live that night. She would have, had her principles, and she would have went live that night. So why didn't you go live that night? But she's not even taking that stance right now. After everyone has, at this point, everyone would have cooperated. That's a wild contradiction. Seems to me a couple of days in between is negligible, considering it should have been brought out a year ago.
Again, I stand on there's nothing to expose.
Yet Yeah, and then beyond that, that's something you would want to plan out.
He has told
You
the
know,
story so many times, but he has
we probably
never
could have
said that.
figured
So
out
now
who
that's his
50 actually
answer
was.
to my question. That's his answer to my question, is him and PHI had plans to expose it
There and
after
then.
those catches. Never has he said that.
What about here and now? Like, if that's even the stance, they should be calling the cops now. They know the entirety of the situation. There should be nothing like if that argument even makes sense. They
I
should
would really
be
hope, for the
calling the
sake of that
police
little
right
girl,
now.
that those people
Why isn't
listen to
Anthony
what
Cruz
really
calling the
happened
police?
and tell Ryan to stop. I would hope so. I would hope so. Because I sure wouldn't talk about Ryan's
Yeah, it's very
mental
clear
illness or
that
sexual assault,
kind of like where their minds are at.
let alone let
too.
them allow him to talk about that little girl like this.
Like they would have go for it, and then it would have been, you know, kind of a wild thing to, you know, make an allegation with no proof or not a single other person that has the same account of events. Yeah, I think I'll yeah, this is my panel, so I can actually make sure it doesn't get crazy. Are they doing mine Fetty in the chat? Getting ready to be homeless bum? Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, so yeah, and according to your logic, like let me ask you this. Like why well like I mean, I don't know if you were the ones that were saying like, you know, you should be calling the police. Like you should be calling the police right now. Him and PHI have plans to expose it after the catch. Yeah, so that's like that should be a planned thing. Because I remember we were also even like talking about like other people or whatever, because I kind of lost touch with the other people in Slack. But this would have been something that would have required planning, and that would have been something that would be a matter of days to be done. Not on my new phone. No, I would have to find it. So let's look at the fact they think a minor can say a grown adult. Yeah, and yeah, and beyond that, like Becky referred to Shifty again as a victim on that panel. Well, actually, I think she did 2 panels, so it may have been the previous one. But yeah, it's just like it's all cope. It's all cope. No, that phone has been factory reset, but I have phone records I can look into. Yeah, and scumbag Becky, like, here's my question. Including the father, including Shifty, the entire family is a victim from that child's mental illness due to prior abuse. Including Shifty? Ask her that. And answer that question, or fuck off. It seemed like they were protecting so many creds, just weird. Yeah, and I didn't realize it was like that, too. That, they were that protective about that. Oh, creds. She got shafted by a child and shipped this child away, that's my knowledge.
You want anything while I'm up, huh?
But what does shafted mean?
Dean, you want anything?
Peggy isn't a pred, but she does church preds run while they're. I mean, I'm not really gonna comment on that, but yeah, I mean, she's not answering to the fact that she's implying that the family includes Shifty. So still buying basically a pedophile fantasy story about you know, a child sexually assaulting a fully grown adult. So Shifty is a father responsible for everything his daughter suffered as a child. He's not a victim of any kind. Yeah, Becky disagrees with you. Becky disagrees with you. To be very clear, I'll say it for her. They're willing to believe TVS is heck American. I don't even know what that's about. But yeah, like they're in a community of child predators, and they are, I don't know what the word is, like coping, I guess, for child predators. I made 2 comments describing what Becky has done. YouTube blocks them. That's how bad she is. Yeah. Yeah, bro. Like, I'll say this. Everyone in Slack, y'all are pedo sympathizers. Like, I'll actually say that right now. Like, Nunya, Frogger, CPP West Virginia are pedo sympathizers. All of them are scumbags. Every single person in that chat. Total piece of shit humans. Like, whatever, maybe, like, whatever even, like, catch they're a part of, maybe that was just, like, clout, I guess. That's probably it. So maybe they got the clout, maybe they're done now. I mean, the CPP part is very fitting, though. Crew support Shifty 2. Would you rather attack the messenger? Crazy. Yeah, and I think they're talking about like so I mean that's literally like they're basically literally saying that like let's say you're planning a catch for like maybe a couple days to a week or something like that. Why didn't that catcher do the catch the day before? Or before you even plan the catch? Like, you have any chat logs or evidence or anything? Yes, I ran, but you clearly didn't care about this at all over a year. And was so cool with Shifty and friends. And any communication with Shifty was trying to get information, and there was a Zoom about that situation, something Becky's denying. So, you're operating on false information.
And that's a lie. Because when
that's
Shifty
true.
was still in Zoom, before he got kicked out of Zoom, there was many times Shifty and Ryan were there.
And I mean,
It
really,
was
it's
never
kind of like believing
discussed.
pedosympathizers.
Never.
That's really what they are.
Not even
Like,
brought
they should
up.
be, they should have
That's a
entered the
lie.
map community.
Absolute lie.
Maybe they should get their devices. Actually, I think it makes a lot more sense. I mean, I thought it was a little far that Nunya's a new Ed. Nunya is a new Ed. Like, it is. Like, it's full of evil people. Absolutely. And I'm serious. I'm not joking. I'm serious saying that. Like, who knows what goes on there? And I think probably the only reason, like, maybe, like, PHI was actually, you know, maybe even saying she was gonna do something, is probably, like, for some kind of benefit on her end or something, you know? Because I think really, like, it was just like that she was taking money from her supporters so she could get money. It's all about money. It's not about catches. It's not about pedophiles. It's just a money grab, a cloak grab. Total scumbag shit. Yeah, and I've seen CPP West Virginia. Like, surprising they're not on the sex offender registry. God damn. Shit, I heard. They blame me for not coming up with it on with the story, but the same can be said about them is so redundant. It just deflects from Shifty and the Pedo's actions. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you guys should just like leave the predator catch community and join the map community. That's where you guys belong. Like, why are you guys here? That makes a lot more sense. There are two issues: Ryan's grandstanding, to the actual situation with Shifty. The actual police were calling the kid. So here's the thing: there's no information. There's no way that can be verified. Maybe that can be verified, but not right now. Not yet. Because we don't even know who Shifty is. If I go back in phone records on my old phone, and I do a background check, and then that's successful with checking, like, you know, records and stuff, maybe then there could be some kind of verification on it. But all I know is Shifty is named Shifty. Yeah. If the cops are calling a 12-year-old for that specific situation, that looks bad on him. Yeah, definitely. who would benefit from catchers playing drama rather than catching? I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, bro. They'll yeah, they're bro, they like I can't even believe how like slimy they are. Bro. Just like evil people. Evil people. By case do they mean police case or social worker case? Yeah, who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? We gotta deport them and send them to the map community. For real. They won't do anything. They don't want to do anything. They're talking about like me calling the police or whatever. And actually, technically, they probably have like more of a rapport with Shifty. They could probably go to the police. They could probably find out actually who he is. Imagine explaining defending Shifty to somebody IRL. So yeah, his minor daughter touched him inappropriately, but it's totally the minor's daughter's fault, so it's okay. Yeah, that's them, bro. Virtuous pedophiles. I don't know. Something. Yeah, and I believe that. I believe that 100%. Like, I think they should be in that community. Absolutely. Deport them. They should be deported. Should have a predator catcher ice. Yeah, Frogger says I ain't wasting a police report for a case that was already investigated and closed, according to Shifty. Fucking creepy fuck, they can't even talk. I ain't wasting police resources on that. Because you don't care. Like, why, like, you're not really, you're not really watching catches, you know? You're like, you don't really give a shit about catches. Fuck out of here. Honestly, I don't give a fuck. I'll say whatever the fuck I want, bro. They're the lowest form of human life, from what I heard. I bet like a kid would be in right in front of you, probably do something. And the reason I think you're trying to like make some kind of case against like I think they were trying to say something about like NTF or they're pretending they care about like Ed or whatever. Like y'all don't give a fuck at all. You're fooling no one. Yeah, isn't that's ironic, bro? It's just like basically anything and everything they say is like the same virtue signaling bitch shit. Like, they have no morals at all. They're not capable of morals. Like, they won't think for a second to do something that we would never be able to sleep at night with. You know, shit they were involved with. Why did they come up and turn running? I don't know. He was just babbling like a Neanderthal. I don't know. PSA, brothers and sisters shouldn't have kids. Brothers and sisters shouldn't have kids. They'll end up like that. You want to know too late, and they can move on the screen. Yeah, actually, it's kind of ridiculous. It's 2:44 a.m., but yeah, and that's true. I'm gonna like, I mean, I don't even give a shit like whoever will listen or whatever, but yeah, I'm gonna kind of make it very clear that pretty much at this point, like, those people are a map community. You know, trying to infiltrate the Predator Kitchen community. That's pretty much what it is. Okay, to the night shift. Yeah, yeah, I can't really think of more to say. I want to just like repeat myself, but they're trash. What do you mean about integration? What do you mean? Oh, I dropped the link. I thought I dropped the link. I'll drop the link. Too old. Don't have it in me. Oh, I don't know.
I just said, you know, Alex told him not to talk about the money and taxes. You just know it. But he can stop talking about it.
Yeah, me and I'm kind of just like reading their chat a little bit, like they're just kind of deflecting or something. They're trying to talk about like they're really trying to talk about like anything other than the fact that they are pieces of shit. That's really it. Keep deflecting. Saying I ran out of gas or whatever. you know. But the real issue is now you know the absolute full picture, and you're still saying that a grown fat fuck that's probably like 270 pounds, Shifty, is still a
Shifty
victim
is
of a
not even
12-year-old
fat.
girl.
What are you talking about? When I seen Shifty, he wasn't fat. He wasn't even barely overweight at all. You must have seen a different person than I did.
Increasingly more. I just don't know why I didn't see it earlier. That'd be a bigger question. There's a big boy on your feet and the beast. Yeah, bro. Like, how's a fat fuck that's 270 pounds gonna be a victim to a 12-year-old girl? That's a bigger question. Becky thinks that. Becky thinks that. Right? I asked her that like 5 times, you know? Like, she already implied it. I said, like, so Shifty included? She didn't say anything. But she only had money for 1 meal a day until donos rolled in from PHI supporters. Yeah, exactly. Total scumbag shit. Total scumbag shit. But even if her, like, bullshit stories were true, it's like, I think if you're gonna have a kid, you should at least feed your kid, right? According to the text. But that's not true. It's just a giant money grab. It's like how much money can we get from these, naive predator catcher supporters? Like, how much money can we get from these dumb motherfuckers? And I guess the answer was more than 20 grand, right? At all costs. Pays pretty well. They're talking about paying taxes. I will pay taxes on that income. That's some income. Residual victim? What the fuck does that mean? No 5270. Yeah, bro. Before even that started, or whatever. He was like complaining or whatever, like, and trying to get like support emotional support that he was like a fat fuck. Like, I don't know. It's some medicine, bro. I don't know. I fostered at a 13-year-old girl who became very flirtatious with my husband. I believe based on her past trauma, but we shut that behavior down immediately. Yeah, it's a responsible thing to do. And then, like, the very simple question, I was kind of like, how did she even know to do that? And then his answer was something about porn, and that just didn't make any sense. But he did not tell me what PHI told me. He did not tell me what PHI told me. Very different story. And then you notice, like, someone kind of noticed, like, when you kind of just, like, hone in on points like this or whatever, those, like, deflect on some stupid. Like, whatever the fuck. Like, some kind of, like, they said, like, FCC made or whatever. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck about and all? What about the fact that, you're, like, trying to get tens of thousands of dollars from the predator catcher community, when you have like the morality and rationale to probably like let a child get raped in front of you and not even give a fuck. I believe that, 100%, 100%. Pretty much most
Isn't
people
that what
in that,
NCF
not even just
No?
that, not even that.
Exactly who he's sitting with on camera did that in front of our
100
eyes.
hours
Not if
of
she did
plotting
it.
and planning
We
and
can't do
paneling
it.
in the last week on just by just observing his
Unreal.
panel workhorse mode. Yeah, I think we do need a Tilly PowerPoint. It was kind of boring in the beginning, but it would be good for nostalgia.
He wants everybody to think he doesn't know how to get a hold of Shifty because that makes him look bad, right? Oh, just drop that. That makes him look bad. If he comes out with that he knows Shifty's phone number, then obviously he can do something about it, right? And I feel confident, without talking to Shifty, of course, I feel confident that Shifty say, do it. If that's what you got to do it.
You know, I think she says like something like, "Yeah, Ryan's giving Kitchens a bad look. Not gonna lie, look what he's trying to do: weaponize the kitchen community and calling people prez with no proof." I thought I was supposed to just I thought I was supposed to call the police with no proof. What are you talking about? Am I supposed to call the police with no proof and then go live about it? Or I don't know. It's interesting. I don't get you with Tilly when you unreveal the gossip and secrets you had to him in the exclusive. And yeah, so my thing with docs, I don't know. Can we just get rid of a docs? I don't know who the fuck doxes are or whatever. I think I see it. I'm responsible for no docs. I think I see it, but
Who they doxing?
I just glanced at it, took care of it. Yeah, I think it's just that one, right? I think they're just kind of saying this. I think they're just kind of like repeating back what I'm kind of saying about them for valid reasons, and they're just kind of saying that back to me in chat. It's like, well, no, you don't care about the kids. No, you're not in it for the right reasons. You're a towel. No.
Come on, Peter. Come on, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all I've come out about. You know, I don't necessarily take screenshots or anything when I was in Slack. You know, I don't do the mold thing. But the only thing I came forward on was things that were either really wrong or arguably crimes. Like the rest of the stuff, you know, wasn't like gossip really. I'm not really getting into that, but only the important stuff. Can't answer this question. They're so sure and concerned about tax fraud called the IRS. Yeah, well, all that is to deflect from their shit. That's all it is. It's to deflect from their shit. They're gonna say, I don't know, like, I stole, like, you hear Ryan stole a car or something like that. I don't know. Whatever they're gonna say. Who knows? Maybe I stole a car.
Yeah, Barbie's ready for bed too, guys. I'm gonna go. But
Plot twist. Daniel Messberg's actually real.
it's unreal that he is skipping the fact that this little girl came back to Shifty, a very hurt little girl. that has hurt the entire family. It's sad. It's really sad that, you notice he's not repeating any of that. Like, he's not repeating anything that makes sense or that he was told.
Yeah, the thing is, I understand how the legal system works.
I mean, he just needs to call the cops. Come on, Ryan. You got his number. Alex can surely find out who he is. Like, I challenge you to. Do the right thing, Ryan. If that's the right thing to do, do it. All right, guys. Thanks for coming in. Talk to you guys later.
A man charged with felony sexual assault of children died by suicide while in custody at the Gallatin County Detention Center. The Gallatin County Sheriff's Office confirms Jeffrey Shine, a Bozeman anesthesiologist, was pronounced dead by the coroner on Thursday, November 27th. Under Sheriff Nate Kammerman tells MTN the suicide has been turned over to the Montana Department of Criminal Investigations.
So an outside agency comes, in this case, an outside coroner also investigates as to the cause of death and whatnot. That matter has been turned over to them.
According to charging documents, the investigation into Shine began October 17th of this year, after an email linked to him was used to create multiple accounts on the messaging app Kik, containing apparent child pornography.
There's some terrible stuff out there, but fortunately we have a lot of really good people fighting to try to keep kids safe too.
Working with cyber tips and the Internet Crimes Against Children, task force deputies arrested Shine November 25th.
We have a dedicated ICAC detective here in Gallatin County Sheriff's Office, and have that program up and running here so that we can address threats that come into our direct community here.
Charging documents allege Shine engaged in explicit conversations with multiple users about sexually molesting male children, and claimed he once had, quote, hundreds of images of minors before losing them in a storage crash. Shine was a local anesthesiologist with the Gallatin Valley Anesthesia Associates and had privileges at the hospital since 2019. Shine also worked at other local medical facilities.
Regarding workplace or anything like that, that is all part of the greater investigation going on. As I said a moment ago, we're taking steps from our investigations division to make sure any victims or potential victims within our community are noted and actions taken to make sure that there's nothing further there.
According to hospital policy, they conduct background checks every 2 years. Anesthesiologists have limited contact with patients and are never alone with them, making it unlikely he was ever alone with a minor. In this statement from Bozeman Health, they say, quote, "We had no prior knowledge of the investigation and were not contacted by law enforcement during their investigation. We have no information suggesting any concerns related to the individual's work within our facilities." As the investigation moves forward, the sheriff's office shares its condolences.
As far as the family of the offender too, that's a difficult thing, and our hearts go out to the greater community surrounding him too, as that has impact.
Kimmerman also urges patients to monitor their children's online activity.
Just be aware, especially of your kids, what's going on the internet. Be always aware of what they're looking at, what they're getting into, who they're communicating with.
In Bozeman, Megan Elaine, MTN News.
Why don't you want a new day? We'll catch the sun. The rain. Are you ready? Somebody's going. Are you ready? Not to be alone. Someone's coming to take you home. Yeah. People say that he won't come. I don't know what say you. If you should, would you be the one? Now that little question I have to ask you. Are you ready? Sit back on. Are you ready? Let the people know. Come on, coming and gonna take you home. The trouble all of the sisters have been spending a long to do their thing. But now, better than any all of the music, it's easy to sing. Are you ready? Are you ready? Somebody so oh you heard it? What the deal? Stop on coming, gonna take you home. Hey, you must be ready. Ah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. I'd like to thank you all very much for coming to see us. It's been a pleasure. We'd like to come back this way sometime real soon. You know, seriously, we really would. So take care. I'd like to leave you with one little thing, if you don't mind. I'd like for you to think about this for a minute. I'd like for you to think about this for a minute, if you would. You know, what must we? What must be? You must be prepared. You must be. Go down to the station. You find a train waiting there for you. Don't need no baggage. You don't need no luggage. Just get on board. Baby, love, don't you worry. Don't you worry. Don't you? Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Crying for it. Oh, sanctuary. Give it to me, sanctuary. Oh, the best one I need. Sanctuary. Oh, give it to me. Give it to me. Oh, sanctuary. Yes, sanctuary.
Of this fella. And it's real. It's real. It's out there. And I'm gonna be dropping this shit on you, bro. You come at me so many times. Now, buddy, I'm on top. I'm on top. And I'm gonna start dropping these pictures. I'm gonna start dropping all this information. And I want to see how you act. See, you want to go out and start fucking with people. You want to go out and make threats to people. And now it's come back tenfold. Because I have something that you're going to flip out when I post it. And I'm going to post it. I'm going to put it out there. I'm talking about pictures. Let me back it up. The person that we're talking about is John Davis. John Davis. Okay, there's court papers out there that he got caught having sex with animals. No shit. It's out there. Oh, John Davis, you want to post people's pictures and stuff? I'm going to post some of your pictures out there. Have fun. Have fun, Mr. Davis. Your day has came. Nanya, I ain't forgot about you. I got your information. And I'm going to drop it also. You want to fuck with people. You want to call people up. Now it's y'all two's turn. Let's see who I can call up. Maybe I might just send registered letters to them. See, I've been saving all those videos. I've been saving them. And I'm going to use them. Gomez, fuck you, buddy. You lost your channel. Ha, ha, ha. It's a good day. You're going to lose more channels. Aaron Victor Cox. Now post some more porn.
I just want to sit on my couch by myself and smoke pot. That's all I want to do. It's not even just, I think she imagines me being single. Like I'm just gonna have fucking harems of whores over here every night. Now, most nights I'm just sitting on the couch, smoking pot by myself. And I love it. It's like the most relaxing shit in the world. I fucking love it. I love sitting on that couch by myself. And sometimes I'll masturbate or whatever and have a great fucking time. Not on the couch. I usually stand up, but it is what it is. And so I loved it. I fucking loved it. I didn't want to have sex. I just wanted to masturbate and be fucking alone. That's it. Masturbate to other women. Maybe send some videos out because I'm into that shit.
When I said, oh, the new year's coming, I can relax, I can go, just enjoy myself. Here they come, especially Aaron. He was waiting. He was dying to do this. Because when I was streaming earlier, just like I said, his channel is dying. I can't even say it's on life support. He needs me to keep it alive. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to respond. He better watch himself. You know, I'm going to tell. He needs to be very careful. Aaron lives in fear. He even came into my chat telling me that he wants to leave the country. He told another person. He gave this other person access to his channel and said that he's doing this because he is in fear for his life. Well, Aaron, why don't you try shutting the fuck up and stop fucking with YouTubers? How many times do I have to say this? Because he couldn't get me. Because he's unable to weaponize me. This is what they do. So AVC, you said you're going to break my cover. The only thing you can break is your high heels when Vic is fucking you hard in the ass.
All that we are is all that we need to be. All that we know is you and the scenery we're engineers. We are your love, baby. We are your life. And I'm not the real, we are your love. I'm you and life, and now we're all back. And I'm not the scenery. And I'm not the
Becky Dean was a gambling gal. Win all the money, baby, she can win it fair. Win all the money, baby, she can win it fair. Becky Dean had games on the ground. Win all the money, baby, let the Skinner lay down. Win all the money, baby, let the Skinner lay down. Started murder with a single tree. Ran 100 miles, baby, don't you murder me. Ran 100 miles, baby, don't you murder me. Walk all the way from East St. Louis. Didn't have but a one thin dime. Didn't have but a one thin dime. Spent it for whiskey, but need it for wine. Spent all my money, baby, on a gal of mine. Spent all my money, baby, on a gal of mine. Becky Dean was a gambling gal. She can win all the money, baby, she can win it fair. Win all the money, baby, she can win it fair.
Oh,
I'm telling you, there ain't nothing you people won't do to try to harass somebody, to try to get somebody to see what you want them to see every day. Shout out to the devil lords of Pittsburgh. Y'all show me how obsessed y'all are to enter into my mind, to break me as a person, to turn me crazy. I'm now seeing what it's like when this program is turned up to max. When you truly don't give these people reactions, you're not worried about what people got to say about you. You're still living your life. You're still living a normal society. You're doing whatever you got to do to survive. And these people will go through lengths. Now, to see vehicles, you see people in your presence, it doesn't stop. There's no limit, and you start to like, as a TI, you start to experience more and more to the point where your reality turns upside down. And if you speak about the things that they do to you, you're going to sound out of your mind. But that's literally because they're upset that you won't give them a reaction. So they got to make sure you're in a controlled environment every single day of your life. So I'm done even trying to tell people certain things about my life, certain synchronicities, and worrying about if people's going to understand me or not. I'm just going to go out and say it, bro. I'm going to go ahead and explain it because I know these perps watch me more than everything. And I know at the end of the day, you people, it's like y'all are so obsessed with the image. I already told everybody, I don't care if the image on me is this crazy guy, but niggas need to understand that there's real evil out here. It's not always this projected person. Oh, we heard this guy is a bad guy. No, it's not always. That's not always the case, bro. No, some of these motherfuckers, some people out here are artificially created monsters. A demonic system made us that way. And it's like I can tell in Pittsburgh, man. It's so funny how it's like my senses, my sixth senses, intuition, discernment just be spiking off the chart. I know there's a reason why I'm seeing the level of harassment I see in this city, bro. Y'all truly have never ran into a person like me before, to able to acknowledge and see how y'all will literally turn whole communities upside down to target somebody, especially when they're not giving you that fucking reaction that you crave. That literally irks these. You got to understand, bro. These people done destroyed thousands, maybe even millions of minds. They done forced millions of people into suicide, to death, to destruction. The TI community is your TI community for a reason. They label you something because it's like these. You got to understand how many people done fail because of this program. And when none of the tactics, and especially shout out to the TIs who make content and you talk about your harassment. Bro, these people, it's like you're making a fool out of these people. You're dead ass making a fool out of these people because they're using whole communities. You know how much resources they're using to psychologically torment innocent civilians every day? And you just happen to be that one. You just happen to be that one that's going to acknowledge everything and still not care. And then shout out to the TIs who make content and talk about it. You going to get online and you're going to talk about the harassment tactics that they're doing to you. Oh, it's a slap in the face. You're making the community look like fools. It's not my fault y'all evil as shit. Even at this, what I'm about to say, you're going to assume I'm crazy. You're going to assume I'm weird, but it is what it is. But, you literally got a bike rider right here. It's the same bike rider. Keeps riding up and down the street. So tonight, I'm going to give you an example of one of the 1,000 different tactics I have to experience on a daily basis. So today, and my intuition is just so sharp, I'm just on it, and I called it out. It is what it is. But anyway, I come into work first time. Mind you, there's like saves of different cameras at the job. And everyone, does their own thing. I set mine up a certain way so I can see all the entrances and exits. And, every time I get into work, it's always different. My intuition is so sharp. I came in at night, the usual shit, it's funny how when even at the workplace, it's like they want you to see the same exact thing. They want people to treat you the same exact way. So I get into work, she do the person I'm relieving, she does her usual BS. And then I notice my camera's up. And I'm like, all right, bro, I don't know what I'm about to see, but I know I'm about to see some Truman Show shit. Lo and behold, like I say, you ain't got to believe me. It is what it is. But I knew I was going to get some type of synchronicity. And the cameras that I have stationed up tell me why. Even this dude, I faced the camera just to show you. I literally seen this dude about 50 times already, bro. I kid you not, seen this guy like 50 times. They got these I guarantee, bro. And it's like I know I'm so spiritually connected. That's why I deal with the things I deal with. I guarantee she took a video or a picture and she showed it through these community devils. And the whole time on every camera, all I'm seeing is one headlighters and white cars. Just same vehicles going up and down the street. Just imagine, bro. Niggas can't find a way to harass you at the job, so they it's like they think on that level to use people to go past their cameras to try to get you to see the same thing. You know, I'm not trying to go into detail about the dumb shit that they do, but this is just one of 1,000 different tactics I deal with on a daily basis. It's insane, bro. You literally see, and what makes it so just like I come to work and I see that and it just sparks off in my head. I know I'm about to deal with bullshit. It's like I'm literally right. This dude, literally every single camera that's facing towards the outside, I'm seeing this bike rider go past every single last one of them. I kid you not. I put this on everything. This nigga, and there's like 3 of them riding around, and they're literally going past every single camera that's faced out toward the street. Or no, the bike riders are going past all the cameras that's facing in front of the doors, and all the cameras that set out looking towards the street. I'm seeing nothing but white cars, and I'm seeing the same vehicles go up and down the street, bro. Do you know how insane people are, bro? I don't care what y'all got to say about me speaking about my harassment. You know what the problem is? The problem is that cities like Pittsburgh, y'all done destroyed over millions of minds, probably. Y'all done watched people's lives like real life Truman Show. Y'all done poisoned and tampered. Y'all done made people's legs people's legs fall off. Y'all done probably induced sickness in people just so you can see them suffer. I see it. I see it so clearly. Y'all really watch people suffer and y'all get a kick out of it, young and old. Think about how messed up that is. You got children participating in your harassment. You know how evil that is? You know how fucked up that is to experience that, to acknowledge that, and then when they actually allow you, they want you to recognize your harassment, and you got all different type of age groups laughing at your pain, thinking it's cool to harass a grown ass man they don't know. That's how I know it's not about who you are. It's about what they can turn you into. You're not going to take time out of your day to harass a supposed sex offender, a rapist, or a murderer or a killer. You're not going to push somebody to harming somebody. I don't care what we need to get them up off the street. And no, I don't want to hear none of that shit, bro. Someone who's a threat and you value your life, you're not going to push that person to wanting to harm you or your family or your child or your dog, your cat. You're not going to push that person to want to do that. But everything that these people do, it's like they're trying to push you to do something. Y'all are literally a community of evil people, man. And I see the things that y'all doing to people. And that's why I'm happy I'm in my position. I'm happy God gave me the ability to see. Even my own flaws. It's like God is even revealing the things that's wrong with me. I know there's things I got to change. I don't know if I'm going to make it out of this city or not. I don't know if I'm going to grow and have my own family or not. But I know dealing with this at the same time while I'm going through this harassment, I need to fix myself. But it's like, I can tell you people don't want, it's not about me mingling with people. It's about finding someone mentally strong, an innocent person, and whatever this demonic program is, y'all like just this obsession with wanting to see a good person go bad. Simple as that. That's all it is. The things I'm saying, man, it makes no sense. It's pure evil. And I see Pittsburgh for what it is. That's why the first 15 years of my life in the same city, pure hell, bullshit, Truman Show, psychological destruction, ritualistic abuse, things I done experienced so fucked up to where I don't even want to discuss it on here. It is what it is. Loud truck after loud vehicle, running up the same color vehicles. I'm just noticing, bro. It's like it's a program to make you feel like you're in hell. It's something designed to. It's absolute results. Like these people, it's like and when you ignore, when you mind your own business, when you just live your life, you continue to do whatever you got to do. That's why I'm understanding that we really need some outside power to help us. We really need God to help us, and because these people will go worse and worse and worse and worse and do more and more and more and more and more and more. It doesn't stop, bro. Cities like Pittsburgh, these people are gone. That's why you got the train horn going crazy behind me, bro. Sick, man. These people are sick. You know, as I'm making this video, I literally got a group of satanic, hacking, weird ass people watching this video live before I even upload it. Phone tapped, everything. Niggas literally got niggas in cars riding up and down the street at your job. You know how crazy that is? You know how crazy that is to go past every single camera at somebody's job? You literally take it. I know they had to take a picture, then send it to the community. And then like literally, bro, this dude, it's like unison. It's like I'm trying to think of a movie that did the same exact thing where this nigga is literally going past every single freaking camera, bro. I kid you not. You know, this video just I see that there's whole communities of devils. I know as long as I stay in Pittsburgh, y'all gonna remain to torture me. If anything, it's just gonna get worse and worse and worse. You know, y'all gonna actually keep rapists and pedophiles and killers and real fucked up people in my presence all day, every day. You know, it's funny how going through this program you start to see that. They really just keep criminals around you while labeling you the criminal. Funny how that works, so community, y'all okay with, sex offenders and kid lovers around here getting money to participate in innocent people's destruction? Y'all agree with that? I can tell from this program, bro, y'all ain't never gonna catch people still. Whatever's happening around in this world, bro, is gonna continue to happen. Y'all not protect when y'all participate in this program. I know is like there's a small little group that feel like they doing the right thing, bro. Y'all ain't stopping shit, bro. You're not stopping the people still gonna die. All the crime you see, I hate to keep repeating myself, but all the crime you see is just going to keep on continuing, bro. It's never going to stop because y'all refuse to look at the real monsters. Y'all refuse to acknowledge real evil. You want to know why? It's because y'all taking directives and orders from the real monsters. Wake up. You know, it's almost like we're practice. You know, America got this problem where y'all can't catch real terrorism, but y'all label y'all own people terrorism. Niggas can't catch real terrorism and will label somebody who grew up in the slums with you a terrorist. And now dealing with harassment and gang stalking, more than likely if they spaz out and had a moment, murdered or killed somebody, it was more than likely because they were being harassed. I hate how we live in a reality of where the evil people are such cowardly, bitch made ass people. Everything y'all do in the shadows and y'all very secretive. Like, I don't get it, bro. Like when you look at movies and TV shows and like the supposed evil force, at least they let you know. We're the top dogs and ain't nothing you can do about it. Y'all try to let niggas know that mentally, you know? And not tell the world like, yeah, we doing this. Why isn't gang stalking known? If community oriented policing, if this was a righteous thing, why is it not on the news every day? Why y'all not giving up updates on the news? Oh, this person is a supposed sex offender, or this person is a murderer. He stays in this community. Make sure everybody is aware of where this person's living. Come on, man. This program gives bullies the ability to do what they were doing in high school or in middle school without getting caught, without people looking at them and acknowledging that they're the real weirdos and crazy and sick, sadistic people. And the problem is that there's whole communities of them. Just like this world is controlled by evil ass people. You know? That's the problem. That's just what it is. Majority of this world is full on evil. Y'all know what transportation that van is. Wherever you are, we got your plan. I guess y'all want me to call that out, right? Like 24/7, bro. 3 o'clock in the morning. And you riding around in the transportation vehicle with nobody in it. It's like you even start to see things that don't even make sense. You always got to see postal servers, transportation vehicles, garbage trucks, wherever you go, man. It's just like the problem with dealing with harassment is that they do settle things, but times 100. It's just what it is, bro. And as a targeted individual, you just know. He's like, bro, these niggas are fucking with you. These niggas doing the most settled things. Like, you're not going to walk outside and hear 2 people cough. No, you're going to hear 100 people, different people cough, bro. You're not going to hear just one slam door every time you step outside. You're going to hear 100 people slamming their car doors. You're not just going to hear one person get into the corner where you're at and cutting off their engine and cutting it on. No, you're going to got 100 people doing the same thing. You know, I be hating those bots who be coming to the page. Oh, that's normal behavior. Yeah, no shit. No shit. But is it normal behavior when you walk outside and 300 different vehicles doing the same thing? Is it normal then? Come on, man, make it make sense. Well, that's what they do. That this program is like, yeah, you got to give your props. You know, y'all somewhat intelligent, but then y'all not. Really, y'all just win because majority of the population is filled with idiots. You know, brain damage, brainwashed people. That's all it is. Y'all don't have control over the strong ones. That's why I know that the strong ones y'all do, like, man, the real strong people are dealing with societies turned upside down to have you lose your mind, or like, man, I'm telling you, man, it's sad, it's sick, the things I'm experiencing, man. Narcissistic abuse causing real damage in your brain every day, all day. I'm telling you, I don't want this video to be too long. I think I'm gonna stop at 17. I just want people to be aware, man. Especially the flying monkeys, the people participating in this, or the bums, the no money getting ass niggas, or the lazy ass niggas who find this work easy. All I gotta do is walk around and do this. Fucking, where's your backbone? Where's your morals? Where's your respect or value for human life? Where's your real appreciating for your people who look like you? Pittsburgh, and I see Pittsburgh. I ain't trying to be racist when it comes to Pittsburgh, but when I see the black folks of Pittsburgh, and I'm talking to black people exclusively in this city, y'all literally the definition of house Negroes. I hope y'all know that. And I say it all the time. If I was to be racist, for all my white brothers, Spanish, other races, if I was to be racist, I'd be racist against my own people. I mean, I can't stress that enough. Because it ain't other races I got to worry about. It's my own people I got to worry about trying to backdoor me. Come on, man. That's sad as hell. But I'm going to keep my promise. 17 minutes. This is Bahama, man. I'm up out of here. Stay up and stay high vibrational. I'm going.
What blows my mind is your level of inability to actually fucking have some decency. Like, again, why am I trying to explain to Rebel to shut his stream down the other day?
What's up, Bird?
Exile, when did I ever tell this man that he needed to off himself? When did I ever do that?
You didn't. You just pushed him.
Okay, thank you. I did. So don't ever say I should. I trolled a motherfucking person. Thank you. There's Bird. What's up, Bird?
What's up, Bird? I don't know if your microphone is on.
Nah, my shit's working just fine, man.
I don't know if that was him or not.
Yeah, no, that's me, y'all. Like for real, like Mr. T might be playing around and shit, dude. But just on a side note, like, probably shouldn't take it there just in case he's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh,
I agree with that.
That's his problem.
I had no part in it.
Well, I mean, Andrew, like you talk that shit, bro. Like you're talking to a dude that fucking blew his own fucking brains, fucking on some psyop shit on the fucking internet, dude. Right? But you got to realize, like, any motherfucker that's gonna talk like that, dude, like, probably has some fucking.
No, he doesn't. He's just like the first time.
Dude, we know that. We like think that's true. Think about how fucking miserable fucking Mr. T's life is. Okay, if you don't think that dude has seriously thought about putting an end to his own shit a few times, you're mistaken.
I don't think so.
Well, I disagree with you, man, and I don't think that pushing the motherfucker there's any better. You know what I mean? Even if there's a possibility that you could be, you shouldn't want to push it that far.
I don't think it was pushed there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. I hope not. I mean, I don't think so.
Yeah, whatever, man. Like, just looking out for you, Rebel. Like, whatever, man. I put an end to this shit. Like, I was you're a fucking cuck, dude. Like, you know what I mean? You're hey, start doing that weird shit, making threats against yourself. I don't like that.
Someone tried to form bomb me. Yeah, good luck with that.
That definitely wasn't me.
While I watch fucking Drew ridicule the fuck out of Mark Terry with Exile to the point where he's calling a suicide hotline.
Suicide and crisis lifeline. Marque el número 2.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Veteran or service member or are calling about one.
Thank you for calling them, Mark.
To talk with a counselor, stay on the line or press
Wow, I want to hear him talk to the counselor.
Is that Mark? He's doing that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no, Mark, turn it back on. Mark, turn it back on, buddy. Let's hear this. We're here for you, Mark.
We're here for you, Mark.
Yeah, we're just trolling, Mark. We're not being serious.
Oh no, I want to hear this.
Mark, you don't have to be doing like any type of that type of shit here, because I'm not dealing with that. I'm dealing with enough. Come on here and do it, Rebel.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I've been better.
What's going on?
Well, I'm online on a page on YouTube, and there's a guy that's been suicide trolling me for 4 years. And this guy, all he does is he lies. Nothing. He'll say stuff like,
going on right now?
you know, you beat your sister or you beat your dad and weird shit like that. And so I'm seriously having bad thoughts.
So what are those thoughts?
I don't know.
I'll end it soon. Yeah, I'm gonna.
No,
not now.
No. It's okay. Let it go. Just let it go.
What about you? How do you feel? How do you feel about this?
So the thoughts that you're having, is it turning into a plan?
Well, I don't know. I don't understand what you mean.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to, assess you and see what's going on and see if there's...
I told you what's going on. I'm being suicide trolled by a guy named Andrew on YouTube. I used to have a channel called The Drama Dome. There's another guy that I really don't know. It's called Exiled One. And the guy's channel is on. His name Rebel.
Okay. And so
they're laughing right now.
I'm not laughing about this. I'm not laughing. I'm not. I've been neutral this entire time. I tried to be until he trolled me. Yeah, and any help they offer you, Mark, go take that help. Don't be trying to troll people on the internet and then do this shit once you get trolled back.
How disgusting is it? And this one hurt me. That just today I turn around and I watch fucking Evil Ghost, someone who I fucking ultimately admire and respect, capitalize on that content like it's a fucking legitimate troll, or that it suddenly becomes like some type of low-cal exposure. Like, no, dude, that's
I go over and this is happening. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, dude, this is grade A. Like, this is moo cow content. Andrew fucking went over and he milked Mark Perry. I mean, Andrew's a professional milker in my eyes. Looking at this boy has milked some teats in his time. He did. He literally gave Mark a taste of his own medicine, and Mark didn't know how. Well, Mark knew how to handle it. He decided to should I say the word? Why can't I just say the word? Fuck you. I mean, okay. Slewercide? Is that how you say it? Mark Slewercide trolled everybody after this and tried to make fucking Luna from Boy that records everybody basically tried to make fucking Luna feel bad for it, and then ultimately fucking told Luna, since Luna recorded this, that Mark was going to sue Luna. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. You mean to tell me that Drew trolled you so bad that you was like, fuck it, I'm not going to leave because I don't want him to say rage quit? Yeah, Mark even fucking went live, crybaby, and was like, I'm deleting I'm ending YouTube. His normal fucking ending YouTube stream. You know what I'm saying? The same bullshit he does every couple of weeks. That's what I tried to say fucking weeks ago, but no one wanted to listen to me. Hey, Mark's gonna make you guys look like shit.
Yeah, we're tired of you threatening doxes. And Ghost, by the way, when you doxed me out, you missed me by 100 miles. You weren't even close on your dox, and you doxed out some innocent man with my name that's probably getting harassed now because you're such a dum-dum. I thought you was leaving. If you're leaving, go on and get gone. Tell them we do it in the light, Kevin. We don't run in the dark and hide and sneak and run from Discord to Discord like Peach. Like Peach. And if you don't believe that she didn't say it, I got a video that's in my shorts right now with a screenshot with it circled on it plainly so you can read that Ghost said he was gone and left her here.
Ghost wants nothing to do with YouTube anymore. He said the drama community is filled with trash and he doesn't want to be associated with that. Is he calling you trash, Peach?
Yeah, hey, I don't know why you're adding a fucking lolcow into whatever, but hey, whatever. I don't give a shit. I'm still going to cover Mark. He's a fucking lolcow. I'm sorry. So at the end of the day, move for me, Mark.
Yeah, God's are liars.
So absolutely, I'll give Mark that. I'll let him have that. He is innocent until proven guilty. I'll give him that.
No, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. I don't want
Hey,
you
I
to
was
give
giving
me
it to you. What?
All
Damn,
you'll
Mark.
give is fucking AIDS to somebody. You fucking.
What did you do?
Should I or shouldn't I? I mean, Mark's just gonna come up here and try and drag my kids. Because that's the kind of cow he is. He'll come up here and he'll try and drag my kids because he's a professional fucking cow. That's all the cow has. I'll tell you what, tell Mark to type in chat. If Mark has the balls to type in chat, then Mark has the ball to take a link. Mark, pull your out of your butthole and stop messaging fucking Coach here and just type in chat. You're already a sub, bitch. I can see my subs. I can literally see that you're fucking subbed up. Just type in chat. If you have the ball to come on panel, then you have the balls to type in chat. Yes, if you could for me, Coach, please, just text him back and say, Ghost says if you have balls to type in chat, then you have the ball to type in panel. You come in chat, he'll drop you a link. Simple enough. That's not that difficult. I don't fucking go by my lure's rules. I make the fucking rules over here. When chat and me officially claim you as a fucking lolcow, that's when I start making the rules, and you get fucked. You have to follow. I don't follow lolcow rules.
Ain't you, Mark? You're a sister-ker, huh?
Actually, Luna, he told me a month and a half ago. Well, it was probably close to a month and a half ago that he was. I should expect, someone to show up with paperwork in their hand because I'm going to court. He's taking me to court. I'm not sure what he's taking me to court for, but yeah, I was going to court a month and a half ago, apparently. So, like I said, Luna, if you need a lawyer, I got a good lawyer. And I know legal beagle eagle legal eagle beagle beagle eagle legal something eagle. I don't know.
If you say so, dude.
You like your sister?
If you say so.
Applebee's.
I mean, it seems like, Andrew, like you know more about my life than I do, dude.
Well, I mean, I know you beat your father.
But I understand the paperwork says he pushed his father. He didn't beat his father. There were some pictures of a man with black eyes and beat up. I am the one that found that on Twitter. It wasn't his father. The judge hasn't decided what really happened yet. From what I understand, he didn't beat his father. He pushed his father.
But let's just put things in fucking perspective. If I didn't go real life today and I didn't do a wellness check and I didn't do all that shit, I don't know what could have fucking happened. Now, I know what people are going to say. People are going to be like, oh, well, Isaac made all the calls to his family and sent them all, so they were probably getting a whole bunch of calls, and the family was probably pissed. They were probably calling his dad, and that's what started the argument. I don't give a fuck. Because people needed to see who the fuck he was on this platform. People needed to see the things he was doing, the things he was saying. People needed to see that shit. And that's exactly what the guy did, and I have no regrets. I have zero regrets. At all. Zero. If that's what caused the argument, so be it. I don't know. You try to fight the police because they found out you fucked her, and you got some kind of gang you call the rotation that everybody's supposed to be scared of.
Okay. Why would anybody be scared of the rotation?
Oh, who's all in the rotation? I'll tell you if I'm scared or not.
I don't know. You tell me. You know everything, dude. You tell me.
Well, apparently Kevin's in it.
Well, let me ask you a question.
All right, I'll give you an answer.
Why do you think the rotation's a bad thing?
Did I say it was a bad thing? I don't think it's a bad thing.
Where does this rotation go with? Like, what does this consist of?
Is all gangs bad? Is all gangs bad?
Is there like a definitive thing about this rotation that we can identify?
Y'all motherfuckers are nuts. Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all let him talk? Jesus.
Sorry.
My bad, I'm a little retarded.
Y'all act like this is y'all's panel or something.
Yeah, I know, right?
Go ahead, Mark. Finish your question. I'm listening.
Dude, I can dip out if I'm bothering you.
No. You can hang out.
You can go dip in his sister like they're gonna go do.
If you say so, Andrew.
Like no dirt. No.
If Andrew says it, everybody knows it's a fact, right?
I'm glad you finally agree. I'm glad we can see eye to eye.
I didn't agree. I don't agree with nothing with you, dude.
Well, we disagreed.
We didn't agree to disagree.
That's, it's good that adults can agree to disagree. The world would be a terrible place if
This dude right here ain't even an adult, dude. He's a fucking retard. This motherfucker ought to be in a mental place.
But I don't know. I didn't tell Andrew to come here and do that. Just so you know, I'm neutral in this, but I don't know if you actually put your sister or not.
He did.
Okay.
But if you did, I'm not. I don't like that. That's not cool.
But if
yeah, it's not cool to sister, Mark.
If you didn't, though, it's not cool that Andrew said you pushed it. But I don't know anything about any of this.
Yeah, me neither. Andrew only tells the truth half of the time.
I always tell the truth. I never veer from the truth.
Right. That's a lie in itself right there.
How do we know it's his sister?
Yeah, just arrived in Lawrence.
Look at all this beer. You guys probably have to go hook up with his cousin.
What?
Excuse me. We're filming a video investigating if Lawrence is incest.
But you're from Lawrence County, you marry your cousin. That's what you always say. That's
Oh.
what I always heard.
Oh, really?
They marry a cousin because they dilate their heart for Terry's.
Oh, yeah. Apparently everyone in Lawrence County marries their cousin. You're either a Terry or a Martin.
We just want to go. We need to find a Martin right there.
I know I never go live this time of day, but see, I'm pushing. Let's try it.
The only thing you're pushing is your sister's asshole. Heard it from the old lady's word. The old lady said it last night in the video. Don't blame me. She literally said, if you're a Terry and you live in Alabama, then you're incest. You've been inside your relative. She said it, not me. Don't be mad at me. Go after that lady. By the way, I did send that email out. So if there's a YouTube channel with about 350,000 subscribers that gets a hold of you and wants to have an interview and talk to you about how you fuck your sister, you can go ahead and blame me for that one. And like I said, I still haven't heard back from these guys. I know these guys are really busy. I did reach out to these gentlemen because I knew Mark was a fucking little cow before, so I wanted to share the wealth. I love sharing the cows with you guys. I reached out. Sound like Mark now. I reached out and I emailed him and was like, hey, you guys, I know a person from Lawrence County named Terry. Marcus P. Terry. The P stands for pussy witch. Because he is not. But I reached out to him and I told him, like, I know a Terry from Lawrence County. If you guys would like to interview him, you can find him here. This is his phone number, all that good shit. So they reach out to him. Hey, that's beyond me. I mean, I just let them know, like, I know something that can further their investigation. They're investigating, how many people are actually incest in Lawrence County and Alabama. Right? Mark, I'm still waiting. Submode's not that long, buddy. I wonder why I do that.
Fucking death, boy.
God damn. Okay, maybe that's why I hate you more.
On my grandkid's life, I would try to beat you to fucking death.
Why?
Get your fucking hands on you.
Well, you motherfucker. Why did you do that, Mark?
Yeah. I'll first, sister, bitch.
Serious. Okay, so Sean, I'm not even bullshitting you in the least little bit. This buffjet told me the same exact thing. Like, my sister is friends with Trump, and she's the fucking governor of the United States. And I'm like, what the is he talking about right now? He legit told me that, Sean. Legit was like, my sister's friends with Trump. And I'm like, okay, how does that change you? Just because your sister's friends with Trump doesn't mean you didn't stick your chin in it. Man, come on now. What's common sense here? 12 is 12 and families say no, repeat after me. No.
Do you even have a brother?
No.
No.
I don't.
He beat the out of you, I'll tell you that.
I don't have a brother, but I was going to go with it. But you do have a sister, and you did her, so there's that.
Do you really?
And you slapped your dad around, too. I mean, and then you thought you could slap the police around.
Do you really believe any of that, dude?
Yeah, Mark, you're not denying it.
Okay.
Prove me wrong, Mark.
And while you're here today, I want you to clear something up. Did I punch you or abuse you in your home in any kind of way at all?
No.
Okay.
You're good to me.
And do you love me?
I love you dearly, yes.
And I love you too.
You'll never, ever be able to troll me, bro.
Oh, is that what I'm doing right now?
And on that note, you can kind of start to hear Mark, he's wearing down, right? At this point, I'm like, Mark, you better get off this panel, bro. Like, this is rough, man. And so it goes from what you hear here to, I'm going to fast forward a little bit because I want to tell you guys something before we get the hell out of here. We're almost at the 2-hour mark. So it goes from this to Mark Sluer's side trolling.
Yeah. Okay. Are you okay, Mark?
No, I'm not.
What's the matter, buddy?
Well, do me a favor, buddy. Don't go through the extremes.
Why don't you feel good? You drink you some water?
I wouldn't have been fucking with you, Mark, if you didn't drag me into this shit.
Hang on.
No, wait.
Mark, do you need to take a poop?
Yeah.
You need to take a poop?
Yeah.
Oh, go take a poop. You'll feel better.
Well, y'all have a good one.
So you guys want to know why Mark needs to take a poop? I'm gonna need Luna, if you'd like to drop this channel link in chat. You guys go over because I'll tell you what happens, but you're gonna have to hear it for yourself. This is the result of Mark calls the Sluerside hotline while he's on a panel and talks to a lady and basically says that, you know, Andrew is a Sluerside troll and all this other stuff and yada, yada, yada. And the young lady on the phone simply says, I'm going to have to transfer you to someone else because this is a crisis hotline. This isn't, you know, what you're supposed to be calling. So, whew, it was a wild live, y'all. Like, good God. Mark's crazy. And that's why he's a cow. Like, Mark wonders why he's a cow. That's why you're a cow, Mark. That's why.
That's sick. That's playing on people's mental fucking health.
See, this is the reason I waited for so long, because honestly, I felt bad going after a fucking handicapped person. I mean, I legit feel bad because I think I think he's fucking, bro, when I say Mark's special, this motherfucker is special. Like, there's no, like, I fuck around a lot, but, dude, I had to seriously step back and think, like, do I really want to do this with Mark? Like, is this really fucking necessary? And then the more I thought about it, I was like, man, I could have fun with this. We could actually, just me, the police don't have anything to do with my trolling 9 times out of 10. It's just me and chat. And chat knows who they are. That's why I call them chat, because the people in chat are the ones that help me.
Like, listen, I don't like Mark Terry. I think he's a fake ass fucking Bible humper that doesn't really believe in Jesus. I think that he's a fucking weirdo, you know, sick, degenerate fuck that, you know, did skits about, you know, inappropriate sexual content with minors. You know what I mean? Like, I rate that shit right up there with the real pedophiles like Rex. I'll talk about something that happened earlier. So,
what happened?
Well, you guys know, like, I think very highly of Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost is cool. Yeah.
But I was incredibly disappointed today as I watched Ghost actually start going back over the Mark Terry troll last night that, to my understanding, Steph, you were helping out with, but it turns out that it was actually a, what do we call that, a clone account or a fake account?
It wasn't me.
Channel. Yeah, and it's literally called Steph's channel. They use your logo, and they're in there fucking...
Was it you or not?
No, fuck no. I don't suicide troll.
But they're literally suicide trolling fucking Mark Terry last night, and this is the thing. Like, I love Andrew too. You know, I think very highly of Andrew. I think Exiled's a fucking moron because he put out all that business about pimping out his own fucking old lady to some other dude at a movie theater. But outside of that, like, we can just say, like, I have respect for Andrew. But I was literally listening to Andrew, like, going at fucking Mark Terry, dude, like suicide trolling.
I try to stay out this shit.
I wonder if he told that person on the line that he's talking to that he threatened to kill me and said he wanted to. I wonder if he told him that.
I'm not gonna keep it public.
Oh, Happy Hippie said, "Grow up, Andrew." What do you mean, grow up? What did I do? This man threatening me.
But I do want to end this. I'm kind of tired, actually.
I've already told the dude not to do the shit, Andrew. You probably shouldn't fucking sit there and keep trying to push the man.
Why?
God, bro, you get some help too, okay?
Well, why do I need help?
Because you got some fucked up psychological issues, dude.
What man?
I've been telling you this for years.
Hang on, Rebel. Hang on. I want to get in this text, but why am I fucked up, buddy? Go ahead. Let me hear this stuff.
Oh my God, bro. I think you know.
I don't know. Explain to us all, please.
You're a damn suicide troll. Look at Mark.
Hang on. Whoa. Don't accuse me of being suicide. I never told him to off himself. Exile, when did I ever tell this man that he needed to off himself? When did I ever do that?
You didn't. You just pushed him.
Okay, thank you. I did. So don't ever say I suicide trolled a motherfucking person. Thank you.
For anyone that knows Mark Terry, like, he suffers from a long history of mental illness.
Yep.
When he gets off his meds, he is very unstable.
Like, highly bipolar. Shut up. But he does have bipolar, super bad.
Right.
Bipolar, yeah.
Well, that's the thing is that Mark Terry, I think, ultimately has enough mental issues to where if you push this motherfucker far enough,
likely to do some shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
this is why you don't buddy troll pedophiles. This is why you don't buddy troll. Yeah.
So anyway, long story short is that this troll got so bad to where Mark Terry actually called a suicide hotline and started talking about how Andrew Brame and Exiled and people in the chat, like the clone account of you, were trying to troll him into suicide.
Oh my God.
Ask me a serious question. Go ahead. Do you think my life's been easy the last 2 years? You can be honest with you? Yeah. I could give 2 thoughts if it was or wasn't. Okay. Well, that's fair. But will you answer the question? Mark, I give 2 fucks if it was. Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you consider yourself a psychopath or a sociopath? A little bit of both.
Both, probably.
Yeah. Which one, though? A little bit of both. Both. You know him pretty good, Rebel. I know him enough. You know him well enough to speak for him? No, I'll let Rebel speak for me. Go ahead. No. I'm hanging out. Like, I'm not, no. Is it really 3-on-1, bro? No, I'm not even. Look, I'm not even part of this. I'm just part of it. Like, I'm hanging out. Your fucking mouth. What's I did? You made it 2-on-1, Mark. Yeah, it's 3-on-1. Then you want to start some shit. 3-on-1, bro. And you still ain't gonna fade. Get out your what did Rebel do? All right. He's speaking for you, bro. I'm here. I'm just sitting here. You're just speaking the truth. I was a skilled psychopath. What did I do? You didn't answer one. Everyone's timed out. I'm trying to figure out how to Rebel's the godly man here. I hope you don't break a hip riding that fence, Andrew. Oh, I don't ride a fence, sorry. Hey, Rebel, will you highlight Steph's channel's comment? But you rode your brother, didn't you? Okay, hold on. I thought we established I didn't have one of those. See, Mark, you think my life's been easy? Read that comment. I can't read it, dude. You'll have to. I'll read it for you. I'm going to read it for you. Shut up. I'll read it for you. Steph's channel says, Steph's channel says, Mark, do you think Andrew don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck. Well, he doesn't see his own kids, and he's been addicted to meth. Do you think Andrew's life's been easy? Don't give a fuck. Okay. So that answers your question. Everyone is a psychopath and not a sociopath. If you're a meth head, that's your own fucking problem. Created. Shut up, Exile. If you're a meth head, that's your own fucking problem, dude. You ain't my daddy. You're not gonna beat me. Don't put that shit on me. Well, you're a domestic abuser. That's that. A what? A domestic abuser. Did you read that before you beat him, Mark? Damn! Is that what was happening in that video we just saw? It looked like how they take the booty in jail. And Mark was quiet on that one, Exile. I think you might hit a nerve. Oh, God. Do you want to kill me now, Mark? Because I'm ready to die. Not really. Let's not anyone kill anyone. Are you ready to die for real? I am. Harry Foster, check your DMs, Andrew. Yeah, I'm not bringing up someone's child, so I'm not saying that. Okay. Yeah. I see you. I'm not bringing that up. I'm not speaking on someone else's child, so. Why not? You speak on everything else, you fucking weirdo. Because you fucking sister, you fucking faggot. You beat your dad. You already talked on kids. You said I had a fucking kid with my sister, you fucking weirdo. Don't sit up there. So there's a kid there? It is true. So it is true. Like you're me, mother. You're not no better than I am. So what did you and your sister name the kid, Mark? Did you hear what I said, Andrew? Little T. You ain't no better than me. Lowercase T. I'm not part of this. I'm just here listening. Little T. Dude, if you think this is benefiting your channel, Rebel, I'm just listening. I just like to socialize. I don't socialize a lot, so for me, it's just. I'm not, but honestly, it's just like I'm just hanging out. It's not even like I'm trying to. Okay. How do you blame a Rebel for your fucking sister fun ways? Why am I blaming Rebel for my sister ways? What? He just said it. He just admitted it again. That was some weird. So we got a mention of his father and having a kid with his. No, he doesn't. The kid doesn't call him Uncle Daddy. Uncle Daddy T. Let me ask you this. Would it get you off if I pulled a gun and blew my brains out right now? Don't do that. Come on. You're a felon. You can't own a gun. Yeah, you're a felon. You can't own a gun. Stop suicide grifting. You're a felon. And then you give me the suggestion. Hang on. For one, you're a felon. Hold on. For one, you're a felon. You can't own a gun. Number two, please I do own a gun. Number one, I'm not a felon. Number two, and you said grifter. Listen to me. Hold on a minute. I'm talking to Exile. No, show up. I said stop suicide grifting. We don't want to hear nothing about you trying to harm yourself. Who am I? No, I want to see. Dude? What's the grift in that? I want to see the gun. Do you want to see the tout with it? Come on, man. You want to give that to us? Won't be the first time I've seen it. Not on my channel, no. Don't do that on my channel. I swear to God, I will hate you. I will curse you forever. I mean, it won't be the first time I've seen it. Don't do no retarded shit, Mark. I will haunt you and your, like, everybody that you know if you do that on here. I mean, it won't be the first time I've seen it. Let's go. I'm not in agreement with any of that shit, but you started shit with me, so don't get mad when I give you your same shit back, Mark. I fell backpedaling now.
Hell yeah, that's one hell of a feeling.
Hey, Mark, why did you remove your video from YouTube? You little scared? Scared little bitch.
To some degree, that seems a little extreme, and it seems like a low-cal move and something that would be fun to laugh at. But if you truly understand the dynamic of Mark's mental illness, you wouldn't actually find that funny, and that it is.
No, and me and
highly
Mark are
probable.
cool, and I don't have any. Yeah, no, that's not okay. There's no hate on you at all, but you do have a mental illness, and when you don't sleep, it's going to exacerbate that. That is going to prevent you from normal emotional regulation. It's going to cause pervasive thoughts that are not positive, right? And then that's just going to make you spiral more. And I don't want to see that for you because, when you get like that, you put yourself you can put yourself in harm's way that way, but also you can put yourself in a position to be taken advantage of by bad actors like Dave 25. As your friend, I want to see you do good. I want to see you go backwards. We do care about you. I can't speak for everybody, but I know that there's a great deal of people that do, and they enjoy you. They enjoy your singing, your personality. We're not here to poke at you so that we can watch you have a manic episode or a meltdown like other people. That's what they want to see. That is how they get content out of you. But not sleeping for 3 days, that's very worrisome. You need to sleep more.
This guy didn't want content. Okay? Andrew, do you know who Andrew is from Drama Dome?
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, this guy wants me to kill myself on a
Of course. Of course he does. Of course he does. He's a weirdo. Listen.
And see, here's what separates me from him. When I've ever went at him in the past, I only went at him. And I told what I believe to be the truth. He will say shit like Ghost and Peachy say like I'm my sister or that I beat my dad up and stuff that they know are lies.
Okay, so Ghost and Peach, they really suck brain stuff, and because Ghost can't do shit himself, right? And they have a problem with you, so they probably cried to Brain. And who cares what Brain has to say? I think that he's just a fucking idiot. That's his name. Andrew Brain is his name. He's an idiot. Yeah, Mob Boss Brain. That's Andrew. He's an idiot from Oklahoma that just talks shit and does dumb shit. Who cares what he says? Those are the people that I ignore. But if you can't let anybody have control over you emotionally. And I know that you love people and you are pretty gregarious, and people don't like that. People want others to be angry and miserable. And yesterday I was in a voice chat. You were in it and you left with, it was you, Kev, Murder was the case. Steph was in there, Lickety, Catlin, like there was a big group of us talking, right? And one of the things that I said is I'm sick of hating people. I am so sick of getting, investing emotions, right?
I was in there when you said that. I was just on mute listening.
Well, it's just, I don't have to, just like you, Mark, you don't have to necessarily like somebody, but that doesn't mean you, like, it used to be like that with me and Ernie, where I invested so much of my time into him, and where did it get me? Nowhere. It just took my time and my energy, and then all of these people fighting. Like, I cannot stand Ghost, Peach, I can't stand Katie and the majority of their community, but they don't like have a place where it's like making me so angry that it's affecting me. That's how you have to look at or Andrew. Andrew does this because he knows that he can get a rise out of you when you're kind of in like a sleepless, fragile state, and it's hard to log off.
It's not even Andrew. I literally, this guy Rebel, that was the first time I ever met him. He was up there ranting about your friend Tawny. Have you watched the stream?
No, I think he made it private.
Okay. Well, anyway, the thing was, I went up there because I heard this boy's mother was dying. Okay? Now, I don't know if it's true.
Yes, it is. Ellen has pancreatic cancer, and he's not being shown any grace throughout this time period. He's never...
It was for me.
Right. I mean, it can get pretty depraved for him, and it's sad because he's not being afforded any grace or empathy from anybody.
Well, he was for me. I can't speak for nobody else, but he was for me.
And I think that that upsets people when you humanize Rebel. And I don't know why, because I know that people don't like to be dehumanized from any, well, most people don't, but they have dehumanized that boy. And while he is an adult, he has the mindset of a teenager. And they've dehumanized him to the point where even during the saddest time of his life, losing the only person he has in his life, it's a joke. And I stay away from it. I can't listen to any of it, because when she passes, he is not going to be in a good place at all, period. Mentally, emotionally, he's going to be homeless. He has nothing. He's going to be in a very bad position. And is he kind of responsible for some of that? Of course. But can you show him some grace and humanize him a little during this time? And people don't want to do that. And it's sad to me.
Well, I don't know, but I can't speak for other people. All I know is I don't know the boy, and somebody told me about his channel.
Why can't I beat this quest?
Andrew,
what?
Andrew, I come up here to meet somebody, dude, not to argue with you. Why do you always do Why do you always do this, dude? You're always a fucking prick, bro. Why? What do you get?
You're not trying to be nice.
What do you get out of life of going around being a fucking stone cold, problem causing, fucking cock sucking prick all the time, dude? Tell me. Excitement.
Excitement. Wow.
Okay.
All the excitement. So excited.
Well, see how that benefits you, dude.
I think it done me pretty well.
Yeah, Andrew's not going to change. It's just how he is. It's like he's not going to change.
Yeah, that motherfucker ain't shit. He ain't never going to be shit until he changes.
He's always going to be this way.
Mark, you seem
He's
very
fucking
upset.
broke. He's broke. He don't own nothing. Yeah, you are.
Mark, you seem really upset with me.
I don't like you, dude. I told you that when you came up here. You've lied on me. You've been lying on me for years.
He's not very cool. Like, we tried being nice to Rebel in our community, and it didn't work, because within 4 weeks he was spurging out about all of us, doxing us. You know what I mean? He's an asshole. But he's one of those assholes that I just choose. I don't watch him. I don't participate in the trolling of him right now. I feel terribly that all he has is YouTube to talk about what he's dealing with his mom dying. And I don't know why that nobody can give him some grace during this time.
Well, I don't know. I thought we were making pretty good ground on it last night until Andrew showed up. And Exile. And Exile came up. His buddy Exile, who was in the chat earlier and went back to link. But, hey, what do I know? I'm just somebody that's 55 years old that's literally walked through my whole life and got nearly everything I've ever wanted. I guess that was by accident, though, right?
I'm not trash talking you at all, Mark.
I'm just saying.
I'm up here because I am your friend, and
the deal with being bipolar and all that. I haven't been bipolar all my life. I made myself bipolar by stopping taking 2 medications you're never supposed to stop taking, and almost killed myself through seizures in a hospital, and then wound up in a rehab that they tried to throw me out of because I didn't abuse my medication like other people do. It's a whole fucking thing behind it.
What were the meds? What was the medication?
Xanax.
Yeah, and those are very difficult to come off of, and long-term use really does kind of rewire your brain and how the dopamine is released. Like, that's a neurotransmitter. It's part of the reward, happiness part. Same with serotonin. When you take those medications for so long, you could end up, once you come off of them.
I don't take those things. I haven't taken that.
That's what I was agreeing with you. That when you went off of them.
No, I don't take serotonins and dopamine.
No, I know, Mark. What I'm saying is those medications taken long term will have a long-term impact on your brain's chemistry.
Yeah.
And that's where you said you didn't have bipolar until you came off of those meds. That's because long-term use caused long-term problems once you came off of the medications.
Yeah. Well, it's the way I stopped them. They said not to take them all at once, but what happened was, at the time, Donald Trump was doing the war on opioids, when they were shutting down all the pill mills in the United States. And my doctor, I literally got the last take-home dose of methadone in my state. I mean, it's a whole story. I can tell it all about you. It's fascinating. But,
It's what made me bipolar was the way I stopped abruptly taking them, and it should have killed me, is what doctors have told me, because I went for 9 days.
Absolutely. Absolutely correct. Just wanted to come up and tell you that I care about you. I am sorry this is happening, and please just.
I hope you're not mad at me.
I'm not mad at you at all.
Everybody else is mad at me. You know, I don't know why, but
I am not mad at you at all. You're a human.
Suicide prevention line when I needed help. You know.
I am not mad at you, and I just wanted to come up here and show you some support. And I think when you're in a vulnerable state like this, Dave 25 should be the last person you should be paneling with. That's all. That's all I think. That's my. But you're a big boy. I just don't want to see you continue to spiral because you haven't slept in 3 days.
2 days.
Okay. Well, regardless, that's still a long time.
Yeah. I'm too old for this shit. I used to do it, stay up for weeks at a time, but I can't anymore, especially with all these medications I have to take, you know.
All right, well, I'm going to drop down and just know, no, I'm not mad at you, and I'll be in the side chat, okay?
Okay, thank you, Nick.
You're welcome. Bye.
Yeah, it was pretty fucked up. Like, and listen, this is coming from a dude that psyoped the whole fucking internet on a suicide troll. So I understand.
Right, but then making the accusation that somebody that went through that would suicide troll Mark Terry,
right.
like what the fuck?
Well, it just kind of blew my mind a little bit that like watching like everybody that was so upset about like my suicide troll on the internet would be so quick to sit there and then try to drive somebody to suicide. And listen, again, I think the highest, of Drew, I hold him in very high regard. But if we're being honest, like that's pretty fucking sick and twisted, bro. Like at what point? What point do we actually learn that this isn't okay? Like, do we have to wait for somebody to fucking stick a thumb in their mouth and pull the trigger? Like,
Well, if you remember, that was the whole point of the message and what you said before you did that.
I get that too, but that's not the point because nobody learned.
Nobody's listening.
That because it didn't really happen. No, it just didn't really happen.
No, it's because nobody's listening.
No, I'm telling you, had it been real, and had I not gotten out in a half hour later, I'm telling you right now, it would be a different dynamic.
I don't think so, though.
You think it would be just as fucked up now?
I think it would be. Yep.
Like we'd have like 5 more followers just to follow my footsteps and do the same thing.
Okay, you'd probably have 5 people that would fall off and say, "Okay, fuck this shit, I'm out." Everybody else would stay. Gossip, push, like. Think about it.
Yeah, they would use that. They would use it as a grift.
Yep. And it would be just another arc on their drama-filled fucking bullshit.
I am completely guilty of almost everything people have said, except for being told that I called CPS on this woman and what she has done for over a year to rally hate towards me. That should tell everybody what Peachy's in.
Nicolina did not call CPS on Ghost and Peach. I know it for a fact because I know who did call it. It wasn't me, but it's a girl from this community. She told me she did it out of her own mouth. Y'all want to know who it is? Maybe I'll tell you. Maybe I'll change that as my goal on my little give super chat bullshit. Instead of who my crush is, maybe I'll tell you who did call CPS on Ghost and Peach.
Intent was. But then to see it happen to you, Sarah, and not so much you, chaotic, because I know that you have a stronger personality than I do. You are way unbothered about most shit. But to see this happen to you two and then Ash, who really went to bat for this group of people, this started for her in the NFW community. And it just keeps happening everywhere she goes. So she elevated both of you. She was love bombing the fuck out of you guys when she wanted you guys added to the Mean Girls community and you guys were the bee's knees. And then something happened. She couldn't control your reaction or who you interacted with. That's my assumption. And so she does what she does. She starts building an army behind the scenes against you. Yeah, so the conversation that I had with her out of respect privately was nothing more than me holding her accountable and pointing things out to people. Or to her, about stuff she's done or whatever. When I would do that, publicly in Discord, or I would ask her if there was an issue with me being somewhere, she was venting about it, it was, I wasn't talking about you, I wasn't talking about you. As soon as I made the mistake of respectfully having a conversation, suddenly I'm the worst person in the world. Yeah.
That's constant right there. So she was going behind the scenes, building up her little clique of friends while she's stabbing her people that are real friends in the fucking back. If Chaotic called her out on it, that's what happened.
Unless I put out our last conversation, there's no way for me to prove I wasn't attacking her like she's made it sound. Correct. And that's why when I had that very last phone call conversation with her right before I was done, And I realized when I was coming to her to discuss an issue, instead of allowing the conversation to flow back and forth, she took it elsewhere to start manipulating me emotionally. And that's when that whole marijuana vape pen came up.
We're going to stop it right here. Now, this is why Ghost hates me and still to this day is spurging out on me, is because of the marijuana vape pen that I heard right on this live stream. Now, let's back it up again. Listen to Nicolene.
It happened. She couldn't control your reaction or who you interacted with. That's my assumption. And so she does what she does. She starts building an army behind the scenes against you.
Yeah, like so the conversation that I had with her out of respect privately was nothing more than me holding her accountable and pointing things out to people or to her, about stuff she's done or whatever. When I would do that, like publicly in Discord, or I would ask her if there was an issue with me being somewhere because she was venting about it, it was, oh, it wasn't talking about you, I wasn't talking about you. As soon as I made the mistake of respectfully having a conversation, suddenly I'm the worst person in the world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because she couldn't, unless I put out our last conversation, there's no way for me to prove I wasn't attacking her like she's made it sound.
Correct. And that's why when I had that very last phone call conversation with her right before I was done, and I realized when I was coming to her to discuss an issue, instead of allowing the conversation to flow back and forth, she took it elsewhere to start manipulating me emotionally. And that's when that whole marijuana vape pen came up. I don't give a shit. I know exactly what happened. My mouth fell to the floor. I was angry with her that forget what I wanted to talk to you about because, like she said, well, if we address this, it'll be problematic. She took it to a point to use somebody in her house to manipulate me emotionally. And that's what she does. You cannot have an adult conversation with her.
So right there is where me and Peach and Adam's problem was. They never got to know me because I spoke out and said that I didn't approve that they were giving their child marijuana in a vape pen. I didn't put that out there. I repeated it. Raylan says Peach called me the moment she got off the phone with Nick and she told Nick that, but it was a troll. Yeah, that's a common thing that manipulators do. They'll say, oh, I wasn't lying. I was just trolling, right? I was just trolling. I wasn't lying, just like Katie wasn't lying about the picture, right? Just like Peach wasn't sitting up there on Mama T's panel today, literally running the fucking panel, lying, saying she won't lie, then turning around saying, yeah, I'll lie for a friend. Well, you know what, Peach? That tells me everything I need to know about you right there. You've got no integrity. If you can throw your morals and values and ethics away for a friend, that's pretty bad. You're mad at me because I repeated something that 100 people had told me is true. This is just one clip. I've got more clips, Peach, I could have played. This is, there's a reason why I'm playing this clip. I hadn't got around to it. I'm letting it play out, letting y'all see. But Peach, you 100% have no integrity. Katie, you're the same way. Dropping kids' pictures in a Discord. So it's so bad you have to burn the whole Discord down. Woo! Burn that motherfucker down. Because the day you see me have to build 4 or 5 Discords or chats or rooms to go around and stab people in the back and then use kids like that, you're sick. I'm going to call you out on it. Own your shit. If you're going to sit and lie on me, I'm going to tell the truth on you. You're going to call me an elder abuser that beat my dad? You're going to run with that fucking lie, Ghost and Peachy, and all you fucking tards over there, traitors and Anissa and all y'all, Mama T. Y'all going to run with that? The truth of it is that didn't happen, dum-dum. You never took the time to know me as an individual. Am I perfect? Hell no, I'm not. But if I fuck up, I'll own it and do it. I am a good friend to have. Nicolina's a good friend to have. Sarah's a good friend to have. Chaotic's a good friend to have. All of the mean girls that I've ever met are good people. There ain't no son of a bitch on this platform gonna come and tell me that the mean girls are bad fucking people. Period. Because I judge people on the merits of their actions. Are they perfect? No. But the day y'all show me a perfect person is the day you'll be looking at Jesus Christ, because that's the only perfect person that ever walked the earth.
I had a public speaking engagement earlier, and as I was giving my presentation, I noticed a woman standing in the back of the room, and it was a little distracting because everyone else was seated. But I continued on with my presentation, and I noticed her moving about, and then I realized it was a really prominent public figure standing in the back of the room. So I was a little nervous, but I wrapped up my presentation, and as soon as I was done, she made a beeline toward me, and she was walking toward me with vigor and intention, wanting to speak to me, and I was a little nervous. She's a high-ranking political figure and somewhat stern in character, and I wasn't sure what she wanted to say to me. But as she approached me, we actually had a very lovely conversation, and with her permission, without disclosing her name, I'll share that conversation with you. And she said, "You know, you have Pegasus vibes." And I said, "Oh, what does that mean exactly?" And she said, "You know, you move with grace. You're very elegant, but you're also a little quirky." That's fair. And then she said, "And you also remind me a bit of a Disney character. And I just want to thank you for reminding me that women can be strong and still be feminine. And I also appreciate that you are attractive and sexy without letting all your groceries hang out." And then she handed me this bird tea set, which is amazing, two of my favorite things in one. And then she turned around and walked away, and that was the end of the conversation. And she had just come to the presentation to give me that gift and express those words. And it really was a beautiful thing to have that confirmation of character and my being. You know, when we get feedback from others, it's sometimes helpful, sometimes not. But it really made me appreciate that we can know somebody for an hour who stands at the back of the room and listens to us speak and has no meaningful interaction with us, that can read us and see us with a clear lens for the most part and understand our character and our nature. And we can know someone else for years that has a totally skewed vision and misunderstanding of who we are, you know, whether it's family or someone who we've known throughout our life. Often there's, you know, insular views or bias or preconceived notions when we are viewed by others, and when they provide feedback to us, it can affect us in how we see ourselves if we allow it to. And I have really been grateful for my ability to feel rock solid in who I am and my character, and not rely upon the feedback or input of anyone else. And sure, it feels great when you get good, positive feedback, but it's a strength when you receive naysayer feedback or negative comments, because when we're rock solid and rooted in who we are and know who we are, we don't need the feedback of others, we don't need the affirmation of others. And even if we get negative feedback or are victims of a smear campaign or gossip or any of that negative feedback about our personality or our character, when we are true and know who we are, it doesn't affect us as much. And I'm grateful for what I've developed through the smear campaign, that I've become so much more stable in my self sense of knowing my worth and my identity, that I'm not impacted by the negative things people say, because I know who I am. And I also have such a strong testimony of our ability, when we're in alignment with ourselves with our faith, with our relationship with our Father in heaven, and His guidance and His direction, the ideas He gives us, the words He wants us to speak, and the actions that He wants us to take. Sure, there's going to be naysayers and people that don't understand or misconceive our actions or the things that we do, but sometimes we're doing them for a greater reason than others can understand. I know I've been guided to say and do things that may have been confusing to others, but have actually saved my life and protected me in ways that others may not see. And as we trust in that guidance and maintain a solid sense of our self-worth and who we are, our personal identity, and stay connected to our divine creator, our Father in heaven, He provides divine guidance to us in how to respond in difficult situations. He directs us in what we can do to protect ourselves, to help ourselves out of situations, and to stay positive and endure them well, even if they're taking a while to resolve. And I'm just so grateful for my understanding of who I am. And it's a gift that my smearers, my targeters, my cruel people in my life have provided to me in a way, because the more they tried to rewrite the narrative of my identity and rewrite my life story and retell a whole different version of me, the more I became rooted in, no, these are the things I've experienced. These are the ways I believe. These are my accomplishments. This is my character. These are my qualities, my talents, my strengths. And so in having that experience, it made me more sound in knowing my identity and my self-worth and my ability to receive guidance from above and to be directed in the things that I need to do, the things I need to say, the things I need to post, the actions I need to take to carry on in my path and to accomplish the things that He would have me do.
Florida has emerged as a national blueprint in the fight against human trafficking, setting a new standard for how states can confront this horrific crime. Today, we're speaking with a woman who has been a driving force in protecting survivors and supporting those caught in the sex industry. Bloom Health Club starts now.
From the Stream Center, welcome to Bloom Health Club, sponsored by Monticello Family and Sedation Dentistry.
Health Club. I'm your host, Gail Guayardo. Today, we're focusing on a crucial issue, the state of human trafficking in the state of Florida and nationwide. And I am joined by a woman who has made it into the Hall of Fame. Joining me now is the founder of the Heart Dance Foundation, Dottie Groover-Skipper. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Gail, for having me here. It's always a pleasure.
Well, first of all, Dottie, congratulations on making it into Florida's Hall of Fame. I mean, when you walk into the state capitol, Dottie's picture is right there. I know you started the Heart Foundation, Heart Dance, many moons ago as a grassroots effort. Now you are known at the local, state, and national level for your efforts. Tell me about that.
Yes, it is surreal to see your portrait hanging in the rotunda of the Florida Capitol building, and it's such an honor, and I'm still pinching myself because it did start over 40 years ago when there was not even a label of human trafficking. You know, nobody knew what it was, but I met a young girl, 13-year-old, who she was being trafficked by her grandmother, and her 4-year-old sister both were being trafficked by their grandmother, and the 4-year-old had a sexually transmitted disease. So that was my foray into this world. Once you see it, it's hard to turn away from it and not see it. But I really believe that the Lord really plucked a string in my heart to go forward and to be in this field. And then about 18 years ago, I wanted to go deeper. I wanted to go where the women who might be trafficked are. So I had a divine directive to go into the strip clubs of Tampa Bay and to seek and find the women, and many of them are trafficking victims. So it's been a journey.
I want to bring in our director and producer of Bloom, Nonce Castillo. Thank you so much for being part of this and behind the scenes switching. I know you're going to jump in with some questions, but I have to say, I think it's so fascinating. And I want, Dottie, for you to share how you guys do this. Going into the strip clubs, when I tell people that you do this, they're like, how? Like, how are they even let in?
Yeah, we're amazed too. But the managers love us coming in because they say they want to keep the women happy, and the women absolutely love us coming in. Our team, we go straight back to the dressing room. We bring gifts for them. We bring faith-based children's books for their kids. They want to read faith-based children's books to their children. So they're happy. You know, they invite us into the dressing room. Many times they will say, can we pray together? And there'll be all of us standing in a circle in the dressing room praying over these precious women and their children. We're still in awe that management wants us to come in. We've only been kicked out of 2 strip clubs in 18 years, so I think that's pretty good. And both of them were very high end, very visible clubs here in Tampa, and I think they thought we were getting a little too close to finding out some of the things that are going on. There were beautiful women. Every time we go in, it'd be a different set of women from Ukraine, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and didn't even know what city that they were in. So that obviously is a big red flag that they were on a circuit, you know, for trafficking. So we think that's pretty good. Only 2 clubs out of 18 years, and we're welcomed into the clubs here in Tampa.
You know, I've actually witnessed firsthand this type of initiative. And I think the thing that I was most taken aback by is the fact that when everyone walks into these dressing rooms and they're surrounded by these women, the draw that they have to you.
Yes.
They really want someone to love them in a way that is not sexual. It's almost like they see a mother type figure and they're drawn to it. And it almost brings tears to my eyes because I think a lot of people are used to the sex they see at a Hollywood level and what strip clubs get glorified, but they don't really understand what is going on and the headspace that many of these women are in.
Right. We have found throughout the years anecdotally that the majority of the women who were working in the strip clubs were sexually abused as children. And interestingly enough, our men of valor who go out with us, they don't go inside the club, but they stay out in the parking lot and they build relationship with the door guys, the bouncers, the DJs. Many of the men that are working in the industry were also sexually abused as children. So that's the common thread. And many of them have just not found a way out. Their vulnerabilities have landed them where they are. And it's really challenging for them to get out of that lifestyle. But we come along, I think, just to hear, even if it's 2 or 3 minutes of truth and life, you know, spoken over them, it gives them hope. And we all need to have hope. So I think that's what we do. We shine the light of love and hope and let them know that we're there. Whether they're ready to get out or not at that point, we will help them with the needs that they have. Many of them have needs for their children or to pay rent or a safe and stable place to live. And as we've talked before, many of the women have felony records for things they've been forced to do. And it's very challenging for them to get safe and stable housing or respectable, gainful employment.
And Dottie, I was going to jump in. I wanted to ask you, I think a lot of people maybe could think that this is a path that people go down certain paths. But you mentioned a lot of this or certain cases start in childhood. So what's the statistic that you've kind of seen working with this of familial trafficking that maybe started with substances or trading for goods, for money, things
Right.
like that.
Familial trafficking is one of the most prevalent ways that our kids are lured into a trafficking situation. Somebody that they love and trust. It could be a trusted family friend. It could be an uncle, an aunt, a parent, a grandmother, which was my case 40 plus years ago. It was a grandmother. And I think that's one reason why it goes so undetected, because the kids are told not to tell the family secrets. So they don't. So I think that's one reason it goes unnoticed by so many. That, and along with online grooming and social media, that's a whole nother topic, really. But those two areas are the most prevalent ways that our kids are lured into a trafficker's snare.
Just on a personal level, many moons ago, I went alongside a walk that you organized to educate people and raise money about human trafficking. There was law enforcement there. I think at the time there was a lead principal of a school. Everybody comes together to kind of raise awareness about this. And I met a woman that you rescued, and she told me that she did have a record that needed to be expunged. She didn't have any hope. And at that time, she was working in corporate America. She looked like any one of us.
That's
and
right.
she was like, I'm raising my son now. My life is different. All it took is one break. And, you have attorneys that volunteer their time,
Right.
and you're bringing together all of these resources. You're really saving one life at a time, and you're doing it again and again and again, which is why your portrait hangs at our state capitol. So you do have a profound impact on the lives of people who are being trafficked. And I also think it's very interesting that you work so closely with law enforcement and people in the private sector. You've created almost a community of folks that are listening to what you're saying, and they're seeing the problem and they're taking action. And we're seeing it in the news with major arrests here in the state of Florida that are making national headlines of young children being trafficked.
Yes. First, I just want to clarify, it's not me that's rescuing. It's, a team of individuals. There's so many warriors out there and survivors, victims who've become survivors, who become thrivers, that are now going back into the darkness to help with those rescues. We have several survivors on our Heart Dance team. Our outreach director, Tara, comes out of the industry, and now she is the one leading our teams now back into the clubs to minister to the women whose shoes she used to fill. So it's a team effort for sure. And I think there's so much more awareness today than there was 40 years ago, that people are realizing that it's not like in the movies, that it is real, and that we need to do something about it. So it truly is a team effort, and collaboration in the community is key to putting these bad guys away. We talked earlier about the 122 kids that were just recovered, and 57 of them were from Tampa Bay. That 47% of the kids that were just rescued in Home for the Holiday sting operation over the last 2 weeks were Tampa Bay kids. So it's happening right here under our noses. And as we talked before, it is a lot of familial trafficking, people that they trust, and also online grooming.
I know that in the state of Florida, I want to talk about the success that we have, because every time I hear about one of these rings being busted, I'm like, thank God, there's so much progress being made. I know there is a lot of local law enforcement, but even law enforcement that comes in from a federal level to help with these types of operations. And when I spoke to Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister, he told me that we can be out there doing our job every single day, but without organizations like yours, a lot of these people would find themselves right back on the streets again, being re-victimized.
That's right. If you can only imagine the trauma, especially with sex trafficking victims, of someone being raped several times a day, sometimes up to 30 times a day, over and over and over again. Psychologists say it's equivalent to a soldier coming back from war that has severe PTSD. So if you can imagine the help that they need in so many different aspects, but especially mental health, to help them cope and try to grasp what's happened to them, and then how to deal with it. If they don't know where to go for that help or the resources or even an organization or someone to help them navigate through all the many resources, unfortunately, I think a lot of them would go back because they just don't know where else to turn. And you go back to what's familiar to
Right.
you normally. Yeah.
So many of these young people have been groomed starting at such a young age.
Yes.
And that is their normal.
Yes.
Sadly.
That is. I know the youngest in this last sting operation was 2 years old. 2 years old. And it reminded me of a woman I met in the strip club, one of our strip clubs several years ago. She was 18 when I met her, but she confided in me that she had been groomed by her uncle when she was very, very small. Her mother left her with him while the mom went to work. She trusted her brother would take care of her little girl, and he would put her on a swing in the park almost daily, tell her to wait for the nice man to come along that would take her for ice cream. The nice man would come along, rape her, and then put her back on the swing for the next one. She was 6 years old. 6 years old, and she now found herself at 18 in the strip clubs because nobody was there for her. And she was still feeling invisible. So I think that's, probably the greatest thing I think that Heart Dance Foundation does, and some of the other organizations that go into the strip clubs, is we see them. We see them without judgment. So many people will judge them. Oh, they want to be there. They've chosen to be there, but that's typically not the case. So I think they love us so much because we see them.
I know there are many, many people of all walks. Like you said, there's a community, there are warriors, there are people that genuinely care about the well-being of the people that are being trafficked. But there is a lot of faith-based community that steps out into these very seedy scenes. They walk into them, and they walk by faith. Tell me about how that plays such a big role in your life.
Oh, it plays a huge role. I tell people I was either stupid or courageous enough to say yes to the call when I heard very clearly when I encountered this 13-year-old and her 4-year-old sister who was trafficked by their grandmother to get involved and not to turn my back on it 40 plus years ago. And I think there are many of us that are just trying to do our best to be obedient to that from which we are called to do, and being bold enough and courageous enough to say, okay, you really want me to go there? You really want me to go into those strip clubs? I grew up in a very happy Christian home, and I never even imagined that anybody grew up any different from me. And so I thought, certainly you don't want me going into the strip clubs, but I feel like the Lord did. And I said yes. And, was courageous enough. There's so many people that are bold and courageous enough to follow what they think that they're supposed to do to get this work done. And it's truly is a calling. It's not something I chose. It's something that chose me. And I just feel very blessed from all the wonderful survivors that I've come to know. And, they have blessed me, I think, more than I have blessed them. And now seeing them thrive and giving back, to our society. And several survivors are on our team, and one in particular, she now is a major part of those sting operations with the U.S. Marshals, that she trains law enforcement, and she is an integral part of these sting operations. And because of her lived experience, expertise, and being bold and courageous enough to use her tragedy and turning it into triumph, not only for her, but for all of the incredible men and women that she's able to get out of situations.
Yeah, and the situations are very dark. I want to keep going back because most people's, familiarity with what's going on is what they see on TV. And strip clubs can seem very, I don't know, sexy or whatnot. That's not what I saw when I walked into it. It's a very dark environment. You can see on the faces of these girls that many of them do not want to be there.
Mhm.
At least I didn't see a face that looked like they wanted to be there, to be honest with you. And then the desperation of what it's like when they come up to you, like they're trying to say, they are saying, save me, save me, save me. So you build up this trust.
Mhm.
It takes time. It's
Yes.
not always one visit. And then you're able to bring them into a safe place and start the reform, start
Mhm.
getting them healed. Because people are like, why, Gail, are you always putting human trafficking on a health and wellness show? It is considered a healthcare crisis because of the
Absolutely.
physical and mental abuse that is endured.
Absolutely. And, safety, the public health safety issue is what this is. I mean, think about a woman in a strip club who the only way to make true money in a strip club is to cross the line into prostitution, to go into the champagne rooms and the VIP rooms and be prostituted. Can you imagine, getting raped or having sexual relations with strangers many, many, many times a night? Can you imagine the health implications there? So it is a public health and safety issue.
Dottie, I wanted to ask, outside of the strip clubs, what are some things that we everyday people can watch for, clues that we could specify, that we could kind of catch, that we may be like, oh, maybe this is shady, there's some human trafficking going on here, whether it is something with familial trafficking or any different situation at a hospital, at a cafe, at a mall.
That's a great question.
Yeah, that is a great question. And, there's so many different nuances. If our homeless youth are very vulnerable, and what we have seen is, a youth might come out to his parents or her parents as being gay, and they get kicked out of the house, and now they're on the street, and who comes up to them but someone who says, we can be your family, we'll take care of you. So if you see, like, an individual taking care of maybe, a few homeless youth, that might be a red flag, on the streets to kind of look for. If you see an older man with a younger child, and the child it just seems like they don't belong together, that could be a red flag. There's so many different situations, like I explained, like on the playground, if you see a child that doesn't seem like they go with the adult that's with them, that could be a red flag. There's so many different situations, and I just want to encourage everyone that if you do feel something in your gut isn't right, then pick up the phone and call either the local authorities. You can call 911 if it's something that you're seeing right then and there. And you can report anonymously too. You don't have to give your name and your contact information, but go ahead and make that call. If you're wrong, you're wrong. But if you're right, you could be saving a life. The massage industry, I just want to touch on that. I'm honored to be appointed by our governor to the Florida Board of Massage, and we see a lot of cases come before us of human trafficking activity going on in some of our massage establishments. So if a massage establishment is open like past midnight, if there's a lot of heavy tint on the windows, if it looks like maybe somebody is living there, those are some signs to look out for. If you have to be buzzed in, if the door is not unlocked and you have to be buzzed in, that's a sign to look for too, that there might be other things going on in that establishment than just massages.
You were such a long-standing not-for-profit in the Tampa Bay area with such an incredible reputation, Dottie, the Heart Dance Foundation. How can we support you? How can we get behind your mission?
Well, I think one thing legislatively that we are working on right now, a group of us, I'm with a statewide legislative working group. We want to see that anybody who buys or sells another human being, it should be a felony record. I mean, it should be a felony, not a misdemeanor.
Right.
So we're working on getting it upped to a felony. There's a lot of great laws in place for children, but this would be for adults. So we're working on that. Heart Dance Foundation always could use financial donations. None of us get paid. It is, I've never received a penny from the work that we do through Heart Dance. We're all volunteers. So any financial donations are great. We always can use $20 Wawa cards and faith-based children's books. That would help tremendously.
Well, I have to say, Dottie, as always, it's an honor. I can't congratulate you enough for all of the accolades you received, especially the latest one of being in Florida's Hall of Fame for your tireless work in saving lives. You've left the most beautiful footprint on this planet, and I wish there were more people like you.
Oh, thank you, Gail. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank
Well,
you.
listen, I want to thank our sponsor, Monticello Family and Sedation Dentistry, for believing in us to help us get this content out to you. And remember, you can always stream Bloom Health Club. Watch our streaming show on Apple TV, Fire TV, Roku, Samsung TV, WFLA.com, and YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcast. And I will see you on the next Bloom Health Club.
Up with that 9 that's fine. And has proved that, well, if you're not into geopolitics, you won't notice it. I mean, hello. Hi, everyone. I'm your host, Lauren Conlon, and welcome to Pop Crime TV's The Outlier podcast. Today, I am getting back into the alleged systemic rot in Utah. But before we dive in, I want to address some of the messages and comments that I have received from listeners and viewers. Very kind comments, by the way, but criticism, and that's good. And it's about my lack of understanding of the Mormon religion and the Jesus Christ Church of Latter-day Saints. And I want to apologize for seemingly grouping everything together when I talk about this stuff, and these topics are really tough. And I know that that's not the case. Not all Mormons are like this. And it's kind of like saying all Catholic priests are pedos. I know that's not the case, but I am working really hard to understand these religions better. And I'm talking to a few very good people who are involved in these churches as well. So I thank you for your patience, but I wanted to put that out there because I have received a lot of messages and I wanted to address them. Quick recap. David Lee Hamblin, former therapist, was arrested in September of 2022 by the Utah County Sheriff's Office, facing a slew of disturbing and disgusting charges. 3 counts of automy on a child, rape of a child, aggravated SA, and more. And some of the other allegations that were recently dismissed with prejudice involve alleged ritualistic child SA, spanning decades, some tying to David Lee Hamblin's alleged healing circles. And he ran these healing circles after losing his license for having relationships with clients. And by the way, I have heard speculation that he is still running these healing circles. So I do need to get into that at a later date, kind of dive in there. And just as a reminder, his own daughters and of course others accused him with claims so dark that I don't even want to get into it on YouTube or on a podcast. But again, going back to the American Fort case getting dismissed, that wasn't his first rodeo in getting charges dismissed. In 2012, when his daughter came forward, that case was also dismissed in 2014. But this time, after 29 months of legal wrangling, the 4th District Judge, Roger Griffin, he pulled the plug on the case, as I mentioned, with prejudice. The case in 2014 against David Lee Hamblin, that was dismissed without prejudice, meaning it could be reopened again. And, you know, we've talked about it in detail. Prosecutorial blunders, possible withholding of evidence from the Utah County Sheriff's Office. It's crazy what is going on with this American Fort case, or I guess the case is no more. But the Utah County Sheriff's Office actually spoke out and did not take this lying down, and they dropped this bombshell statement. And I was wondering what took them so long. They dropped the statement in March, and I guess it could possibly because Roger Griffin did decide that it would be dismissed with prejudice, and we did not know if it would be able to be reopened back when it was dismissed in February. So maybe that's why they waited. But they essentially disagreed with the ruling, as many of us did. And they called his ruling, quote unquote, abhorrent and slammed the complete lack of due process. So they say they did hand over all evidence, like a key victim interview from September of 2022. They said they handed this over right on time. They claim the prosecution confirmed that it was shared by February 5th, 2025, yet Hamlin's defense team cried foul, saying that it was withheld for over 2 years, which, I mean, if they asked for it, you know, in 2024, which I believe Nathan Evershed did ask for it then, and it was given in 2025, that wouldn't exactly be 2 years. But look, I don't know what to believe anymore. And I feel like a lot of times when I am covering this case, people will tell me different sources saying, hey, don't believe this person. This person seems to be good. Don't believe them, which is why I'm kind of like, okay, I don't know anymore. But this is what the Utah County Sheriff's Office is saying. And they said also in this statement, and I'll include this in the episode notes, that they expected an evidentiary hearing to clear it up, but plot twist, it never happened. And also, this next to me, this image is Sheriff Mike Smith of the Utah County Sheriff's Office, in case you were wondering. But yeah, so this evidentiary hearing to clear everything up, it never happened, says the Utah County Sheriff's Office. No victim testimony, no investigator input, just this one-sided defense win. So they are livid, and they are saying, look, a predator, alleged predator, is now slipping through the cracks once again without a fight. And just zooming out here, this isn't just about David Lee Hamblin. It's about Utah's justice system, in my opinion, right now, looking like Swiss cheese. The sheriff's office points fingers at the prosecution that was led by he was Special Assistant AG, Nathan Evershed. Now, he filed to dismiss the case in February over the evidentiary concerns and the quote-unquote discovery problem, if you recall. Fun fact, I guess not so fun, Evershed's brother is a registered sex offender himself. And I understand you cannot judge people by their family. That would be unfair. But this case and everything in this case bothers me. So I think it's important to point that out, that a lot of people involved seem to have these connections with sex offenders. So yeah, it bothers me. And also, Utah, the AG's office will not release records, even post-dismissal of a case that will never be opened again, citing the ongoing Sanpete County case where Hamblin still faces charges. And Adam Herberts, I'm sorry for mispronouncing that, of Fox 13, he requested these files and he was denied. So he puts this all on his X account, and I will link that in the episode notes as well. But again, in my opinion, not releasing those records right now, that kind of stinks. I guess I could say alleged corruption, but it seems weird. This case, like I said, will never be reopened again. So just release the records. Let's take a look at it. The public has a right to know. So also, just going back to Judge Griffin's ruling, it heavily leaned on the Barker versus Wingo test, finding these unconstitutional delays, 29 months since filing, Brady violations, exculpatory evidence being buried. I mean, I guess you could draw parallels between that and the American Fort case, except I just don't know who to believe there, who dropped the ball. So unfortunately, the victim, I feel, or survivor, I feel, in this case, still hasn't had a voice. And that is just so troubling to me. And I really hope that perhaps she will get her voice in the Roselle Stevenson case, which is David Lee Hamblin's ex-wife. I have to check in on that. It's been a minute since I've followed up on those filings, but I will definitely do that for the next episode. So the David Lee Hamblin case that is still on the table, the Sanpete Manti case, there was a hearing on April 2nd, and Judge Mandy Larson has sealed all records pertaining to that status hearing. And the court actually requested that for that hearing, all motions be done in writing. I don't feel great about that. Again, the public does have a right to know, especially with all of the finger pointing back and forth by law enforcement and the court. But they also did mention that the defense has to file all of their responding motions by April 9th, and then the court will set oral arguments for April 28th, 2025 at 9:15 a.m., and that is a Monday. Also, David Lee Hamblin's defense attorney in this case, Brian Fries, filed a motion on April 2nd, and this was the, quote, third motion to compel disclosure of complete unredacted discovery. And this motion, I don't like where it's going, and you'll see why once I read it. And you know what? It's short, so don't worry. I'm actually going to remove this from the stage here. I'll make myself a little bit bigger, and I will go over this motion right now. And yeah, and you'll see why I am a little concerned. All right. Quote, the defendant, by and through his attorney of record, moves the court to order the state of Utah to provide full, unredacted discovery by all the investigations conducted against the defendant. Presently, the discovery received by counsel is only related to this case and not the discovery that was obtained in the broader investigation. In the now unredacted video at timestamp 5053, Detective Hutchins explained during the interview of the alleged victim, quote, "You have a piece right here that fits into the puzzle," end quote. This was during a discussion that the defendant had been arrested. Further, he discussed that this was a rare instance in this, quote, huge case that has been going on for some time, and it is rare where we get the piece that goes right there. This is the one that we have been missing. This discussion was asserting that this alleged victim is providing that piece that was missing. It is clear to defense counsel that aside from the constant assertions by the state that this was a separate investigation, the investigators were treating this as a large, complex investigation over many years. The defendant has a right for his defense counsel to have access to the entire investigation. Wherefore, the defendant requests an order be issued requiring the state of Utah to provide all discovery held by any of the investigating agencies that has investigated this case and any of the accusations against the defendant. Okay, so you can see why that concerns me. I mean, here we are. We have the defense arguing that law enforcement has treated all of the Hamblin cases as one big investigation across the board. And I can see they're trying to insist that more was hidden from them. And possibly, once again, trying to say, and maybe not, this is again my speculation, but once they get more of the alleged evidence that they are thinking was hidden from them, they're going to try to say, okay, well, these are ritualistic abuse allegations, and those type of allegations don't exist, and they don't exist in this state, yada, yada. That makes me incredibly nervous and sick to my stomach. Also, I am clearly not a lawyer, so I think it would be helpful if on one of the next episodes I should talk to someone that can sort of speak to investigations that are done on one defendant who might have cases in different counties, multiple cases, and how that would work. Because I really do want to understand why this could, I guess, or what happens in one jurisdiction, how that could affect another, when truthfully, the cases don't have anything to do with one another. The survivors, I mean, we've got two separate survivors, two separate accusers. I just need to understand that better. So I will work on that for the next episode, getting someone in that can speak to that. But, let's talk about another bigger picture here. Utah's legislative moves. Senate Bill 155, pushed by Senator Todd Weiler. It surfaced in January of 2025, and this is really gross, you guys. It's aiming to cut lifetime sex offender registry stints, and I'm laughing. It's not funny. It's so weird. I just can't believe that I'm reading this, to 10 years. So for some, letting these folks petition for removal from the offender registry after 10 to 12 years instead of 20. So Weiler says it's about second chances for reformed offenders. Okay, you guys sound like New York City protecting criminals. They love to protect criminals here. They want to get their records. It's expunged after 8 years. I mean, that's another story, but this is just giving me weird parallel vibes. And over 11,000 sex offenders are on Utah's list, split between 10 years and lifetime tiers. So I'm just seeing a pattern. I'm seeing a state wanting to soften sex crimes, especially against children. You've got the ritualistic abuse law that we saw that was crumbling. We're seeing cases like David Lee Hamblin's cases crumbling. And it's awful for these survivors. I mean, who can they trust at this point? And I know that I've said this so many times and I just sound like a broken record, but David Lee Hamblin, you just look at a guy like this, and it feels to me, in my opinion, that he is a walking red flag. I mean, going back to his license being revoked 25 years ago for abusing patients and sleeping with patients, admitting this and having his admission of raping one of his daughters on tape and running these healing circles and all of these cases against him getting dropped. I mean, again, I know I'm speaking ad nauseum when I say how concerning this is, but I just don't know how else to put this across into the universe without repeating it so many times. And look, Sheriff Mike of the Utah County Sheriff's Office, he has vowed to keep digging, to keep working on this case, but no new arrests in 2 years, and now this dismissal, it doesn't look good to me. It just doesn't. I'm going to remove this. Guess I could keep myself like this, or I could add Sheriff Mike back up here. Let's add Sheriff Mike back up just for a few more minutes while we close this up. So, okay, where are we at? Hamblin's free right now. Obviously, we have the San Pete case. The sheriff's office is screaming foul, yet their hands are tied. The AG seems to be stonewalling. Evershed has a sex offender brother, and Utah is tweaking laws that could ease the heat on sex offenders. So, is this incompetence, or is this alleged corruption? Is this some kind of cover-up? I don't know. I have my suspicions, and I think many of you know what they are, but I do know that the community is raging, and this feels like a gut punch to survivors. Let me move Sheriff Mike off now. We don't need you anymore for this. And also, I did email the Utah County Sheriff's Office. They are not doing interviews. I'll admit, I didn't try very hard. I should be banging the phones to talk to them, but I know they have a lot going on. We'll see. But I want to do a quick pivot just to another judge in Utah. We spoke briefly on the last episode about Judge Kevin Christensen and Ned Brady Hansen, the fire chief. That disgusting case. Oh my goodness. But in another, I guess, not so shocking turn of events, another judge, 3rd District Court Judge William Kendall, he faces serious charges in Utah. The Davis County attorney has filed counts of forcible SA and drug-related offenses against Kendall following an incident at his Salt Lake City country home. So according to investigators, after a large event that he had, or a large event that was not at his home, Judge Kendall invited a smaller group to his residence where he allegedly provided THC to a woman and touched her very inappropriately without consent. Police later uncovered a lot of different THC products during a search of his home, and Kendall, who was appointed to the bench in 2014, is no longer presiding over cases at this moment as his criminal investigation unfolds. And, you know, I don't want to get into the THC discussion. I mean, I live in New York and it's legal here. People that partake in THC, I mean, I'm just going to say this, like, if you're a judge, if you are law enforcement, I mean, I would say be careful. Don't do things like that, or don't allegedly do things like that. It's not a good look. And again, it's just more corruption, in my opinion, in Utah. It's gross. Why are we hearing about different cases like this every single week? Lastly, as part of my episode today, I want to bring up another person, another man, another Utah sicko, if you will. And this was brought to my attention by Jason and Alexia Preston of We Are the People. But this is a man named Alan Brower Bassett. And this is dark. Very, very dark. So Bassett was arrested for child SA dating back over 35 years, kind of like David Lee Hamblin. And like David Lee Hamblin, these alleged systemic failures really allowed him to evade accountability for a really long time. So let's just walk through his case chronologically, step by step. In 1977, Alan Brower Bassett, he was a family man, later a retired air traffic controller, moved into a newly built home in Fruit Heights, Davis County, Utah, with his wife and children. Court documents paint a really, really chilling picture. Over the next 12 years until 1989, allegedly, Bassett preyed on young girls in the neighborhood, girls aged 5 to 10, friends of his own kids. And this gives me the creeps, but these were not stranger kids. They were children who came to his house for sleepovers, play dates, dance classes, hikes, etc. And these survivors later detailed how Bassett would lure them into these vulnerable moments, sitting on his lap, undressing in front of him, or on hikes, he would try to touch them, allegedly, inappropriately. And one account even describes him abusing a girl as a helicopter flew overhead, which just was, I guess, symbolizing how brazenly this guy operated, just in plain sight. So according to court records, the abuse only stopped when Bassett moved away from this area in 1989. But of course, the scars didn't vanish from these survivors. They festered silently for decades, as they do in Utah. Not just in Utah. Sorry, I should say this happens everywhere, but I am focusing on Utah right now. But let's fast forward to 1988. A civil suit emerges. One woman sues Bassett and his wife for emotional damages tied to alleged abuse. But here's where the plot kind of takes a turn. The case is dismissed after the survivor struggles with the emotional toll of pursuing it. Court docs reveal a very murky deal here. Bassett reportedly agreed to pay for her counseling, although no written contract ever surfaced, and she never claimed any of these funds. And then in May of 1989, Bassett's legal team claims he struck a broader non-prosecution agreement with the then Deputy Davis County Attorney Brian Namba. This draft, unsigned, promised no charges for any of his sexual activities from 1978 to 1989 if he disclosed his actions to victims and their parents, paid for therapy, and completed some kind of treatment. A signed letter from that month referenced that deal, but no fully executed version ever existed. So ethically, this raises red flags. Did Davis County trade justice for convenience? Did they shield a prosecutor to avoid a messy trial? I mean, we just don't know. We don't know at this point, but this agreement becomes Bassett's lifeline, if you will, decades later. So, for years, silence. Silence, everything and anything about his alleged actions, there's just silence. And the statute of limitations locks many victims out of legal recourse. So Utah law at the time didn't account for delayed reporting, which is common in child abuse cases. So Bassett lives quietly in Payson in a senior community, just his past buried away. But then another civil suit in January of 2020 emerges, echoing the same abuse claims. And then it's dismissed and time runs out. I mean, I don't have the exact reason that this is dismissed, this 2020 lawsuit, but it was. And again, Bassett walks free. I guess you could, I don't want to blame the justice system without seeing these documents, but if we're going back to the way that history has been when it comes to this guy and many others, yeah, something happened. So again, ethically, it's another gut punch. Justice deferred isn't justice. It seems like abandonment. So then in August of 2020, several victims, now adults, come forward to the Davis County Sheriff's Office with allegations against Bassett. And detectives log hundreds of hours tracking down more survivors and interviewing them. Who does this sound like? Yes, David Lee Hamblin. So there are women who have carried this trauma for over 40 years. And the sheriff's office, they uncover at least 5 prosecutable cases, though many more are there, but they fall outside of statutory limitations. So, I mean, the bravery of these women and these survivors, it is a reckoning, to say the least. But I have to wonder what happened with the other 2 cases. So on June 10th, 2024, Bassett, who is now 75 years old, is arrested at his Payson home. He's booked into the Davis County Jail on 8 second-degree felony counts of aggravated SA of a child, and he's held without bail. During questioning, his words are wild, literally wild. He says, quote, "If they say I did it, I did it. Why would they lie?" He admits to abusing children in Fruit Heights, but can't or won't count his victims or try to figure out how many survivors or victims he had. And Chief Deputy Taylor West, he spoke out. He said, quote, "It's been 40 years that some of these victims have sought justice, and we're happy to tell them that Alan Bassett is off the streets. The sheriff's commitment is clear, but the arrest feels bittersweet, decades late," end quote. By August 13th, 2024, Bassett's attorney files a motion to dismiss, waiving the 1989 agreement like a get out of jail free card. They argue that it's a blanket contract barring prosecution for any sexual acts from that era. But no signed copy exists, just a draft and a letter, yet his defense is saying this is binding. I mean, sure, I get it. That's your job. You are a defense attorney. Sure, say it's binding, whatever. But ethically, that's bullshit. That's a vague deal. It's possibly unenforceable, and it doesn't erase accountability for past heinous crimes. The prosecution counters that Bassett minimized his abuse in 1989, omitting multiple victims and incidents, voiding any deal. So now we have the court just left to untangle this mess. In October of 2024, Bassett, like Hamblin, is released to house arrest. Another leniency, that he seems to win. But he can't follow the rules. He makes unauthorized stops on grocery runs and fails to report being near children. The court's patience is wearing thin. So now we're back, I want to say present basically, because on March 7th, 2025, the Second District Court in Farmington literally becomes a battleground here. Judge Jennifer Valencia oversees an evidentiary hearing on Bassett's dismissal motion. The room is packed, by the way. Neighbors, church members, survivor families. And the survivor families were all wearing white, symbolizing lost innocence, which really makes me want to cry. But dozens of women, they testified over 9 hours, reliving trauma from 35 years ago. And a woman, I will quote, Patrice Peterson, says, quote, "All of my friends were on the stand testifying against someone who abused them for years. What he did devastated our neighborhood." And Bassett was there in a bow tie, apparently, cuffed, and thank goodness Valencia revoked his house arrest for the above violations I mentioned and sent him back to jail. And apparently Bassett was sobbing. Sorry, I'm smiling, but it's like, whatever, dude, you're gross, allegedly. But more witnesses are slated for April as well. And, some of these witnesses here, and friends of witnesses, they were fuming. They were saying things like, look, the DA knew, the police knew, and they gave him a free pass for decades. I mean, it really is. It's unbelievable, yet it's almost not. So we will await an April hearing for Alan Bassett. And I should be talking about this case as well soon with Alexia and Jason of We Are the People Utah, because we should really get into that one. I mean, again, I gave you sort of like a rundown here, but yeah, another really disturbing case where another man just gets to slip through the cracks, walking free. So just stepping back, it's not just Alan Bassett's story and David Lee Hamblin's story. Seemingly, it's Utah's story. Really, it's Utah's. So one thing is clear, though. Survivors, they will not stop. They will not be quiet, and they are stronger than a lot of people realize. So that is it for today's dive on Utah. Utah's justice system, in my opinion, has some explaining to do, and I will keep watching. So please continue to reach out to me. Let me know what you think. I love to hear your thoughts. I love to hear any tips you might have, you can hit me up on X or email me. But until then, everyone, stay safe, stay vigilant, and thank you for listening. I'm Lauren Conlin. That 9 and has proved that, look, if you're not into geopolitics, you won't notice it. I mean, hello.
Rules and regulations. Tell me what they're worth. With greed and domination, spreading through this world. And where is the fire that our fathers burned? The spark of revolution starts within our world. With peace for you and peace for me. We don't need more hostility. Power to the people is what I overheard. And see that we're all equal with feathers of one bird. I got love for you and love to me. Free your heart from any juice.
You are alive. God don't like ugly.
Just take those old records off the shelf. I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul. I like that old time of rock and roll. Don't try to take me to a disco. You'll never even get me out on the floor. The 10 minutes I'll be late for the door. I like that old time of rock and roll. Still like that old time of rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes the soul. I reminisce about the days of old. With that old time of rock and roll. Don't go and hear them play a tango. I'd rather hear some blues and funky old soul. There's only one sure way to get me to go. Stop playing old time of rock and roll. Call me a rebel, call me what you will. Say I'm on passion, say I'm over the hill. Today's music ain't got the same soul. I like that old time of rock and roll. Still like that old time of rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes the soul. I reminisce about the days of old. With that old time of rock and roll. Still like that old time of rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes the soul. I reminisce about the days of old. With that old time of rock and roll. Still like that old time of rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes the soul. I reminisce about the days of old. With that old time of rock and roll. I still like that old time of rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes the soul. I reminisce about the days of old. With that old time of rock and roll. Still like that old time of rock and roll.
Oh, well, there you go, people. Little bit of a decompress time for me here. It's 7:30 on Saturday night. Just had a little bit of a wild session with Ryan, which is worth listening to if you missed that. If a fabulous mod could maybe put a link to that stream in here. A little bit of a enlightening conversation about, I was going to say our good friend Shifty, but that beta fuck Shifty that we always thought was a little bit fucking sus and a big fat fucking loser. A little bit more information has come to light to confirm our thoughts on him. Oh, fucking this bloody spaceship, I meant to turn my spaceship off. phases on stun. Sorry about that. Fucking someone remind me to turn it on. Last time I turned it off and I woke up in here and it was like, I mean, you're in Fahrenheit, aren't you? I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit, but very, very cold, close to freezing. Because I'd turned it off for your listening pleasure during stream. Yeah, old Shifty, hey? What a fucking bizarre setup. How can you blame a child? I mean, I can understand. There's a couple of things that have happened since, or happened at the end of that stream. One is that Clown came into chat defending Shifty with a comment about it being the Electra complex, which is okay, which is where a child, I'm speculating here because I couldn't be fucked looking it up, but basically it's like, okay, you can understand a child wanting to get in between the father and his new partner. Okay, yeah, fair enough. You can see that playing out psychologically. No shit. But here's the weird thing about a Clown, is that they don't try to fucking jerk you off. Okay, that's not normal, Clown. That's fucking weird. Okay, and for you to just pass it off as being, oh, that's just the Electra complex where a child jerks off their fucking father. No, mate, it isn't. But it just goes to show you, A, where Clown's fucking mind is at. Perfectly normal for him. Is that what happened with your, wasn't it? It was your fucking, the daughter of your, how did it go? It was your brother, your dead brother's girlfriend's daughter was the one that you supposedly touched up in McDonald's. What complex was that, Clown? Did something actually happen there, or was it just a fucking beat up? Who fucking knows, mate? But the way that you immediately run to the defense of Shifty over something like this, because the immediate thought of any normal person is, okay, yeah, I can see that my kid would be jealous of my new partner. But there's ways to express that which are fucking abnormal. And that just screams that this fucking child has been sexually abused or has been used in fucking the relationship where Shifty, whether she was with, okay, let's not blame Shifty. Let's say where the stepmother or where their biological mother was with the child's stepfather, that was normal behavior. And she's taken that over into when she started living with Shifty. And for Shifty just to, it's just a fucking electric complex. I need to protect myself and put cameras up around the house rather than say, why the fuck is a 12-year-old acting like this? What the fuck happened in that other house before she came here? Assuming that he's not fucking lying about the whole situation. And the Clown just, yeah. Oh, that's just the way that it fucking is. It's just this kind of complex. It's like, yeah, fucking idiot. You fucking absolute idiot. And what else comments have I read since? Tiny just had tried to go live with a stream, a musical stream, I think it was supposed to be. Excuse me, he didn't utter a word, but I managed to get a comment into chat before I was banned, and I asked PHI, Wog, and Tiny what they thought about Shifty's claims that his child sexually abused him. And Wog said, I have a lot to say about that, but he didn't actually fucking say anything. But the only thing that he came up with was that he was criticizing Ryan for trying to. I can't remember his name. Let me have a look. I did take a screenshot. Excuse me for a minute here. What was his comment? He said, Ryan wants to play the hero, but never called me or reached out to anyone about this. Maybe not. But what's your thoughts? Wog, what are your thoughts fucking now about this? Okay? Let's try and criticize Ryan for trying to play the hero. Maybe he is, maybe he fucking isn't. But what about Shifty, Wog? Let's get to the point here. It's about the kids, right? You fucking lightweight fuckwit. Go and hassle some fucking librarian somewhere in the name of the First Amendment. Or which amendment is it? Sorry, the one that says you should fucking go and hassle librarians to keep your fucking freedom of speech. PHI didn't make a comment. She's pretty good at keeping her mouth quiet, protecting pedos like her fucking son. Another victim was blamed there. Another child was blamed there. What a weird fucking setup this is. You watch them come after Ryan now, which is what they'll do. They'll have a go at Ryan about this because Ryan didn't say anything. Ryan's just trying to score points. Well, Ryan said something about it before any of you fuckwits did. So now you know about it. Okay, let's criticize Ryan for trying to be a hero and not saying anything. But now we know. Tell us what you think about the Shifty situation. Billy Heim, we want answers. We do indeed, Billy. Good comment. What have we got here for to read some chat here? I haven't got a lot. I'm just I was sitting here drinking German wheat beer, 7:30 on a Saturday night. Been a long day for me. Yeah, I was saying to Ryan, this as you hear the name of my stream. I don't know how you pronounce this. Wine Stefana, the world's oldest brewery since 1040. People, 1040. That's fucking old, isn't it? For a brewery, been brewing beer since fucking 1040. You know, I've got to say, I think they've got it right. German wheat beer. Give it a try. Now, what's the alcohol content? Not particularly. Oh, excuse me. High. Probably around 5%. 5.4. Really good. To the rock. I've got some Guinness too, so I'm slowly getting drunk today. So, and you shouldn't panic while you're drunk, but there you go, folks. There you go. There we are. Yeah, good call, Chantel. Wiggy, click the link. Let's have a chat. Hear what you got to say about this. Anyone hit the fucking link. I'm just curious. Oh, that's a bit cool. We'll put that one up. Tell you better than Joe. Yeah, wild stream. Wild stream. Oh, it's good. Midwest came up. Excuse me, and was prepared to speak out a little bit. Bobby Joe. That microphone. I don't know what the fuck does she do to them? I think probably just microphones must feel like our ears feel, just shattered. I thought she was claiming that she'd calmed down a little bit, but no. Even when she's talking, I think it's fear. Maybe that's what it is. It's just fear. Her microphone lives in fear of her and distorts everything she says. What else? Who else came up? Oh, bloody Missy came up. Distracted as all she fucking tends to do. She's turned it into a boys' praise conversation at some point. But you get that. I mean, that's good she comes up. She adds a little bit of, every now and again, she'll ask a question which is kind of probing, which is interesting. It's good to get it in different perspectives when you're going through something like new information like that. Now, who we got here? Now I'm going to have to be, could this be the one and only, the one and the only. What are we going to put up? Let's put the B right back up. Is it? Could it be?
Happy Thanksgiving, Telly.
Oh, it is. I'm so privileged. It's Sam Clinton, everybody.
It's Z.
Formerly known
One letter.
as Sam Clinton. Yeah. Let's see, there was
how was your lonely Thanksgiving since you don't get to see your children? You owe $185,000 in back child support. And you know, your wife still hates you from the grave. You know, Telly.
She's still dead and buried in the back garden. So, you know, who's the fucking winner in that scenario? That's what I want to know. Z? Is it Z or is it Z? How do you say it in?
It's one letter, Telly. If you've ever been to a library, you know that one letter Z. That's how it's pronounced in English. I'm not sure what language you speak, but
I speak
Z.
English, and we call it Z.
What is the? All right. Well, let's not. The last time I got correcting you on the English language went sideways, so let's avoid that this time.
Yeah, all right, we'll do
that. But let's nuzzle into some of this stuff and really get into what we have from these self-righteous, snarling snakes that were your friends and Red Hood's best friends. These people that you guys hung around with for so long while they dissected a paper that said that Ed was raided for but never charged with a crime to judge me and everybody else and just try to destroy our lives. And yet these people were hiding stuff such as PHI's son was charged with sexual abuse of a child, then sought to cover it up and have people actively cover it up. You had Clown that was sitting on a 288 charge from back in the 90s, and he sat on it, on his ass there. You've had these people that engaged in active cover-ups and deflections and shielding. And again, these are people with actual prima facie knowledge that the events occurred, whether through admission or not. Ed never told me that he was guilty of possessing child porn. I didn't see. That's where people are missing it. The Ryans and all of these kind of scummy people that have affiliate Red Hoods that sat on phone calls with PHI back in the day, listening to with Ed, and were partnering with these people to try to take me and others down. These people have some seriously sick backgrounds, and they are engaging in cover-ups. Again, defending someone because you have a good faith belief that they're innocent, or you want to believe that they're innocent, is way different than people actively engaged in cover-ups of crimes and sexual abuse of kids, such as PHI's son, Scabby's RSO husband, sitting on all of this slimy stuff. And yet they had the audacity to try to pin me into a corner and others, right, over years while sitting on this stuff. The height of hypocrisy in this place knows no bounds. And to come forward to the current news, which is this very good Nanya friend dude, cuck named Shifty. I don't even know the whole story yet. And again, unlike me and others that came up to answer questions about shit that didn't even involve us, these people won't answer shit about stuff that does involve them, right? And so you got the Mitch tactic of always asking questions and never answering anything, right? That's a Mitch tactic. Ask all the questions, never answer if you have underage boys in your whatever servers that you operate through some weird alt-right communities of planned government overthrows while you sit on your ass on a keyboard, encouraging others to go do the dirty work on January 6th. No, it couldn't possibly be answering questions about if you have boys in your communication, Mitch. Don't answer any questions, ever. And you're going to see that with this situation here. Look at how Nonce has been gone for 2 weeks. Spish went live once every 3 days. The grift is over. She's got nothing else to say. And she's got no more people really to steal from. So they go completely silent because at their core, these are cowardly, weak people. And I'm sorry that these were one-time very, very good friends of yours. And you defended them very, incredible. I mean, you defended Nonce way more than I defended Ed, I would even say. But what is the story here? The story here. Go ahead.
Also, if I can just,
Sure, you can have your panel back for a minute.
Squeeze it like a little bit of a.
I don't want to hijack your panel so you kick me off like you did to Colfax the other day.
Sorry, Zed. I'm just quite taken aback. I'm, to be honest, I'm a little bit too buzzed to listen to a lot of what you're saying. But what's kind of staggering is that you've managed to turn a conversation about a child being sexually abused into you crying about yourself and trying to score points on me, which I think is quite an achievement, Sam. I mean, sorry, Z.
Well, let me back you up a future. No. I'm not trying to score any points. I've already won the game. Okay, there's no more points needed. I've already run the scoreboard up months ago. What I'm trying to demonstrate and lay out is a post-game, post-mortem, Telly, in that the people that you affiliated with and were regular friends of and defended for a very long time turned out to be some of the biggest scumbags with real victims, or in some cases defending and sliming child victims of abuse. In the case of PHI, we now know that she has sought to damage this young girl's story and life, basically, that she was in the Slack or Discord or whatever. And even her daughter the other day was on panel, still saying that the case wasn't over. And the daughter, Gabby, said that the girl was 16. She's now 16, but when the girl was sexually abused by your adult brother, he was 13. She was 13 or 14. The gaslighting in this place knows no bounds. I'm just so fascinated by it over the years to see this level of. But I mean, the truth is, Telly, you were friends with these people, right?
Hang on, why are you trying to score points off me?
Well, no, I'm reminding. Is it not a fact though?
Do you want to hear my Gabby impersonation? Do you want to hear my Gabby impersonation? This is my Gabby impersonation. Sam, did you listen to any of the stream earlier today and what it was about?
Absolutely. I heard that it is now revealed that Ryan and Redbeard and a number of other people, not you allegedly, but others, knew about a story in which someone self-confessed and admitted to being sexually assaulted by a 12-year-old adopted girl. Again, if you ever look at any of Alex's, all of his catches, the number one way he knows that a predator is a predator and is guilty of actual crimes of abusing a real child is when the predator says, "Oh, I was sleeping," or, how does a situation occur where a 12-year-old is, and correct me if I'm wrong, the allegation is that he self-admitted.
I will correct you, Sam. I will correct you.
The 12-year-old girl jacked off her father, Shifty?
Yeah, I mean, what that to me, if you boil it down into its essence, is that Shifty is admitting to having sexual relations with a fucking child.
His own non-biological child, adopted child.
No, it's his biological child, is my understanding of it. So I'll correct you on that.
So Shifty has admitted to having sexual contact with his biological 12-year-old child.
Yes, correct. And
you allegedly never knew about this, not like Ryan.
Hang on, stop trying to score points. Let's keep this fucking secret.
Okay, no, I'm just saying. You were on the panel earlier today. You could have gotten all the information we need now, but you kind of went quiet when Booby came up.
Well, fuck you have to be there, really. I mean, it's like
no one really asked questions. It first was said that there was that Shifty, the father of this girl, accused his own daughter of sexually harassing him. Then Ryan claims there was a conversation with PHI in which PHI then further alleges that it wasn't sexual harassment, that Shifty had said to someone or to her that his own child jacked him off.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't sexual harassment. It was, as the Brits say, harassment. It wasn't harassment. It was sexual contact with the child, which would change the dynamic. And I think only Shifty can really come clear this up. I would love, since I've spent years answering questions, I love being able to ask some of the questions once in a while. Kelly, after years of answering your smug ass questions, I'd love to sit on a panel with you and me and you get to ask somebody questions.
Well, fucking wouldn't that just be peachy, Z?
And I would even have a German beer right with you, sitting here, and someone sitting across from us, and we'll live stream it. We get to ask the questions.
Yeah, Z, when we meet up for a beer, I'm going to buy you one of these, buddy. These are fucking. I think you'll appreciate these.
Well, don't. All right, good. Well, don't just stick me with the bill. Since you owe so much back child support, I figured I'd throw it into your children's funds.
That's it. But is it okay if I hit you up for a lawnmower?
Absolutely. Actually, hit me up for a $10,000 loan, Tally, and you can repay me 18 cents a month for the next 550 years.
Well, for 2 weeks until I crack the shits with you, and then I won't pay you anything.
But again, this came up because Ryan decided to confess. And one thing that was confusing to me was Ryan was saying that he didn't have corroboration. What he was really saying, he was too big of a coward to come forward with this alone during his friendship with these people, and that he didn't have support from other people. Corroboration is someone who was at the event to say, yes, that happened, or yes, I heard that. Corroboration is not needed when you are reiterating something you heard from other people. And just because PHI is a coward, and just because and hides sexual assault and pedos, and makes a kind of a profession of it, and just because Nanya does the same, Ryan, doesn't mean that you have to, because they are not willing, because they're cowards and hide this shit, doesn't mean you have to be a coward and hide this shit. And it sounds like Ryan knew that Shifty had engaged in some type of sexual contact with his 12-year-old daughter. And then I didn't know the rest of the story. At some point, he actually packages up his little girl and sends her away.
Yep. That's basically it.
Undesirable. I just love it. These are the people that were judging me. So I'm sipping my Gold Peak tea, trying to process all this morning. And I nearly spit up my oatmeal, Ellie, after hearing that these are the scummy people that were judging me.
No, I mean, let's face it, Z. I was also judging you, and I certainly don't have that in my background. I sort of occupy a much higher moral plane than Shifty and the Nunyanites do, and I was still judging you, and I found you to be quite wanting in your behaviour. So I think that still represents the standard of where you should be evaluated. I don't think you should really compare yourself to the Nunyanites. I think you should compare yourself to the likes of me, and you are a long, long way below me, Z.
Oh, okay. Why am I not surprised that your colossal arrogance would let you come to that conclusion?
Oh, the arrogance. What was that fucking thing you called me?
Smug. No, but again, is this the first you've heard of this allegation today, this morning?
No, I heard about it recently, and there is a story behind it which I'm not going to recount right now, and it'll probably come out later. But I've known about it for about a week or so, and I guess that's how long it took me to bring it to the surface, because it sounded completely implausible. The fact that you would blame a child because there's two things on this, and I mean, I said this on Ryan's, and I'm fucking flogging a dead horse with it. But the first thing is that, okay, maybe this does happen, and a kid acts in a way which is inappropriate and comes at you, but you're the fucking adult, and the first thing you do is you stop it. You don't let them jerk you off. I mean, how the fuck do you get to that point. That's the one thing. But then you've got to look at the kid and saying, what is it that a 12-year-old, where has a 12-year-old learned this behavior, and that this behavior is a way that you please an adult? Because that's a fucking alarm bell in itself. And the fact that the only thing that Shifty thought to do was put cameras up to protect himself, rather than go, why the fuck has my child learnt this behavior? Where has she fucking learnt this from? And not to react to that. He hasn't gone back down the fucking tree to find out what's happened. He's just gone, oh, this is unacceptable, according to him anyway, and fucking kick the kid out, which is just fucking bizarre.
Well, again, this is where I'm not sure if Ryan's repackaging and Redbeard's repackaging bullshit, all of a sudden Redbeard has completely forgotten about this story while he was looking up everybody's doxes and using his insider information from whatever Nonce says that him and his family have access to, using that illegally to get people's doxes. But he conveniently forgets that Shifty has alleged that this had happened to him, and he engaged in some kind of contact, whether it was willing or whether it was not willing. Again, I'm not sure. The number one way that Alex says a real sexual assault occurred with a child when a predator admits it is them saying that they were asleep or somehow it was it happened. They admit to it happening. The kid jacked me off. The kid jumped up on me on my bed while I was sleeping. But they admit to it happening. Alex says that's the number one way. That then they have some sort of excuse. Oh, it was unwanted.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you. I mean, according to the standard that Alex has set, talking to thousands of these people, that's the standard. So, you know, I'm ready and willing to listen, as I was with Clown when he decided to go and talk to Ed and then say that he went to a bathroom in a McDonald's and raped a little girl's butt. I'm ready and willing to give people. I have an open mind, okay, and I do consider myself fair. So I will listen to people like Shifty and say, if you have a story to tell about what happened between you and your daughter and why you decided to send her away, I'll listen. But I think that it should be for everybody to hear because that's what we do here.
So I think NB Cap is it?
It's me. Yeah.
I think Sam. Sorry, Z has asked a number of questions at you.
Oh, can we remove the banner? I don't know. I just feel like can't see anything. Okay, good.
Well, there's not much to see. In your recantations, Ryan, and your stuff and everything, just trying to parse through, you sort of again like you hid and covered up PHI's son being accused of sexual abuse and assault of a child. Everybody in Zoom did that over a number of years, and now we're learning that you covered up and concealed this revelation. And how long has this been going on? Did you know about that before the relationship turned and you decided to admit it?
So yeah, I mean, there's kind of a lot of insinuations there that aren't true. The biggest issue for me,
Ryan.
So
enlighten me.
Yeah. So the biggest thing is, I think you're talking about like Alex doing catches or whatever. The biggest thing for me was at that point, it wasn't about anyone going up on a panel with me or anything like that. It was the fact that I had no proof. I had zero proof. It would be just on my word. But that's what happened.
Well, did you hear him say it and admit that this happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, just a second.
So the proof, Ryan, is why couldn't you tell the community that another person that you're best friends with and in Zoom all day with has admitted to having sexual contact with his daughter? What other proof do you need exactly? I'm confused.
Well, I had no proof.
That's where you lost me. The perpetrator has admitted to the abuse.
You're not.
The contact.
That's not proof. That's proof. When
the perpetrator makes an admission, that is not proof enough for you to come forward with the allegation.
Recorded. Not if it's not recorded.
So what did you need? You needed video proof. What did you need as proof? Other than an admission from the perpetrator.
I needed some kind of proof, even
other
if it was
than an admission from the perpetrator. What other did you need? Explain to me what.
Again, as far as you're asking me a question. You're asking me a question.
What type of proof did you need other than an admission from the perpetrator?
Any admission is recorded. The value of an admission is that it's recorded. I could say you admitted to me a year ago that you did the same thing, right?
And I would say no, I didn't. No problem. Now we have two different credibilities.
What if he said he didn't? And what if no one backed me up?
then it's, I guess, your credibility, I guess, Ryan, at that point. Then he's a liar, and you know that these people aren't your friends. He admitted to sexually abusing his own child and then lied about it when you said, I'm just reiterating what you said. And then I guess you cut ties at that point. Not conceal it all, keep it a secret, and stay friends with them for the next year until you guys break apart, and now you're going to come forward. Because your credibility here is lacking greatly, right? Because I less believe you now.
It would hurt my credibility. It would hurt my credibility if I came out and I made.
You've decided to reveal this after your guys' breakup and you have nothing else to lose. Then at the height of your friendship, when you have everything to lose, and you revealed it then. So your credibility is actually the one under scrutiny right now, right?
Not really. So I had no proof, and it seemed there was no one willing to corroborate another account of events if that's what happened. So it would be just me going up there with absolutely no proof. That's a lot harder of a position than you are letting on. Now, I feel like there's a lot of things I could have done. Like maybe I could have set him up somehow. It's like could have been other things.
Did you question him at all in private or in public?
Yeah, well, I don't know if you watched the panel, but
you said you were going to question him in New Jersey or something, or Atlantic City. I don't know what that was about. Yeah. But you said you were planning on doing it, but then you never did it.
Well, there's recording laws. Well, it never went through. Wasn't that it? I didn't try to do something. I tried to do that. I tried to do the same thing with that
without recording him.
Yes.
You did question him, and what was his response when you allegedly questioned him in private, with no one else watching?
Well, it wasn't in private. It was in the Zoom.
So, what did he say when you allegedly questioned him in Zoom in front of just you and him, or were there other witnesses that could attest to it?
No, I said who was there. PHI was there. I guess Tiny was there. Wog was there. Midwest. No, not Midwest. He was.
Redbeard's memory is all jogged up from all the shit that he was engaged in. So.
And yeah, PHI was there, and I was there.
Okay, and you questioned. You pressed him on what happened.
Yeah, I wanted to try to find out what happened. Yeah.
And what were some of the questions you asked, and what were some of the answers you got?
Well, he said that there was a sexual assault. He said that there was cameras. He said that he told everything to a therapist or the police or whatever. He said he answered how he's trying to justify
there was a police investigation.
There was a police investigation. I don't know if it was investigation. I think he said there was some kind of contact with the police.
Yeah, let's not create it fuzzy. I'm going to try to be as clear as possible, Ryan, so that we can. I know you like to create as much fog as possible.
I'm answering it as clearly as I recall. I'm not hiding a thing right now.
And it's just so funny that something as serious as this, and your memory just gets super hazy and foggy. It's almost like you plan and design this and act stupid, and you want to act like you have autism sometimes to deflect from real answers. So, again, you were asking him questions, and he said that he put up cameras after there was a sexual assault, or what type of sexual assault did he say to you when you engaged him on this episode?
He didn't get into more detail based on how I was questioning him.
So what was the detail he got into when you did ask him a question? He said,
I already said that. That's what I said.
So his answers were bumbling as you are. Cameras, I told my counselor it was sexual assault and police investigation, and that's it. That's what he said. He bumbled those four things.
Well, you're kind of making it sound like that would be
sexual assault, cameras in the house, and
you're cutting me off, but I'm trying to answer. That is a summary of a longer conversation. But either way, what I'm saying is it would just be me coming out with it with no proof and with no person to corroborate the story. So I'm not saying there isn't more I probably could have done.
You weren't confident. You weren't confident that the other people that you hanged out with for so long, like PHI and Cat Greed, and Wog, all these people that were your best friends for such a long time.
No, look at what Wog said.
You wouldn't be confident that they would come out and support you with the truth.
No,
they wouldn't got your back with the truth, and these were your friends, Ryan.
I was not. Yeah, I was not. And look at what Wog said. Wog said I was trying to be a hero. If anything, I'm just trying to come clean or whatever. But what I know, and actually, I'll just kind of say this. I think Telly was alluding to what was his source. It was me. I was a source. I'll just say it right now. And Yeah, like if you're only one person with no proof, that is a very difficult position to come up with that serious of an allegation. It's not difficult at all
for the little guy with the red button. I didn't think you had a difficult position at all.
Yeah, because, very simple. Like even with Ed, or even with the lock server, even a screenshot.
The guy with the red button here's a story about a sexual assault from the perpetrator, and that's not enough for him to blow the lid on it because he's scared because someone doesn't have his back.
Zero proof. It's zero proof.
Other than an admission from the perpetrator, there's no proof.
Can you let me? Not if it's recorded.
What type of proof did you want?
Sam,
any proof.
Can I just interrupt?
Like any.
Can I just interrupt?
Sorry.
Right. Just let me jump in here. Just to clear this up, is that my source of this information was Ryan. Okay, Ryan told me about it, so he was the one that broke the story and came fucking clean with it. So he is the one that's fucking outed Shifty in the first instance. Maybe I don't know. Circumstances different with the reflection and the wisdom of hindsight. He might have done it earlier.
And he held out and he held on to it for. I don't even know.
Sam, stop trying to score points and just listen for a minute, okay? He's still the only fucking person out of all of the fucking Onionites. We know that there's at least 12 of them in Slack. There's probably 6 of them consistently in Zoom. And he's the only one that has let this information out to people outside of that group. Okay, so I think that's worthy of something. You might want to look at it and say, well, maybe on a more timely manner, you could have let it out earlier. But you say, okay, what would have the consequences have been? The child is still where the child is. Shifty is still where Shifty is. Would it have made any difference to the child's life? You think, well, I doubt it. Seriously, I mean, even him speaking about it today, I don't see how it's going to have any influence on the child's life. So I think.
Well, do we have are we even entitled to know? Because Ryan asked questions for 3 years, and now for a month I get to ask questions. Yeah, are we entitled to know how long he sat on the information for?
Just let me pull you up here, because you sound like you're bitching and you're just trying to fucking score points, and you're still bitter about the way you were treated over Ed. That's why it's coming across here. If we want to have a discussion about the situation now, it's about, okay, what the fuck happened with Shifty? And, okay, yeah, maybe you should have talked about it earlier. Let's put that aside and say, okay, we'll give Ryan a slap on the fucking wrist for that. But let's look at the other people that are involved in this who are still fucking quiet. Okay, now that the door's open, give them a couple of days. Maybe they'll come out and they'll add something. So give them a bit of grace on that. And let's see what fucking comes out in the scheme of things. But, I just, looking at it from the perspective of the way that you were treated over this fucking Ed thing, I don't think it's getting any. It's not helping the fucking kid at all, is it? Really?
Well, it's not. This discussion isn't about the kids. It's about how adults treat accusations and things that happen like this, and how they treat each other. It has nothing to do with the kids. I'm not even speaking about the kids. And I don't like it when people rush to the front lines. I don't like it when people rush to the front lines and they don't get asked about, hey, how long did you sit on this for, Ryan? Did you know about this 2 months ago or 2 years ago? Is that a fair question?
Yeah, but here's the thing though. It's you're saying like,
how long did you sit on the information?
You can't just scream and not let me answer.
How long did you sit on this information?
Well, really, no information, no proof, zero, not even one corroborating person.
How long did you sit on the fact that someone told you?
What I heard.
How long did you sit on the fact when a father told you that his 12-year-old daughter jerked him off? How long did you sit on that?
Well, that I didn't. Okay, well, I have to make a correction there. That was something PHI told me in real life recently of her account of maybe something Shifty told her. That I don't know if you watched the stream, but that was not what I heard.
Yeah, that's a
what did you hear from Shifty himself directly? You heard.
I just heard that the furthest extent he used the word sexual assault. The furthest he would go.
So he claimed that his 12-year-old sexually assaulted him to you.
Well, me and other people that were there.
To you and other people. And how long ago was that? 3 years ago, 1 year ago, or 1 day?
I would say roughly about a year ago.
Roughly a year ago, a father told you directly that his 12-year-old daughter sexually assaulted him. There was a police investigation. He told his psychiatrist. He put cameras up in his home because of it and sent his daughter away.
Yes.
You heard all of that directly, you and a group of other scumbags, and you guys said nothing about it. Got it.
So
that's all.
I'm glad I made a Zoom.
Thank me, chat, for getting to the bottom of it. For all you chatters down there, thank me.
Either
I'll send
way,
out my Cash App soon.
either way, even with any other situation, the Ed, there was a document, the locksmith thing, there was a screenshot. Like, quite literally, there was not only no proof, but there was not one person willing to corroborate the story. So this would just be completely. This would be. I would have if someone else would corroborate the story.
So you didn't have the backbone. You didn't have that red button I thought you had.
True.
That red button, though, Ryan. No one else has the red button.
I don't think. Okay, here's the thing.
You're the only guy with the red button.
You can't. Let's say someone told you you're a pedophile. You can't just make that accusation that they're a pedophile with no proof.
If someone tells me that a child sexually assaulted them, that is irrelevant information that I need to conceal and hide because I don't have proof. What? When someone makes a direct admission, isn't that what predator catchers do, Ryan? What?
But they record it.
What are you talking about, dude?
No, they record it. They record it. You need some level of proof, even if it's a minuscule amount.
Your proof is your ears and your eyeballs.
How do I show YouTube Live my ears? How do I do that?
You use your mouth, Ryan. You're good at using your mouth. You're great at using your mouth. You use your ears to hear, and you use your mouth to reiterate what your ears heard.
When I'm speaking out on other issues where there is at least some level of proof, a document, a screenshot, whatever it is. In this case, it would just be me alone with zero proof other than my word alone.
So if Ed told me on the phone that he had child porn on his phone, that I shouldn't say a thing about it because I don't have it recorded? What? If you got wind, Ryan, that Ed had a private stream back in the day with me and 75 other people and Angela G and us both on there, and Ed said, yeah, I did have child porn on my phone, and because we didn't record it, we couldn't say anything about it? Are you serious, bro?
That would be proof. That would be something that you'd be able to bring up. You'd probably be able to.
You're right, just like you were able to bring up the Shifty thing and you did it. That's right. You could have brought it up and you didn't. You heard it.
At that time, it would have been zero proof and zero cooperation, and it would be different from a private stream.
You are a witness to someone admitting to a crime. You're a direct testimony of the fact that someone made an admission. You could be called to the stand.
The only witness.
You reported an entire server for child porn when you had no other information that someone said something on a screenshot. You heard someone admit to sexual abusing a kid, and you didn't say anything because you didn't have a screenshot?
Yes.
What?
Like any proof.
It's me, Kelly.
Like just that word mouth alone.
This is fabuloso. Ryan, we started coming around. All right, move it.
All right.
Happy Thanksgiving, baby. Go ahead, baby.
Happy Thanksgiving. How are you doing today?
I'm other than hearing that Ryan knew over a year that a kid was sexually abused, I'm doing great. Had a great Thanksgiving.
Okay. Well, that's good. I understand your frustration, but also we can't just fucking throw Ryan over the bridge. There's many more we need to throw over that bridge. I get it that your frustration, I'm fucking heated beyond belief right now. But I was also there that time where you were drilling me over PHI's son. Okay? So
and I wasn't, and the facts of that were that you also knew about PHI's son and didn't say anything at the time, right?
But I also did not know the whole situation. I didn't know exactly what happened. All I knew is freaking he was charged or was going to court and freaking there was an allegation. Okay. I didn't know about, other people heard different stories, just like Ryan heard different stories, Midwest heard different stories, and I'm not sticking up for Ryan. I'm not sticking up for nothing. I'm trying to let you understand that there's way more fucking people to be pissed, and at the top of that fucking list is Shifty. You know what I mean? Like, we can't just come after Ryan and grill him. Because remember, go ahead.
I understand that completely. And I guess if there's credit to be given for Ryan to say this now, when his friendship with these people has deteriorated, he has nothing to lose to expose them anymore. He has no investment in the relationship. He's not in Zoom or Slack anymore. Now he came forward. I guess we should give him a pat on the back?
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you with that statement.
Okay. Well, correct me on my timeline then.
You know these motherfuckers will come, just like all the bullshit they fucking lied and said about me, they will do exactly to Ryan. So if he was the only one that came out with this situation, he would have been fucking nailed to the goddamn wall by them because he didn't have anybody to back up. Like, it just so happened Midwest was freaking watching the stream and said he knew about it also.
Well, I think that's I would agree with you up into the fact that Ryan has prided himself on being the moral authority in this community, someone that has the wherewithal and the balls and the red button to do what's right, even against all odds, against everyone against him. And it's just clear in this case that facade that he's created is wrong. And it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to take one on the chin and say, hey, even though I did claim I held the red button and I have, I call out anyone, even my friends. Well, in this case, he didn't. And, he didn't have the ability to do it. And Ryan, it's okay. We all get to those points.
Can you understand you understand the implications of making that serious of an allegation with zero proof and literally no one to back it up?
When the perpetrator admitted to it to me in direct and propria persona, yeah, I think that I would be sufficient in making that allegation.
Okay, well,
if you, Ryan told me,
I mean, that's easy for you to say.
Run right to a panel and be like, oh my God, Shifty just fucking told me this, and this, and this. Then it's his word against freaking. Do you know how much that would have fucking blew up?
It would have taken a good deal of backbone and a level of courage that apparently Ryan didn't have, and that's okay. It's okay.
It is, and he did on his panel freaking say he was wrong. He should have came out with it, and he didn't do the right thing. Just like when you're friends with people, freaking, you tend to fucking just believe what they say and get hooked up in their bullshit, and then your eyes open up. And we've all been in that situation.
Well, and I agree also, and I think that your desire to want to see people like Nonce, we know clearly now that Nonce takes payoffs to cover up and conceal things for people that pay her money or promote her channel, right? That's what she does. PHI covered up a sexual abuse that her kid and then blamed and attacked the little girl victim. So to expect these people who I already see in the light that I know them now as to be the ones to come forward with these types of allegations. I mean, these people are concealing, covering up, deflecting their own abusers in their own life or themselves. And so I don't know, you want me to go at PHI, there's nothing left for me for them, right? Ryan's the only one that's sort of floating here and has been over there. And I guess thank you for revealing this now, Ryan, but the facts are you sat on it for an entire year and you didn't have the courage to come out with it at the time.
It's not a matter of courage, it's a matter of proof.
And that's okay.
You keep saying courage.
And it's okay.
I mean,
and it's okay.
But it's not a matter of courage, it's a matter of proof. Like this, like what you're not getting is this would be a situation where there would be zero proof and I would be making an accusation just on my word alone. That would be the situation.
And for those, you built your credibility on your word, though, right? So you would then go up against people that all of your friends, I mean, they were so a year ago, you were afraid that PHI and Nonce who witnessed Shifty admit to all of this in a stream in Zumba, would tell you, Ryan, you lying scumbag. That's what you said at the time. Your calculus a year ago, before you revealed all of this, when you knew about it all, was I can't say anything about it because my friends will call me a liar, even though they witnessed it in their
How would I back it up? How would I back it up?
Your friends would tell the truth. You knew then that your friends would lie? Your friends wouldn't back you up?
No.
Your friends wouldn't back you up?
No.
Your friends would lie?
Back me up?
Your friends would lie?
I mean, they didn't back me up. No, they wouldn't back me up.
They lied?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah. Oh, your friends then lied.
Exactly.
Oh my God,
I'm saying as far as so it would just be my word alone with no proof.
So
it would
you stay friends. So you stay friends with the same people that lied and would cover up sexual abuse and assault. Got it.
The issue would be me making an allegation that someone did something with their daughter with zero proof, and I'm the only one saying it. Allegedly in some underground conversation.
Your other friends, your really, really good friends, witnessed it as well, but they're too much of cowards and liars to admit to it. And you remained friends with them for an entire year after that point, Ryan. That's a judgment call on your half. Whew, that's way above my pay grade now.
Sam, can I ask you, Sam, what's your judgment on the rest of, say, Nonce and you've stated your views on PHI, but Wog and Tiny and Clown and all of those people that obviously know about the situation, what's your expectation of how they should react to this becoming public now?
Well, to the extent that I don't know those people very well, I do know I haven't heard them, stay on my neck. I do know that Nonce and PHI and those people had the biggest mouths for years about minuscule things with me and other people. And so when you say, yeah, it is somewhat about what people did to me and those around me. When I look, I didn't hear Wog didn't Wog.
Sam, it seems that you're making it. It seems that you're bitter about the way that you've been treated. Yeah, hypocrites. And you're turning it back onto yourself and saying, look at the way it's treated me. But okay, forget about you.
Okay.
It's like, you're over that. Okay, yeah, you were treated badly. Let's give you a fucking pat on the head and say, okay, poor Sam. It's like, moving forward, how do you think that the Nonce should respond to this?
It's over. There's really nothing other to respond to. They covered up a admission from a sexual assault of a perpetrator admitting to sexually assaulting his own daughter. And again, he's welcome to come up and correct me, but as Ryan states it, he admitted to sexually assaulting his own daughter, or in the alternative, she sexually assaulted him.
Yeah. Because the way that this
and
is
how should they react? What points? What did they have at this point?
My concern in this is the way that you're responding to this is you're attacking Ryan, okay? And Ryan is the lesser of all of the fucking evils involved in this. You know, you've still got.
I was attacking Redbeard earlier today when you were mocking my statements to Redbeard.
But again, it's like you're attacking Redbeard, but Redbeard has spoken up against it, about it.
I don't have the same forgiveness that you and Booby and others have because they've been your moles and you guys want to keep being fed information. They still covered it. They covered this up.
I found out about this morning when fucking Ryan went live.
With Redbeard. Redbeard was a missing mole.
I've had nothing to do with Redbeard. My point is that Redbeard has come up on a panel and said, yeah, I knew about it.
And he gave no other information. Then he said he forgot about everything.
Sam, just for fucking sake, just shut the fuck up for a minute. He said something. He's spoken up about it and said, yeah, this is what I fucking know about it. He's added information to it to attack Shifty. Ryan's done the same fucking thing. We haven't heard from fucking Nonce. We haven't heard from PHI. We haven't heard from Wog or Tiny or Clown. We've heard from Clown. Clown was supporting fucking Shifty. You know, it's like you're attacking Ryan, and Ryan isn't the fucking okay. Yeah, maybe he should have reacted earlier, but these other fuckers still haven't reacted. PHI had all of the information. She knew what kind of sexual contact the fucking kid had with Shifty. PHI knew that, and she hadn't fucking spoken up. It was only about a couple of weeks ago when Ryan was out doing that hatch and was supposed to hook up with PHI that he found out about the nature of the fucking contact. So it's like, I think you're attacking fucking Ryan, which is exactly what they fucking want. You know, it's
because okay, hold on. What you're saying is that you want me to focus on PHI, who covered up her sex offender son and his entire case, blame the victim. Nonce, who's stolen tens of thousands of dollars from people and fleeced people, and 288, who has his own demons and has made his own significant, shocking statements and deplorable statements. I don't know Wog or Tiny. I don't even know who was in the stream other than what Ryan just said. But again, I hear these stories after the fact, months or years later, and I just am remembering that same timeline of these people that were going up and acting all righteous and holding the moral high ground while covering this up.
Making it about you again,
Sam. It's not nothing to do with me. It's nothing to do with me.
Mate, you acted like a fuckwit over Ed. There's no getting around that. I'm sorry, you're just going to have to fucking wear it.
I can tell you what. Ed never told me that he had child porn on his phone, and I hid it for a year. 100%.
Okay, he's 100% fucking innocent, mate. You went out on a branch that you shouldn't have gone
and he didn't admit to me that he committed the crime.
No, but you were embarrassed about
these people have admissions of crimes, and they still covered it up. Come on, it's completely different. It's way worse.
He hadn't admitted a crime to fucking Ryan.
Ryan just said he admitted to sexual assault or contact with his own child.
He didn't. He said that, well, okay, I was sexually assaulted by my fucking daughter, whatever that fucking means. Does that mean that the daughter patted him on the ass as famously as the NTF fucking child sexual assault thing? We don't know. It was only when PHI said, like a couple of weeks ago, that the kid jerked off fucking Shifty, that there was any fucking knowledge of the extent of the fucking sexual interaction. Otherwise, it was just some fucking weirdo fucking father saying, oh, my fucking kid was coming on to me. It's like, what the fuck does that mean unless you've got more detail? It's no fucking, okay, it's odd, it's weird, it's fucking, yeah, but it's not like he fucking admitted what had happened. The only person that knew about that was PHI. And I don't know when she fucking found out about it and how long she's keeping the secret for.
Mascot. That's how you guys got to go back and listen to Ryan's from the beginning. Like, it wasn't, I don't know. I went up there snapping, just heard about it, hit the red fucking button. I want to know where this baby is. Is she okay? Freaking, is she in therapy? Like, this shit is fucking out of control. And then all the shit that I just found out in the last week of Shifty doing in the LCU, this motherfucker needs a
I'm gonna, this community has done enough gaslighting of me for me to sit and listen to someone say that someone made an admission to them of sexual contact with a child, their own child, and there was a police investigation. There was a psychiatrist involved. There was the child was blamed for it and banned, and someone was going to install cameras in their house. And I'm going to sit and let that same person say he didn't have any evidence. After all of that, I'm just not going to do it.
Was there a police investigation? I must have missed that bit. Was there a
police That's what when Ryan was bumbling. When Ryan was bumbling in his repetition of what he allegedly asked of Shifty on a Zumba call that included 50 other people. He said there was a bunch of bumbles, police investigation, psychiatrist, cameras in the house, sexual contact with a child. Exactly what Ryan said 20 minutes ago.
Sam, shut the fuck up. Ryan, was there a police investigation? Did you hear that?
Did you hear that in the Zoom?
I just remember he vaguely. I just remember him vaguely mentioning the police, not an investigation.
Yeah. Okay. Clean your ears out, everybody. Clean your ears out, TBS.
Zelda, please.
Clean your ears out, TBS.
Zelda. I'm here to actually, believe it or not, somewhat help you out.
Put your listening caps on.
Because the problem is, Zed,
tell me what
you are way too emotional, and you.
Oh, it's back to me being emotional now.
Yes, because you're listen, I understand where you're coming from, and I actually agree with you, Sam. I actually agree with you. I think you guys are coddling Ryan too much in the fact that you need to look at the prior history of Ryan, right? And I think that's what he's tried to bring up this point, right? But Ryan has been the guy that, we could play it, Telly. Why don't you go pull it up from Haystack's channel, right? The Red Button song, right? And he was okay. No. Let me finish, Telly. Just give me a second here. And the fact that where you guys are connecting with Sam is that Sam, during the whole Ed thing, was in Ryan's exact position right now, right? Sam was the guy that was on the front line in terms of being present in public to be bombarded with questions. So like you guys are saying, okay, what's going to happen with PHI? What's going to happen with Nonce? Currently, right now, who we have in front of us is Ryan, right? And it's a very similar thing that happened with Sam. The thing that I think that you need to ask Ryan, and I'm sure historically he doesn't answer my questions, but Ryan, if you were to go on one of these pride catching trips and you were to sit down at a hotel bar, you're just having a Coca-Cola, right? A guy comes in, has a few drinks, he ends up telling you that earlier that night he was at the hotel pool and one of his kids came into the hot tub and started fucking jerking him off. And he was like, stop jerking me off, and kind of just let it go. You're telling me, Ryan, by a guy coming in and telling you that does not warrant you going?
He didn't fucking tell him that, TBS. That's the fucking point.
No.
He didn't fucking tell him that he was jerking him off.
That's PHI.
Okay, what did he tell you?
The furthest he would go.
Good luck getting a clear answer from it.
The furthest he would go was the word sexual assault. Fair call. That was the furthest he would go.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, then if that's the case, then I'm wrong about that. If PHI said that, or if he said that to PHI and PHI told you that, 100%, right? That's on her, because you have to bring back. This is the one time I'm gonna use this card because I don't like using it. But with you both being quote unquote catchers, should know better. So if PHI is the one that was told to, that should have been like fucking red flag, 120%.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to kind of own something, though. I mean, as far as like my ability to get that proof, that was an abysmal failure. And
Okay,
that's
yes,
what I have
I guess
extraordinary regret. Like,
okay,
I am genuinely regretful of it.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. If you could be flamed in some way, it's that, you know, this guy that you kind of, you know, you don't really know on the internet. Who knows what your outlook was on the time, but you know, it's this grown man kind of like the story in itself, even without the point of the like, oh yeah, I was getting jerked off by them, is extremely strange, right? It's extremely abnormal to make that comment, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I maybe you were caught off guard and that's why you didn't like press him more, but like, I would like to think that if I was in that situation, I'd be like, yo, wait, what the fuck did you just say? You know, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, how does that even equate? You know what I mean? Like, how do you even get to that point? And I think, I think what happened, it's now very clear to me. I put it together in 12.5 seconds. I put it together in 3.7 seconds is there was an impending police investigation going on inside of Shifty's household of this allegation. Shifty, to try to get ahead of it and to try to remain around in case there were charges, he started floating the idea that this happened because there was an ongoing police investigation inside his home. And so he was grooming the likes of Ryan and everyone else for this to come out possibly and him to actually be charged with a crime. And who knows what happened to that, why he wasn't charged. And I don't know if he was charged or not. You know, I mean, I guess the people that do backgrounds around here, Scabby missed this one. But, you know, that's what happened. And they decided to hide it for over a year. Okay.
Could have tried to get ahead of the situation knowing that he was friends with Nonce and that group that fucking dig into everybody's information. So as soon as he put his email into Slack, he probably figured that Nonce knew who he was. So.
I mean, but I guess like Telly, you gotta understand though. Even when Ryan, I was surprised to hear that Ryan. I figured Kat Reed had reached out to you and told you this because I heard her name was brought up a couple times. But I'm surprised that Ryan did. But you must have told Ryan that like, hey, bro, when this comes out, you know, you're gonna catch a bunch of heat for the same reason anybody else does when shit gets spilled out months after the fact when there's a falling out. Like, how much of a common occurrence is that where that always happens, right? Where there, you know, some like big drop of like juicy news comes out when people have these falling outs. You know what I mean?
The first comment was that you're going to get hit with the fucking red button. That was the first comment that was fucking mentioned to me from other people as well when I told them. And the first thing I said to Ryan is, you're going to get fucking grilled over this fucking red button thing. I mean, it's okay, you're coming out with it now, but you're going to get fucking hammered with it, which is what's happening. Fair enough. And he seems to be wearing it. And the thing that I look at this in two steps is that he knew about a situation that Shifty had said that this thing about I was sexually abused by my child, which is like a nebulous kind of fucking thing. And then when it seemed to have gained some sort of perspective was when he had the conversation with PHI, which was a couple of weeks ago when they met up, when PHI told him that Shifty had said to her that the kid had jerked him off. That's when it became fucking, you know, a thing. And it was like within a week or 2 weeks of that he fucking let that out and started talking about that with other people.
And that was a year ago, Ryan.
No.
That was like a few weeks ago.
Well, hold on, Telly. I appreciate you being Ryan's spokesperson, but Ryan is very good. Ryan's got a mouth. Ryan's got a mouth.
Fair enough.
So answering the question, that was actually when I went to Indiana with PHI, and she told me that.
So
and then I was trying to figure out a way to come forward with it.
All right, when PHI told you, oh, by the way, Ryan, remember a year ago when Shifty said his daughter sexually assaulted him? Oh, to clarify, Ryan, a year later, the 12-year-old daughter jerked him off, and that's what happened. And then what happened to the discussion? Did you say, well, hey, PHI, isn't this something we should expose, like, soon? What happened then at that point?
So, actually, at that time, because she was talking about exposing Nonce, I was actually thinking it would have been possible opportunity to expose Shifty on top of that.
So did you engage with her? Hey, did you engage with when she said, hey, to clarify, the sexual assault, Ryan, was actually a jerk-off job? Then you said, let's plan out an exposure stream, or what did you do then when you heard that in person?
Like, what do you mean? What did I do? I mean, we talked about.
I love walking it back with you. I love repeating myself, Ryan. You all know it. I love repeating myself. At the moment that you heard the sexual assault that you heard about a year ago and didn't say anything about, and then fast forward a year, and then it finally gets to the point that it was actually a little girl jerking her father off. What did you do at that moment with the person that gave you that information to say, we're two catchers, what do we do now? What did you do?
Stop making it so complicated. Oh, Ryan, all he's asking is like, well, where did the conversation go after PHI told you that information?
Not complicated at all. I was talking as a fourth grade.
No, you drag everything.
Do I need to go to a first grade? I'll go to a first grade.
So, all right, yeah. Answering the question, I vaguely remember, I think, talking about exposing it. I'm not positive on what I said.
Okay, I think that's the
so now your memory is collapsing.
Well, I'm telling you what I remember exactly from the conversation.
You don't remember anything. It's fuzzy and you have no clue.
Sam, relax. Fucking goddamn! Somebody get this guy a Xanax. Holy shit, Ryan. Do you remember when? Did PHI tell you when Shifty told her? Was she like, oh, I was talking to Shifty the other week and he said this, or was this like, oh yeah, something Shifty told me that he didn't tell anyone else when he told that story is X, Y, and Z.
So what PHI said was like, I think the Shifty thing was brought up, and then she introduced that fact. Like, I think it was about him being sus, and then he brought up that fact. She brought up that fact, and then
so she probably knew of it back then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that was the first time hearing about it.
That's why they call her the Crypt Keeper. Yep.
That's fucking.
But yeah, have you got any idea how long ago PHI found out that information?
Oh, that's what I don't know. I'll just be honest. But like I heard that Midwest accounted of something else, and I guess maybe they were like he said this apparently other times. I recall hearing about it once, and the furthest I heard was the word sexual assault.
And there is people in the chat saying that he said this on panel apparently, and I don't know.
I don't know about that. I just don't know about that.
No way. No, that would have made it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't ever remember hearing.
Ryan, I ask you because there's all this stuff that's going on with like, y'all cringe as fuck listening to that fucking Keemstar shit. But apparently Bobby Joe is saying there's a bunch of shit going on with Shifty's like in and out of that place as well too. I heard you mention that Shifty was kicked out of Slack because Kat Greed didn't like him and she was like paying for the Slack. Was there any other times that like Shifty was kicked out for being sus, like doing because wasn't Bobby Joe wasn't the first time he was kicked out of the Keemstar shit was because of the
sexual assault?
Yeah, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was sexual assault.
But he didn't sexually assault her, did he?
Well, he was doing something weird.
He was doing something in their Discord that was assault, something not right against another woman. And
so the way
Mr. X is right. Mr. X is right. He talked about mental
hold
health
on.
stuff.
I just want to say like the way. Okay, so I can answer like multiple questions. I think what happened repeatedly, it was like that and something about him muting all the time. And that led to I think Kat kicking him out of the Zoom thread, which was like in Slack, and then he just went silent, and then he got kicked, and then went to the locale thing. As far as like what he said, about the sexual assaulting, I think he said that the daughter was trying to, and I think he did say he did sexually assault him, and like he said something about cameras and like something about a therapist, and then sent her away. And I tried to ask some details, and it just the furthest
something
it went
was a police investigation.
Well, I don't know about a police investigation. I think he said something about the police. I mean, this one would be a year ago. Yeah, vaguely. And also, I don't know if Shifty is as a person. I can't verify his identity to like do that kind of check. But yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna. Yeah, I mean, and honestly, like whatever the follow it is, like that's fine. I'm just saying what I know. I'm just coming clean with what I actually know.
You guys are also like speculating. You guys are also like, let me just say this. You guys are also speculating. Tell you kind of like, well, yeah, people were saying like, I wonder if Nonce knows. Like, let's put it this way, bro. When PHI met up with Ryan, just in conversation, bullshitting about the community and shit like that, Shifty gets brought up, and then she tells him this. You gotta be fucking kidding me if you don't think that information made to Nonce. You know what I mean? Like, come on, if she told Ryan that, 100% she told fucking Nonce that.
Absolutely.
I think so. Yeah. I don't know so, but I think so.
Well, and I mean, think about again. Nonce is here for greed, and so of course Nonce has this at her fingertips. Do you not think that when she got her power turned off for the 9th time in a month, that she would be going and calling up Shifty and saying, "Hey, Shift, hey, my power bill." I guarantee Shifty got leveraged for thousands, I'm guessing. And he's keeping his mouth shut. Sure. See, these are the types of extortions that we don't hear about, that Nonce was involved in. I'm sure this is what she dealt with. She dealt with compromise of people in her inner circle. She gave 288 and others coverage while complaining about, her kid only eating 3 times a day.
Yes, listen here. If there's one thing that I've picked up on this, and it's been good.
Her 25-year-old son.
Sam, chill out, Sam. Could you let somebody finish a fucking sentence for the love of God, dude? Jesus Christ. Is that if there's one thing that I've kind of learned from like listening and hearing these panels and people kind of talk more openly about Nonce and PHI is that there's clearly a correlation between who they get money from and how much they take based on like two things, right? The first one is vulnerability, right? And how much they think that person has the cojones to kind of go out and make it public, right? If they don't pay them back or if they're doing too much. Lady Ghost Hunter and Jersey are a really good example of that. The other thing, it comes down to what they have to hold over their heads, right? So when you have people like Clown, when you have people like Shifty, right? When you have this sensitive information for them, aside, let's say, past a dox, further than a dox, right? Those people are a lot more valuable to use as leverage. You know why people like Ryan was always paid back? He was always the guy that was getting paid back by Nonce.
Because he's the one they had that much. That's exactly what I just said. I just said that, but thank you for reiterating what I just said.
You did not just say.
Nonce was using, yes, she used the information of the people in her inner circle to extort them for cash. I just said that. Thank you for reiterating it. Well done, TS.
No, but Sammy's point was that the reason that they paid Ryan back was because Ryan would speak out if they fucking.
He would speak out, and he did.
Well, no, they didn't have that much. They didn't have that much leverage over
a reason, right? Like I'll give you guys a good example of when Nonce just did it. Nonce is just like, you're gonna hate me for saying this, but Nonce is very much like Ray, right? She does this underhand bullshit. She just did it to PHI the other day, right? So they're on panel with each other, right? And Nonce says, and this is just years of like covering Nonce, right? So I'm a weirdo, I get it, but like. What does she do to PHI? She goes out of blue. She goes out of nowhere. Oh, and they say I have dirt on you. What sort of dirt would I have on you, PHI? Please tell me. I don't know, right? What is she doing there? She's reminding PHI that yo, bitch, I got the shit, and you know I got the shit. And if you fuck up, right, bro, like you're gonna be in the position these other people are in right now. That's exactly what she's doing. She's not playing nice, like being like, I don't have any information. Let's laugh about it. She's reminding PHI she's got the dirt on her, and she better fucking step in line.
Well, how much more dirt do you have on someone other than your son is a predator and I'm covering it up for you?
Well, there's obviously something else that's fucking going on behind the scenes. See, the thing with Shifty, though, is that, Nonce's clearly still fucking quite happy to have Shifty around. She gave him a rinse the other day when he fucking showed up in the chat. And she definitely knows that this situation. She definitely knows that Shifty's daughter jerked him off. She fucking knows that. And she's still fucking happy to, have him there.
But it goes back to my point, Kelly. It goes back to my point, though, Kelly. Right?
Did he make a $500 donation to her?
Even if it's out in the public, now, right? She has something. I'm going to kill you. She has something that she will stand up for, right? And she will use them. Hey, listen, no one else will take you in because of this, right? So I'll take you in and I'll stand up for you. And I'll stand up for you, right?
It's either that or the other way around. It's that like Shifty's giving her $500 fucking bucks or something.
Or if you have a place to be,
I can guarantee
and just like being around here. You have a place to hang out. You're gonna get a
Shifty is giving that woman thousands.
Who has the same exact similar fucking weird ass shit is Clown, right? Clown's not gonna be able to go anywhere else. He fucking knows that. So what's his best interest is to go hard in the fucking paint for Nonce, right? Because the moment that he doesn't, and the moment that she doesn't fucking take him in, that dude's cooked, bro. He's cooked. Same thing goes with Shifty now.
He's got nowhere to go. It's
all about
Cap's got nowhere to go. Cap's fucking. He's got nowhere to go except fucking Tommy's place now. And
again, I'm not just picking on Ryan. The guy Redbeard has been floating around this community for a while. He's done a lot of shit. He's been in a lot of dirty stuff. He can come just waffling in earlier today and say, "Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that someone was jerking off. Their daughter jerked him off. Oh yeah, I just forgot about that." While I look up everybody's doxes of minuscule stuff.
Sam, stop. He didn't.
Well, they're looking up my DUI.
Oh, fucking stop making it.
I can't hear Sam. I can't hear Sam now. Why can't I hear Sam? I'm gonna leave and come back because I can't hear Sam.
That's a problem if you can't hear me.
I'm not gonna let him back up again.
Are you there?
How about that? Can you hear the rest of it, Sam?
I can hear you. It's he's got shitty equipment.
Yeah, he's gone, mate. You should
wait,
No, TBS tried to hijack Nord Stream 2's line and it got blown up. Go ahead. Tell him.
Yeah, sorry, man. I was just calling you a bitch for making it about you again.
No. I'm talking about Redbeard. I'm talking about Redbeard.
I said no. I said Redbeard didn't know about the jerking off thing either. You keep saying you keep.
No, he did. He just came up and confirmed that he was on the stream a year ago with Ryan.
Yeah, but Ryan did the year ago thing. They didn't know about the jerking off bit. They just knew. They
knew that a father said that their daughter sexually assaulted.
Yeah, but you're fucking exaggerating. It's like you don't know what that means. You don't know what. I'm being sexually fucking. I think Redbeard's term was she was sexually aggressive. I think that's what he had heard from Shifty. Okay, so you got to keep things in fucking perspective, mate. He said sexually aggressive, and he was thinking, what the fucking hell does that mean? You know, the thing about jerking off came from PHI, and it was a matter of weeks ago. That's what turned it into
the fact that people
I mean,
the
you're right. Okay.
That you didn't iron down what happened a year ago. And again, it's not just on Ryan, but I expect nothing. I expect nothing from PHI, Covered Up or Tomo Sun. I expect nothing from 288. Nunya uses this stuff for extortion purposes. I expect her not to reveal it unless someone doesn't pay the monthly. Nunya is like a mafia. If you don't pay her monthly thing, then she'll reveal it.
You still need to call that shit out. You can't say, oh, it's a given and not fucking mention it and then go at fucking Ryan.
I'll let the people like you and Red Hood and those people that were friends of Nunya. I've never been a friend to Nunya. Let Red Hood come out and call out Nunya.
You're making it.
It has nothing to do with me. You called him out. You call out your former friends.
Oh, you call out your friends. You were friends with these people for fucking how long?
For years. You were friends with them for years.
Yeah, I mean, would you call out Ed now? Who would you call out?
I have many times.
Well, thank you. Well, that's the thing. It's like you can't if you're only calling out Ryan, which if you look at the hierarchy of fucking guilty and fucking shitheads in all of this, is okay, you can put him on the list, but he's at the fucking bottom of it, and you're picking on him because he's here and he's the soft target that you think you can influence. You've still got to fucking call out Stalin and Hitler and the ones that are fucking worse than him.
I have called out Nunya and her bullshit from day one. I wasn't like FCC sitting on a karaoke with her. I knew who she was from day one. Period. I've been calling her out from the very beginning when she was your queen. So I don't need to be lectured about continuing calling her out.
Well, keep calling. Oh, hang on. I'm going to get in trouble here because I'm going to call up a pedo. I'm going to call up a pedo protector here.
Hello.
Angela G, is that you?
Yes, the pedo protector that rounds them all up and protects them.
Thank you.
Hi. Can I just say something?
Finally, we have the voice of sanity here. Welcome. Happy Thanksgiving, Angela G.
Don't make me mute you, Sam.
Hi, Telly. Hi, Sam and Ryan. I just need like a minute. So if that's okay, Telly.
Yeah, go for it, mate. Yeah,
okay, thank you. Sam, I think I understand where you're coming from, okay? Completely understand your frustration. But in this situation, I think they're trying to talk about Shifty. Like I really do understand where you're coming from, and I think I'm the only one that does, right? But my opinion, whether you take it or leave it, is fine. I think you should do a stream on what you're talking about right now, like your own stream to address how you feel about everything. Because I hear you, I do, but I don't think from like.
Hold on, the only reason why Ryan is up here is because I'm talking about this situation, right? He gave these folks, this cabal was on a stream not less than a couple hours ago, and they got very few answers. Telly sat quietly in the corner and watched the whole time. I'm up here actually asking questions and getting some answers and making some. We now learn that Ryan learned about this a year ago. We learned that the jacking off incident was told to him a few weeks ago. This was all not known before I came up and started asking.
I said that in the last stream.
I'm sorry that it bothers so many that I'm the one to get answers, and I ask really good questions and I am on point.
Well, let's mute this fuckwit. Okay. It's like, for fuck's sake, man.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to finish because I'm not going to stay up here.
Go on, Angela.
Okay, thank you. So I think that your feelings here are coming from, you know, what was done to you and how you feel about the whole situation, because I have all those same feelings. But I think this stream isn't about that. And I'm being respectful here about that. But at the same time, I do understand your thoughts behind what you're saying here today, Sam, because it does make sense to me. But that's why I'm thinking your frustrations, in my opinion, should be a whole nother stream to address
But Angela, I've done nothing but ask questions about this shifty thing. I'm not sure where.
I know.
I mean, Red Hood can put in chat all the day long, narcissism and me. I've done nothing but stick to the episode at hand that we got no answers from.
Sam, what you fucking
here to get answers.
Sam, you didn't listen to the whole episode. There's nothing that you have said which didn't come out when me and Ryan and Bobby Joe and Missy were talking to Ryan earlier. You're going through the shit, and you've got half an understanding of it. You've got half the fucking scenario in your head. All of this shit has came out before. We got the timeline out in the other fucking stream. You are the one that doesn't understand it, mate. Just go and catch up before you fucking come in so heavy.
All I'm hearing is you guys are super happy that a mole has come forward publicly, and you don't want to hold that mole or anyone else involved accountable because you're so desirous of gossipy, juicy kind of details. And all I'm doing is providing a little dose of reality, and it's raining on your parade and your party. That's all I see.
We've called him out. We've said you should have come out earlier with this, but then we've fucking moved on with the conversation. That's the difference between us and you, Sam.
What's the conversation? Okay, where did you take the conversation to? What was the next steps then? Okay, you're going to call out Nonce for the billionth time?
Okay. So what are you going? How long are you going to keep drilling the guy? You've made the point that he should have come out earlier. He agrees. We agree. What next, Sam? Where do we go from
he sat there and listened to Jersey.
Yes, you're right, Sam.
He sat there and listened. He sat there and listened to Jersey methodically show and demonstrate how Nonce dry begged for money and took him to the cleaners. And then he blamed Jersey and mocked Jersey that it was own fault. And then, he comes out and says, oh, but the Lady Ghost Hunter is a whole new thing because it's so egregious now. And he's not their friends anymore. And he got kicked out of Slack and Zoom. And now he wants to come play whistleblower. And all I'm doing is saying, thank you, Ryan, for playing whistleblower. But I'm going to hold you to the standard that you hold yourself, which is this self-righteous, moral high ground, red buttoner that didn't do it time after time for your own people because you needed the friendship and companionship. Period. Case closed. I don't need to say anything more about it. I don't need to run a stream about it. And I didn't say me at all.
There's a number of falsehoods in what you're saying.
Didn't say me at all. It's all about Ryan and what he didn't do.
Okay. You've made your point, Sam. You've made your point. I agree with what you've said. Ryan probably
perfect. You agree with what I said. Ryan agrees with what I have said. Happy Thanksgiving, and everybody have a good Thanksgiving. Okay, you guys agree with me. Everybody agrees with me. Move on. All right, take care. Happy Thanksgiving, Telly.
Fuck me. What a fucking. I don't know.
So I don't think people are. I just think. Yeah, I think they're like. I think I'm trying to say though, is the issue was it would be my own word and zero proof. I'm just acknowledging that that's the issue. What I regret is not being able to gather any kind of proof to be able to go public with it, and that I see as an abysmal failure. I do.
Well, let's just.
Yeah.
I'm just sorry. I'm just thinking. Okay, what you're saying is okay. Maybe you should have done better, and you should have done this, and you should have done that. Which maybe you should have. Okay, maybe you deserved some fucking heat because of the red button shit and because you've been so intense about other people's lack of fucking credibility and their lack of, I guess, taking situations seriously in the past. I mean, fucking put me in that. I've got fucking heat from you for being, not taking what Ed did seriously and not, I don't know what I was supposed to fucking do. And even Sam was like, okay, here's points about, he's pointed out things in the past that you've done and the way that he's been treated badly. But it's okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, well, let's accept that Ryan is a useless failure and an arsehole and he should have done better and he's a fucking hypocrite. Okay, so where do we go now? We've still got a situation where we've got the guy, Shifty, is still fucking hanging around. It's like, what do we want to happen with him? And what do we expect from the Nonce? Okay, we fucking denounced the guy. We put him out there as being, I guess, a questionable sort of character. Whether it was fucking done in a timely manner or not, to me, it doesn't fucking matter. Okay, if you want to fucking score points, go and fucking score points. But what's the next steps as far as this goes with the fucking Nonce Knights and so on? Because Nonce's obviously fucking happy with this guy because she's just fucking modded him up. Clown was in your chat at the end of it, trying to give some fucking psychological hope reasons for why Shifty's actions were reasonable. Maybe there's some fucking, lack of understanding of what it is that he did. So what do we need? We need fucking Shifty basically to set the record straight and speak for himself. It's like, fuck Ryan, fuck Sam. Let's hear from fucking Shifty. Maybe that's where we need to focus. And just, I don't know, you can just keep going round and round in circles and trying to fucking score points. And Tommy Boy coming up and talking about, Ryan, yeah, okay, fucking, mate, obviously you're going to cop some shit and you probably deserve it. Look at the boys doxing 700,000 decoys out of CPP. It's like they're not innocent. Hang on, we've got somebody else here. Speak JT Damone facts.
There's no point. Fucking pussy leaves. Bro, pay attention to your freaking basement, dude. Damn it.
For what reason?
I was trying to come up and this pussy fucking leaves. Yeah, there's no point. So.
What's that? All right. Okay, well, I'll kick you then.
But
geez, I just thought I'd do a little quick stream because I was had a few beers and was feeling a bit of a buzz, but it turned into quite a heavy one. Telly, stop cucking the content. What's the content? You want to fight the laugh, do you? Okay. Yeah, fair enough. But Sam, fucking Sam, it's like, I was just treated so badly over Ed and all you people attacked me over this and now it's time and you were friends with none of us. Oh, God.
Yeah, I kind of just want to say it is kind of like a lose-lose position when stuff like this happens. Because it's like, when you're the only person, like, willing to come forward and with no proof, then, you risk being irresponsible with making, like, a serious false accusation. People kind of say some things unjust, and then there's another situation where, let's say a month goes by, then it's like, why not a month ago? Then it's like, why not a year ago? But I think the better thing I could have done was probably to, figure out a way to get better proof. But that opportunity just missed me like really quick. And I'm just saying, like, that's from my perspective. I think maybe we gotta have some kind of way of being able to come out about things, even if they have no proof, and no one's willing to corroborate your story. Because I think that that's needed. I would just say that.
But the criticism that I think is being levelled at you is that now your friendships and your allegiances or alliances have changed. You feel comfortable talking to the other side about things that were kept secret.
I think that's just how it looked, though, a lot of it. But, like, if I really just had, like, 1 ounce of proof or one person willing to corroborate the story, I would have come forward then. You don't have to believe that. No one has to believe that. But that is what I would have done. And, maybe there could have been some kind of investigative means to get that information. But it just kind of, I don't know, it just kind of not exactly the way it's being instituted.
I'm not sure whether it's you roboting or it's my Wi-Fi. Chat, can you hear me? Chat, testing chat. Well, I think
can you hear me now?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'm just thankful that Redwood left because that would have been the end of the stream for sure.
No, not Shifty is saying that, and just like a lot of people kind of sometimes like make crazy allegations towards each other. I don't know. Like probably like the Anthony Cruz, the sister thing. Like, people say a bunch of crazy things, not necessarily with proof, but it's just like something like this. Like it was real. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah. You expressed. Is there anything else that's happened over there? That's like, you talked about PHI and Nunya, and then this Shifty thing. Is there anything else that?
I don't know. Maybe if you maybe bring up a topic, ask a question. I can't really think of anything.
I would. there's nothing that's troubling you, I guess, in the sense of things that maybe that's happened over there, like doxing or, you know.
I mean, I think there probably was doxing, but it kind of was true that like I would kind of just be very inattentive to it.
Mm. There was a comment that I think Clown made the other day, which was something about, we recognise that you didn't want to get involved in, you know, some of the, I can't remember his exact words, but some of the more shady shit because, you know, you were a catcher and we recognise that, that you didn't want to get involved in it, and that you sort of pulled away a bit. What did you hear that? What was he sort of referring to, do you think? Or was he just stirring shit up?
I don't know, a big thing about something I kind of like realized like throughout this whole thing, and maybe kind of another example is like why didn't I kind of freak out maybe when no one would kind of be willing to cooperate? Like I remember actually calling one of the people that were in the situation in the Zoom about like how did we let this slip, because I didn't really even remember too clearly at the time, and then I'll say like I kind of refreshed my memory about like how Shifty kind of like fell out really quick. But something I kind of did realize is there's been a lot of times when throughout the entire thing, like postmortem, I'm just kind of like what was I thinking? I really kind of think that my judgment really began to kind of slip by being associated with them, not realizing it even. It wasn't necessarily like me doing anything, but it was just not kind of like the boiling frog analogy, like not realizing, things are, I don't know, going south and kind of in a more way.
So like you lost your critical evaluation of what was going on in a way, I think.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would say like like maybe when I was in the Nonce crew, like I wasn't like that's not me, right? And I kind of agree, there's just been like a lot of things where I've been really thinking about it that it I just kind of am baffled that like I didn't see certain things. I didn't like the stances I took. I really kind of feel like I exercised a lot of bad judgment with the Nonce, and I'm just gonna be honest about that. Like I remember, I think I remember like Nonce saying something about because of the stuff Good Guy's doing, she's gonna dox her kids, his kids, something like that. There's kind of just like this whole culture about like this claim like they're doing these bad things to us, and now we get to do bad things to them, and then like I never, even if like I never necessarily interacted with it or whatever, like I don't know, like that was bad judgment for me to not like be appalled from that, and I'm really kind of questioning my judgment as far as like even though like it is true I had no proof, I had no one to corroborate the story, like why wasn't that the time that I just said fuck all of you? And that's maybe a bigger question, and that's my own answer for it. I don't really have an answer for, even if like I tried to kind of do my own thing and figure it out. But yeah, I really think it's kind of true. That yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I think someone I think I don't know, it's kind of a growing up thing. I think it's probably a stage that a lot of people don't even bother challenging is looking at their, I guess, compliance in social situations. I think it's quite powerful, and I think it's something that operates under your consciousness. You just fit in and accept things with people that you've decided that you like in some way, and that are your friends and you share values with, and they do things, and I think you tend to go on autopilot a bit, and things slip by you, and it's not until something quite large happens that you start going, oh, fucking hang on a minute, I don't agree with this. But I said, because I think the laugh had put in before that you were also going through, you had quite a lot of, I guess, psychological pressure on you at a point back there because you'd lost your good friend Moon, hadn't you, as well, when you were, it wasn't that long ago. I think you just got involved. And I think there were a lot of comments from the other side, which were, how that had affected you and how, I don't know, you seemed to be edgy and tough and whatever and found your masculinity in some kind of way. And you were walling up. And I sort of wonder whether or not her loss had something to do with you. I guess maybe a loss in your ability to judge situations for what they were.
But yeah, I mean, I am kind of just saying though, ever since I did leave the Slack, things have been a lot more clear now. But yeah, also by the way, I kind of was glancing at the comments. Like I never said I wasn't a part of the Nenya crew. I was. I don't know if that was. I don't know why that was said. But yeah, but also but yeah, I think probably what yeah, it's kind of like probably like the best thing I should have done is, you know, probably have like that should have been it, and why wasn't that it? Like as far as like the fact that we weren't all gonna like freak out over this publicly, hit the red button, like that really like the fact that I didn't see that, like that was bad judgment, like it was, and I still kind of like I can't even understand how like I continued then, you know.
I'll just try and bait TBS here. I'm just sick of these fucking the boys, and then I'll include you in that bat mum, with your little fucking bitchy comments with you and Missy and trying to protect each other. But it's just fucking grow up a little bit with you, please, people. I'm listening to somebody here that maybe hasn't got so much life experience and has made some comments which are, probably less than enlightened, but you fuckwits in the boys to be fucking trying to take the moral high ground is absolutely fucking laughable. Yeah, come on, big boy TBS. Ryan has said some dumb shit, and I see him as, I don't know, I kind of see him as naive. I don't see him as malicious. I see him as going through a malicious stage when he fucking lost Moon and he got fucking edgy and all that sort of shit. But you cunts in the fucking boys to try and take the moral fucking high ground is go fuck yourselves. Honestly, all of you. I don't know any of you that haven't fucking done anything that hasn't caused fucking damage and just to fucking hurt. So fuck off, okay? Any takers? Any takers, please? Any takers? List the shit we have on you, and I think you mean you have on us, Tally. I can remember Damone and the bad guy. I think it was the bad guy. We're talking absolute shit about some people that really fucking quite hurt them actually, just to be cunts, just to be fucking edgy, and they did quite some damage there. And I still don't think they're aware of the fucking pain that they fucking caused. I can remember them creating fucking servers and destroying them, getting people involved just to be funny. It's like, go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like all I was really saying about like that was like the that not me thing is I'm just saying like I'm kind of reflecting at myself and I'm kind of baffled.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm just sort of listening to you and saying like, you're trying to self-reflect on.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you fucking missed it. So what? It's just a fucking human thing. It's like, fuck off, Tommy boy. It's like, fucking get your ass up here, mate, instead of being a fucking chat, you weak fucking little prick. Bring your fucking mates with you. I've had a few beers. I'm happy to have a fight. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm fucking just listening to someone that's fucking reflecting on shit. It's like, let's turn it against each other. It's like, here's the thing here, though. We've got fucking Shifty who's saying that his child was sexually aggressive towards him. You know, and isn't that where we should be focusing this? And the reason that it's fucking come out is rightly or fucking wrongly, timely or untimely, is because Ryan is fucking the one who said something about it to somebody else who's gone, yeah, okay, yeah, no, that's not fucking, that's not a normal thing. Okay, that's not something which should just let slide by.
Yep.
So it's like, again, it's like, okay, maybe his timing wasn't fucking great, but he's the lesser of fucking all evils. At least he said something. You've got someone like PHI who's known the extent of the fucking sexual interaction. She hasn't fucking said anything. Anyway, that's where I'm at. So, boys, why don't you go and do a stream? The boys, why don't you go and do a fucking stream on something? Try and make something happen instead of fucking running away and doing your yoga detox or whatever the fuck it is you're doing at the moment. Why don't you try and do something positive instead of just entertaining yourselves? I think I'm about done.
All right.
Sorry, hang on. We've got a question here. You guys are circling back to Ryan. I asked earlier if this was reported and was ignored. Well, you weren't ignored now, Batmum. So what the fuck do you mean by was it reported? Reported to whom? And what exactly was reported? Maybe you should go and ask PHI. Investigated. I don't know. Was it investigated, Ryan? Do you know? Was anything investigated? Or
Yeah, so that's the thing. I don't know who Shifty is in real life, so there's no way I can really verify.
But who was investigated? Batmum? Was it the daughter that was investigated for sexually assaulting Shifty, or was it Shifty that was investigated for something? When what was reported? Toots, I see you've got the same comment there.
I mean, yeah, like any knowledge is just not. Like I think I vaguely remember something mentioned about the police, but like I just have nothing to. I really have nothing to my knowledge. I don't have anything to verify. Like maybe it could be found out. I think that could be. I could think of ways that could be looked into.
Batmum, I don't know what the fuck you mean. What was reported? What? Report what? Yeah, I'm getting tired and fucking grumpy with this. It's like, what the fuck do you mean? Is this situation has been reported? What fucking situation? What's the fucking situation? I don't know what the fucking situation is.
I mean, are they saying that like it should have been like put in as a tip or something?
Do you know who Shifty is? Do you know his real name?
Not no. I have a way to possibly find out though.
So there you go. So if you don't know his fucking name, how is he going to be reported? Stick it to me. Oh, fuck off, Telly. Now you're just being an asshole. Yeah, I'm being an asshole. It's like, report what to fucking who? You've got as much information as the rest of us have now. Right. Stick it to me. You go and fucking report it. You go and report Shifty to the police on the information that you've got fucking now, third hand from fucking Ryan, and see where that fucking leads you.
Yeah, I mean that pretty much would be it. Like just an account of what I said.
Well, Yeah, I've got an idea. Why don't you use Jeff? Jeff just rings 911 and reports things. Why don't you do that? No, I'm not doing this. I'm not saying if Ryan reported it. I'm asking if it was brought to the authorities before this all even came out.
Well, I have no knowledge of that. I mean, there would be no way that I would have knowledge of that. No. Like, I don't know. Because I don't know who Shifty is.
Are you asking that question of Ryan, or are you asking that question of lurkers who might be lurking like PHI, even though you know that she's not on panel, smart ass, or Nonya, who she's not on panel either, but she's probably fucking watching. Bat mum. So PHI is the one that's got the information as to the extent of the sexual context. You would have thought her as a fucking catcher would have been the one that would have brought it forward if she's had a conversation with the fucking guy. Because let me point out to you that, okay, yeah, maybe I'm fucking batting for Ryan here, but Ryan hasn't had that admission from Shifty of the sexual contact. PHI seems to have. So she's the one that you need to be fucking directing the questions to. And I know that the fucking boys like trying to fucking score points off Ryan because he said all these fucking nasty things and supposedly monetized TBS's docs. But, fucking get over it.
Now,
I mean, I think you're roboting. I don't know whether it's me or whether it's you. Damone Colfax. Well, he had plenty of time to question Shifty about it. He certainly did. And now you do, Damone Colfax. So go and find out.
Well, that's not exactly true, though, because he left the space we're in. It wasn't like a year, and he was here. And actually, it happened like pretty quick after that, actually.
So you're coming up TBS, or have you cracked the shits? Honestly, Ryan, I just lose patience with these fucking idiots. Obviously, you and I have had a conversation, a few conversations. Here, what's this for fucking white knighting? Stick to my fucking things. Yeah, white knighting for Ryan. I fucking kind of am in a way. I'm listening to a person that's fucking reflecting on shit. Maybe I'm fucking naive and I get sucked in by what I think is people being fucking genuine and reflecting on their actions and the way that they behaved in the past. Well, there you fucking go.
I mean, something I kind of would say is there is a difference between calling someone a doxer and coming out with a very serious allegation with absolutely no one to corroborate your story with no proof of a sexual crime towards their own daughter. Like, those are very different situations.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. Well, thanks for coming up, Ryan. Appreciate it. Interesting to hear Sammy Spurgeon. We got the fucking boys fucking upset. We've got a lot of people upset tonight. That's interesting. But I think really the people that you should be upset with are Shifty and the people that are still supporting fucking Shifty. That's probably where your focus should be, people. So go for it. TBS is en route. I'm coming. All right, we'll wait for you. Hurry the fuck up, will you, mate? I need to get some sleep. It's 9:45 Europe time. You ready to? You okay to hang around for a little bit? For
yeah.
To come around?
I mean, I kind of think how it'll kind of go is like they'll scream over me. I mean, if we can have an adult conversation, that's fine. But
oh, look, I mean, I just fucking the boys can go fuck themselves, and Batmum, you can go fuck yourself too because you're a fucking idiot. The way that you fucking pander to these fuckwits is amazing. They do nothing. They're just entertaining themselves, which is great, but let's not give them any fucking credibility. And again, the enemy here isn't fucking Ryan. He's the person that happens to be here that's asking fucking questions, but get a little bit ahead of the game. And it's like Shifty is the fucking problem, and the people that are still supporting Shifty are the problems. That's it. Whoa, Toots, chill. Sorry, Toots, no chilling now, mate. I've crossed the invisible line.
I can stick around if he wants to come up, I guess.
It's just heat from now on. Okay, CBS, you got 2 minutes, mate. Then I'm going to shut it down. I stated a fact of something Ryan said. Whatever, fucking Batman. I don't care. Okay, sorry if I'm taking you out of context. JT Colfax is in chat. I thought you'd been banned from the internet, JT. What else we got? Radhog. Where are we? It's 44. Well, there's a good chance that Shifty is watching this and is currently jumping ship, and our opportunity to do anything just went poof. Yeah, well, that's another thing, isn't it? Was this a strategically wise move or was it not? But what are you going to do? You know, you're going to trap him and catch him some way. Don't know, because I don't know who the guy is. Damn, there's 124 here. Man, damn, there are. Yeah,
Is he backstage, or I'm not really sure.
No, he's not. It's what's the time? 21:45. No, I think he's just doing the boys do this thing where they'll set up a live stream and have it coming soon and then not do it. I suspect Tommy Boy is doing the same thing. As I'm coming up, just fucking hang on. There's no reason that it can't not come up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's just bullshit, mate.
I mean, all right. So yeah, I mean, I pretty much said everything is I mean, at this point, I'm just saying everything as honest and clearly as I can possibly recall. And
hang on, you see it, mate.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, but yeah.
Howdy ho, gangsters.
Yo, TBS.
I don't know what I want to address first. I definitely don't want to keep the focus off of Shifty and that fucking that fucking creepy ass shit that's going on with Sam and that whole other side of it there. Like, you know what I mean? There's a ton of weird shit over there. It's just pretty evident now. But I will come address a couple things. Tell you, I get it. I get that you don't like the boys, right? This idea of the boys. But really, what is it, right?
I don't care about the boys. TBS, I really don't give a fuck about
You've been talking about it for the last fucking 20 minutes. About don't take this moral high ground. But so Telly, really, when push comes to shove, Telly. So what, Telly? You even said yourself. Oh, what do they do?
Boys, they're here to boys, Tommy boys.
They're here to entertain themselves. Oh God, Telly. At least we're not fucking doxing people. At least we're not fucking protecting predators. I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are, but I'm not calling you out and being like, don't take this moral high ground.
For fuck's sake, mate, calm down. What's the point? Are you here to address fucking Shifty or what?
No, I'm here to address you. You fucking.
Oh, me?
What are you talking about? Yeah, you were just running your mouth about don't take this fucking moral high ground. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here, Telly.
You're here to address me. Well, fuck off. All right, that's what I think about the boys. You got any closing comments?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I didn't expect that. That was kind of all right. Yeah, I mean, I think I've already said all I needed to say or can think of saying. If there's any questions, you can let me know. Or usually in my last streams, I'll let people up. They can ask me, and all I'm just gonna do is just be honest. That's really it. That's all I can do.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, mate. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, have a good day. Thanks.
All right, you too, mate. All right. Well, that's it, people. TBS and the boys, mate. If you want to speak out, suggest you come back into the community and kick off your own fucking panels and stuff. Talk to you later, people. Thanks for coming. Interesting situation. Remember, Shifty is the enemy and those that support him.
Just take those old records on the shelf. I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul. I like that old time of rock and roll. Don't try to take me to a disco. You never even get me out on the floor. 10 minutes I'll be late for the door. I like that old time of rock and roll. Still like that old time of rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes the soul. I reminisce about the days of old. That old time of rock and roll. Go and get a play a tango. I'd rather hear some blues and funk and old soul. There's only one sure way to get me to go. Stop playing old time of rock and roll. Call me around, call me what you will. Say I'm on base and say I'm over the hill. Today's music ain't got the same soul. I like that old time of rock and roll. Still like that old time of rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes the soul. I never miss about the days of old. With that old time of rock and roll.
All right, you little bitch. What do you got, TBS? Hurry up. You still here? TBS.
Yeah, am I here? Am I here?
Yeah,
I'm
mate,
here.
you're fucking here, mate. Fucking
Wow, isn't chat still going? Wow, Telly. You waited 20
come
minutes for me just to
on.
boot me, dude? That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, fucking that was a
That's fucking
power
crazy.
move.
All I was doing was all I was doing was coming to go up to address. Like I think it's just I think you know in yourself, that's why you booted me, how ridiculous your stance is, right? Like I get it, dudes hate us, right? It's cringe, you know, it's a bunch of fucking heterosexual dudes hanging out and fucking standing up for each other. Great, right? Okay, it is what it is. But don't compare us to the rest of this fucking debauchery that's going on out here. You don't see us, and I'm not putting you in this boat, right? Telly, you know that. I'm not putting you in this boat. I'm just saying you don't see us, you know, falling out with each other and then a bunch of fucking dirty ass shit coming out about someone. You heard Vic left the fucking server. Vic's no longer with us. Will you say anything about Vic? Absolutely not. You know what I mean? So like, I get it, dude. Maybe we joke around too much. Maybe we have each other's backs too much. Maybe we stir up the shit too much. But
Mate, you're
we're not doing nefarious shit.
You're a bunch of fucking bitches. What's your fucking point? Why are we having this discussion? This is about fucking Shifty and fucking, you know, his involvement with his fucking staff.
Shifty and Ryan is what it comes down to, right? Just like we talked about when I was up here.
You got some sort of fucking significant bitch with fucking Ryan because he had your docs. That's what I'm fucking getting.
No. What I have a problem with, Telly, and the same reason why I didn't call you out about it, because you got to give me credit. I was ground zero with you.
Call me about fucking what? What cunt are you calling me out about?
I didn't say call you. I said I haven't called you out about it because you got to admit I was ground zero with you when you fell out with Nonce. Okay, can you admit that?
Ground zero. What do you mean ground zero?
Well, how did that start out? How did you really started questioning?
Explain yourself.
Okay. I'll explain it. Telly, relax. Telly, was it not the JT Colfax drape situation that you and I were going back and forth? We spent days, and you were like, no, it's in there, and I was like, no, Telly, it's not in there, dude. We both went back, and you did your due diligence just as much as I did, and then finally, after like 3 days, you were like, yo, Nonce, dude, this fucking dude's right. The shit's not in there, bro. And she's like, no, and then that's when really shit fell apart with Nonce. Do you agree?
That was part of it. The thing that got me with fucking Nonce was that I knew that she was fucking lying to me on something else behind the fucking scenes about the whole.
Well, yeah, I would say the Jason Casey, Casey, which you and I again were talking about.
Okay, there were a number of things which added up and pointed to a thing. But hang on, my investment in believing in this person was fucking misguided, and I reevaluated the situation, and I shifted on it, and
I agree. I completely agree.
And people don't do that easily. It's a human fucking thing, okay? And I'm just seeing this in fucking Ryan going through a similar fucking process.
No, see, that's I disagree. I disagree, Telly, because listen, right? It's kind of like that saying, like, you know, fool me once, fool me twice bullshit, right? Is that like, listen, if you only get so many passes of like just kind of being delusional and look and I think the majority of people can agree that Ryan did that so many fucking times. I don't even have to use them numerous times on my behalf. There's multiple people where Ryan went fully against them just in the name of Nunya's word, right? Okay. And so for him to be able to come out now, right? I just don't agree with the full coddling of him and being like, oh, you know, and especially him as no. You are Telly. You just said it. Let me finish this point.
Yeah, well, just let me fucking speak. Will you calm down?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, look, here's the thing. It's like you've got to put people in fucking context. It's like I don't see fucking Ryan as being the smartest fucking person in the room. I see him as being quite fucking naive, but I don't see him as being malicious. Maybe you fucking see something in him that I don't. It's like I see him as he's being misguided, he's been fucking misled, he's mouthed off, he's fucking run around and he's been so convinced that he's fucking right about stuff, but he wasn't. Because he's not, you know, he doesn't read the situation very fucking well. Let's put it that way. But I don't see him as being malicious and fucking deliberately trying to mislead people, which is the way that I see fucking Nunya. Okay, that's the difference.
Okay. Well, we can agree to disagree. What I can say is that you're
so are you saying? Let me ask you. No, hang on. Let me ask you. Are you saying that Ryan is maliciously trying to mislead people?
100% he has done that in the past. What are you talking about? 100% he has done that.
Okay, go on.
100% he's done that, bro. What are you talking about? The dude, and I hate to do it. Obviously, it's the easiest thing because it's against.
Just explain it.
Okay. Telly. When Nunya came out and said I was a child doctor, Ryan ran a fucking panel with the title TBS as a child doctor. I'm not crying about it, but it goes towards your point of like the fuck you talking about.
Hang on. Isn't that fucking obvious fucking internet fucking rolling?
Sure. Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's
hang on. And let's talk about you cunts, the boys. You've never done shit like that before.
I've put a jacket on someone. Telly, don't go to the child stuff.
Come on, mate. I'm not giving you the fucking courtesy.
Okay. Then give me an example. Telly, give me an example. Give me an example.
Well, you give me a fucking okay. What about? Well, okay. Let me give you an example of the boys being cunts. Here, Damone and the fucking bad guy being fucking absolute arseholes to Lala fucking Blue. How about that fucking situation?
Okay, how are they assholes to Lala Blue?
Oh, okay. Well, you go and ask fucking Damone and the fucking bad guy.
What the fuck, dude? Okay, so did they have? You see how your pants are caught down?
No, okay, mate. There's consequences.
Okay, let me give another one. Ryan went on his quote unquote catching channel, put a photo of Damone up there with a news title that he was jerking off in his fucking car and got arrested for it. Okay, now tell me what that guy and Damone did to Lala Blue.
Fair enough. That's
okay. Now you go. What did that guy?
Okay, no, fair enough. I'll take that. That's below the belt. Yeah, fair enough. So let's go back to this consequence here, because what you're telling me is that in this situation with fucking Shifty versus just coming clean on this, what you're fucking concerned about here, TBS, is that your concern is that he's getting away with something here.
No, not at all.
Rather than fucking focusing on the problem here.
No.
Like you want him to be held accountable for fucking things that he's done in the past.
No, I want to be held accountable for this, Telly. And let me give you an example. This is where I think people your age fucked up raising the generation that you raised. Relax, Telly. I'm not. No, it's not. No, I'm not. It's because Telly, it's this. You just had a 30-year-old man up here, and you're telling a 30-year-old man, dude, I would never let anyone else speak to me like this. A 30-year-old man say, you know what, Ryan, you were just being misled and manipulated, and you don't have the life experience to handle these situations, so you get a pass. You know what that cultivates, Telly?
Hang on.
Telly, let me finish it. No. That sort of mentality, dude, that cultivates him doing this exact thing. If you agree that he is a little naive, fucking experienced little bitch, it's that sort of mentality that cultivates him continuing that into his 40s, bro. Okay,
fair enough. Okay, I accept that. I'm fucking naive and I misread him. He's fucking manipulating me. Okay, understand that. Now can we talk about fucking Shifty?
100%. Go for it.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I've been misled by Ryan. He's fucking, I don't read people very well. I thought that he was fucking naive and whatever it was. Fool me. What about fucking Shifty and Nunya and PHI and the rest of the people that are still fucking supporting him? What do we do about that, TBS? How do we fucking address that?
Personally, this is what, like, I think this is where a little bit of your anger comes from. I think for the boys side of things, honestly, tell you there's nothing you really can do, right? You can kind of clown these people. You can have these sort of panels and talk about them.
Well, why the fuck are you up here? Why are you here having this conversation?
Because I do. I just said that's the extent of what you can do. As opposed to like I'm not saying no one's calling the fucking cops, no one's calling the FBI. The extent that you can do is thought change, right? Through like a paradigm shift of the public's point of view, the public's perception. That's the majority that you're going to be able to do, right? That's it.
All right.
Okay?
So
that's why I'm up here. So that's why I'm up here.
You think the best way to do that and to affect Shifty and the way that he is operating and the people that are supporting him is to attack fucking Ryan. That's the way that you see is the best way to achieve that.
No. I think that there's a litany. There's a long list, right? It's like it's not so much a totem pole. It's more of like a staggering staircase of like that you need to. There's a lot of problems. The first one of which I just brought up, right, is that like if you don't want these things to happen in the future, don't coddle the people that let it happen, especially when they're a grown man and should have known better.
Oh, well, here's what I think. What I think is instead of fucking trying to coddle people and worry about this person who might have fucking scored some points on you in the past, is to focus on what the fucking problem is now. Okay, rather than Ryan fucking he's got away with these things and he did these nasty things to the boys. It's how about we look at what fucking Shifty did with his fucking child. It's like
I understand that, but the only reason the only thing I brought this up to tell you is because you're asking me like where
fucking Sam. TBS.
No, Telly, don't paint me with that brush. You asked me for fucking examples of how Ryan has ever been misleading or mischievous or whatever. I gave you examples. Now you're going to use them against me because I gave you examples. Then you come back to me, Telly, and you say, well, they're mean to Lala. Okay, give me an example. I go, Telly, let me finish. Then I say, okay, give me an example how they're mean to Lala. You fucking pause for 30 seconds and say, go ask Lala. The fuck
okay. Because the reason that I've done that is because it's a very personal thing, and I don't want to fucking stay here in front of fucking 100 people. Okay, 70 odd people. I'll talk to you about that in fucking private if you'd like.
Okay, understood.
But the thing is that fucking surprises me is that you are here and your bitch is about a fucking vendetta that you got as one of the boys against fucking Ryan, rather than fucking looking at the situation and going, oh, how can you fucking, this guy's pulling the wool over your eyes. It's like, hang on, this is about fucking Shifty. All right,
bro. Okay, the argument can be made.
If you don't, hang on. No, I haven't finished.
Okay, go ahead.
If you don't give a fuck about the community, and you don't give a fuck about the interaction between Shifty and the Nunyanites and the rest of us, which you boys don't, because you fuck off, when it suits you. It's like, and then you waltz in and like try to fucking dictate to the rest of us how we should behave when we're trying to fucking.
I'm not dictating that. I'm just putting in my opinion, bro. I'm giving you my opinion, bro. And listen, Telly, Telly, I think it's actually a great superpower in this community to be able to fuck off and use this place as entertainment. This whole place is a fugazi. It's a fugazi. It's fucking fake, right? And my argument, Telly, would be this, right? Is that if you're going to stand on the fact that, like, let's focus on the problem of Shifty right now, not the fact that, like, this came up a year ago. Don't put it back on Ryan. My argument would be this. This is very debate. I'm kind of rage baiting here, but it's a very easy argument to make. Telly, if you really cared about the kids, if you really cared about, a kid possibly being in danger, what would have been important? Addressing this a year ago as opposed to now. So maybe what we should think about is not only addressing the problem, but addressing the problem that let it go on for a year before bringing it up, ironically enough, after having a fallout with his quote unquote side. Okay? So like, that's great that you want to address the Shifty problem right now, but you know what? Brian, the same fire you have with me right now of making this point, Telly, should be the same fire you have with Ryan sitting on this for a fucking year, or PHI, or Nunya. Okay? Because no matter what, it's been going on for a fucking year, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's been going on for a fucking year.
So telling a 30-year-old guy that hey, it's okay, little buddy. It's okay, little buddy. You're young. Get the fuck out of here.
So what's your message for PHI and what's your message for Nunya? TBS.
It's been the same.
Don't trust the same. Okay, reiterate it. TBS.
Okay, don't.
Here's your opportunity.
I'm surprised I gotta say this. Don't trust these fucking people. They are low life fucking scumbags. You should not interact with them under any means. The only thing that you should do is publicly disgrace them in hopes that it reduces their faction to as small as possible, so where they pack up their little fucking shitty suitcase and head over to the next town.
And how do you publicly disgrace them, TBS? By attacking Ryan?
No, by doing the stuff that's been going on for the last week or so, having panels talking about this stuff, having people feel more comfortable coming forward about where they've been, where there's been injustices with them. You know what I mean? That's the best you can do.
So here's the thing that I don't understand, because I see this at two completely different levels. It's like being aware that a guy said something to you like, there's trouble with my fucking daughter. She fucking, comes on to me sexually aggressively, as Redbeard said. And I suspect that's the same fucking terminology that he used with Ryan. Okay, because I'm fucking okay. I'm thinking about this in my head. It's like, did he use the word sexual assault with Ryan? I don't know, but Redbeard said sexually aggressive. But then when you get to the situation where PHI actually has had a conversation with Shifty about the nature of the fucking interaction, which was that his daughter jerked him off, which Ryan fucking wasn't aware of, which PHI was fucking aware of. It's like, I don't know. To me, that's a completely different,
I understand that, but here's the irony in that. This is where I was like, when I was on hold with customer service, that I was really wanting to jump up, is that, it's funny. I find it very ironic that Ryan's like, hey, listen, I didn't go out with this stuff because I didn't have proof, or I didn't have cold hard proof. You realize, Telly, what we're arguing about, the stance that we're trying to make right now, like this needs to be, PHI needs to be blasted, is all hearsay from Ryan. We don't have any proof. Ryan hasn't showed us a text message that PHI said that. For all we know, but Telly, let me finish. Do you know Ryan to be misleading, to have lied? Has he done that in this community?
Okay. So is that just a cope? Is that a lie?
I'm asking you, Telly, just let me land the plane here. I'm asking you, has Ryan been known to mislead or lie in this community?
I think
yes, he has. Okay. Yes, he has. Okay.
No, hang on. I think that he's fucking had a go at you guys, and he's fucking lied. But I don't fucking my impression of him. Hang on, no, fucking just let me finish.
Go ahead.
My impression of him as a naive person from my fucking generation is that he'll do that kind of shit to guys like you that he doesn't know how to handle. But I think if you handle him truthfully and honestly and up fucking front without playing fucking games, he will play back at you honestly. And I think that you cunts, I think that you cunts invite this kind of thing, and he's not as good at it as you guys are.
Boom! You just hit the nail right on the head, Telly. You just hit the nail right on the head. So let me package that up for you. So what you're saying is that Ryan tends to lie, right, and mislead people when they go against him, when they are against him.
No.
That's what you just said. That's what you just said.
Okay, well, let me fucking clarify what I mean. It's like when cunts like you guys and the boys are playing fucking little mind games and you're playing your fucking little tricks, which you guys are fucking very good at, I think he responds in a way which isn't very sophisticated.
Okay, understood.
I haven't finished. And I think he fucking doesn't get it. He doesn't do it very well. But I think if you are honest with him, I think he is honest back to you.
Okay, great. So then one would say, and again, this is just debating for debating's point here, Telly, one would say that right now, both Nonce and PHI are going after Ryan in a way that is not honest, right? It's not in good faith, what you're suggesting, right? Which invokes a truthful and in good faith argument back from Ryan.
But
so if you're making, Telly, let me finish. I let you finish. If you're making that argument, Telly, if that's your logic, then your logic also has to hold true that he's worried about this proof, and that's why he never came out with it with Shifty in the first place. However, we're just gonna believe him that PHI told him this, that he didn't get the full story from Shifty in the first place.
No,
don't you find that a little bit too fitting for the situation, right? It would sound really.
I've just found that you've just fucking supported the whole argument that he said is because he hasn't got proof, he hasn't gone forward with it. So it's like with it, it comes down to a question of, do you believe him or do you not believe him? And you don't believe him.
Telly. What I'm saying is that, like, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? So it just the same you and with Ryan. In Ryan's scenario, right? He doesn't want to go live with this proof because he doesn't have. He even says he doesn't have someone to corroborate it, right? A. He says he doesn't have hardcore proof. B. Right? However, now he comes out with it, brings it to you, so maybe you can clear this up. Brings it to you and says, I'm going to bring this up, and now it's even more elevated because PHI told me of the jerking off allegations. Okay. Did he show you proof that PHI said that?
Did he show me proof of that? No, I said I've taken him on his word.
But you just said to me that when people are going at Ryan harshly, that Ryan tends to mislead. Ryan tends to mislead and lie. And can we both agree that right now PHI and Nonce are going pretty harsh with Ryan?
Okay, so what you're saying, you're suggesting that this is a hang on, it's been fucking corroborated by Midwest Redbeard, because that was part of the fucking tactic of this, was to put it out there and to see who would fucking bite and support it. And Redbeard has fucking supported it, basically. So do you want to address that?
So Redbeard supported the jerking off allegation?
Yeah, no, he didn't fucking do it. No, not the jerking off allegation.
Okay, so again, you guys are coddling Ryan.
Do you want to get? You're expecting a fucking cash app. The thing.
No. I'm expecting.
I'm expecting. Hang on. TBS. I believe him, but what I have called for is fucking confirmation of this from fucking either PHI or fucking Shifty. That was the fucking intention of this. It's like, I'm not sold on it. It's like, yeah, I tend to believe it. But the fucking whole presentation of this is to say, okay, Shifty, come out and speak your fucking, tell your fucking truth. PHI, is this what was fucking said or is it not? That's what's been asked for here. I'm not sitting here saying, I fucking totally believe this guy. It's like, okay, this is the situation as it is now, as it's been fucking stated.
But that is what you're doing, Telly. That is 50. That is what you're saying, though, Telly. You're up here arguing with me about how credible Ryan is, and that I just have a bone to pick with him.
I'm arguing my opinion with you. But if you go back and listen to fucking Ryan's from earlier, that's exactly what I said. Is that it's like, okay, this needs to be corroborated by fucking either PHI or by fucking Shifty. That's where it fucking lives or dies. Because, okay, my intention is I tend to believe the fucking guy. You don't, fine. The only people that can fucking confirm this are PHI and fucking Shifty.
Again, I'm not saying I don't believe the guy. You didn't hear me that earlier. That's where the conversation, that's where our conversation has led to, Telly. Because like I said, you're saying no, Telly. You're up here saying, no, Ryan never lies. Ryan lies when people go at him. And I'm going,
you were up here because you were a bitch. You were a bitch because I've had a bit of a fucking drunken fucking dig at the fucking boys, and you've got your fucking nose.
I'm not even. You're the one who booted me. You're the one who booted me, Telly. You literally talked about the boys. You talked about the boys for 45 minutes. I came up here to address you. You booted me right away.
How long? It was like I made a comment. I made 2 fucking comments, and you bitched me like I was there. Okay, clip it, TBS. Play it back. I'm going to put Ryan on stage.
I got like 10 minutes for that fight.
You got Ryan. You're up, mate.
So yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
So what's going on?
Oh fuck. Hold on. Can you not hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Wait. What? I don't know what's going on. Can you guys hear me? Wait. What? What? Wait. Now I don't know. I don't hear anything from Telly. Wait. I don't understand.
Nah, TBS has jumped off, I think, mate. Just give me a minute, mate. He's, I think TBS has rage quit because he was fucking destroyed. Oh, hang on, he's back again.
Sorry, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, something's all fucked up with the stream ag with somebody phone up. Just don't let anybody up, because for some reason I lose all audio. Zero body, or is that just me?
Bottom.
I think you are.
I shouldn't be bottom. Well, I'm connected to Wi-Fi. I mean.
Now you're good. That might have just been you.
Okay. So yeah, I kind of just walked in the conversation like the last couple minutes. That's all I heard.
Okay, well, I've been going out with Telly. I don't know. Oh, is this only about 3:30? Well, I've really just been going out with Telly. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that I don't believe you. I'm just kind of using his talking points against him. That's what it comes down to.
All right.
But I do got a phone pick with you.
Okay.
Outside of the Shifty stuff, just while we're doing this, just while I'm back in the States right now, but I'm not here very long. So, is that it's funny, Ryan? Obviously, I've made some videos about you, right? Nothing malicious. The last one I made, I cut it out of context. You were very upset by that, and I get that. But you realize that was after that was directly following the stream where you made the title of your stream that I doxed children. You remember that?
I mean, you said that you said you had raised money for the California trip, like while the donos.
Yeah. That was after you put up a stream. And first, remember, you were doing a probe. You and I were on a panel together, and you were going to do a whole probe into voice server because you remember this, that you were like justifying us all being doxxed because of the shady shit we did in there. And I heard you recently come and say, yeah, like nothing came of that, and I don't know if they did anything that was said that they did.
Okay. Well, that has been like tough. I mean, that like we're on that still.
Well, no, I'm just bringing up that point, and then the second point that then Nunya comes up with the story that I doxed her children, and literally 2 minutes later you run your own stream that's titled that I'm a child doctor, right? Then after that is when I make a video that pulls something out of context, right? And ever since then, now I'm a liar because.
That's a lie. Yeah, it's not really out of context. Like that was a blatant lie. Like I literally said, like the Cash App was like money isn't the only way to support. The point of the stream was that I wasn't raising donations, and you alleged that it was. Like you wouldn't call that a lie. Yeah.
Okay. What about the child doxing thing or the probe into the boys server?
Yeah, I'll concede to that.
Okay. So that's why I made that video, Ryan. Like, you know what I mean? It was rage bait because I know that that's exactly what it would get you to do. Is be pissed that I took something out of context.
So I could say the same thing, I guess. If I call you a child doxer.
Sure, but what? Okay, yeah, sure. But what invoked that? Because I can tell you what invoked me doing it. I just gave you 2 prime examples. So what invoked you to do this probe into the boys server and justify us all being doxxed for all grimy pieces of shit? I think is what you said. And B, that to go on and have your own stream and say that I was a child doxer. What invokes that? What did I do that invokes
that? Actually, honestly, I think I just believed Nunya about the accounts.
Okay.
Yeah, I was honest with that because I realized she was a different person than I thought she was.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that honesty because that's the way I saw it. So we can put that puppy to bed.
All right. Yeah. And I don't even know like however it looks or whatever. I mean, like I'll just say this: like I doxed your face before, right? I'll admit to that. I put your face up.
Yeah, at a very old face, as I should let you know. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Like goatee days, like there was a really bad choice.
Easily,
I had to go see. I couldn't really throw much of a beer at the point. So okay. Anyways,
go ahead. Yeah. Like I don't really have an issue like admitting to like what I actually did, but the idea that I would intentionally dox you for under 5 seconds and put a title unrelated to it for $2 a month on locals, like how that went down was Savvy. Okay, and Savvy says crazy things. Like Savvy's nuts. Savvy.
Yeah, right.
I just want to explain.
I know. No, yeah. I do. I know. I've heard you say it. Let me just put it this way. I think that we're going to agree to disagree on that. And let me put it this way: is that like this is a really fucked up thing for me to say, because I do really think doxing is a scummy fucking thing to do, and I think there's levels to it. And I think like once it's out, it kind of gets out there. I'm not saying that people should continue doxing people, but I don't hold you in the same light that I do with PHI or Nunya under any means. Okay, and so like I really don't look at that. Even that we agree to disagree on that, like I really don't think that that was some groundbreaking. Hey, we need to fucking blow up the community in order to find who's on the right side here, because it's negligible in my opinion. You weren't. I believe 100% you weren't a part of digging into me and finding out who I was and shit like that. So I think it's as Becky would say, a mute point. Okay, like it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I mean it's kind of like I think of. I mean, other than the situation, I do think I could have. I wish I kind of did better. I think they're actually saying kind of on the other panel they went into more details with other people. And I do genuinely wish I could have got some point of proof, but the way it was at the time was,
No, and I hear that. What do you mean the other panel? There's another panel going on?
Oh, yeah, Clown. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'll actually kind of say this. Like, kind of the point was to get cooperation, a response, and we kind of got that confirmation a little bit.
Like, Clown just said it? Like, is he coping for it over there?
So Clown's saying that Shifty told him that the daughter jerked him off in his sleep.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah. So it's just like, yeah, I mean, so it's kind of coming out, and
yeah, trust me, and you're preaching the choir. I mean, it got put back on Bobby Joe, but I did the same thing with the screenshots from Slack. I just decided to do that one week that I just started spamming in chats, and I had screenshots from Slack, and I knew none of you was going to freak out about it. The only reason I did is just because I knew there was a bunch of people in there. You know what I mean? And she's probably like, I wonder who. You know what I mean? I'm letting too many people in. I'm too exposed. Yeah. And so sometimes this is that's how I have to go. Hopefully somebody's fucking recording Clowns, because I'm sure he's going to rip it down. But
yeah, and actually, you know what though? I kind of will admit, like, I didn't have a probe I didn't have anything on the boys server, and if anything, you knew about the Nonce server, and even though I guess I didn't have like an active role, I was still there, and if anything, the argument kind of is there that I was in a server where the things I was arguing against, were present.
Yeah.
Dude, my environment.
I know that that's a shaky argument, and like a lot of people be like, how the fuck do you don't see that? Listen, I've been on Discord for many years. Way prior to not way prior, maybe a couple years prior to COVID, I was on Discord like heavily. And Discord's just like any other server, right? Like there's a lot of, even if it's a 10-person server or a 30-person server or 3,000, whatever the fuck it is, in order to catch everything, you need to be in there constantly. And most people that get attuned to these servers, they make it a habit of not scrolling up on things, right? Or not going into certain channels. There's servers that I'm in that I never even go into the certain channels, right? And I'm not saying that just because there's nefarious shit. It's just because like sometimes you get a little groove, so to speak, of like how you kind of interact with these spaces. You know what I mean? And what you use them for, right? So like, I think it's tough for people that don't understand servers and see that, because it kind of sounds like you're like, oh, I just closed my eyes when I scrolled over that. I understand that it's not really like that. It's more so, listen, there's a ton of shit going on in these things. It's not like you're getting notifications on your fucking phone. It's more so of a giant thread that you're either there or you're not, or you're somebody that has way too much time on your hands and you're fucking scrolling up for days just to get caught up on shit that probably doesn't even mean anything anyways.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, if anything, whatever I'm involved in, I mean, I'm not gonna like say I'm perfect. I'm just gonna try to do as best I can, and I think I could probably handle some situations better, and that's kind of just really it. That's all I can really say. I'm just kind of just speaking my truth as clear as I can recall.
Yeah. Listen, we all can. Like, dude, nobody's fucking perfect around here. Everyone's like, and I mean, in the community, like, I don't care to know how people have fucked up or not fucked up outside in the regular world, but in this community, everyone's like fucked up, has spurred out, has fucking said things they shouldn't have said, has acted ways they shouldn't have acted. So it's like, no one is absolved of that. You know what I mean?
Hang on a minute, TBS. Are you going to let Ryan get away with this fucking? He's obviously pulling the wool over your eyes. I mean, you going to let him get away with this fucking?
No. Because honestly, the one thing I want to address Ryan with is I just want, and not even address Ryan, is I just wanted to give him my 2 cents of like where that video came from and like what invokes that, right? And honestly, I just wanted to ask him and be like exactly how it went down. I wasn't planning on that. Obviously, I was hoping that Ryan would be like, listen, yeah, it was fucking Nonce, right? Because I think, at least in my opinion, it was pretty obvious that was her, right? And he was like, yeah, if she's fucking saying that, she's probably got some proof, right? I might as well blast a dude for it. And he was upfront about that. So like, again, it kind of goes back to what you and I were arguing about earlier of like, not taking the shit.
What I was arguing about earlier was my impression of Ryan is that if you fucking straight with him, he's straight with you fucking back. Okay, that's my impression of him. I mean,
yes.
Okay.
I get what you're saying.
Okay, that's what I was saying before, and you and I were fucking disagreeing on that. And on this, I think that okay, and I can see that you guys and I'll fucking hold you to this, and the boys, is you fuck around with people and you're fucking good at it, all right? And you get people like Ryan that'll come back at you, but they're not as fucking sophisticated as you guys are, and it doesn't work well for him. I think his best fucking game is just to play it fucking straight, because he's not good at the fucking,
Oh, yeah. Trust me, I agree with that. I agree with that. Tell you, I'd like, yes, you're right. I mean, there's a certain, I'm not going to bullshit you and be like, oh yeah, the boys, like, we don't love like inciting riots. Yes, we absolutely do. And we like poking at people. We like poking at people, especially that we know, she's down there in chat right now. She's the queen of it. Fucking Juniper down there, Toots down there. She used to be our favorite target, right? So yeah, I'm not gonna lie to your fucking face and be like, nah.
You can see the way that this works. I've had a bit of a fucking dig at you and fucking Batmum, and all of a sudden you've got fucking Missy and Damone have appeared in chat. It's like, the word gets around and the cavalry fucking appears.
But come on, that happens everywhere though.
It's like, okay, I just pull it out and I fucking.
I agree. But the boys don't do that.
I know that if I attack you and I attack Batmum, there'll be a fucking Jay Sealy will be here and fucking Damone and fucking.
But you got your people too. You got your people too, right? And you know too, Telly, that even like a lot of times those guys are like, Jay Sealy probably one of the main ones is going to be down there. Yeah, he'll be down there for like. He's in chat kind of supporting me, but he's also dragging me at the same time. You know what I mean? So
he's fucking. That's what happens when you get no fucking legs. I guess you don't know where you fucking stand.
But it is true in terms of like, come on, I know you just admitted to it too. It doesn't happen with everyone. Yeah. Everyone thinks like it's just the boys who do that, show up in the cavalry. But like, I was in that fucking. I was thinking it was one of the first people to catch Jeff up on that savage. excuse me, I'm drinking too much water. This Savage Dave panel a couple weeks ago, and next thing you know, dude, clearly it went out to your group, and I'm like, all of a sudden I see Christy pop up in there. I see just a bunch of people. I was dying, dude, and Jeff is just losing it in there, dude. Oh my god, and it was just so funny to see the whole crew come in there and just start ripping Jeff apart. And he's like, and remember, he's like just begging for a reg. He's like, look at all these people, these battle protectors in chat. Savage Dave.
My whole fucking bloodline's been doxed. Mate, that's like, TBS, I don't have a fucking problem with you, fucking whatsoever.
I mean, you know I don't have a problem with you. You and I have gone back and forth for years, Telly. We went back and forth for fucking, on the fucking, on that Nonce stuff. That was pretty heated on the fucking, the grape stuff. We were going back and forth.
Was. But I mean, you've got to have that, I don't know, that fucking heat in your conversations and fucking get it out and try to work out. Because part of it is trying to understand where you fucking are in things, you know. You got to understand how, well, for me anyway, it's like I've got to understand how passionate I am about fucking something to see whether I really fucking believe in it.
I agree. But then I also think there's so I do agree with that, right? And I think there's a balance there, because I think when it goes too far, right? Like I think, there's a good faith people around here that do, they're not going to dedicate their lives to it, but they're like, yeah, dude, I do want to call some shit out. Like, I want to be on the right side of things, right? I want to speak my opinion and kind of get that word out there. But then I think there's too far of the spectrum, and I'm just going to call him out here, but it's like you get into the warbot territory, right? Where he kind of has this some sort of, he has this I don't even know what the word is. It's like an obsession. It's like he feels like he's indebted to like be this certain person, right? And like fix all these injustices. And it's crazy because it's like he doesn't realize it's like, but then you're kind of the dictator that dictates what's an injustice and what isn't, and how heavy should people go at each other and how shouldn't they, right? It's like he actually cares too much. As weird as that is to say, he cares too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Listen, I've got a message here that says I hate to say this, but it says that I should apologize to fucking Bat Mum. And it's like this goes completely against the fucking the grain for me. But I apologise, Bat Mum, but I've been a little bit hostile to you. So sorry.
Bat Mom is very, mind you, Bat Mom is very, I don't want to say fucking inert. Like, Bat Mom is, she's like, listen, I get the Missy hate, Missy does go hard in the paint for the boys. Bat Mom, I think she's a tenth of that when push comes to shove. And there is, just so you guys know, there is a fake Bat Mom going around in Tommy's chat. So when you guys hear Tommy be like, hey, Bat Mom, that's not Bat Mom. I don't know who it is, but it's not Bat Mom.
I mean, I need to point out as well that I'm only apologising because I've been fucking told to apologise, Bat Mum. Okay.
Okay, well, I have to get on this flight. It looks like I'm fucking missing my flight to Amsterdam, but I got to get on this first leg.
Where are you?
I'm back in Denver.
Oh, are you?
I just came back for a few days, and now I have I just had a debacle at the check gate because I checked all my bags, even my carry-on bag, and I legit got 150 pounds on the dot. My backpack's kind of full now, but of all used clothing in my bags. So if you need some of that used clothing in Europe,
I was just going to say, don't send a picture of your fucking house to anyone if you're thinking about renting it out. It's not a good idea.
Dude, goddamn, I'm gonna fucking. It just came up the other day because actually she texted me about something. She DM'd me about something. That's the first time I've seen it in a really long time, and I've only had very little messages with her. But so I was able to see. I only had like 3 messages, so I was able to see the first messages. Motherfucker, I did, just so you guys know, and I'll put the text message out there. I never sent her. All I said, which I admit was my fault. I said the 2 cross streets that I was near, and I'm probably 5 blocks away from those cross streets. Okay. Oh, really? So I wasn't like, here's where I live. She asked me where it was. I said, it's in this neighborhood near blank and blank. That's what I said. Now, what fucked me, I'll tell you what fucked me. Because actually I heard Jersey got doxxed, and somebody sent me Jersey's channel. And Jersey, it looks like you already had a bunch of stuff up there that were like just begging for people to data mine you, bro. So you can't do that. You know what I mean? Like, you can't have, because how they ended up finding me is, if you guys remember, I was jumping on a fucking Damone panel when I was back home a couple years ago. I was digging out a wall, an old window in my basement, and I was outside in the lawn, and I showed it on camera. That's where, if you guys remember Tommy Boy Crocs, I had my Crocs on because I was like working outside, and I showed the siding of my house, which is, it's yellow, bro. So it's like, when push comes to shove, all they had to do was fucking look at the fucking, look at those cross streets and then look for a fucking bright yellow house, bro. I was cooked. I cooked myself.
Oh, at least you haven't been doxed yet, though, TBS.
Yeah, this fucking guy. I do feel bad that Jersey's getting doxxed, but I did say at the end of my panel, if you're going to speak out on this, and Ryan's the first one to fucking see this as well too from these guys. Like, hopefully Ryan's seeing it. Just like, man, when you fucking speak out against these people, like, look at Telly, dude. Who would have known Telly fucking is what, 150K in fucking child support, bro? You're just like beating multiple wives and shit, dude. All this shit, dude. It's just like, holy fuck. Yeah, you're not allowed to see your kids. You've been banned from Australia, bro. Like, it's some crazy shit.
I've heard some wild shit. Yeah.
So it's just, yeah, you just can't, like, don't even fucking listen to these people. So that's all I can say to you, Jersey, is like, they're gonna come out with some wild shit, and there's really nothing they can do. Like, you got to keep that in mind. It's all intimidation. Like, especially Clown. Just remember that, dude. Jersey, if you're listening, he cannot do anything. The dude is hanging on to life by one toenail on his Dr. Pepper foot. Okay, he is not going to be able to do anything aside from just posting shit about you online. That's it.
Indeed. Okay. So we all friends now. We all love each other.
Yeah. I think we have an understanding.
Yeah, we have an understanding. The really two only people I despise in this community are Nonce and PHI. Everyone else, I might think they're idiots, but like, those are the two I just think are very bad people. Like, I think they are very bad people. And let me put it this way: this is a crazy story to come out, and I think it's fucking. Hopefully, somebody's recording Clown. I think it's crazy I think it's amazing that Clown went up there and did that. But keep this in mind, guys. This is just the fallout. This is just the fallout from this whole scenario, right? Can you imagine when PHI and Nonce turn on each other? God damn.
Oh, that's coming.
Yeah. I mean, that's because PHI was lit on Nonce when I talked to her.
Yeah, that's going to be fucking. They can push it off. I know it doesn't help me bring it up. So they're going to be like, no, of course not going to do that. Right? I get it, but it's going to happen sooner or later, regardless of how much it's going to happen. I know it. So brace yourselves. That's going to be like fucking D-Day of the community. All right, guys. I gotta find a fucking water fountain and fill up my water bottle.
Yeah, you sound like a dry mouth, boy.
Do I? It is all dry. Yeah. I just finished my. All right, party people. There's one there. All right, guys. We'll see you guys.
Bye.
Right. Take it easy, mate.
All right.
I'm gonna kick everyone. I'm off. See ya.
Okay. Have a good day.
Take it easy. Now, fucking, where were we? Oh, that's right.
That kind of music just soothes the soul. I reminisce about the days of old. That old time of rock and roll. Still like that old time of rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes the soul. I reminisce about the days of old. With that old time of rock and roll. I still like that old time of rock and roll. That kind of music just soothes the soul. I reminisce about the days of old. With that old time of rock and roll. Still like that old time of rock and roll. Sumbala macumba kazumbala. Sumbala macumba kazumbala. Nabekelina kageli obagabi. Manasuka na kubola yo. Ipaketo na keko pena keke. Manasuka na kubimbula. Nabekelina kageli obagabi. Manasuka na kubola yo. Ipaketo na keko pena keke. Sumbala macumba kazumbala. Sumbala macumba kazumbala. Sumbala macumba kazumbala. Ay, sumbala macumba kazumbala.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. So Chauncey Hollingberry, who had YouTube channels by the name of Dragonfire Auditing, I believe, and Law Offices of Daddy and Master, he filed a motion to recuse the judge in his cyberstalking case, his federal cyberstalking case. Now, that cyberstalking case started, I want to say, in like 2020 or 2021. It was a long time ago. He had, Chauncey is a strange little dude. He would do things like audit in, those V for Vendetta masks that have like I think they're Guy Fawkes masks. He would audit in those. He would wear body armor when he did it. I believe he audited arms sometimes, and he'd do things like audit schools, like where children are present. He would also audit government offices, etc. He's also the guy who is so insecure. I mean, he's a tiny, weak little dude, like prison food. He was held for a long time without release, pre-trial, and like he did a bunch of motions about, you know, not being able to get the right food. He couldn't stomach the prison food and blah blah blah. He's also so insecure that he's the auditor who put on YouTube a seance he did where he summoned Beelzebub, I shit you not, to ask Beelzebub if he had a bigger dick than me. Like, if there is anything ever that can confirm that a man has insecurity about the size of his penis, that's a pretty good indicator. That's you could put a pin in that one. If someone ever does a video where they have to talk to Satan about the size of their penis to get reassurance that it's bigger than someone else's, like, that's your sign. That's your sign. He lived with his mom. He may or may not have abused his mom. Anyway, I think in like 2021 or 2022, he ended up pleading guilty to 1 count of cyberstalking. And he was given, you know, the standard stuff for cyberstalking. You know, you can't have access, you can't have electronic devices that have access to the internet, you know, and if you do, you can only have them under certain circumstances. The probation officer can go out and search any electronic items that you have in your house, including roommates and things like that, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And by the way, this video will probably get a privacy strike because Chauncey has privacy struck all of my videos on him and has been successful on like 4 or 5 of them where I've gone over filings that he's done in his case, presumably because it actually had his name, address, and phone number on it. Even though on a lot of them, the address was the prison that he was currently, or the jail that he was currently being housed in. But whatever, it doesn't bother me. I really don't care. It's not like I'm monetized, so. So anyway, he pled guilty, got the standard probation conditions, and then he violated his probation conditions. I know at least once, maybe twice. I don't really follow his case. There are people in my Discord who do, who are victims or victim adjacent to him, and they're much more keen on his case than I am. I mean, he was really just a blip. I mean, he was interesting while he was actually going out and auditing, simply because he was so incredibly wrong on the law. He was so certain of it that he named his channel Law Offices of Daddy and Master. How'd that work out for you? And he also did like incredibly dangerous things. I mean, it was fascinating to watch. You know, going out to audit a school in body armor and a Guy Fawkes mask, like that is just an invitation to get shot. Like, that is just an invitation to get shot by the police. People get very, very touchy about weirdos doing weird things around kids. You know, rightfully so. Rightfully so. You know, I wouldn't have particularly mourned it if he had caught a bullet doing shit like that, because I could see how an officer would. That's all I'm saying. You know, and because like even like when he's confronted, like very like a lot of resistance to the officer. So, you know, like, very interesting to watch, simply because it was a slow motion train wreck and you were just waiting to see him just get blasted. Not that I want him to get blasted by any stretch of the imagination. I don't wish harm on him. You know, I'm happy that he's not currently incarcerated, but he violated his probation conditions at least once, maybe twice. Just recently, I want to say in like August or September. I mean, maybe my dates are off, but of this year, I think he got new probation conditions, or he got his probation conditions revisited because of a violation. And one of the conditions that he has is he can't audit. I don't remember when that was put in, don't really care, but he can't audit. So in addition to the normal cyber stalking things, he can't audit. Well, anyway, a couple days ago, he filed a motion to recuse the judge. Now, this judge has been on his case since before he pled guilty. This wasn't the first judge on his case, this was the second judge on his case, but this judge has been on his case for probably 3 years now. So a long time. And so Chauncey raised essentially two facts. The first fact is that the judge, at the time Chauncey was auditing a particular government building, the judge was employed there, and Chauncey alleges that the judge was in the building. In the building. Not that he witnessed anything, but he was in the building. So he wasn't a percipient witness, but he was in the building and he was employed there. And so Chauncey alleges that that somehow makes the judge biased, or gives the appearance of bias, where a reasonable person would think that because the judge at the time of the alleged incident, or at the incident I guess he pled guilty to, the judge was present in the building and was employed there. I guess he didn't act. I guess now that I'm thinking about it, he didn't actually plead guilty to it. He only pled guilty to cyber stalking. The victims did get a restraining order. I think it's a permanent restraining order against Chauncey, or at least one victim did. The main victim, some gal who he was just completely obnoxious to, completely unreasonably obnoxious to. So he thinks the judge is biased because the judge was present at a building when he did an audit. Number one. Number two, he thinks the judge is biased because the judge made rulings that Chauncey doesn't think comport with the crime, because other people convicted of cyber stalking didn't get a restriction on audit. Now, judges, like if the judge was a percipient witness, if the judge was physically present at the time of the alleged incident, not in his official capacity as a judge, then maybe. Now, so for example, let's just say a judge is in his courtroom and a judge sees the person do something that the judge thinks is a crime. Would that judge necessarily be recused? No, you see it all the time. The judge just instantly, contempt, boom, like it's happened in front of the judge. The judge saw it. Like, what are you going to do? Like, the judge witnessed it. Like, the judge is the finder of fact that the judge saw it happen because it happened in the courtroom. Boom, contempt. So just because a judge might have seen something doesn't necessarily mean that the judge is going to be biased. But Chauncey also doesn't allege that the judge saw anything. So essentially, Chauncey's big thing there is the judge had access to outside information. Well, judges always have access to outside information. Like, you think the judge in the who's that kid who shot people in a riot in, I think, Minnesota or Michigan? I can never remember that kid's name. Anyway, like, if you think the judge didn't see news reports about that, like, you're out of your mind. And this is essentially what Chauncey is pleading, is that the judge has access to outside information, just like every judge is probably exposed to news stories. If it's a high-profile case, they're exposed to news stories about, the incident. That in itself doesn't mean that the judge is biased. And the other issue that he raised is my particular probation conditions aren't the same as everybody else's. Well, first of all, the judge would be aware that it was auditing that got Chauncey into the position to cyberstalk these people. But for auditing, Chauncey wouldn't have cyberstalked, especially this particular gal who he cyberstalked to the point where she had to get a civil harassment restraining order, and it turned into felony federal cyberstalking charges. I mean, there's your sign. So the judge has first of all, the judge doesn't make you agree to those probation conditions. You can say, no, I'm not going to agree to them. Now, obviously, if you don't agree to them, you go to prison because, well, you've been sentenced to prison. And this is like hey, if you agree to abide by rules, if you agree to give up some of your rights, then we'll let you stay out in society as long as you follow the conditions that you've agreed to. So Chauncey's essentially saying that because the judge allowed Chauncey to agree to these conditions, one of which is auditing, not auditing, that somehow that makes the judge biased. Well, first of all, the judge can agree that it's an appropriate measure, but Chauncey didn't have to agree to it. It's like when people out on probation, all of a sudden, oh, they took away my Fourth Amendment right. No, they took away my right against search and seizure. No, they didn't. You agreed as a condition of release to give up that right. You agreed to it. So you can agree to give up all sorts of rights. Chauncey can agree not only to give up his Fourth Amendment right, which he did because the government at any time could go in and search his place of residence, his electronic devices. He's agreed to give up a certain measure of his freedom because the probation officer can require him to come into the probation office at any time. He's agreed to give up those rights. In addition, he's agreed to give up the right, the First Amendment right, to protest, which is what I believe that most auditing is. I understand they're doing it for money. Well, you can protest for money. I mean, how many paid protesters have there been at just about any given protest, So anyway, here's my take on it. If the judge can do one of two things. The judge can either say, you know what, fuck it, I don't really care. I'll just go ahead and recuse myself. I'll let some other judge deal with it. That could happen. Seen it happen? One of the attorneys I work for has a huge issue with one of the family law judges in Placer County. And every time this attorney gets a case with that particular judge on it, he'll file a motion to recuse the judge. And the judge will just, okay, fine, I won't be on that case. I'm not saying that the motion has any merit, but the attorney does it, and the judge is like, fine, I don't fucking care, right? So the judge could do that. But if the judge looks at this on the merits, there aren't sufficient facts to show that the judge is biased. You can't use, even if it was an order, that the judge made, that the judge crafted, that Chauncey didn't agree to, you can't use an order of the court to prove bias. I didn't agree with the judge's decision, therefore he must be biased. No, it doesn't work that way. We've seen that in other cases, gone over this before. That doesn't work. And the fact that he was allegedly present at a building employed by the state of Arizona at the time of one of the audits doesn't make him a percipient witness. It doesn't make him biased. Let's go with this way. If the judge is in his courtroom and an auditor goes into the courthouse, the judge doesn't see this, but the auditor goes into the courthouse, causes a commotion. We've seen this time and time again, wanting to bring a camera into the courthouse. And the security detain him, trespass him, cops come and arrest him. We've seen this happen. Does that disqualify all the judges in that courthouse? No, absolutely not. It's a ridiculous argument that's ridiculous on its face. It almost certainly, I mean, there are no guarantees in the law because judges make mistakes, but almost certainly it's going to fail on its face. So good luck, Chauncey. I mean, it would certainly bring a lot of excitement back to auditing if you were allowed to do it. You'd almost certainly catch new charges if you were allowed to do it. But, if that's really what you want to do, if that's the row you want to hoe, more power to you, buddy. I support you. Anyway, thanks for watching. Have a great day.
You turn me on. I love you no matter. I'm getting nowhere. There's no I'll be riding you there. But I just can't wait. Standing there alone, the ship is waiting, all systems are go. Are you sure? Control is not convinced, but the computer has the evidence. No need to avoid. The countdown starts, watching in a trance. The crew is certain, nothing left to chance. All is working, trying to relax. Up in the capsule, simply up a drink. Jokes, Major Tom. The count goes on. 4, 3, 2, 1. Everything goes. Falling, floating waves. Falling, falling. Second stage is cut. We're now in orbit. Steady rises up. Running perfect. Starting to collect. Requested data. What will it affect? When all is done. Things Major Tom. Back at ground control. There is a problem. Go to rocket school. Not responding. Hello, Major Tom. Are you receiving? Turn the thrusters on. We're standing by. There's no reply. 4, 3, 2, 1. Everything goes. Drifting, falling, floating waves. Calling, across the stratosphere, a final message. If my wife, my own, then nothing more. Far beneath the ship, the world is mourning. They don't realize he's alive. No one understands, but Major Tom sees how the light commands. This is my home. I'm coming home. Everything goes, drifting, falling, floating waves, coming home. Everything goes, drifting, falling, floating waves, coming home. Everything goes. on the stair. We spoke up wasn't when, although I wasn't there. He said I was his friend, which came as some surprise. I spoke into his eyes, I thought you died. Oh no, nothing. I never lost control. Your face to face with the man who sold the world. I left and shook his hand and made my way back home. I searched for a woman man for years and years in Rome. I gazed and gazed, he stared. Oh no, we must have died alone. Died alone. We never lost control. Your face to face with the man who sold the world. Oh no, not me. We never lost control. Your face to face with the man who sold the world. down. Life's the same, except for my shoes. Life's the same, shaking like travel now. Life's the same, it's all inside. Throw problems. It's so easy to play up your breakdown. It's so easy to fly through a window. It's so easy to move with the sun. So tough to get up. So tough. So tough to live up. So tough. Shame, moving stereo. Life's the same, except for my shoes. Life's the same, it's always you. I've been thinking lately about the people I meet, the car wash on the corner and the hole in the street, the way my ankles hurt with shoes on my feet. I'm wondering if I'm gonna see tomorrow. Father, forgive us for what we must do. You forgive us, we'll forgive you. We'll forgive each other till we both turn blue. Then we'll whistle and go fishing in the river. I was in the army, but I never dug a trench. Used to bust my knuckles on a monkey wrench. I go to town and drink, give the girls a pinch, but I don't think they ever even noticed me. Father, forgive us for what we must do. You forgive us, we'll forgive you. We'll forgive each other till we both turn blue. Then we'll whistle and go fishing. Fish and whistle and fish. Eat everything that they put on your dish. And when we get through, we'll make a big wish that we never have to do this again. Oh, my very first job, I said thank you and please. They made me scrub a parking lot down on my knees. Then I got fired for being scared of thieves. They only give me 50 cents an hour. Father, forgive us for what we must do.
Find the highest point wherever you're at.
We'll forgive each other till we both turn blue. Then we'll whistle and
Find the highest point wherever you're at.
Fish and a whistle and fish. Eat everything that they put on the dish. And when we get through, we'll make a big wish that we never have to do this again. Here already. But what we must do, you forgive us, we'll forgive you. We'll forgive.
I don't know if you saw Nick Cook in chat earlier. He wanted to know if you're talking to tacos de tofu.
Well, he's gonna get it because he's not even fucking on here.
Yeah, but he also says no salsa because apparently he's got a very weak intestinal system. He can't do any. Yeah, and his taste buds are incredibly bland.
And
Nick's a soy boy. Yeah,
exactly, dude.
Yeah, Nick,
exactly.
Nick is ready for work, and come on.
That's a new nickname for Nick. Soy boy Nick. Yeah.
Nick, you're gonna fucking get it.
I gotta be careful. His son just graduated Marine Corps boot camp.
Yes. His son is, oh my god, if you guys even knew, like, okay, I'll just spill the beans. He just got out of, like, the big military stuff that they go through when they're, like, of age. And Nick will have to tell you more about it, because I'll fuck it all up. But Nick's
You're already fucking it up. Just because a kid becomes of age doesn't mean that he goes to the military. This isn't fucking Austria, all right?
Well, Nick is helping me fuck it up by not being on here.
It's like Sparta. It's like Sparta, you know.
It's his fault I'm fucking it up.
I think even in Austria, girls even have to join.
And just know, if we ever make it down that way again, we will want to meet you.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Go out for drinks.
You would
for some Mexican food. No, it's all good. As long as Manny is not like armed and dangerous.
Oh yeah, well he might be still because that's never been retracted.
I'm down for dangerous, but the arm part.
He's got paid time off from the mafia. He saved up.
Okay, let me check and see if this is the real Mitch.
I'm sure it is. No, he got. We dog walked his ass the other night. Oh my god.
Oh well, I'm not on the YouTube end, so I can't check.
Y'all may have missed it.
we was making fun of Mitch over a game of poker on Friday night, and we decided that he sounds like Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah. Mitch, talking about Hoax Wars, he sounds like Winnie the Pooh.
Nuts.
Yeah, he does.
I think you got something there. Yeah. He was live. He was live on Friday night, and then he came over to my panel.
Don't get
and
Mitch. Yep, that's
he was restreaming. He was restreaming my panel to his panel, and I'm like, "Why are you doing this, bro?" For like an hour and a half, he got totally fucking dog walked like a bitch. I'm like, "Your people are seeing this. Do you understand that?"
I gotta ask Mitch, why does Mitch always want to pick on me? And why did he put together all of these videos with me wearing my robe? And then people say, she's always wearing her robe. Well, no, idiots. It's the way that the person put the video together.
I mean, honestly, I think people assume, Angela, that you're constantly talking with Edward and you're thinking about him. But I'll tell you this. Nobody thinks about Edward more than Mitch Richmond.
And why do they care?
I mean, he has an infatuation with Ed. I don't know. He'd have to
if I talk to Edward, why would anybody care?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Mitch dreams about him.
They don't care about me. They've not liked me since day one. So why would they fucking care who I talk to? Yeah. So much to where they're trying to get into my fucking phone on a regular basis.
Yeah.
I get codes sent to me. You would not believe how many times I get codes.
People trying to get into your account.
They're trying to get into my account.
I bet more than half of those are Mitch himself.
Yeah. Who cares if I talk to Edward?
Yeah.
Who fucking cares?
Yeah.
Oh, Sarah said I know. Who cares? Like, I'm a stranger to those people, FCZ. I'm a literal.
Yeah, I mean, people still talk to Tommy and support him when we also know that he had CP on his phone and he shared it with other people.
And his friend and his his brother.
Yeah, and his brother's at Chomo. Yeah, I mean, but Tommy somehow is different,
And PHI
so it's very interesting. Yeah, if you put Tommy and Ed and PHI, Sammy Joe together, they have so much more in common.
Thank you.
As a trio. Yeah, maybe they should form their own community, right?
I'm 53. I'm going to talk to who the fuck I want to talk to.
Yeah.
Simple.
And it sounds like, I mean, Edward had a history of past drug use. I think Sammy Joe has a history of drug use. And now we know that Tommy is an active heroin user, according to what his son said on the recent police report.
Edward admitted it.
Well, no, did you hear that Tommy's son, he didn't snitch on him, but Tommy's son told the police that night, whenever it was that Tommy kicked his 2 kids out of their home in the middle of the night because he was raging drunk, that his father was an active heroin user.
Right.
So, it gets deeper, man. It gets deeper. It's like, people are people, right?
Uh-huh. And people like to point the finger at the other people to deflect off of their own selves.
Facts. Yeah.
And they want to hate me for who I go around. And it's like, fuck people. Fuck them. They don't know me.
Yeah, they all still support and rally around Clown Force, who who had that situation unfortunately with a small child, a real child, by the way, right? Not the CP, but a real child.
Correct. But they care that I go around Daniel. It's like, you know what? I'm going to keep going around Daniel. Fuck everybody. I don't care. They're going to do what they're going to do, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to take this off of topic because we're trying to have a jovial, Christmas topic. But, Mitch loves to hang around Chomos. I mean,
true,
Dawood was like his guy, Aluma Tommy.
You know
is
why
another
they
one of
did
Mitch's
that?
associates. Mitch is
know
constantly surrounds himself around chomos, and it's crazy that nobody questions him on it.
A lot of people don't realize why the panel channel and Hoax Wars started searching up my friends.
Yeah.
To portray me as a bad person.
Yeah, I think the panel channel's definitely lost all credibility with most, unless you're like a hardcore like Nunionite. Anybody else is pretty much like they've lost credibility with, or she has.
Way credibility. She's in our channels, liking what Juniper and Christy and I are doing. We're dancing, we're having a good time, and then all of a sudden flips.
Yeah.
I don't deal with flip-floppers.
Yeah, big time flip-flopper.
I just don't.
It means you have an agenda. I don't know. It's some kind of personal agenda. It just,
it is
very transparent.
Agenda. And
yeah, you're like, oh, where did that come from?
Yeah, they don't realize what's really going on, so they flow with it. It was to portray me as a bad person. Oh, she hangs out with, look who her friends are. Edward and Dowd and Jesse and Pavana and blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? I'm still fucking hanging out with them. And I'm still going to. Fuck the rest. Won't cower down to nobody.
Yeah, and it's crazy how like we've gotten to this moment in time where you see the panel channel actively hanging out and engaging with people like Clown Force in chats. Like, what's that all about?
Why haven't they investigated them?
Yeah, exactly.
Why?
Exactly.
Why are they only investigating Angela's friends?
Yeah, they don't want to piss off Mama Nunya.
I'm gonna hang out with Nunya all the fucking time and fuck the rest. Okay?
Yeah, just hang out who you want to hang out with. Yeah.
I'm not a judge. I'm not the jury. I'm not any part of any legal facility. And
no, you're a free person on YouTube. You're a free person on the internet, and that's
correct.
It. Yeah.
And if people want to disassociate with me, fuck them.
Yeah, but then they come back here. Like, why are they in your chat? Right?
Fuck them. I don't
it's
care.
Like they think you're disgusting, but then they like Mitch Richmond shows up in your chat. I'm like, doesn't he have anything better? You know, Mitch Richmond ran like a 24-hour stream the other night. He ran a 24-hour stream.
I heard.
Like, how unhealthy is that? So that's confirmed that he has no family. He's a single, childless dude. And he was incredibly drunk when he came up on my panel on Friday night. And between myself and JT Colfax and Tele, we dog walked that motherfucker.
Yeah.
And then he stays live for another 20 hours just to try and like regain some credibility or some kind of standing. And it just got worse for him. It got worse and worse and worse.
And FCC, you'd be shocked to know who's talking to Edward, because I know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I know.
And I saw I think the end of the nail in the coffin for Mitch was Jesse Davis when he went up in the morning after most of us had woken up after having slept, because normal people sleep, right?
Yes, he can hold his own, and he's a different one.
And Jesse just tore Mitch a new asshole, as if he needed a new asshole to be torn. But yeah,
Jesse is good people. His wife is amazing, and I will never stray from that.
I didn't know this, but they were like posting pictures of Jesse's daughter.
Yes, they were.
Like when she was a minor.
Yes.
And Mitch was involved in it, which is crazy.
Mitch is involved in so much that you guys don't even know.
Yeah. So if somebody wants to clip this, what I learned on Saturday morning was that Mitch Richmond and other people were involved in the sharing of a minor's, photos being shared on social media and shared and spread around when she was 16.
Yeah.
When she was 16, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, people like Hoaxy. Oh, it's Hoaxy. He's funny. He's smart. He's witty. He's none of those things. He's a fucking creep.
I've always known FCC about you,
None of those things. He's a fucking creep.
Boys know.
He's funny. He's smart. He's witty. He's none of those things. Oh, it's hoaxy. He's funny. He's smart. He's witty. He's none of those things.
Niggas think they're smart.
Some peckerneck shit, bro.
Fucking creep.
Boys known FCC about you that you see into what certain people like to do.
Yeah, no, I mean, you just gotta pay attention, Angela.
I know, but a lot of people don't.
You imagine that, like a 16-year-old child. It's unbelievable. So
that's some peckerneck shit, bro. We're going to break here. When were you arrested? Okay,
come again.
Holy hell. John, when were you arrested?
Come again.
The Indians send signals from the rocks above the pass. The cowboys take position in the bushes and the grass. The squaw is with the corporal, she is tied against a tree. She doesn't mind the language, it's the beating she don't need. She lets loose all the horses when the corporal is asleep. And he wakes to find the fire's dead and arrows in his axe. And Davy Crockett rides around and says it's cool for cats, it's cool for cats. The swarm is doing 90 cause they've got nowhere to go. They get a gang of villains in a shed up at Heathrow. They're counting out the fighters when the handcuffs lock again. In and out at once but with the numbers on their names. It's funny how the missus always looks a bleeding sane. And meanwhile at the station there's a couple of likely lads who swear like how's your father and they're very cool for cats, they're cool for cats. To change the mood a little, I've been posing down the pub. I'm seeing my reflection, I'm looking slightly rough. I fancy this, I fancy that, I wanna be so fresh. I'll give a little muscle and I'll spend a little cash. But all I get is bitter and a nasty little rash. And by the time I'm sober, I've forgotten what I've had. And everybody tells me that it's cool to be a cat, cool for cats. Shake up at the disco and I think I've got a pull. I ask her lots of questions as she hangs onto the wall. I kiss her for the first time and then I'll take her home. I'm invited in for coffee and I'll give the dog a bone. She likes to go to discos but she's never on her own. I've said I'll see you later and I'll give her some old chat. But it's not like they on the TV when it's cool for cats, it's cool for cats.
anyhow, that is what it is. Yeah. Tabby, how's luck? You good? Tabby. Hey, Tabby. Tabby, are you there? Tabby, FCC's asking about me. Can you tell FCC how I'm doing?
We're waiting.
She's gone. It's okay. So we are on the eve of Christmas, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh? No, wait a minute. No. The eve is tomorrow's Monday, and Christmas Eve is on Tuesday. Okay.
Right.
So we're the eve of the eve of the eve. Yeah.
Do you work tomorrow, FCC?
I work, but I mean, I kind of get to make my own schedule. So, playing golf tomorrow, actually. But I'm working as well. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mitch, you just put that in chat. You've known about Daniel for a very long time because you have previous communications and friendships with All Seeing You, and these people don't even know about any of that, but I do. They don't even fucking know, but I do. Okay, Mitch? Yeah, they have no idea. But if you watch Jesse's, you will learn a lot.
Yeah, Jesse's I've learned a lot from him. This
They're
guy,
real people.
Sewardtown, right? Yeah.
Yep, they are real people. So how it started, FCC, if you want to know.
Yeah.
There was the trailer park trash deemed by Denise, which was me, and many other people in a certain chat room. Kim, she has since passed away. She was